At the entrance to the demon realm, a large portal of light appeared. A person with a megaphone announced, "Demon Realm Raid Team, everyone please check your supplies, formation, and position." Everyone was laughing and talking cheerfully. Is this the first time so many of us have gone together? I'm so nervous. We have the Flying Tiger Guild with us. What's there to worry about? They said this raid is just a training session for the Flying Tiger Guild, so there won't be any casualties. I hope they notice me. A person in the front sat polishing their sword. Suddenly, someone asked, "What's your class?" Seol Gangrim was a bit flustered. The Flying Tiger Guild doesn't recruit members based on anything but their class. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be here. Information. Seol Gangrim, Insect Class Tier 3. Flying Tiger Guild. This goes back 5 years ago. After the day of the awakening, everyone's abilities were decided based on their destiny. Destiny is something that has been tied to each person since birth. It's based on the day and time we were born. He absolutely hated this. Destiny is such bullshit. Someone from behind tapped him on the shoulder. He flinched and whipped around. Hello, you're from the Flying Tiger Guild, right? I think we're on the same team. The young man rubbed the back of his neck shyly. This is my first time participating in a subjugation mission, so I'm pretty nervous. He was friendly, but I'm really happy to be fighting alongside someone from the Flying Tiger Guild. Seeing this, he was bewildered. Why is this guy talking to me? Is he a rookie? The group from earlier waved. Hey, you, come over here for a sec. The young man pointed to himself. Huh? Me? The other person whispered, "Be careful. That's Seol Gangrim." He looked back in fear. Seol Gangrim? Then he immediately turned back around. We already made eye contact. As expected, Gangrim was sitting gloomily in a corner. There were rumors about him, that Seol Gangrim killed his teammates and stole their powers. His expression was emotionless. Many people returned injured when they were on the same team as Seol Gangrim. Death is already written in his destiny. If you're on a team with him, you'll have bad luck. Those rumors spread because of my power. He took something out, the window of destiny. All the information appeared. Seol Gangrim, Class, Insect Tier 3, Guild, Flying Tiger, Authority, Destiny Discovery, Class, Dragon, Tier 3. You can check your own or another person's window of destiny. System Broadcast, Authority, Destiny Discovery, Class, Dragon, Tier 3. You can extract a portion of an opponent's destiny upon their death and make it your own, but it will increase your karma. Gangrim thought to himself, a sinister power that allows me to steal destiny from corpses. And it's true that many of my former teammates have been injured. He lowered his head. They were all affected by my unlucky destiny. Things were gradually becoming clearer. The destiny classes are divided into 5 tiers. The highest tier is God, followed by Dragon, Demon, Human, and Insect. Each tier is further divided into Grade 1, Grade 2, and Grade 3. My class is the lowest of the low, Insect class. He had understood the problem long ago. In other words, I'm not strong enough to take down other awakeners, and there are a few other conditions I need to meet to use my authority. He hunched over even more. So I've never killed or stolen destiny from a single corpse. He frowned. Damn it, why am I getting so depressed now? Yu Harang rested her chin on her hand, looking at him. Seol Gangrim, what are you doing here all alone? He was startled. Yu Harang. The girl smiled brightly. There's going to be a party tonight after the raid. Are you coming? Information. Yu Harang, Class, God, Tier 3, Guild, Flying Tiger. Jiang Taehan chimed in. Hey, you didn't go last time, so you have to be there this time. Jiang Taehan, Class, Demon, Tier 2, Guild, Flying Tiger. Gangrim stood up decisively to leave. I'm not going, the boy was surprised. Huh? Why not? He replied calmly. I'm too lazy. Even if I did go, I'd just be treated like trash by the other guilds. The girl was a little disappointed. Seol Gangrim, I even skipped my school field trip to come. Is it because of those losers who are always scared of you? The girl put her hands on her hips. Who is it? What if I find out? He sighed. Are you aware that I'm 10 years older than you? The girl puffed her cheeks out resentfully. But you're weaker than me. Taehan stepped forward to persuade him. Everyone's here, so you have to come with us. Harang agreed. That's right. If anyone dares to bully you, I'll beat them up. A voice came from behind. You Harang, Jiang Taehan, Du Hun requested sternly. I understand you two want to chat with Seol Gangrim, but the mission is about to start. Both of you, get back to your positions. Du Hun, Class, Human, Tier 2, Guild, Flying Tiger. The girl looked bored. All right, we're coming. The boy didn't forget to add, hey, promise you'll come to the party tonight, okay? See you later. Then they both left. Du Hun patted his shoulder. Seol Gangrim, take care of yourself. You got this? He replied. The vanguard are the ones in danger. I'm just in the back. He looked worried. I'm still a bit concerned since you're not near me. He gave a gentle smile. It's fine, thanks. After that, they went their separate ways. I wish I could fight alongside him too. The announcement echoed. Special mission, Demon Realm Raid is about to begin. All teams, please strictly adhere to your assigned tasks. Gangrim looked up and listened seriously. A strong light enveloped the area. He closed his eyes and told himself, I just need to stay in the back and clean up the leftover demons. It'll be fine. I won't hurt anyone. He gripped his sword tightly. Right ahead, there were already tons of monsters. High-tier monsters were appearing in large numbers. Vanguard teams, advance! The rear teams are waiting at the entrance. Everyone charged forward, full of fighting spirit. The monsters opened their mouths wide. Du-hun immediately attacked one. Tae-han rushed forward, swinging his fist at it. Harang rode in on a beast. A monster crouched down. The Swiss is preparing to summon. Rear teams, prepare for battle. It expanded its body, and a barrage of something shot out. The leader gave an order. Frontline teams, ignore the low-tier monsters and hold your positions. 3 monsters huddled together, their eyes glowing a terrifying red. Gangrim walked over and slashed. He continued to raise his sword to fight. Blood splattered as high as the tree branches. He stopped to catch his breath. This is harder than I expected. We've gone in too deep, and it's getting harder to breathe because of the demonic influence. A monster ran up from behind him. I need to get out of here soon. It clawed a long gash down his back. The other monsters seemed to awaken, all turning to look at him. They rushed at him from all sides. The one from before pinned him down. Helpless, Gangrim squeezed his eyes shut. Somebody. A powerful beam of light appeared. Shinua quickly dealt with the monsters. Everyone was extremely grateful. That's the guildmaster of the Flying Tiger Guild. She's even helping the rear teams. He also raised his hand and whispered, thank you. She waved back in response. Information. Shinua, class. God, Tier 3, Guildmaster of the Flying Tiger Guild. Suddenly, a cascade of rocks and dirt fell. She looked in that direction, surprised. Everyone started to panic. What? Is that the boss? Isn't there still a long way to go before we reach the boss? A huge monster growled, slowly advancing towards them. The boss is really here! Fire attribute hunters to the front! A glint flashed in its eyes. It gaped its large mouth open after being slashed. Its back was torn open in a long gash, and blood sprayed from the wound. Everyone around covered their faces and closed their eyes as dust and smoke filled the air. The monster collapsed in a pool of blood, and in it, the reflection of a woman could be seen. Bakeyang was radiating killing intent. Where is Seol Gangrim? Everyone fell silent, staring at her. Then someone wondered, what the hell is going on? At this, Gangrim couldn't help but be confused. Did that woman just kill the boss by herself? Why is she looking for me? She coldly raised her sword and closed her eyes. Fine. Then she swung her sword at the people nearby, and the scene became terrifying. The people who were cut down all collapsed. Their blood splattered onto his astonished face. Bakeyang declared coldly, I just have to kill all of you. Seol Gangrim is among you, isn't he? Dust and smoke billowed. Blood flowed from the monster's body, and in the pool of blood, Bakeyang's reflection appeared. She stood in the smoke. Where is Seol Gangrim? Gangrim looked down in confusion. Did this woman just kill the boss alone? Why is she looking for me? He hid in a tree, his body glowing faintly. Should I use Destiny Discovery to check her first? The system window appeared. Activating ability. Destiny Discovery. All information is available. Bakeyang, subclass, demigod. This person's destiny has been secured. He was shocked to see it. Demigod level. I've never seen this level before. The system continued to display the regression level. Demigod allows you to carry all your current memories back to the past. If you die, you cannot use this ability. He marveled to himself. Asterisk. Such a top-tier regression ability. Asterisk. I should go down there. She probably came here because she found some information about me. Suddenly, a tree branch shot out, blocking his path. A voice rang out, stay right there. He slowly understood it was a sound transmission technique. Asterisk. I don't think I should interfere with what's happening down there. Asterisk. Sua stepped out coldly, sword in hand. What do you want? The moment Bakeyang saw her, she interrogated, You're Gangrim. She proposed, he's a member of my guild. You can deal with me. The other woman closed her eyes. No need. With that, she swung her sword and cut down 2 more people. Their blood splattered onto her body and face. I just need to kill all of you. Let's assume Gangrim is hiding among you people. She declared firmly, I will not spare anyone. Sua gritted her teeth and charged forward to attack. Elsewhere, Gangrim was struggling to cut through the giant tree branch. Asterisk, I'm the one that woman is looking for. Asterisk, he decided he had to step out before it was too late. He hacked at the branch while shouting, Let me go, Sua! The people below were running and screaming in panic. A murderer! Everyone, run! The 2 women continued to fight fiercely. Bakeyang coldly stated her condition. I will spare their lives if you hand over Gangrim. She refused without the slightest hesitation. I will not let you murder any member of my guild. The other woman countered her blow. She was thrown back a great distance. Sua coughed up a mouthful of blood. The sudden pain made her wince. Just as Bakeyang raised her sword to finish her off, 3 people charged from behind. She detected them instantly. She whipped around to attack. She and Doyun clashed. He flinched as the sharp blade was right at his neck. Sua lay there, heavily injured. Suddenly, someone jumped down near the woman. He aggressively aimed a punch straight at her face. Damn it! But his fist was quickly caught by her. Then he screamed desperately. No! The others gathered in one spot to watch. Damn you, you're in my way. Bakeyang stood before them, radiating killing intent. Gangrim's shout echoed. Help! He tried to drive his sword down. Asterisk, I have to get out of here. Asterisk, it was the same old question. Where is Seol Gangrim, huh? Just then, he finally succeeded in cutting through the branch. He encouraged himself. Asterisk, just a little more. Asterisk, he panted. All right. Then he immediately rushed out. Gangrim fell straight into the pool of fresh blood below. He pushed himself up slowly with his hands. His eyes were wide with horror. All of his comrades had been cut down. Bakeyang slowly walked towards him. Still in shock, he stared at her. She coldly stepped over everyone's bodies. The brutal scene assaulted his eyes. He turned pale with fear. Asterisk, I'm too late. Asterisk, his sense of loss and self-blame burst out in tears. Asterisk, it would have been better if I had just died. Asterisk, tears streamed down his face. Asterisk, it's all my fault. Someone who's only at the insect level. Asterisk, Bakeyang maintained her ice-cold expression. You must be Seol Gangrim. Suddenly, Sua's large tree branches erupted from the ground, and she appeared forcefully. How dare you? The other woman reacted just in time. To touch a member of my guild, she spoke up. I don't understand. Bakeyang looked at her indifferently. If you had handed over Seogang, you could have saved the others. Then, she was stabbed through the torso by the other woman's sword. She struggled to explain, the duty of a guildmaster is to protect. Sua shouted with all her might, her hand still gripping the woman's wrist tightly. Her guild members. A flash of light appeared. Gangrim watched helplessly as she was stabbed. The barrier was released. Die. Tears welled up in his eyes as a thought crossed his mind. Asterisk, I'm going to die. Asterisk. He clearly realized the situation. Asterisk, I can't win against her. Asterisk. He stared at her. Asterisk, I'm going to be killed by her too. She came here to kill me. I should have been the only one to die. Asterisk. But why? His gaze shifted towards Sua. The one who died was Sua. The familiar system panel appeared, scanning for corpses in the area. He saw it as one last chance. Do you wish to use the ability Steal Fate? Gangrim glared at her with resentment. The system asked cautiously, activate the ability Steal Fate. Using this ability will accumulate karma. There are currently 421 corpses in the area. Whose fate do you wish to steal? He bit his lip in anger, drawing blood. His eyes blazed, all 421 of them. In that moment, his entire aura changed. System update. Checking which fates can be stolen. Asterisk. It's all because of this guy with the fate of an insect. Asterisk. Gangrim shut his eyes tight with guilt. Your basic magic level is too low. Only a portion of fate can be extracted. Asterisk. So many people died because of me. Asterisk. After a moment of checking, he received the result. Due to the large number of targets, fates will be extracted randomly. Painful memories flooded back. Asterisk. They were right. Asterisk. Your magic has increased after absorbing a portion of the target's magic. You have obtained the authority White Flowers Bloom. Asterisk. Wherever you go, death follows. Asterisk. You have obtained the authority Stealth Technique. Mixed in were beautiful memories. Your water attribute endurance has increased. Asterisk. Who dares to bother you? I'll take care of them. Asterisk. It's all my fault. Asterisk. Don't worry. No one is kinder than him. Asterisk. You have obtained the authority Thousand Jin Weight. You have obtained the authority Skywalking. Gangrim clutched his head, overwhelmed. Asterisk. My fate killed everyone. It's all my fault. Asterisk. A voice rang out. You have an interesting fate. He looked up with lifeless eyes. You have obtained the authority Woodleaf Technique. Bakeyang coldly spoke 2 words. Die. The system concluded. You have successfully stolen the fates of 421 people. Immediately after, he unleashed a powerful horizontal slash at her body. Asterisk. This is all your fault. Asterisk. She couldn't hide her shock. She quickly retreated. Gangrim told himself. Asterisk. I can't let things end like this. Asterisk. Then the two of them charged at each other. Asterisk. I have to get my revenge on this woman before I die. Asterisk. Authority Swordmaster has been activated. Her image was reflected clearly in his eyes. Authority Eagle Eye has been activated. He charged forward without hesitation. Authority Reflection has been activated. He landed another slash before she could react. Authority Golden Buddha has been activated. Bakeyang counterattacked immediately after. Authority Steel Body has been activated. His body was struck by several slashes. Authority Pain Resistance has been activated. He leaped into the air. Authority Skywalking has been activated. He held his sword firmly and aimed straight at her. Authority Thousand Jin Weight has been activated. He seized the opportunity. She had revealed an opening. She glanced back, her eyes blazing. A massive force descended. Authority Ice Soul Summoning has been activated. Gangrim coughed up a mouthful of blood as he was slammed straight to the ground. He clenched his fists in anger. Asterisk. Damn it. Even with all these powers, I still don't know how to use them. Asterisk. His sword was broken. Luckily, some of the authorities can activate automatically, but I can't unleash their full power with a body and weapon like this. He reassessed the situation. Asterisk. Even after stealing the fates of 421 people, I still can't get my revenge. Asterisk. Another attack headed for him. Gangrim shut his eyes tight. Asterisk. If only I understood how to use these powers. Asterisk. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Asterisk. That's right. There is one authority that I understand best. Asterisk. One of Bakeyang's weapons lodged itself in his leg. He collapsed in pain, trying to pull it out. He narrowed his eyes at her. She sneered arrogantly. It's useless. Seol Gangrim, you are destined to die. He used all his strength to pull the shard out. His gaze was incredibly resolute. Asterisk. I've watched it for years. Asterisk. He summoned a series of Sua's tree branches. Asterisk. If it's this authority. Asterisk. The large branches then shot straight towards her. Asterisk. I understand it well enough. Asterisk. Authority, Woodleaf Technique, has been activated. Bakeyang was surprised and raised her sword to block. Gangrim began to assess her. Compared to before, she's trying to cut down each branch one by one. Asterisk, I thought she was just a swordswoman, but it seems she's proficient in magic too, huh? Asterisk, she unleashed a massive slash. However, with magic like this, all the branches were cut down. She would surely make it difficult for him to maintain it. At that exact moment, Gangrim charged at her from behind. He raised the weapon she had used earlier, then plunged it straight into her. Space seemed to slow down as her blood spurted out. Bakeyang slowly fell. He gave a victorious smile, then fell along with her. Asterisk, I killed her. I got my revenge. Asterisk. They both hit the ground with a thud. Gangrim wearily clutched his wounds. Asterisk, I killed Bakeyang. Asterisk, he spat out a little more blood. Asterisk, it's over. Asterisk. But then, all the wounds on his body healed. System updating. Restoration ability has been activated. He sat up and requested for it not to be activated, and the system stopped immediately. The ability activation process has been cancelled. He had fallen into despair. What was the point of living anymore? Gangrim tried to force a smile, but tears had already welled up in the corners of his eyes. He struggled to his feet. Nothing could be changed anyway. The past, and even the present, were all gone. He remembered his childhood. The words from back then came flooding back. Your destiny is bound to perseverance and death. You will be orphaned at a young age, and your life will be filled with misfortune. The fragmented pieces of his memory fit together exactly as the old man had said. His parents passed away before he could even grow up. He blamed himself. Wherever he went, accidents followed. He spoke to himself in a monologue. Everyone around me meets with misfortune. I was destined to be this unhappy and weak. Familiar faces appeared in his mind, yet they had still welcomed him. They died because of me. His hands were stained with blood. If only I had gone to Bung first. If only I had been the first one to die. How much better would it have been if I had done that? Gangrim closed his eyes. If only I could turn back time. Suddenly, he remembered. Wait a minute. The system announced the regression ability. Demigod rank classification. You can return to the past with all your current memories. It cannot be used if you are dead. A faint light returned to his eyes. The Destiny Plunder ability has been activated. The regression ability has been acquired. He thought to himself that he didn't know which timeline he would return to. But finally, the system's voice rang out. The regression ability has been activated. He told himself, even if I return to the very moment Bung appeared, I will still face it. He was filled with anticipation. So please, the words appeared one by one. Will be activated. Regression successful. He slammed his hand on the table, and the space around him returned to normal. Gangrim's eyes widened in confusion. The living room was quiet. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, and the person outside opened the door and walked in. Hello, I'm here to get my horoscope read. The moment he heard the voice, he whipped his head around. His hands couldn't stop trembling, and the corners of his mouth curved into a smile. An uninjured Sua appeared with another person. Hello, he was overjoyed. I'm back. As soon as he entered the house, the guy started bragging, we finally had our first date. I'm looking forward to seeing how compatible we are. Sua's face was incredibly beautiful. She wasn't wearing a mask. He stared at her intently. He told himself, I've really returned. Sua isn't dead yet, and she hasn't lost her eyes. He put the clipboard down. Is that so? I won't let something like that happen again. Gangrim handed them a piece of paper and a pen. Please write your names, ages, and birth times here. The guy happily handed the paper back to him. All done, but she let out a sigh. Huh? She seemed a bit uncomfortable. He remembered she once told him she had gotten involved with a weirdo. I need to make sure she gets ahead of the curve. He then took back both sheets of paper. Allow me to see your compatibility. He began to read their horoscopes. Yours is of the metal element, and yours, miss, is of the wood element. He concluded, "This type of horoscope is called metal overcoming wood," he explained cheerfully. "This is a bad omen because an axe can chop down a tree." Hearing this, they were both astonished. "What?" Sua seemed very pleased. "Is that so? I guess we have no other choice since our fate together is so bad." But the guy snapped, "Are you kidding me? What the hell do you think you're doing? Where's the owner?" He pointed. "He's out at the counter." The guy frowned and demanded, "Sua, let's go." "I don't trust this guy," she lingered. "I want to hear more about my destiny. This person is very good." The guy trembled with anger. "You'll regret this. Do you think a woman like you can meet someone as amazing as me?" She didn't even spare him a glance, seemingly having no intention of going with him, and told him to see himself out. Hearing that made the guy even angrier. He left, slamming the door behind him. "You'd better not even think about seeing me again." Sua quietly watched the door close. Only then did she speak. "I thought places like this only talked about the good things in life," he replied. "That's usually the case." "I'm sorry." She made a friendly suggestion. "You seem very skilled. Could you read my fortune a bit more?" He immediately agreed. "Ah, of course." Suddenly, his demeanor changed. A bright light flashed. The space grew chaotic. "Your stats are being calculated based on your destiny." Gangrim clutched his head, stunned. "Even though I knew it would happen, I guess I can't avoid the shaking and dizziness." She asked, "What are you doing?" She quickly slammed the table, signaling, "Get under the table now!" With that, Sua grabbed his hand and pulled him down. "In my past life, Sua protected me too." Both of them huddled under the table, focusing. "Didn't you think you could change the future?" The space gradually returned to normal. She looked around in confusion. He quietly left while she was still wondering, what was that strange announcement just now? Destiny? Stats? She realized he was leaving. "Wait for me! I think it's best not to get involved with Sua." He walked out of that room. Gangrim glanced around frantically. "I hope there's something good here." He reached out his hand joyfully. "There it is." Just then, Sua walked over. "Where are you going?" He quickly hid the item. She grabbed his sleeve. "We have to evacuate, quickly." She just kept pulling him along. "Wait." Suddenly, a piercing scream rang out. A scream. People from outside rushed in. "Run! Monsters!" She was confused. "Huh, monsters?" A giant worm bit into a person's leg. "Get away from me! Help me!" Blood gushed from the bite wound. Sua panicked. "Wait, I can't help you." Gangrim calmly drew a knife. He decisively sliced it in half. The corner of his mouth curved up. I knew they would appear. The remaining worms crawled towards them. Giant worms. Insect type, rank 3. A large worm. Although they are normally herbivores, they will now eat animals and humans. He bravely charged in to destroy them. "Everyone, run to a safe place." One by one, they were taken down. Gangrim grabbed one by the head. "This is the last one." He whipped his head around when he heard a scream. "Help me! There are still more over there." He commanded, "If you don't want to die, everyone grab something." "These bugs aren't very strong." He suddenly froze. Sua was holding a fire extinguisher covered in a green fluid. She smiled brightly. "They really are weak compared to how they look. I took one down too." Everyone was astonished. "What?" He gave a gentle smile. "It's nothing. To see someone who could take down a dragon be this happy, it's actually pretty funny." Gangrim led the group. "It's clear upstairs for now. We should go down before more of them show up." Then they left one by one. "Thank you." He fumbled for something inside the worm's belly. "I need to pick up the spirit stones when I have the chance." He pulled out a lot of gems. "Even though they're low grade, there are more than I thought." Sua asked curiously, "Hey, why haven't you come down yet?" He quickly stuffed the gems into his pocket. "Why haven't you left yet?" She replied, "I couldn't just leave you behind alone." He asked, "You're worried about someone you just met yesterday?" She sighed. "Yeah." He held out his hand towards her. "Even if you don't know what else might happen? It's dangerous." She remained unchanged. She explained, "That's why we should." He cut her off. "Sua, that's why I need to tell you." His expression turned grim. "Ah, I have something to tell you." Sua was a bit flustered. "What is it?" He leaned his head on his hand. "Name, Sua. Class, Dragon System. Rank 3. She was confused after hearing that string of information. "Wait, what are you talking about?" He continued. "Your attribute is wood, and you have an ability called Woodleaf Arts." Immediately after, the fate window appeared right in front of her. Seeing this, he asked, "Did the fate window just open?" She looked at it in surprise. "Fate window? I am seeing something. And I also see the Woodleaf Arts ability." He raised a finger to remind her. "Do you remember the announcement we heard in the room? That strange announcement. It seems we've received superpowers." He thought to himself. "Since we've awakened, we won't die unless we encounter that times thing." Gangrim reminded her, "Let's go down." The two of them made their way down along the railing. "Hey, so what's your destiny?" he advised her. "It's better if we don't tell each other the contents of the fate windows we possess." He glanced back. "It's like other people can read it," Sua replied. "Okay." He fell into deep thought. "My fate window is exactly the same as in my previous life. I didn't get to keep the ability I stole in my past life. The fate window is still the same. Name, Gangrim. Class, Insect. Rank 3. Attribute, Fire." Its functions also appeared. Investigate Fate, Brutal rank 3. You can steal a part of the target's fate and make it your own. But doing this will increase my karma, he thought. Only one thing has changed. The system concluded, you currently have a large amount of karma points. He lowered his head. This must be the result of stealing the fates of 421 people. If I want to change the future, I need to use the Steal Fate ability, but getting too many points right now is not good. Gangrim returned to his thoughts. Karma points increase when you commit a great sin like murder, or when a special ability like Steal Your Fate is used. But the thing is, if the karma points are too high, the target will cross the boundary. The two of them were still using a light to find their way. Those who have gone beyond the boundary have all suffered terribly. Sua spoke up. Wait, I think someone's here. A mysterious figure appeared in the hallway, completely wrapped up, so it was impossible to tell who it was. She kindly ran over. I'll help you. He hastily stopped her. Wait. A giant worm lunged from behind the person. Gangrim took his knife and stabbed it straight through. It was finished off quickly. Good thing there was only one. She asked curiously. Is someone in there? His hand slowly touched the person's body and began to glow. The easiest way to check if they're still alive. The system immediately appeared. The Steal Fate ability has been activated. He shook his head. The number of people around has decreased by 1. They're dead. He carefully read the fate window. Looks like they had a powerful ability. If they had awakened, they would have lived. It read, Class, Fire Control, Insect Level 3. You can summon and control a small flame. The user can attack targets from a distance as long as they are within sight. A flame hovered over his hand. I'll take it. The system registered his decision. You have received the Fire Control ability, but it comes with a penalty. You have received karma points. Gangrim happily clenched his fist. Perfect. I need abilities like this. Sua then ran off in one direction. Is something over there? The giant worm's blood sprayed out. Doc Gojun excitedly used his weapon to slice its body apart. Haha, is the new tutorial this easy? He confidently issued a challenge. Let's fight the boss right now. Then he noticed the other two. The giant worm's body flew towards them. He rested his weapon on his shoulder and walked over. Survivors? He asked probingly. Are you guys the characters who are supposed to be my teammates? Gangrim protectively put his arm in front of Sua. Contrary to what he expected, the man cheerfully extended his hand. I'm Doc Gojun. Nice to meet you both, he realized. That's right. This is his starting point too, he replied politely. I'm Seol Gangrim. The man tilted his head. So, what's the name of this heroine? She was flustered. Heroine? I'm Shinsua. He shook hands with Seol Gangrim and Shinsua. Great, I'll remember that. Now that the Get Teammates event is over, it should start soon. She was confused. What are you talking about? He gave a brief explanation. Isn't this how the tutorial goes in every game? His fate window appeared. Doc Gojun. Class. Divine. Level 3. Attribute. Metal. His rank. Dreamer. Holy System. Level 1. The boundary between dream and reality becomes blurred. The user will be less affected by demonic energy. Intellect, pain resistance, and fear resistance will be adjusted. Pre-Dragon System. Level 1. Gangrim's face darkened as he looked down. Doc Gojun will soon become the guildmaster of one of the 5 great sects. However, he looked at the giant worms lying everywhere. Seeing this, even though he hasn't awakened yet, Gojun expanded on the issue. Didn't you two also take down a boss with your teammates? Or maybe you get a strong teammate in the middle of a battle or something like that? He clapped him on the shoulder. You awakened thanks to the sacrifice of a teammate. He thought to himself, I know he's a famous novelist, but he's a bit too delusional. Then all 3 of them looked in the same direction as a scream rang out. A panicked person came running towards them. Help me! A monster! A colossal worm was chasing after them. Colossal worm. Insect system. Level 1. A monster formed from many insects. It will be killed if all the other insects are defeated. It has the same eating habits as the giant worms. The person tripped and fell onto the pile of worms. The person's face was filled with terror. Sua watched in surprise. The person's blood started to flow. Gojun offered his speculation. Looks like that's the boss we have to beat in the prologue. Gangrim quickly stepped forward. She advised, You want to kill that thing? We have to run now. He launched a large flame forward, and the colossal worm was hit. Magic? I knew I could count on you. He looked at him. What do you think? Can we kill it? He answered bluntly. No, he stated firmly. Right now, there's no way we can kill that thing. Gangrim explained. Right now, I can only hold it back with fire, but before he could finish, it broke free from the flames and charged. He stood his ground and ordered the other two, Run. Then he ran after them, not forgetting to launch another attack to try and control it. He realized his attacks weren't effective. The other two ran ahead, he ran in the middle, and behind them was the colossal worm. An explosion went off right after he ran past. Sua called out anxiously, Seol Gangrim! She urged, Hurry, over here! Gojun grabbed her wrist and pulled her along. Don't stop, Shinsua. Ah, wait, let go of me, she demanded. Annoyed! The colossal worm crawled closer to him. He was stunned once again. Say gang. The colossal worm crawled towards Gangrim. The other two called out worriedly. Say gang. The call immediately drew its attention. He quickly got its attention. Where do you think you're looking? A blast of fire shot straight at it. You shouldn't take your eyes off me. He jumped out of the explosion, trying to figure out where this monster came from. I have to buy more time. The other two had already made it outside. Seol Gangrim, I'll never forget your sacrifice. Wait, let's go. He steeled himself. I can do this. I just have to hold on until the Fate Protection Agency arrives. Gangrim stumbled to the ground. I can't believe I only did a little bit of damage to it. Its wide-open mouth began to glow, which gave him an idea. That's right. What if I blind it? He shot fire straight into its mouth. The colossal worm trembled and collapsed, its bright red eyes flashing. It started approaching him again. I guess not. Now what? Suddenly, a long wooden plank flew straight at its head. Sua appeared, holding a bundle of wood. Run! He was surprised. Shinsua? Instantly, a swarm of giant worms charged at them. She struggled to block them with the wooden plank. Gangrim reminded her, hurry, use your woodleaf technique. She looked back and replied, I can't. I need plants around here. He suggested, I'm sure those pieces of wood will work too. That's when she realized. She placed the wooden planks on the ground. Sprout. She focused on unleashing even more power, and the plants shot out in unison towards the colossal worm. The two of them anxiously watched the result. Without waiting another second, she grabbed his hand. Hurry! Suddenly, Sua's eyes widened in shock. The giant worms weren't dead. They were even more aggressive, crawling along the branches towards them. She fell to the ground in fear. It's over. She blamed herself, tears falling. I came here to save Gangrim. Gangrim spoke up. Wood feeds fire, the system announced. The fates of Seol Gangrim and Shinsua are combining. She stopped crying. Shinsua's fate is giving life to Seol Gangrim's fate. He quickly shot fire at the branches, causing them to burst into flames. The system window appeared. Fire control power is advancing from insect level 3 to insect level 1. He panted, carefully observing everything. Our powers are based on the 8 pillars of destiny. The logic of the 8 pillars of destiny is applied in battle. He was sweating from exhaustion. He thought to himself, wood gives life to fire. The worms were incinerated. You have defeated the level 1 colossal worm. The system was constantly active, calculating achievements. Seeing this, Sua was overjoyed. We did it, she asked him anxiously. Seol Gangrim, are you okay? He forced a smile. Yeah, I'm fine. You have received an additional reward for defeating an opponent stronger than you. Then she helped him get out of there. This is the first floor. The exit is still safe. Anemia due to mana depletion. She grabbed the doorknob. We're finally getting out. As soon as the door opened, a gust of wind rushed in. The space behind the door was pitch black. Sua was completely bewildered. Where are we? A green light enveloped them. This building is definitely in the city center, though. Gangrim keenly noticed the totem pole in the lobby. I can't believe the first floor connects to this place. The statue radiated light and power. An artifact pillar. A third-tier dragon totem system. A totem pole containing an overwhelming and perfecting energy. It healed anyone who approached it and repelled any monsters that got near. The door also vanished, startling her. The door, she said, unsettled. What do we do? He replied calmly, we'll rest for now. At least there are no monsters here. Just then, Gojun appeared. How the hell are you guys still alive? The moment Sua saw him, she couldn't hide her anger. He rubbed his chin. How strange. The great hero Sua actually left my side. What's that supposed to mean? She snapped, pointing at him. Hero, my ass. You're a criminal, a villain who betrayed his friends. You did whatever it took just to save your own skin. Hearing that, he froze. What? He clutched his head, denying it. No, that can't be. It might be true, but I can't be the villain. Gangrim broke the tense atmosphere. He's even worse than before. Meanwhile, Sua and the others were completely bewildered. Where are we? There were just monsters a second ago. They stared in confusion as their wounds began to heal. Huh? My wound? Everyone scrambled to check their phones. No service. They're all dead. The situation descended into chaos. Is it safe here? Everyone was panicking. What's happening? No one had any idea what was going on. What in the world is going on? Suddenly, a person appeared on a platform and began to speak. It seems all the members from this sector are present. Then, she formally introduced herself. I am Anna Vihasha, from the Central Branch headquarters of the Fate Protection Agency. She scanned the crowd, her eyes glowing. From now on, I will be managing all of you here. The crowd murmured in confusion. What? The Fate Protection Agency? What's that? Everyone immediately started protesting. Managing us? What are you talking about? This is kidnapping. Let us go right now. What the hell is the meaning of this? But Gangrim was different. He already knew all of this. This is the real beginning. I was a failure in my past life. He clenched his fists. But this time will be different. I'll become as strong as I possibly can before I leave this place. Everyone was bewildered. What? What's the Fate Protection Agency? Anna Vahaja answered their question. Our job is to protect people from the coming disaster. But no one believed her. Manage us? What the hell are you talking about? This is no different from kidnapping. Let us go, now, they all shouted at her. What's the meaning of this? She ignored them and continued. The demon world will open in a few seconds, so we intervened. Those insects from before. You guys released them, didn't you? She continued. The director's prophetic ability. The room was in chaos. I'll sue you all. Let me go. Gojun gritted his teeth. Then, unable to take it anymore, he roared, Shut up, you stupid mob. Everyone immediately turned their attention to him. He scolded them. Can't you see this is a rare opportunity? Idiots like you will always just be background characters, Gangrim thought to himself. He's the same as ever. But he's right. He glanced at Gojun. Being chosen to come here is a privilege. Anavi sighed. I think it would be faster to just show you the current situation outside. Everyone, please calm down and sit. She snapped her fingers, and a screen lit up. On the screen was a live feed of Seoul. A horrific massacre was taking place outside. Gates to another dimension, the demon world, had opened all across the country. The image zoomed in on giant worms as monsters from the demon world poured out. The Fate Protection Agency foresaw this disaster. That's why, a few years ago, we, the ones you see fighting in masks, awakened our powers ahead of everyone else. We used all kinds of abilities to fight them and began preparing for this day. She spread her arms. However, in this chaotic world, we need more awakeners. We summoned you here because we believe your potential far surpasses that of other unawakened individuals. We will help you awaken and grow stronger under the agency's management. Anavi took out a talisman and burned it. If you wish, you may leave. But I ask that you first check what your abilities are before making your decision. You might just change your minds. The fate window appeared again. Seol Gangrim. Subclass, Insect Swarm, Tier 3. Attribute, Fire. Abilities, Fate Discovery, Fate Plunder, Firebird. Everyone was shocked. What is this? Is this my ability? What's a Tier 1 demon class? Only Gangrim was already familiar with this. He knew exactly what it meant. I'm sure this isn't Anavi's power. I want to use Fate Discovery on Vihasia, but she's wearing a mask. Anavi continued, You have now seen your abilities. You can think of them as supernatural powers, or even magic. She explained, Awakeners will use these abilities to hunt monsters. She went into detail and attack the demon world to eliminate the threat. But this is an extremely dangerous job. When you're on a mission, she stated coldly, you could die. Everyone looked at her in fear. The same goes for training. If you want to avoid danger and be protected, Anavi clarified, you must give up your abilities. Someone with no will to fight is not worthy of possessing such power. Then she clapped her hands. I will give you exactly 1 hour to think. You can rest on the second floor. We will provide a guidebook, which I recommend you read. After 1 hour, those who wish to stay must return to this spot. Those who do not wish to stay can leave through the emergency exit on the 3rd floor. But as I said, once you leave, you will never be able to see your fate window again. With that, Anavi turned and left. See you later. She glanced at her watch. It's time. I will assume that everyone who returns here has agreed to participate in the training. A door gradually opened. This is the first trial. Everyone turned towards the mysterious-looking gate. A maximum of 3 people can enter at the same time. If you complete the challenge and exit through this gate, the trial will be over. She explained the rules. Each room has a different mission to clear. You can check the requirements once you are inside. A diagram appeared, showing a figure defeating a monster. Exterminate the monster above. Anavi continued, There is no limit to how many times you can attempt the first trial, but if you leave without completing the mission, you will have to start over from the beginning. Then she took out a small box. This is an item box provided for everyone. Just take 1 box and head to the supply center. She explained, If you get injured, you can use a healing item or return to the waiting room to be healed by the totem pole. She added a careful reminder. We will require you to sign an agreement stating that the agency will not be held responsible in the event of your death. Of course, we will do our best to support you to prevent the worst-case scenario from happening. Then she bowed her head. Good luck. The room fell silent. One person bravely raised their hand. That person spoke up. Does anyone want to team up with me? My ability is a Tier 1 demon class. Gangrim watched in silence. Anyone want to join? He simply walked away from the crowd. My subclass is, he thought. Just like a job fair, he thought. Sua called out to him, Mr. Seol Gang. She ran after him, back at the building. Thank you. She scratched her head awkwardly. You don't have a team yet, right? Me neither. Sua held out her hand. Do you want to go together? He just stared at her, frozen. Mr. Seol Gangrim? He just kept staring, and she grew flustered. Gangrim pressed his lips together, his hand trembling. Thank you. That terrifying memory came flooding back. The memory that everyone else could only survive if he died. He clutched his head in despair. It was all my fault. Sua asked with concern. Are you feeling okay? He covered his face, pushing her away slightly. I'm fine. With that, he turned away decisively. I refuse. He glanced back at her one last time, deliberately adding, I'm more comfortable going alone. She looked sad when she heard that. Ah, I see. I just thought we worked pretty well together. Mr. Seol Gangrim, he reassured her. Sua, you'll coordinate well with anyone. She seemed to gain some confidence from his words. She called out loudly, Mr. Seol Gangrim, even if we can't hunt together, I hope we can still look out for each other. Without turning back, he walked away coldly. Yeah. A sign was placed in a corner, listing the contents. Training sword, HP recovery potion, mana recovery potion. Gangrim slowly opened the provided item box. His equipment appeared instantly. A training grade sword, a tier 1 insect class, 2 HP recovery potions, 2 mana recovery potions. He straps the sword to his hip. It's hard to gather items in the beginning, so being an intern isn't so bad, huh? HP recovery potions are expensive, but they keep giving them to the interns. Gojun waves him over. Seol Gangrim, wait up. He grins brightly. You shouldn't just leave your one and only companion behind, should you? You flustered. This didn't happen in my past life. I'll just pretend I didn't hear him. He runs up and claps him on the shoulder. Seol Gangrim, wait, he replies. What is it? He suggests. If things keep going like this, the two of us will be the main characters of this story. So let's clear the first stage together. Gangrim shakes his head firmly. I prefer to go alone, he asserts. Don't worry, I'm not like those side characters who just drag you down. He confidently slicks back his hair. I'm strong. I'm the main character. Main character, supporting character, and background character. Gojun categorizes people as if they're characters in a novel. The main character, huh? In my past life, he treated me like some insignificant background character. I think he's mistaken me for someone strong. He strokes his chin, thinking carefully. Having a strong companion is pretty convenient. Shinua is strong, but if she's near me, she'll run into bad luck, so I don't want her to come along. What about Gojun then? He gets lost in thought. It wouldn't be a problem if something happened to Gojun, would it? Gojun speaks up. What are you thinking about? Changed your mind yet? He replies, fine, let's go together. He's surprised. Really? Then he runs back to where he was to get his box. Wait a sec, I'm gonna go get my supply box. Gojun snatches the box from the mascot's hands. This is the supply box? I'd love to chat more with a mascot like you, but we'll talk later. Dua glares at him with an annoyed expression. Why are you looking at me like that? He says sarcastically. Is it because you're not a main character? She just stays silent, and he leaves excitedly. Seol Gangrim, I got it, let's go. The door glows. I can feel the presence of death. I can feel the presence of the metal demons. The two of them push the door open and step inside. Seol Gangrim and Gojun have entered. You have entered the underworld Blade Mountain. The rules are announced. All rooms are connected by 4 corridors. There will be monsters, traps, and safe zones in each room and corridor. Find the exit and leave. System announces the first stage. The pain of the underworld begins. Gangrim repeats, so the mission is to find the exit. Gojun is excited. Awesome, let's get started. He looks around. I wonder if the layout is the same as in my past life. This way. He's curious. Monsters and traps, huh? I wonder what'll pop out. He's completely oblivious to his surroundings. I'm looking forward to it. A blade shoots straight up, knocking him over. Gojun isn't scared at all. In fact, he seems a little thrilled. So this is a trap? Nothing new. He grins from ear to ear. But I like the classics. He pushes himself up. Hey, Seol Gangrim, let's go. Torches are lit along the walls. He praises, are there no more traps now? Looks like you're pretty lucky, Seol Gangrim. He immediately denies it. No, I'm very unlucky, the two discuss. Huh? I think I heard something. You've already distributed your experience points, right? Yeah, I did it while reading the guide. A large group of demons is gathered up ahead. Bone demons. Tier 3 insect class. A monster made of human bones. It thirsts for human flesh, has poor hearing, and is sensitive to light. Gojun gets ready to fight. They look stronger than insects. After some training, we'll probably be even stronger. He looks back. There are a lot of them, but if we work together, Gangrim hurls fire in their direction, and a bone demon is instantly incinerated. The others all turn to look at them. Then they leave in a single file line. The entrance is pretty small. If they gather here, they'll have no way out. He exclaims, Seol Gangrim, you're a real smart type character, aren't you? He draws his sword. If you keep spouting nonsense like that, just go back. The two of them begin to fight the bone demons. Gangrim stabs his blade deep into the wall. He uses it as a foothold to kick a bone demon straight in the head. Gojun charges forward arrogantly. I can't let you take the lead. The two of them work together to wipe them out. He happily raises his sword. That was a great fight. After a while, all the bone demons have been defeated. Seol Gangrim. Every room we go to has monsters, he complains. This is getting more and more boring. I think we've killed over 100 of them, he asks. Are you tired? He sheathes his sword. Not really. These monsters aren't that strong. I learned how to sword fight just in case I suddenly got transported to another world or into a book. He wonders, hey, Seol Gangrim, honestly, ever since I first saw you, there's been one thing I've been curious about. He looks at him coldly. What is it? He leans in close to his ear and whispers, you're probably a regressor, a reincarnator, a transmigrator, or something like that. Having been hit right on the mark, Gangrim freezes. He warns, "If you keep spouting nonsense, go play somewhere else." He grins. "I guess I was right, huh?" He pushes him by the back. "Stop wasting time and let's go. You go first." He continues to tease him deliberately. "I'm not kidding. You know you're pretty unique, right?" Gojun continues. "You're always weirdly calm. You adapt incredibly fast, and you're not scared of monsters at all." He avoids his gaze and makes up an excuse. "When I was a kid, I used to see ghosts, so I'm used to it." He replies, "Huh? Really? Now I'm really curious about your past." He suggests, "Tell me about it." But before he can finish, he gets shoved forward hard. The floor gives way, and Gangrim falls through with the momentum. He's startled. "Seol Gangrim!" He warns him seriously. "Run." Gojun quickly runs outside. He looks back at the chaos inside. He seems worried, Seol Gangrim, but then he turns away coldly. He wasn't the main character, and with that, he leaves. I like stories with regression plots. This doesn't seem too unlucky. What's going to happen to the story now? Elsewhere, Gangrim falls into a mysterious place. He carefully draws his sword in defense and stabs it into the wall. Thanks to that, he lands safely. System announces, "You have entered a secret area." The corner of his mouth curls up. Warning. Monsters in the secret area are stronger than those in the normal area. Gangrim looks around. Every path has traps or monsters you must face. The path to the normal area has been activated. Once you return, the secret path will be sealed. He bravely steps forward. You can request to be rescued. Do you want to give up and return? Time until rescue request, 2 minutes and 58 seconds. As if I'd ever give up like that. A group of bone demons is gathered in one place. I might get more stats than I expected. He creates a flame. Well, I'm grateful for tagging along with Doc Gojun and getting into all these monster-filled rooms. I need a chance to grow on my own. With Shinua, it would probably be a different story. Then he raises his hand, focusing his aim on them. The horde of bone demons charges forward at once. Gangrim takes them down one by one. Your stats have increased by 10 points. Your stats have increased by 10 points. The bones of the demons lie scattered everywhere. Your strength has increased to tier 4 after using stat points. They have been completely wiped out by him. Your strength has increased to tier 5 after using stat points. He walks past the spot, sword in hand. Things are easier now that I've raised my stats from the start. I can't believe I got this many stat points. System update. Seol Gangrim. Strength, tier 5. Stamina, tier 4. Agility, tier 4. Perception, tier 4. Magic, tier 3. He strokes his chin. I wonder how strong they'll get. Regardless of stats, everyone starts at tier 1. Gangrim thinks carefully. The difference between each tier is the amount of time and effort needed to reach the next one. Cute illustrations appear. Even if you receive the same amount of experience, the growth rate will be higher if you are in a better subclass. He continues his train of thought. Someone with a god-tier subclass like Doc Gojun will grow much stronger at a faster rate. Since I dragged him around with me, he's definitely gotten a lot stronger than before. Didn't it take me 3 whole days in my past life? Congratulations. You are the first to clear the Underworld Blade Mountain. Gangrim looks for something. This time, I'm the first one to get the first clear reward. Oh, there it is. He slowly reaches out his hand. To do this, he crosses his arms and tells himself, I'll need to finish everything by the end of today. Before him was a deep, dark tunnel. Looked like it was time to face the boss. He looked up, taking it all in. You could tell this place was different from the rest of the area. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. It felt like I was really in the hell of knives now. Gangrim created a flame to light the way, red and blue light twisting around his blades. 2 monsters appeared, the general couple of the Hell of Knives, rank 3. To humanity, they were also rank 3. These monsters were masters of the sword, moving as if they were one. Unless both were killed at the same time, they would just keep regenerating. He hid behind the door. The general couple. I know about them, but seeing them up close like this, it's completely different. He couldn't stop his body from trembling. Damn it, stop shaking. The general couple spotted him, but by then, he was ready. I can take them down if I stick to the plan. One of them thrust its sword at him. Gangrim parried without missing a beat. It roared in pain. Gangrim took the chance to run. I knew they'd come after me first. At the very least, I have to draw their attention. He glanced back to watch its movements. Since their attribute is metal, it looks like fire-based attacks will work well. He had calculated it carefully. That should buy me some time. Blood spurted from the general, and the other one chopped its head off. The system window appeared, explaining the phenomenon. Unless destroyed simultaneously, they will continue to regenerate. He was surprised, them killing each other to recover. That was unexpected. Gangrim gripped the hilt of his sword. A direct fight is pointless. Your speed has increased to level 7 after using a stat point. Multiple blades appeared, slashing his arms and cheeks. He pushed himself to keep running. I'm almost there. Suddenly, he stepped on the bone of a skeletal demon, slipping and falling. The 2 of them appeared before him. He managed to launch 2 waves of fire at them. The one that was attacked earlier used the same method to save its partner. They chased him frantically. The general couple is regenerating. Gangrim rejoiced internally. Perfect. I can hear the wind. He sped up, and it kept chasing him. The system updated relentlessly. The young general is regenerating. The old 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 general is regenerating. The general bared its terrifying fangs. The system continued. Your strength has increased to level 7. After using the stat point, he kicked it squarely, then jumped up and slammed it down, making it drop its sword. He commanded, "Get in there," and just like that, it was defeated. Lines of text appeared in the system window. Rank 3 classification, the general couple has been defeated. Your reward is being calculated. Gangrim exhaustedly plopped down on the ground. You have received additional stat points for defeating an enemy stronger than you. He raised a hand to wipe away his sweat. All I had to do was get past the boss, and I've cleared the stage. But before that, he was certain there was one thing he had to confirm. An idea struck him. If a monster's fate is to take a human's form, then shouldn't I just steal it? He knelt on one knee. The ability Fate Steal has been activated. There are currently 2 corpses within activation range. Gangrim grinned happily. I knew it. Just like monsters, a human like me can steal fate too. Memories of his past life flooded back. In the past, the reason I didn't use Fate Steal before meeting Bakeyang was because I didn't want to, or to be blunt, I just couldn't. The Fate Steal ability has been cancelled due to insufficient mana. Doyun rubbed the back of his neck. Are you sure you can't do it? I've only been dead for 3 hours. He was helpless. I'm sorry. There was a restriction. The longer the target has been dead, the more mana it costs. With my pathetic magic level, your comrade's death was replayed right in front of me. Otherwise, I couldn't have even activated the skill. Gangrim was deeply conflicted. That's when I asked myself, should I steal the fate of humans, just like monsters do? He continued his train of thought, but back then, I couldn't even withstand the powerful aura from the demon world. He looked disappointed. I never got a chance to try. He slowly drew his sword. You have stolen a portion of the opponent's power. You have stolen the Weaken ability, the Steadfast ability, Demon class, rank 3. Skill is activated when the sword leaves its sheath. When using this sword, the swordsman can improve their rank by a minimal degree. Gangrim swung the sword a few times. Let's see. He excitedly touched the blade. It felt like the sword was glowing. The system turned bright red. Warning, you have received a large amount of karma points, he thought to himself. This is fine. Instead of stealing from humans, the karma points I get from their fate will be reduced to a minimum. He clenched his fist. More importantly, it was a worthy result. He once again stepped into that hallway full of blades. When a person accumulates too much karmic debt, they cross a boundary into what people call the Sea of Suffering. Gangrim touched the wall in front of him. I wonder how much more I have to go before I cross that line. He officially left the area. First gate, Hell of Knives, has been completed for the first time. Target, Seol Gangrim, sole person. Everyone who saw him was stunned. It's been cleared. The atmosphere instantly became chaotic. He cleared it by himself? A familiar voice called out. Seol Gangrim. The name made him turn pale. Gojun was excited. He ran over with his arms wide open. I knew you could do it. That's why you're my ally. He went to hug him but missed. You're even faster than last time, huh? He crossed his arms in protest. I'm not your ally. Don't trust me. A Navi stepped forward. Mr. Seol Gang, she asked politely. Congratulations on being the first to complete this stage. Would you mind sparing a moment? At the training facility, in Seol Gangrim's private room, Gangrim happily admired his loot. It seemed the reward for completing the first round was given by a Navi, an item storage pouch, used to store items. With no weight or volume limit, he attached the pouch to his hip. It's really hard to get an item storage pouch. I can't pass up this chance. He took out a card and entered the password into his phone. When I thought about its owner, I didn't want to attract the attention of the Fate Protection Force. Another extra reward. The news was buzzing. A massive 5.8 magnitude earthquake has shaken the entire country. The strongest earthquake since 2017. The damage is immense. Casualties are countless and rising due to aftershocks. They concluded that the number of casualties is still increasing. Gangrim wondered. No response from the Fate Protection Force? The comment section was also buzzing. I heard something really weird before the earthquake. Something about stats? Anyone else? Me too. In the video, it looks like the Protection Force is teaching us something. Link, please. A video? A girl appeared on the screen. Captain of the Fate Protection Force's 1st Division, Seol Moon Ionu, with an announcement from the Fate Protection Force. She smiled gently. To protect ordinary people, we at the Protection Force have been and will continue to do our best. He used his ability again. The Fate Steal ability has been activated. He received a report. The target's fate is being protected. Gangrim clicked his tongue in annoyance. Looks like they have an item to protect it. The sound from the phone continued steadily. These activities will continue. Don't worry too much. We, the Fate Protection Force, will protect your future. The corner of her mouth curled up. Trust the Fate Protection Force. He lay on his bed, thinking, trust the Fate Protection Force. They say he fell into deep thought. The Fate Protection Agency is an organization that gathers the strongest awakened ones. All members of this force hide their faces behind masks. A familiar figure from his past life appeared. He speculated, if that woman is a member of the association. His expression darkened. It would explain why I can't assess her power. Gangrim clutched his head. I can't say anything right now. Gongdu slammed a stack of documents on the table. Is this how you do your job? He scolded them angrily. Didn't you tell me this stage would take at least a week to complete? Gongdu, captain of the 2nd Division of the Fate Protection Association Alliance. Everyone bowed their heads in silence. But what about now? In one day, they even cleared the secret area. And you people told me their fate level and skills were only 3-star insect level? He pointed directly at Du Sung Tae. He flinched. Yes, he ordered, handle it. He was furious. He wrote a notice and then cleared away the traps Seol Gangrim had set. The rest of you, get ready to clear out the remaining monsters. The meeting is over. Dismissed. Everyone put their masks back on. Understood. Juntae rubbed his forehead, helpless. He sat alone in the dark room. He wondered how he'd managed to lure the monsters into the trap. His face darkened. That guy cleared the 2nd gate in a single day? He typed furiously on the keyboard. Juntae couldn't hide his fear. What if the higher-ups found out that the one clearing the gates was just some insect class? Impossible. At the cafe in training facility number 1, Gojun asked Seol Gangrim, are you planning on going to room number 2 today? He started the conversation cheerfully. Do you remember our bet? Their previous conversation flashed in his mind. Don't you trust my skills? Let's see who clears room number 2 first, he teased. If you don't try, I might just clear room number 2 before you, Gangrim replied coldly. I'll do things my way, so you do whatever you want. And another thing, I'm not your ally until you beat me. Get lost, he said jokingly. No way. I actually want to get closer to you. Just then, Sua's group walked by. Thanks to you, I'm alive, she said humbly. No, it was all thanks to you blocking that attack. Someone in the group suggested, I think we should go in next time. Seeing that, he felt relieved. Looks like Sua is still doing well, huh? Gojun noticed her too. I hate people who are too nice. Seo Gang. He threw a piece of cake at his head. Piss off. The group of girls continued to chat and laugh happily. Let's go eat together. Totally. He overheard their entire conversation. Wow, your hands are so small. So cute. Really? I don't. Gangrim grimaced and turned away. Gunnam held out his hand. Want to compare them to mine? Looks like I'll have to put up with this again, he beamed. See? They're small. The girl was surprised. Wow, you're right. He started a new topic. Actually, I can read palms. The girl next to her chimed in. He read mine last time, and he was spot on. Sua focused on the hot cup in her hands. Ignoring them, Gunnam called out to her directly. Come on, Sua, let me see your hand. She politely refused. I'm good, thanks. He still deliberately leaned forward, touching her hand. Come on, you don't get a chance like this every day. I might change my mind next time. Come on, Sua, I'm serious. She pulled her hand back. Just then, Gangrim's hand slammed down on the table. She looked at him, astonished. He was extremely annoyed at being interrupted, but he quickly put his smile back on. Gunnam said sarcastically, Seol Gangrim, do you want me to read your palm? He answered flatly. No. He reached his hand toward Sua. I need to talk to you. He pointed behind him. Okay? She was dazed for a moment. Then she agreed. Yes, of course. Gangrim and Sua left together. I want to talk somewhere more private. All right. Suddenly, 2 people approached them. Seol Gangrim. Hey, they smiled brightly. Thanks for sharing the Wi-Fi. A piece of paper with the network password was taped to the wall. After I managed to clear the underworld Blade Mountain room by myself and shared the Wi-Fi, one of the rewards. He looked at them thoughtfully. People have become friendly towards me. Come with us next time. But this kind of friendliness. His expression darkened. I'm not used to it. Memories of his past life surfaced in his mind. Before my regression, it was around this time that everyone started avoiding and shunning me. If Seol Gangrim is there, I'm not going. If you say so. He timidly bowed his head. I'll leave so I don't bother anyone. Is it because my class is too low? Gangrim separated himself from the crowd as Gunnam was the only one smiling at him. Gangrim, can you go alone today? He replied. Yes. He remembered that, even back then, Joan Gunnam treated him differently. He patted his shoulder. If there was an open spot in the group, I would have let you join. Be careful. He gave a wry smile. It's fine. The 2 of them were very close back then, even after I knew about his ability. Awesome. High five. A strange light emanated from his hand. He looked slyly at the fate window. I never would have guessed. One day, Gangrim was walking down the hall and overheard a conversation. I almost died going to the demon world with Seo Gang. Is something up with Gangrim? His ability is to steal skills from the dead. They spread malicious rumors about him. You mean he plans to kill someone and steal their skills? Yeah, that's right. You should be careful too. He pressed his lips together, not daring to show himself. Are you kidding me? Then he stormed into Gunnam's room. You promised you wouldn't tell anyone. He played dumb. What? I don't know what you're talking about. He accused him. You told everyone about my ability. He replied shamelessly. Do you have any proof? Gangrim was stunned. What? It was obviously you bastard. He smirked. You don't, do you? Palm reading. A Tier 3 demonic class. You must compare your palm with the targets to check their fate window. He tilted his head. You're the only one who knows my ability. Back to the present. Because Joan Gunnam has that ability, you should keep your distance from him. Don't let him see your palm or touch your hand. After hearing everything, Sua sighed. So that's why he kept. He quickly turned to leave. Anyway, I just wanted to warn you. I'm leaving now. She reached out and called his name. Seol Gangrim. She told him, I've also completed the Underworld Blade Mountain Room Challenge. She placed a hand on her chest and proposed, Do you want to go to the second room with me? Gangrim shook his head. It's still too difficult for you, Sua. She was flustered. Why is it too difficult for me? He avoided her gaze. Right now, you lack combat experience. Sua froze when she heard that. She tried to argue, I don't think I'm that weak. He continued, but your abilities will be weaker in the next room because it has a fire attribute. He explained thoroughly. The golden energy will counter Shin Sua's wood fate. That room won't be suitable for you because the metal element energy counters your wood element. The wood leaf technique won't be useful this time. With that, Gangrim turned away. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. She rubbed her chin thoughtfully. The second room is clearly disadvantageous for me. He grabbed the doorknob. You understand, right? She replied. Yeah, to some extent. Sua gently touched his shoulder. Seol Gangrim. His pace quickened. He walked away alone, filled with sadness. Why? He pursed his lips, thinking, even after I said all that, she just smiled brightly. Thanks for the advice. She pushed the door open to go inside. Sua remembered what he'd said before. I prefer to be alone. She wondered why he had refused her but was going with Gojun. She guessed, I guess he's trying to keep a distance between us. Something felt off, but he did call me out to tell me about Joan Gunnam's ability. Sua pondered. He could have used another reason to refuse to team up with me. She watched his back through the glass. But why would he be so honest about it? Could it be that he's worried about me? A voice called out, Seol Gangrim. Gunnam was leaning against the wall. Are you planning to go to the second room with Sua? Gangrim put his hands in his pockets. No, I'm going alone. Then he just walked up the stairs. I have to deal with this bastard before he screws me over. He suggested, wait, do you want to team up with me? He tried to persuade him. It'll be more beneficial for you since I'm a higher class. I'm a dragon class. He radiated killing intent. Lies. What is your ability? The Destiny Discovery ability has been activated. He made up some nonsense to show him. Water bomb. I can shoot powerful water bullets. But he already had a complete grasp of his fate window. Shun Gunnam, a Tier 1 human class with the water attribute. He cut him off. All right, Gangrim accepted. Let's go. We can go now. He seemed surprised. Really? He smiled brightly. I'll get ready and be right down. He quietly glanced back at him. He thought to himself, good thing he approached me first. At the second training area, the Inferno room, the door flashed. Clear condition. Find the ice crystal and return to the main hall. Time limit. None. The system panel appeared. Confirming entry for Seol Gangrim and Jeon Gunnam. Gunnam was surprised by the surrounding scenery. He remarked, it doesn't look much like hell. The system announced, you have entered the Inferno room. The surroundings were ablaze with fiery colors. He spoke confidently. I didn't expect you to accept my offer so easily. I guess it's because my water attribute is good for this room. They both moved forward. Anyway, did you see the clear condition? One of them wondered. Is there ice in a place like this? Gunnam muttered. He created a ball of water. It's way too hot in here. How the hell? Gangrim's eyes sharpened. But since I'm with you, we'll find it soon, right? He raised his sword, staring at him. Gunnam flinched and whipped around as a system window appeared. Ability activated. Unsheath. Blood immediately splattered as a fire frog was sliced in two before his horrified eyes. He said slowly, I didn't expect to run into monsters right from the start. He interrupted. They're coming. He was surprised. Huh? What? Then a swarm of fire frogs advanced towards them. They aggressively stuck out their tongues, leaping as if hunting prey. Fire frog, third-class insect type. A monster born during the hottest spring. Although their attack power is weak, they move in swarms. They bite creatures that aren't as hot as they are. Gunnam scoffed. These frogs are a piece of cake, right? He shot out several jets of water, piercing through the bodies of a few frogs, taking them down one by one. Seeing this, he grew smug. Nice. My powers are pretty effective here. He turned to Gangrim and said, it'll be even easier once we find the ice crystal. He replied, it has to be. He was still very calm. I already know where it is. We don't need to rush. What should I do with this guy? He was surprised to see him smile. Huh? Is he smiling? Gunnam crossed his arms, speculating to himself. Is he thinking that teaming up with me for this stage was a good choice? The fire frogs piled on top of each other. He wearily held his head. Is this what people call mana depletion? There are way more monsters here than in the Underworld Blade Mountain room. Gangrim kept fighting while he collapsed to the ground. I have no other choice. I'll have to fight with my sword. With that thought, he drew his sword. A fire frog lunged at him. It pinned him down, and he screamed his head off. "So hot! Get away from me! Seol Gangrim! Seol Gangrim!" He struggled. "Why are you just standing there watching me?" He let out a helpless sigh. Then Gangrim helped him kill the fire frog. "Go back if you can't continue," he stated. "I can clear this on my own." Gunnam sat up. I'll be fine. I just need to rest for a bit." He coldly turned his back. "Fine." He angrily gritted his teeth. "Arrogant bastard. You think you're all that just because you can clear out the monsters here?" He slowly got to his feet. "I teamed up with him to see his class and abilities in combat, but I can't check him with my own ability because his hands are bandaged." He was so curious. Even trying to judge from the abilities he's shown isn't enough. It seems like he's hiding something. His eyes narrowed. "I'll have to check him out more carefully. There has to be a moment when he lets his guard down. I'll aim for that moment." Gunnam plopped down on a nearby rock, but the rock suddenly had two glowing eyes. He was attacked unexpectedly. Falling backward, the monster gradually revealed itself. "Seol Gangrim!" Gunnam jumped in fright. Gangrim saved his life yet again. He couldn't help but be shocked. "There are other monsters besides the frogs? I let my guard down because I was lost in thought." He called out, "Gunnam." He flinched and looked up. "Yeah?" He glanced at him. "I've saved you twice now." He delivered another thrust to finish off the monster. "These things are hard to kill, so let's get moving before more of them show up." "What?" He forced a smile. "Is he deliberately reminding me that he saved my ass?" "Fine." Gunnam clenched a fistful of dirt. "Don't think you're so great, you bastard." He frowned in annoyance. "Once my mana recovers, I can take down these monsters easily." Gangrim suddenly looked back. "Did you want to say something?" He put on a fake smile. "Thanks for helping me, Seol Gangrim." Scene change. Gunnam pointed towards an orb. "There's something over there, right?" He quickly spotted it. He got excited. "Is that the ice crystal?" The orb sparkled brightly. He beamed. "It really is. We just have to bring it back to the lobby to clear this stage, right?" He calculated in his head. "Are we the only ones here? Then I guess we're the first to complete this trial." But then a thought struck him. "No. When I get back to the training center, is everyone going to think I only cleared this trial because I was with Seol Gangrim?" Gangrim was about to say something. Gunnam, but he had already dashed off. He ran headfirst towards it. If there's only one ice crystal, then the first person to get it will be the first to complete this room's trial. He thought victory was already in his grasp. Gunnam thought about all the rewards. He was lost in his own thoughts. Honor, respect, and admiration. He reached out for it. "It'll all be mine." He was just about to touch the orb. "I'm the first one to complete the trial." But as soon as he grabbed it, the orb went limp. He was stunned. A sponge. Fire frog egg sac, third-class insect type. A sac containing countless fire frog eggs. Fire frogs are always nearby. Immediately, tons of fire frogs emerged. They swarmed him, pushing him until he lost his balance and fell. He screamed in panic. "Seol Gangrim!" He looked down at him coldly. "That's what you get for trying to backstab me." Gunnam cursed endlessly. "Save me! Hey, Seol Gangrim! Seol Gangrim! This piece of trash! Stop it!" The scene shifts to inside the Hellfire Room in the Crystal Vault. Gangrim happily picked up a chunk of ice. Ice crystal, first-grade demonic system. A crystal made of ice. Possessing it increases the water element. He sat on the ground and opened the shop window. A system panel appeared. The condition to open the shop was to possess a spirit jewel. At first, I didn't even know the shop or spirit jewels existed. He recalled the battle with the giant worm before. He had sliced its body in two. After that, he had collected a few jewels. But this time, I was able to open the shop because I managed to get a few spirit jewels before coming here. Gangrim clicked on a box on the screen. "You have purchased the item, Wish Chest." He immediately obtained an item. I had to trade in my achievement stats because I didn't have enough money. Wish Chest, first-grade demonic system. If you place an item inside and make a wish, you will receive your desired item. However, if your offering is insufficient, you will receive nothing. He opened the lid and placed the chunk of ice inside. What a ridiculous name. In the end, they just want you to put in something precious and expensive. He closed his eyes and clasped his hands. The ice crystal is a third-grade demonic item. He thought to himself, "What I want is a higher-grade demonic item. You are praying." A stream of light shot out. There's a bit of a difference, but they're both from the demonic system, so there's still a chance. Gangrim stared at it in amazement. An item was produced, much to his disappointment. "You have received a third-grade insect system item. Insect honey." He casually shattered a few more chunks of ice. Then he just started collecting them. If he couldn't get quality, he'd go for quantity. "With this much ice, there's no way I won't get a hit. I'll keep trying until I get what I want." A tooth was spat onto the ground. Gunnam was severely burned. "Seol Gangrim, you piece of trash." He dragged his battered body along. "You think you can just leave me here alone and get away with it? Once I find you," he muttered to himself, "I'm going to shove this sword right in that bastard's face." A glowing object caught his attention. "Huh? What's that? An egg?" His eyes widened. "No, that's a door opening." Gunnam then excitedly carried the fire frog and walked through the door. The second door led out. The Hellfire room has been completed. I did it. I'm the first one to clear the stage. Contestant, Gunnam. Everyone was incredibly impressed. Gunnam, you already cleared the stage. Amazing. And in just one day, he grinned from ear to ear. Yes, this is it. This is the reaction I was waiting for. With this, I'm way better than that idiot Seol Gangrim. He approached him, radiating killing intent. Seol Gangrim. So you were here, he said accusingly. How could you just run off on your own? I was waiting for you for a long time. He was flustered. About that. His face turned cold. About you leaving me behind. And Navi appeared, cutting him off. Joe Gunnam, the first to complete the Hellfire room. Gunnam smiled and waved. Yes, that's me. He held out his hand. I'll forgive you. Just this once. We should shake on it to make up, right? Gangrim already knew his intentions, but he still agreed to shake his hand, activating his ability, palm reading. He gripped his hand tightly. Don't be so scared. Reading opponent's fate, Seol Gangrim. Gunnam was thrilled when he received his fate window. Becoming the first to clear the stage and seeing this bastard's pathetic face really makes me feel better. Seol Gangrim, Level 3 Insect System. Fire Element, Pyrokinesis. Level 3 Insect System. Shed Exoskeleton. Level 1 Human System. After reading it, he whipped his head around in surprise. He's a Level 3 Insect System. I thought he was human. He scowled in frustration. I had to go through all that just to team up with some Insect System guy. Gangrim watched him uneasily, but then his expression relaxed. He placed a hand on his chest. Good thing I used this in time. A talisman appeared. Level 1 Ghost System Amulet. Protects a portion of the destiny in the fate window, making it unreadable to others. He recalled how he couldn't get many other items because he didn't have much crystal ice left after unlocking this talisman. But it seems he found one of the crystal ice shards I placed inside the fire frogs. Gunnam introduced himself warmly. I'm a water system user, and I have abilities. Anna V got straight to the point. Can you tell me how you found the crystal ice? Gojun was extremely curious. Even Seol Gangrim came out looking exhausted, yet this guy finished that room's challenge in a single day. After getting the information she needed, she left. Thanks for your cooperation. He smiled brightly. Of course, he called out to Gunnam. He praised him. You're amazing. He glanced back at Gojun. He's a level 3 god system. He clicked his tongue. I tried that room a few days ago but kept failing. And Seol Gangrim seems weaker than I thought. Hearing this, Gunnam chimed in. He's a level 3 insect system. Of course, he's weak. He was astonished. Really? Gunnam added. He ran off on his own just because of a bunch of monsters. His face lit up with delight. Then you're more of a main character than he is. Hearing the flattery, Gunnam became arrogant. Well, you're not wrong. The other man continued. Right? Should we talk more about this? Gangrim seemed pleased. The fates of Doc Gojun and John Gunnam were now intertwined. He left quietly. Doc Gojun won't be paying attention to me for a while. The worst possible combination of fates. Dark energy is seeping into John Gunnam's destiny. He had calculated this beforehand. He'll take care of John Gunnam for me too. Everything is going even better than expected. Scene changed to a gloomy room where Team COA is holding an emergency meeting. Gidu asked Anavai, is Gunnam about to become a ghost system? Anavai shook her head. No, he's still a human system. He continued to investigate. Was anyone with him? She quickly replied. It was the trainee, Gangrim. He was startled. So, it was him. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, he was with that guy. But John Gunnam was the one who completed the challenge first. That's strange. She tilted her head and recounted. Yes, but trainee John Gunnam said a few things were rather odd. He said he defeated the fire frogs and discovered one of them had swallowed a crystal ice shard. He grew suspicious. But aren't monsters supposed to be unable to get near the crystal cave? We erected a magic barrier there. She replied, I just checked again. The scene from the second gate appeared on the screen. The magic barrier was gone. The monsters had also eaten all the crystal ice. Hearing this, Ji-do began to tremble with anger. He yelled, Du Sung Tae, what kind of work is this? The man tried to justify himself. No, I checked it multiple times. I'm sure there wasn't a problem. He explained awkwardly. Besides, they passed the gate faster than expected, which proves we have promising trainees. He slammed his hand on the table, his expression darkening. Du Sung Tae, do you dare take responsibility for that statement? He frowned. Do you dare say your plan had no flaws? And with so many promising trainees, do you think they can reach the 3rd floor? The man was rendered speechless. He couldn't say anything to this and lowered his head. Will you take responsibility if they all die? Gidu's tone was dead serious. From the 3rd gate onward is the true demon world. They will all die if they go in there without proper preparation. He made a decision. We have to train them to be even stronger than they are now, he concluded, observing Seol Gangrim more closely. The scene shifts to Gangrim, standing bewildered before a door. It was covered in talismans and sealed tight. I can't get in. A glowing red system window appeared. We will be postponing the opening of the 3rd gate. The date is yet to be determined. An announcement will be made as soon as the details are finalized. Team COA is organizing a Destiny Protection event. The story goes back a few days. Gangrim turned his head as he overheard two people talking. Are you sure the method John Gunnam told us for clearing the gate is correct? I'm going to become an expert at dissecting frogs soon. What if he was lying to us? The blonde-haired guy asserted, no way. What would he gain from lying? The other one was skeptical. But it's too weird. The people who managed to pass the challenge aren't even close to John Gunnam. Hearing that, the other guy remembered. Huh? That's right. Before, Doc Gojun and Seol Gangrim cleared the gate much slower than him, even though they were in the same group. The other guy added, and after that, they stopped going around together. The blonde guy looked up. Then I guess we should just test it out first. Hearing this, Gangrim could only give a wry smile. I guess he's been spreading misinformation everywhere. Doc Gojun has definitely abandoned him. I could have killed two birds with one stone if they had stayed together. A glowing red system window materialized in front of him. He read the assembly notice carefully. All personnel, please gather in the main hall at 1800 hours this evening. Anavai, it's time. Anavai stood before the sealed door. I have summoned everyone here to make an announcement regarding the third gate. She held out her hand. First, starting from now. The talismans were immediately removed. You are permitted to enter the third gate. Everyone grew excited at this. She continued, from the third gate onward, you will truly be stepping into the demon world. It will no longer be a training ground set up by the protection agency like before. She concluded, therefore, from now on, you will all clear the gates together. Fate. Anavai clarified, in the true demon world, the environment will be much harsher, and you will have to face a series of stronger, more formidable monsters. She went on, the gods will be watching your slaughter in the demon world. She took out a phone. When you hear a god's voice, do not respond immediately. Check the latest updates in the guide window first. Everyone immediately opened their guide windows to see what had changed. She explained, we have added countermeasures for various situations in the demon world. We suggest you read it carefully before entering the gate. Anavai politely clasped her hands. That is all the advice we have for you. She frowned. Please. Everyone looked at her in fear. Don't die. One person couldn't help but start trembling. Did she just tell us not to die? People started whispering amongst themselves. If there's no limit on the number of members in a group, we should gather as many people as possible. We should read the guide first. Suddenly, a young girl jumped out from behind Gangrim. Hi! He was startled and turned around. Hello! The two sisters immediately clung to him. You can tell us apart? That's no fun at all. Other people always get us confused. He looked at the two of them affectionately. How can I tell them apart? Ah, in my past life, you two and Shinsua were the only ones who would talk to me when Gunnam was spreading false rumors about me everywhere. He smiled. Besides, even though you're twins, your fates are still different. Yunbom suggested. People would be able to tell us apart easily if you'd just cut your hair. Yunjian refused adamantly. It's my hair. My decision. He once again used his ability. Activating power. Discovering Yunbom's destiny. Class, Dragon, Tier 1. Attribute, Golden. Power. Perfect marksmanship. Subclass, Phantom. Tier 1. When using powers or long-range weapons, you will always hit the target. Mana consumption will vary depending on the target's distance and level. The little girl's fate window also appeared in full. Yunjion. Class. Dragon. Tier 1. Attribute. Golden. Power. Infallible aim. Subclass. Phantom. Tier 1. When using powers or long-range weapons, you will always hit the target. Mana consumption will vary depending on the target's distance and level. Gangrim lowered his head. I guess some things will never change. Memories came flooding back. In his past life, Yunbom survived. Yunbom was so helpless back then. Meanwhile, Yoongion would die at the third gate. The system flashed red. You sense the presence of the White Fox death spirit from Yoongion. She will face a life-threatening danger within the next few days. With that in mind, he proposed to Yoongion. Do you want to go through the third gate with me? The little girl excitedly agreed. Fine, whatever. It's not like I wanted to hunt with her anyway. The little girl pouted. What? He tilted his head, and so did Yunbom. This time, I'll definitely help them survive. He placed his hand on the door, and the rules of the game quickly appeared. Third training stage, the Frozen Room. Clear condition in the Valley of Ice and Snow. Hunt at least one of each monster type. Total monster types killed not to exceed 10. Time limit of 14 days. The space inside was filled with ice, and a strong wind blew, hitting the players directly. Currently, the water energy encircles the demon realm. The water element is countering the fate of Seol Gangrim. All stats are decreased by 10%. A mechanical voice rang out. You have entered the frozen room. The two sisters were bewildered. It's so cold, Yunbom reminded her. Hunting monsters is our mission to clear this stage. Yoongion squeezed her eyes shut. I can't see anything. Suddenly, some rabbits appeared, catching their attention. Look over there. Those rabbits are so cute. But the rabbits' sparkling eyes turned bright red as they transformed into a terrifying form. A stream of color shot out, and the rabbits were quickly eliminated. One-horned rabbit, Tier 1 insect type. What the hell? Tier 1 insect type? They look way weaker than that. The two girls happily opened the system window to check. This shop is evil. It has so many items but no search function. The kid asked curiously, "How do you find items so easily?" He thought to himself, "Well, I've been using it for years." Then he just made up a reason. "Its design is similar to a game I used to play." The girl pleaded, "Hey, can you help me pick a weapon? I'm thinking of buying a bow and arrow." After that, they both had their own weapons and were fully equipped. Gangrim continuously wiped out the one-horned rabbits. The two sisters wouldn't stop bickering. "I killed one more than you." He looked at the girl. Yunbom is a gunslinger. Then he turned to look at the younger kid. And Yoonjeon used to be an archer on the national team. He assessed that their hunting performance was increasing now that they were using weapons they were familiar with. He recalled the past. In his past life, Yunbom became the top-ranked marksman. Gangrim was lost in thought. If Yoongeon had lived, she would have achieved something similar. No, actually. The two of them would have been even stronger working together. The sense of loss washed over him. In the previous life, Yunbom became a completely different person after Yoongeon's death. Yunbom became dark and gloomy. Bom never smiled again. Afterward, to avenge Yoongeon's death, Bom focused on hunting monsters. She was so cold after every battle. Then, Yunbom grew stronger at a rapid pace and was recruited into the Sura Guild, one of the 5 most powerful guilds. She was always somber, but she was never happy. Gangrim looked up. They both have good fortunes. They can become stronger. He told himself, "I have to help Yoonjeon survive to save Yunbom. I'll help them join the Flying Tiger Guild," he calculated carefully. That way, the members of the Flying Tiger Guild who died at the hands of Yunbom, the Sura Guild's marksman, will survive. With that thought, he turned back to look at them. "All right, I'll definitely keep a close eye on Yoonjeon," but suddenly, his expression darkened with fear. Gangrim stepped out in a panic. Only Yunbom was left fighting. "Yoonjeon, where did she go?" Gangrim and Yunbom ran around searching. "Yoonjeon, where are you? Yoonjeon," he called out in fear. "Yoonjeon." The girl glanced around worriedly. "She just went to the bathroom. Why would she go so far?" He spoke up. "I heard a scream from over there." The girl was surprised. "Huh? But I didn't hear anything." He ran in that direction. "I'm sure of it." A young voice called out, "Sis! Gangrim, I'm over here!" The girl was shocked. "Gion," Yoonjeon explained from down in a pit. The ground suddenly collapsed. Her sister looked down. "We'll get you out of there right now." Gangrim didn't hesitate and jumped right down. "Yoongeon, are you okay?" The kid replied. "I'm fine, but this guy..." He turned to look at the person next to her and quickly recognized the troll. Gunnam. Gunnam gritted his teeth in frustration. "Damn it! Of all people, her teammate is Seol Gangrim." He sighed. "Need a hand?" He roared angrily. "No! I don't need help from a bastard like you." Hearing that, Gangrim pulled the kid away. "All right, let's go then." The kid looked up at him. "Huh? We're just leaving like this?" He and Yunbom pulled the kid out of the pit together. He said his legs are paralyzed because some scary monster attacked him. He wondered, paralysis, poison? He glanced back coldly. It was probably the rabbits. The poison will wear off on its own. Gunnam trembled in the pit below, listening to their entire conversation. "Rabbits? Those are the weakest things here. Yoongeon, you didn't have to say it like that. That bastard Seol Gang." He slammed his fist on the ground. "He needs to feel this too." His voice was filled with malice. "That's right. Bad people have to pay for what they've done." A voice rang out. "Do you require assistance?" He was suspicious. "Who are you?" Scene change. Gangrim led the two kids to the door. Time to head back. The difficulty will increase when it gets dark. The two of them seemed reluctant. "But I've already increased my stats to get stronger. I've also collected a bunch of achievements," he reassured them. "There's no need to rush. Today is only the first day." The girl wondered, "So, you'll come with us tomorrow too, right?" He made a promise. "Yeah, let's stick together until we clear this room's challenge, okay?" The kid was excited. "Awesome. Let's clear this room together." Suddenly, a roar echoed out, a terrifying sound. "That voice is..." Gangrim ran towards it. "You two head back to the waiting room first." Yunbom was worried. "Huh? What about you?" He replied. "I forgot something. I'll be back soon." A pack of wolves was surrounding Sua's group. Every one of them was in a state of frenzy. She fought with all her might. "Everyone, calm down." She grew anxious watching her teammates get attacked. She suggested, "Everyone, get behind me." Activating ability. Woodleaf Art. Sua used her sword to block the wolves' fierce attacks. She didn't give up. The Woodleaf Art is protecting everyone. Sua, she reminded herself. "I have to kill as many as possible, so it'll be easier later." A wolf suddenly bit her shoulder. Blood spurted out, and she gritted her teeth in pain. If only we had just one more person who could fight. Just then, Gangrim appeared, converting his achievement stats into the Firebird ability. The Firebird ability has been upgraded to Tier 2, Insect type. He helped her escape the wolves. Seol Gangrim. Every one of his sword strikes was incredibly skilled and precise. She also helped take down the stragglers. The battle ended, and she panted heavily. That was over fast. "Thanks, Gangrim." Gangrim's expression didn't look too good. Go back to the waiting room. Why didn't you run? Everyone looked in that direction, confused. Gangrim scolded her sternly. You should have known that situation was too disadvantageous for you. He told her she should run if she sees she can't win. You're more than capable of escaping without getting hurt. Suwa was resentful. You're always saying I'm weak. But he denied it. This time, you were just lucky. He was so worried he got angry. What if those monsters had hidden abilities you knew nothing about? What would have happened if no one came to help you? The events of the past once again surfaced in his mind. Such a meaningless death. Sua's death from his past life always haunted him. It shouldn't happen again. He yelled. Are you planning to risk your life to protect others? Saving others is something only the strong can do. Then he turned away coldly. Don't forget that. He added, if you let your guard down, you'll be leaving this place as a corpse. The two girls went over to comfort Sua. Sua, are you okay? Why is Gangrim being so harsh? Does he mean she should have just let us all die? She gave an awkward laugh. She explained, he's just worried about me. The other girl was surprised. Huh? She added. He still came to help. After all, she watched his retreating back. I don't get why he keeps trying to play the bad guy. He's actually a really caring person. Then Sua called out his name loudly. Gangrim! Gangrim stopped walking. Thanks for worrying about me. Hearing that, he let out a sigh. He thought to himself, anyway, a battle at the third gate has ended. Frozen room first clear. Clearer. Do Doc Gojun. Monster types eliminated. 10 out of 10. The two sisters looked disappointed. You have cleared the frozen room. Someone has already cleared the room before you. I thought we'd be first. You just cleared it too. Really? Sua? For real? The two spoke up. So, are you going to leave now? Gangrim confirmed he would stay and wait for the two of them to finish. He quietly watched the two sisters' innocent figures. No one comes back to this place once they've cleared it, so I can come back later. Gangrim considered it carefully. My goal is the hidden reward you can get for hunting all 11 monster types. Yunbom pouted. Yunjion, stop stealing your sister's monsters. You need to land a hit first. I'm still not at ease. I'm a little worried the raid finished faster than it did in my past life. Activate ability. Explore fate. System notification. The energy of the white tiger spirit is nearby. The energy of death is nearby. He looks around. Is someone other than Yoon-gion about to die? System continues. The worst combination of fates. Demonic power is clinging to John Gunnam's fate. He thinks to himself, it'll be a problem if I get involved with him again. Gangrim strokes his chin. Should I just kill him now? Before leaving, he doesn't forget to remind them, I'm going to check around that hill for a bit. Keep hunting and make sure you stick together so you don't get lost. The little girl obediently replies, okay. He then takes his sword and leaves, thinking there shouldn't be any problem as long as the two of them stick together. Gunnam was standing right ahead, waiting for him. There you are. I was looking for you. Seol Gangrim asks suspiciously. Why? The man controls a floating crystal. I think it's time to pay you back. His eyes turn fiery red. Pay you back for everything you've done to me. Gangrim remains calm. And you think you're capable of that? This bastard. He arrogantly raises his hand, and a great light bursts forth. Of course, because I'm the main character. You can hear the voice of a god. Gunnam raises his hand, summoning a sharp shard of ice enveloped in chilling air, and says with a smile, Get ready, Seol Gangrim. With that, he launches ice arrows at Gangrim. Gunnam shouts, This is divine power! Seol Gangrim grips his sword tightly to block, gritting his teeth as he thinks, I knew it. Gangrim recalls what Anna Vakasia told him. The gods would be watching his journey into the demon world. His expression darkens, a drop of sweat trickling down his cheek. He thinks to himself, You're completely obsessed. Suddenly, the system announces, Activating skill. Explore fate. An information panel appears above the white-haired John Gunnam. Class. Human. Level 1. Subclass. God's little messenger, he says smugly. I'm the main character. Of course I've been blessed by a god. An image appears of John Gunnam kneeling before a divine being. Those who accompany the gods are called mages. Watching Gunnam lose control and command tens of thousands of sharp ice shards, Gangrim realizes his power has been amplified by the blessing. His eyes darken, but he thinks with some relief. At least it's a low-level god. Probably John W. Gangrim runs his hand along his blade, and blazing flames erupt from the sword wherever he touches. Gangrim continues his train of thought. His mana has increased a bit, and he's gotten a new skill too. A shard of ice, shrouded in a chilling aura, hurtles toward him. An information panel appears. Tianhua, subclass, human, level 1, borrows a god's power to infect an opponent with Tianhua. When hit while this skill is active, the point of impact will be exposed to a plague. Gangrim glances at the Tianhua shard and sighs softly, thinking, so I'll be infected with Tianhua if that thing touches me? What an annoying skill. Gangrim decides, I'll wear down his mana first. Instantly, he swings his sword, slashing a tree. Gangrim turns and runs deep into the forest, leaving a path lined with burning trees. Gunnam gives chase, directing the Tianhua toward Seol Gangrim. He yells, It's useless to run. A section of the forest is now engulfed in blazing red flames. John Gunnam absorbs the surrounding cold air into his hand. He closes his eyes and shouts, "The god's punishment will follow you to the ends of the earth." Suddenly, a herd of red-eyed black boars bursts out of the forest. They charge through the space between Gangrim and John Gunnam, startling him. The boars that run past are unable to dodge Gunnam's ice arrows and collapse to the ground after being hit. John Gunnam relentlessly directs the Tianhua after Seol Gangrim. He yells in anger, "Damn it! Stand still, Seol Gangrim!" John Gunnam scowls and shouts, "Get out of the way, you annoying pigs!" With that, he leaps into the air to get over the herd. Suddenly, a giant boar appears out of nowhere with its mouth wide open. Caught completely off guard, Gunnam slams right into its tusk. His face darkens as he coughs up a mouthful of blood. Gunnam collapses hard onto the ground in agony. The giant boar ignores him and runs off. Suddenly, a gloomy voice echoes, "I came here because I heard a human had received a god's blessing. But he's so weak. I suppose that's to be expected from a low-level god, isn't it?" Hearing this voice, Gunnam's fiery red eyes begin to glow. He struggles to breathe, gasping as he looks up. There's no one there. He thinks to himself, "It's not John W. Are other gods watching me too?" The voice continues, amused. "Watching such a weak human is quite captivating, isn't it?" Gunnam grits his teeth, his nails digging into the snow as he retorts, "This is what you find entertaining?" Another voice suddenly chimes in. Precisely. A sword plunges into Gunnam's shoulder, making him scream in pain. Gangrim is sitting on his back, gripping the hilt tightly. The gloomy voice sounds surprised. "Oh dear, he's lost." Helpless, John Gunnam hangs his head and pleads, "Master John, please save me." Gangrim yanks the blade out and says quietly, "Hey, John Gunnam." Seol Gangrim's eyes are cold as he asks, "Are you done with your revenge now?" He presses the tip of his sword to Gunnam's ear, pinning him down with his other hand. He continues, "You had me on the run for a good while. Since you went this far, you must know the consequences, right?" Suddenly, a small figure runs toward them, calling out, "Hey, Brother Gangrim." Gangrim slams his sword into the ground and says coldly, "You're lucky, John Gunnam." He stands, sheathes his sword, and warns, "Next time, I will kill you. Watch your back." Gangrim runs toward the small figure, his voice softening. "I told you not to wander off." Yunbom seems not to hear him. She runs up breathlessly, calling, "Brother, something's happened." Yunbom shouts as she runs. A herd of snow boars broke out. They knocked Yoon down. Hearing this, Gangrim freezes. "What?" Yunbom shouts. "He's gone!" The words of a mysterious person suddenly echo in his mind. "Regrettably, your fate is shrouded in dark energy." The frantic scene of the two kids flashes through Gangrim's mind. Many people have been injured while on his team. Even his parents are dead. Everywhere he goes, people die. Seeing his dark expression, Yunbom calls out in alarm, "Brother Gangrim, are you okay?" Gangrim thinks in terror, "This is all my fault." A malicious voice echoes, "I knew it. You, saving people, in your dreams." Snapping out of the voice's trance, Gangrim rushes past Yunbom. He shouts, "I'll go find him," surprising her. "Huh?" Yunbom immediately runs after him, calling out, "Wait for me." Suddenly, Gangrim stops her. "You need to go back, Yunbom." She's stunned for a moment. "Huh?" Then she immediately grabs his arm, shouting, "I'm going too." Gangrim suddenly raises his voice at her. "But what if something happens to you as well?" Hearing him yell at her, Yunbom's eyes well up with tears. She says resentfully, "You're the one who told me not to wander around by myself." Her hand, gripping his cloak, trembles slightly. She continues, "How can I possibly go back alone? Not when Yoon Ji-on could be in danger." Gangrim suddenly proposes, "I'll send you back if it gets dark or if we run into danger." Seeing her silence, he presses, "Aren't you going to answer?" Gangrim looks at her determined expression and relents. "Fine. All right." The two walk across the white snow, into the howling blizzard. Seol Gangrim thinks to himself, "I don't know how Yoon Ji-on died in my past life, but he's in danger now, so it must be around here. Please, don't die." Yunbom looks around nervously and speaks up, "There aren't any monsters here, are there?" Gangrim doesn't answer, thinking to himself that low-level monsters wouldn't dare enter a predator's territory. Suddenly, there's a strange sound. Yunbom asks curiously, "What's that sound?" Gangrim quickly grabs her wrist. "This way." Just as they hide behind a large rock, a giant hairy figure appears. It turns its head toward the rock. It's a Yeti, subclass, Ghoul, level 3, a humanoid monster covered in fur that only appears before humans on snowy days, seeking to fight any opponent stronger than itself. Gangrim glanced over in horror. He was shocked to realize the figure held in the Yeti's hand was Yoon Gi-on. Suddenly, Yunbom rushed out from the side, startling Gangrim, who reached out for her. The little girl held the pistol tightly in her hand, aiming it straight at the Yeti. This action from the two of them immediately caught its attention. Gangrim quickly pulled Yunbom back behind the rock. The Yeti turned back, but seeing no one, it looked confused. Suddenly, a faint, deathly aura enveloped Gangrim's body. He quietly told himself, "Wait a minute." The system suddenly announced the activation of the Fate Plunder skill. A sigil appeared with Gangrim at its center, scanning the surroundings. After a moment, a notification sound rang out. No dead people in this area. Gangrim broke out in a cold sweat and let out a soft sigh. He spoke up. We'll put her in more danger if we fight it now. Gangrim watched the giant yetis retreating back and continued speaking. I think it's heading back to its cave. It looks like it's also carrying a snow pig. The two of them reached a large, high cliff. Gangrim continued. We need to wait for it to put Gion down. Yunbom carefully asked, do we attack after it puts her down? Gangrim immediately stopped her. No, it's best to avoid a fight. Gangrim tossed a gun and 3 bullets towards Yunbom. He instructed, when it puts Gion down, shoot this to lure it out and then make a run for the exit. Just keep shooting as you go. Seeing the item he handed her, Yunbom was surprised. A flare gun. Gangrim carefully asked again, you can't fight it. You have to lure it and then run. Can you do it? Yunbom replied resolutely, yes, I can. Gangrim continued, I'll go rescue Gion while you're running away. With that, he jumped down from the ice cliff. Gangrim thought to himself, with Yunbom's agility, she should be able to escape the Yeti easily. Besides, we have the terrain advantage. With one hand, Yunbom used binoculars and saw the Yeti had put Yungion down. With the other, she raised the flare gun high, and immediately, a large patch of the sky lit up. The change, accompanied by the gunshot, attracted the giant Yeti's attention. It gritted its teeth and clenched its fists. Just as Gangrim predicted, the Yeti paid no more mind to Yungion and ran towards the source of the flare. At the same time, Yunbom also started running. Gangrim took the opportunity to run towards Yungion, calling out loudly, Yungion! Gangrim urged her relentlessly, wake up, Yungion! He held Yungion, thinking to himself, she's in an unconscious state. Gangrim told himself, I can't give her any medicine right now. He lifted the little girl onto his shoulder. I'll carry her back to the lobby. Suddenly, Gangrim looked up in astonishment at a giant Yeti standing imposingly, blocking his path. Gangrim cursed inwardly. Damn it, I didn't think there'd be another Yeti here. Its eyes glowed red, staring intently at Gangrim. It suddenly reached out its hand. Gangrim quickly manipulated the fire in his own hand, lamenting his own fate. My luck is the absolute worst. Yunbom ran, firing flares into the air. The Yeti's foot slammed down hard on the snow. Suddenly, it turned around and stopped chasing Yunbom, surprising the little girl. What? Why? Yunbom remembered that Gangrim and Yungion were still in the cave and kept firing flares into the sky. The girl shouted loudly to get its attention. Hey, where do you think you're going? You're supposed to be chasing me, she yelled in a panic. Get back here! The other Yeti in the cave stared at Gangrim with glowing red eyes. It tossed aside the prey in its hand and charged towards Gangrim. He thought to himself, I knew my fate had no luck in it, as he summoned a fireball in his hand. As Gangrim moved, flames also enveloped his feet. As soon as the Yeti lifted its foot, Gangrim slid underneath it. He quickly got behind its back. Suddenly, a sound caught Gangrim's attention, causing his eyes to widen in shock. Gangrim turned his head and saw the Yeti that had been lured out of the cave earlier running towards him. Carrying Yungion on his shoulder, Gangrim was aggressively charged by both giant Yetis. He gritted his teeth and glared at them. Gangrim nimbly dodged the Yeti's attacks. He set Yungion down. Gangrim sat by the Yeti's pile of firewood. His flaming hand touched the woodpile. He thought to himself, all right, I was planning on going hunting anyway. Yungion lay gently on the snow. Gangrim drew his sword and spoke softly to the little girl. Just hang on a little longer, Yungion. Gangrim's eyes sharpened as he looked at the charging Yeti. I'll finish you bastards off soon enough. The two Yetis opened their mouths wide, full of sharp teeth, and charged. Their feet slammed down hard. Gangrim held his sword forward, ready to fight. Suddenly, he was startled and glanced to the side. A confident smile spread across Gangrim's face. I see, this could work. With that, he charged towards the two Yetis with his flaming blade. The system announced, your ability has increased to level 18. The two Yetis relentlessly punched the ice floor, trying to destroy Gangrim, but he quickly dodged, causing the ice to shatter. Wherever the Yeti struck, Gangrim managed to avoid it. The red-skinned Yeti slammed both fists down where Gangrim was, but he quickly jumped up. He swung his flaming sword. Gangrim dashed past the red-skinned Yeti's shoulder, aiming for the one behind it. He suddenly leaped into the air, causing it to slam hard into the shoulder of the bewildered red-skinned Yeti in front of it. Under the impact, the red-skinned Yeti dropped to one knee. Seizing the opportunity, Gangrim swung his sword, slashing a line into the Yeti. The blue-skinned Yeti was stunned. The ice under the feet of the two giant Yetis began to crack under the pressure. Soon enough, one of them fell and began to sink into the cold water. The other tried to cling to the edge of the ice. A red streak appeared in the dark space. The system reported, you have defeated the Yeti. Third-grade demon class, Gangrim thought to himself. All right, in the demon world there are many terrains made entirely of ice and snow. Gangrim remembered when Yunjian fell into the pit. The little girl shouted, Gangrim, I'm over here. He continued his train of thought, and they often collapse easily, just like the place where Gion fell. Watching the giant yeti struggle to climb up, he thought to himself, these damn monsters won't be able to climb back up. Suddenly, it slammed its hand on the ice, shattering the surrounding surface. As Gangrim fell, he cursed inwardly, damn it. Suddenly, a series of tree branches appeared, catching Gangrim. A figure appeared at the edge of the broken ice, looking down at Gangrim, which surprised him. Shinsua spoke calmly. If you let your guard down, you'll be leaving this place as a corpse. Hello, Gangrim. I'm glad I wasn't too late. Gangrim gave a forced, grateful smile and said, thank you. Shinsua smiled and reminded him, you should say that to the one who went to find me. Behind her, Yunbom's figure flashed by. Shinsua offered, I'll pull you up, hold on tight. But Gangrim refused. He told her, no, lower me down first. I need to check something. A while later, when Gangrim climbed up, he saw a frantic Yunbom shouting, Gion, Yunjion, open your eyes. Yunjion lay still, unmoving. Seeing this, Gangrim rushed over in a panic, thinking, am I too late? Unable to accept it, Gangrim clenched his teeth. Is it impossible for us to fight against the fate we were born with? Beside him, Shinsua was just as worried. Suddenly, there was a soft groan. Yunjion clutched her cold, trembling arm, her voice shaking as she said, it's so cold. Big sis, can you turn on the heater? Seeing the little girl awake, Shinsua and Yunbom were overjoyed. Yunjion was still dazed. Where are we? Shinsua shouted with joy. She's alive? Yunjion is still alive. The little girl was confused. Of course I'm alive. Was I supposed to be dead? Hearing this, Gangrim was stunned. The system announced, the aura of the white tiger spirit has vanished from Yunjion. The two sisters' bickering voices rang out, you idiot! You idiot! You're hurt! On the system panel, it displayed, a destiny has been changed. Gangrim rushed over. He stared wide-eyed at the text on the system panel. Destiny change has been activated. Gangrim's destiny subclass has been upgraded from Insect Grade 3 to Insect Grade 2. Gangrim's information panel appeared. Gangrim, Insect Class Grade 2, Fire Attribute, Fate Discovery. Dragon Class Grade 3, Fate Plunder. Dragon Class Grade 1, Fire Control. Insect Class Grade 2, Shed Exoskeleton, Demon Class Grade 3. Reading the information panel, he thought in astonishment, no way. I thought there was no way to change one's destiny subclass. Yunbom joyfully rushed over and hugged him, shouting, Gion's alive, all thanks to you, big bro. The tips of Yunbom's ears turned bright red, and her voice grew softer. Thank you. Gangrim waved his hand, erasing the information panel, and looked gently at Bomb, who was wiping away her tears. He thought to himself that he'd deal with the complicated stuff later. Beside them, Yunjion asked him caringly, how are you feeling? The kid replied, it hurts less now, but the pill was so big. Gangrim smiled brightly and patted Yunbom's head. He thought that the most important thing right now was the girl, and spoke with a sense of relief. It's a relief that Yunjion is still alive. In contrast to the happy scene with Gangrim, Gunnam was running for his life through the snow as the ominous voice echoed again. Are you okay? What should I do? What should I do? Wait a moment, I'll try a few things. Gunnam angrily flipped his middle finger at the air and screamed, you fraud! What kind of god are you? I never should have trusted a sick bastard of a god like you. Suddenly, the voice reminded Gunnam, hey, you're going too far. He shouted in panic, huh? Young Master Cheon go! Young Master Cheon go! Young Master Cheon go! Gunnam turned his head and, seeing Gojun, screamed in shock. Doc Gojun! Stuck in an ice crevice, Gunnam begged Doc Gojun for help. Help me. Gangrim attacked me so I ran away and then, he cursed Gangrim furiously. I'm sure that bastard Seol Gangrim is the villain, so stop this ridiculous nonsense about some hidden power awakening or whatever, and let's take that bastard down together. You said we were on the same side, Doc Gojun said flatly. If you were the main character, you should have handled this simply. But you lost to Seol Gangrim, Gunnam continued to shout. Anyway, he's just a coward, Gojun sighed in exasperation. He cut in. I thought you couldn't unleash your true power because I was with you, but now I guess you're not the main character after all. Gunnam lay on his back in the snow, his eyes wide as he yelled, I told you, I am the main character, so just save me already. Gojun suddenly cut in with a question. If you're the main character, you can get out of there on your own, can't you? Hearing his question, Gunnam froze. What? He scrambled to scream an excuse. No, I'm not the main character, so please save me, Gojun asked nonchalantly. You're not? Suddenly, his eyes shot a sharp glare at Gunnam. If you're not the main character, then why should I bother with you? Seeing Gojun turn to leave, he shouted in a panic. Wait, Doc Gojun, don't leave me! Please save me! Hey, you psycho bastard, stop! Gunnam's screams echoed across the snowy mountain. Doc Gojun! Gangrim swung his sword, destroying the beasts around him. With every swing of his sword, a monster fell, but their numbers were overwhelming, and soon Gangrim was surrounded. After wiping out the beasts, he solemnly wiped his sword. Suddenly, someone called out, Gangrim, we're done over here. Yoon Jeon spoke confidently. I did it all, you know. Hearing that, Yoon Bom laughed loudly, calling her out. You were just providing support from the back. Hearing the kid say that, Yoon Gyeon retorted, what are you talking about? You only got the first hit. And I… Suddenly, Gangrim's eyes widened in horror, and he yelled a warning. Get down! Immediately after, someone swung a sword toward them. Yoon Bom yelled furiously. What the hell? Who are you? The woman didn't answer Yoon Bom, but coldly called out, S. Gangrim. Bai Young's sharp eyes glared at the girl, her voice carrying a murderous intent as she commanded. If you hand over Seol Gangrim to me, I will grant you a peaceful death. Yoon Bom angrily raised her gun. Behind the kid, Yoon Gyeon had already drawn her bow. Yoon Bom demanded, what the hell are you talking about? Seeing the twin sisters' actions, Gangrim frantically tried to stop them. No, stop. Bai Young raised her sword high. Gangrim yelled, Yoon Bom, Yoon Jeon. He ran towards them, but behind him were the beasts. Gangrim said, stop. He suddenly froze when he saw sharp claws reaching for him. Gangrim was suddenly grabbed by a hand that clamped over his face and yanked him backward. Thousands of other hands erupted from the ground, grabbing his legs. In front of Gangrim was the sight of Yoon Bom and Yoon Jeon being struck by a sharp sword. They lay in pain on the ground, their wide eyes staring at Gangrim, filled with blame. Why did you have to appear in our lives? We could have lived peacefully without you. Held captive, Gangrim's eyes widened at the scene before him. The questions echoed. Why didn't you save us? We never should have brought you into the Flying Tiger Guild. Suddenly, an ominous voice spoke. Don't forget, S. Gangrim. Yoon Bom, clinging to his shoulder, said coldly, you killed us. Suddenly, there was the sound of rushing water. Gangrim gripped the sink, reminding himself it was just a dream. He splashed water on his face, regaining his composure, and hung his head, telling himself, that future won't happen. I won't let it happen again. Gangrim's expression darkened as he wondered, was that an omen that it's getting closer? Recalling the joyful scene with Yoon Bom and Yoon Gyeon, the system notification sound chimed. Yoon Bom thinks you are a savior. The fates of Seol, Gangrim, and Yoon Bom begin to intertwine. Yoon Jeon thinks you are a savior. The fates of Seol, Gangrim, and Yoon Gyeon begin to intertwine. Gangrim kept the tap running, muttering darkly to himself, I need to keep my distance from them. Yoon Bom appeared from behind the door. The kid asked worriedly, hey, do you hate us? Gangrim spoke. I just have some things I need to do. Hearing him say that, Yoon Bom retorted, but Sua is coming too. Gangrim frowned, thinking to himself that they had gotten closer to Shin Sua. I won't have to worry about them anymore, he said aloud. That's good. She's a great person, Yoon Bom said loudly. Then you have to come too. Gangrim compromised with the kid. Okay, next time. With that, he slammed the door shut. Yoon Gyeon looked at the door, confused. Hasn't Gangrim been distant with us since that day? Yoon Bom spoke. He must have his reasons. The two went downstairs and gave Sua an X sign with their arms. She spoke, exasperated. There's nothing we can do. Let's just go to the fourth room by ourselves. With that, Sua opened the mystical door herself. Behind her were Yoon Bom and Yoon Jeon with her bow. The fresh scenery in the Sword Forest room, the fourth training room, left the three of them stunned. The completion condition for this room is to hunt monsters and collect soul gems in the Sword Forest labyrinth. The current number of soul gems is 0 out of 1,000, Yoon Bom said cheerfully. It's a forest this time, Yoon Jeon also added. The air is so fresh. Sua warned, be careful, you two, something's coming. Yoon Bom immediately took out her pistol and asked loudly, is it a monster? Where is it coming from? Sua raised her sword to block a falling golden leaf, and her other hand was sliced as she raised it. Sua said, no, it's not a monster. I think in this room, the forest itself is the dangerous thing. A map and a spatial transfer gate appeared. The Sword Forest room is a demon realm with an endless forest and unchanging terrain. Once you reach the end, you will return to your starting point. The easily broken tree branches suddenly turned into sparkling crystals in the sunlight. Yoon Bom adjusted the gun in her hand, staring at the information panel appearing before her, and said softly, 1,000 soul gems. This is going to take a while. Sua said cautiously, let's check our surroundings first. Yoon Bom crossed her arms and instructed, let's stick together this time to avoid getting lost. Hearing that, Yoon Jeon waved her hand and replied, I'm not a kid. Yoon Bom reminded the kid. Gangrim said, we have to stick together, Yoon Jeon said wistfully. It would be great if he were with us. Hearing that, Yoon Bom agreed. Yeah. Hearing the two talk, Sua thought to herself, I guess he's really good to the kids. She recalled the times Gangrim had spoken to her. You're not good enough yet. Are you planning to risk your life trying to protect others? Saving others is something only the strong can do. Sua's expression darkened. She rubbed her chin, thinking, he doesn't show it with his words, but I'm sure he's a good person deep down. Suddenly, Yoon Bom said, there's something over there. Hearing that, Sua turned around. She saw Gyeon heading deeper into the forest and called out, Gyeon, stop. The kid looked down at her feet curiously, and suddenly a streak of red blood appeared. Meanwhile, Gangrim was resting his chin on his hand, looking at the egg in front of him, and said, "Oh, man." As soon as the egg opened its mouth full of sharp fangs, Gangrim said in surprise, "It's even uglier than I heard." The egg's information appeared. Unidentified egg. Class is determined after hatching. Will hatch if cared for over a period of time. Its appearance will change based on what it is fed. It is still unknown what will hatch. That egg was a question mark. One of 6 creatures could hatch from it. An unidentified egg that I received as a reward for killing the snowman. The 11th type of monster. What hatches from it depends on what I feed it. Gangrim wrapped the egg in cloth. As he wrapped it, he thought, I know what I want to hatch from this, so I can't just feed it anything. It's not that I'm afraid of getting bitten. This isn't the only thing I got. He recalled the image of the 2 snowmen falling into the abyss, along with the system notification. You have defeated the Tier 3 Demon-class snowman. A faint purple light emanated from Gangrim's body. He thrust the sword in his hand forward, activating his ability, Fate Plunder, Plunder Combat Instinct, Plunder Water Attribute. The information panel appeared, Seol Gangrim, Class Insect, Tier 2, Attribute Fire. Gangrim spoke, change attribute to water. The system immediately complied, changing Seol Gangrim's attribute to water. Gangrim felt a distinct change in his body and his eyes widened in surprise. Water overcomes fire has been unlocked. He looked at the status panel in front of him. His reduced stats had returned to normal. Seol Gangrim, Class, Insect, Tier 2, Attribute, Water. Sitting on his bed and holding the wrapped egg, Gangrim thought to himself, I couldn't even afford a decent weapon in the ice room because I had to keep buying food to absorb the water attribute. The good thing is, now I can plunder attributes too. I'll buy a weapon in the next demon realm. The fire attribute will be useful there, so I'll need to change it again. A moment later, he passed through the portal and appeared in the 4th gate. The system announced an entry check. Seol Gangrim, you have entered the Sword Forest. A gloomy voice suddenly rang out. The ice room was so boring. Maybe this room will be better? It paid little attention to Gangrim and rambled on. Probably not. These guys are still such noobs. Well, watching noobs grow is fun in its own way. Gangrim thought, annoyed. He started rambling the moment I walked in. What kind of class are they to talk like that? He tapped on the control panel and said softly, Disable communication. The mysterious voice was surprised. Huh? I think he found us. Gangrim looked on, thinking, what should I call these things? Little evil spirits, ghosts. Another voice spoke up. He's not even surprised. The system suddenly announced, You do not have enough mental strength. Seeing Gangrim's actions, the mysterious figures grew interested. He's got guts. Gangrim, do you wish to possess me? Gangrim frowned in anger. Immediately after, the system announced, The Guardian of the Sword Forest has offered you ownership. Gangrim read the message and thought to himself, that must be the local deity of this demon realm. He called up the shop window. Information about the Sword Forest room appeared. Local deities are gods who manage a specific area. With ownership of a local deity, one can become stronger than anyone else within that god's demon realm. But since a local deity is bound to a specific land, it becomes useless once I leave this place. Gangrim considered. This room is also called the Sword Forest Labyrinth. I won't have to worry about getting lost if I accept ownership. He said aloud, Purchase item. Instantly, a scroll appeared in Gangrim's hand. Along with it came a notification, You have purchased the item, Demon Realm Map. Gangrim immediately unrolled the scroll. He told himself, This is all I need to find my way. A line of text appeared on the system panel. By using the Demon Realm Map, you have explored 1%. The map appeared along with a small spatial gate. Gangrim thought, I can only see a rough sketch for now. The system announced that the small dot was the marked entrance to the Demon Realm, but if I move around more locations will be marked on the map. The system reported that there were multiple entrances leading to the Demon Realm. Gangrim pondered, Am I getting close to the 4th area? He remembered the portal at the Trainee Protection Agency and thought, the Trainee Protection Agency is divided into multiple areas, but in the later rooms, after people start dying off, trainees from other areas will join raids together. The system panel updated. The marked entrance has changed to the Area 2 entrance. The Guardian of the Sword Forest spoke. Gangrim, are you looking for something? I can help you find it if you accept my ownership. Gangrim put the map away in his bag. He thought, they might be controlling the number of people entering the demon realm to force us to fight each other. The Guardian probed, Can you hear me? Gangrim flatly refused. I'm not going to accept it. So give up. A series of notifications suddenly appeared on the system. The Master of Myriad Flames has used the item, Trace of the Gods. A powerful message will be activated for 10 minutes. A brilliant red light shone on Gangrim's face, making him widen his eyes in surprise. A muscular man with bright orange hair appeared, extending a hand towards Gangrim and offering, The King of Myriad Flames offers you to accept him. Do you accept ownership? A glowing golden panel appeared, surprising Gangrim. The Master of Myriad Flames says that the other gods currently connected are nothing. The man with the bright orange hair appeared. The Master of Myriad Flames says he can make a human with the fire attribute even stronger. Gangrim let out a sigh and thought, this is actually quite touching, considering I'm just an insect class. Seol Gangrim, class, insect, tier 2. Attribute, fire. Gangrim stood firm in his decision, but I'm still not going to accept it. Despite the tempting offer flashing before him, the Master of Myriad Flames asks, why haven't you answered yet? The Master of Myriad Flames says this is a very good opportunity. Suddenly a line of text appeared. The Master of Myriad Flames is watching you. A giant grasshopper appeared. Gangrim swung his sword and struck it without hesitation, causing green blood to spurt out. He pulled a gem from the grasshopper's mouth. Current soul gems, 36 out of 1,000. Gangrim thought, I need to collect 1,000 soul gems. This doesn't mean I have to hunt 1,000 monsters, since soul gems also have different grades. The insect grade panel appeared. Guide to collecting 1,000 soul gems. Insect class, tier 3, giant worm. Insect class, tier 2, blade mantis. Humanoid class, tier 3, goblin. Gangrim sheathed his sword and walked on casually. He thought to himself, in my past life, I killed a ton of mantises because I didn't have enough skill, but I don't need to do that this time. Gangrim told himself, each goblin is 10 gems. I won't target them. Suddenly, he stepped in a puddle of blood. Gangrim looked down at his feet in surprise and thought, traces of a trap. But why? Gangrim looked around in alarm and discovered that the area near him was littered with the corpses of giant grasshoppers. He couldn't help but wonder, why is there all this blood? Could it be? A lion's head with glowing red eyes appeared, holding a sword. Gangrim thought in fear. He's already started to move. He remembered his and Sua's desperate struggle against that beastman in the past, his heart filled with dread. In my past life, I became the target of a masked killer. Shin Sua saved my life because she was also in this area. But Shin Sua, the scene of her sword being knocked away, of the killer swinging his sword across her face, sending blood flying. She lost an eye while saving me. A panicked Gangrim had caught Sua as she fell. Back in the Sword Forest room, Gangrim ran for his life, thinking, he ran away after that, and I never found out who he was. I think only Shin Sua's and Doc Gojun's groups are supposed to be here, right? He dashed through the forest, his mind racing. So does this blood mean? After running for a while, Gangrim looked to the side and saw Yoon Jeon collapsed on the ground. She was surrounded by a group of strangers, which alarmed him. Gangrim saw a man holding a strange water bottle crouched down near Yoon Jeon. The pained look on her face reminded him of Yoon Jeon's terrified expression in his past life. Gangrim gritted his teeth in anger, rushed forward, and swung the sword in his hand. Gangrim roared, "Get away from Yoon Jeon!" The man was startled by Gangrim's shout. Elsewhere, Gongju spoke in a serious tone. Has the trainee who went missing in the ice room returned yet? Someone replied, Not yet. Trainee, Gojeon Nam, still hasn't returned. Sitting at the meeting table, Gongju concluded, Then he must be dead. The person to his right spoke up. I had high hopes for him, since he was the first to complete the Hellfire Room. Anavicha suggested, Should we go look for him? Model. Hearing this, Gongdu flatly refused. That's not a good idea. We can't interfere with matters in the demon world, he continued. At the first location, everyone already signed an agreement in case of death. Hearing Gongdu's words, and Navi Vai frowned in annoyance. Gongdu continued, Anyway, regarding the next demon world, someone from another area has already cleared a room. Suddenly, he shouted, It's someone from Area 1! Gongdu said decisively, The first person to clear a room, no matter which area, has to be one of ours. We can't lose to Area 1. Du waved his hand and, seeing Navi V's dark expression, approached to persuade her. Navi V, why do you keep doing this job? When you get so upset over a single death, you must know, others will end up the same way. And Navi V spoke up, The thing is, I was thinking about something else. Hearing her, Du was surprised. What? And Navi V told him what she had been doing. I was checking the trainees in the other areas since I finished organizing the files. While looking up the information, she discovered a strange line of red text. And Navi Vai recounted in horror, Among the trainees, there is a serial killer. Back in the Sword Forest room, Gangrim held his sword to the strange man's neck. He yelled, Get away from Yoon Gyeon! The young man quickly said, Calm down, let's talk. A faint golden light emanated from Gangrim's body as the system announced an ability activation. Destiny Discovery. Yuzun, a Tier 3 human class with the fire attribute, held up a potion bottle and hastily explained, We're helping him recover. This is an antidote I bought from the store. He suggested they put down their weapons first. Behind Yuzun were people of various tiers, a Tier 3 human class, a Tier 2 human class, and a Tier 3 demon class. Yoon Jeon lay in pain on the ground, panting heavily. Gangrim glanced at the girl, and her information appeared. Yoon Jeon, Tier 1 dragon class, metal attribute. Status, poisoned, fever, paralysis. Seeing the girl struggling, Gangrim thought to himself, He's right, she needs the antidote. Still, he was wary. How can I trust you people? He decided internally, I need to get her out of here. Suddenly, Sua ran to Gangrim's side. She explained, Gangrim, they're not enemies. Gangrim questioned Sua, then what is this situation? The girl behind Sua spoke up. Let me explain. She explained, the truth is, he stepped on a trap we set to hunt monsters. We didn't know someone from another area was here. We sincerely apologize. The one who had just spoken was Du Hyum, a Tier 2 demon class with the metal attribute and the guardian spirit of the Du family. She continued, in any case, we brought him here to take care of him. I just got back from removing all the traps we set around this area. The girl named Du Hyum turned out to be the trapper, a Tier 1 human class. The higher the class, the more traps one can set, attracting prey without needing bait. Gangrim frowned, thinking, that murderer is also skilled with poison and traps. This woman is probably the strongest in this group. She even has a guardian spirit. Gangrim looked at Yuzun giving Gion the potion, thinking to himself, but based on abilities, he's even more suspicious. The Lurker, a Tier 3 human class. Holding your breath will make your body invisible. The effect ends when you breathe again. Knowing Yuzun's class made Gangrim even more suspicious, but he was too weak to harm Shinsua. A moment later, Yoon-Gion woke up, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Gangrim spoke. All right, he thought warily. Since I don't know who the killer is, I'll be cautious with all of them. He asked, is the treatment finished? Yuzun replied, yes, it's done now. Then I'll take him. Gangrim carried Yoon-Gion on his back, thinking, even if none of them are the killer, it's still too dangerous to wander around with people from Area 4. The four of them made camp in the forest. Shinsua, who was starting a fire, suddenly said, it gets dark so quickly here, doesn't it? Yunbom hugged Shinsua's arm. The little girl gave a weak laugh and said, I've never slept in the wilderness before. Yoon-Gion appeared behind Yunbom and called her a coward. Yunbom asked, annoyed, aren't you scared then? There's a ton of monsters here. Hearing her older sister's question, Yoon-Gion grew pensive. As they were talking, a sphere wrapped in fire rolled toward them. Shinsua was surprised. What's that? Gangrim explained. It helps repel monsters. I got it from the store. Hearing him say that, Yunbom and Yoon-Gion couldn't help but exclaim, you know so much! You're so strong and knowledgeable too! Yunbom excitedly suggested, can I be your disciple? Hearing the girl's question, Gangrim was stunned. My what? Yoon-Gion immediately cut in, me too! Big brother! I'm way better than her. Yunbom got angry. I asked first. The two of them began to argue endlessly. And I'm definitely better than you. Oh yeah? I have 2 more soul gems than you. That's because you stole a bunch of my monster kills. Gangrim watched this scene, thinking to himself, so noisy. He spoke up to stop them. Hey kids, I'm not planning on teaching anyone, so stop fighting. Suddenly, a voice rang out that startled Gangrim. Why aren't you joining everyone? Shinsua watched Gangrim stand up and wondered. Yunbom asked, Big brother, where are you going? Without turning back, Gangrim said, it's too noisy here. As he walked away, he left one last sentence. I'm going to sleep far from here, so don't wait for me. Seeing Gangrim's sudden change, the remaining 3 were extremely puzzled. Gangrim frowned and put a hand to his face, thinking, what the hell am I doing? I decided to keep my distance from them. After that, Gangrim took out the egg from that morning, which he had wrapped carefully. He thought to himself, I still have a few things to do. Gangrim brought a branch close to the egg's mouth, waving it a few times before saying, all right, you must be hungry. Here, eat. The system announced, unidentified egg has rejected this item. Immediately after, the egg angrily spat out the leaf in its mouth, and a series of notifications appeared. Unidentified egg requests meat. Unidentified egg is determined to go on a hunger strike. Gangrim ignored it and shoved the egg's mouth onto a nearby branch, forcing it to eat. Eat! The system announced a growth status of 0.4%. 4%. Gangrim urged, eat more. Gangrim stood on a tree branch, looking down at the 3 below as the mysterious voices spoke up again. Gangrim, why did you have to come back? He must care a lot about his teammates. I know! This is what they call it tsundere. What's a tsundere? Those voices chattered on. It means someone who acts cold on the outside but is actually caring on the inside. If you just praise potatoes as the best, tsundere kids will bring you a whole basket. I get it. That really is just like Gangrim. Gangrim clenched his fists in annoyance, deciding, I'll get stronger quickly and turn off this damn communication function. He sat down on the branch and sighed, but the voices continued. He could be with them, but once again, he's pushing himself away. Hey, that's just Gangrim's style. I just find it stimulating. By the campfire, Sua rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she watched the twins argue. Gion, why aren't you more careful? Stop nagging me. I'm already reflecting on my actions. A mysterious voice spoke up. Quiet, everyone. I can't hear what Gangrim's teammates are saying. Down below, Yunbom yelled, you shouldn't just reflect, you need to act on it. Hearing the girl's words, Gangrim recalled the past with his comrades, thinking, this reminds me of the Phi Ho Bang clan. You, Harang, and I used to bicker like that all the time. An image of Sua looking at them affectionately appeared, Gangrim thought, and Shinsua would always just watch us and smile. Recalling the old memories brought a bit of joy to Gangrim's heart. He thought, that was our daily life back then. I'll be busy again soon, but I think this life's fi-ho bang will be just as lively. Gangrim leaned his head against the tree trunk, feeling a mix of nostalgia, sadness, and joy. The scene was so warm and sweet. Suddenly, a sweet fragrance wafted by. Gangrim smelled it and was startled. He frowned, thinking, wait, what is this sweet scent? A mouth full of sharp teeth appeared. It had also smelled the same scent as Gangrim. Suddenly, 3 giant bears burst out of a spatial gate. Following the sweet scent, they charged toward Shinsua's group at the campfire. Gangrim leaped down from the tree branch, surprising Sua. Oh my god! She called out to Gangrim in confusion. He didn't answer, swinging his sword and slashing at the branches in front of him. Model, Sua asked, are you looking for something? Gangrim's expression suddenly darkened. He demanded, Sua, did anyone leave this spot while I was gone? Sua said no. Gangrim bent down and picked up a peach, giving off a sweet, overpowering scent. He stared at the peach in his hand and pressed, so, did anyone pass by here? An information panel appeared. 3rd grade insect class demon peach. A type of peach favored by demons, it lures them with its scent but has no particular flavor. Gangrim looked at the long trail of demon peaches laid out before him and grew suspicious. There are no peach trees around here. Someone left these here just now. It was probably that psycho killer. He put the demon peach in his bag, thinking, could it be that bastard with the invisibility ability? Yunbom spoke up from behind. Doc Gojun passed by here a little while ago. Hearing this, Gangrim turned around curiously and asked, isn't Doc Gojun an outsider from another zone? Yunbom replied, yes, about an hour ago. Yoongion chimed in. What's wrong? Did he do something? He glared at us when he passed. Gangrim thought in disbelief. Doc Gojun is the killer? Still, he remained wary. Who knows what that psycho is thinking? He turned back and said, there's a whole bunch of fruit that can attract demons here. Shinsua immediately understood his implication. Are you saying someone is trying to put us in danger? Yunbom, beside him, also wondered. Who would do that? Gangrim said, who knows? But there's one thing I'm sure of. His eyes filled with caution as he continued, we need to be wary of everyone. Gangrim told the other 3, I'm going to go take care of all these peaches now. Suddenly, behind a distant tree, the man in the lion mask appeared. Gangrim's sharp senses caught him, just as his glare had left a group of bears completely bewildered. Gangrim suspected he'd sensed someone, but they suddenly vanished. Elsewhere, Doc Gojun swung his sword decisively, blood splattering onto his face. This is so boring, Gojun thought. He walked deeper into the forest, a trail of blood behind him. Doc Gojun thought with frustration, what a garbage scenario. No rivals, no allies, no enemies, no gods or heroes are interested in me. All I do is hunt low-level demons. He looked up at the sky, helpless, wondering to himself, what the hell is my role in all this? He recalled the twin sisters' conversation. How is Gangrim so strong? I can't believe he even defeated the Snow Woman. He frowned, repeating the name in his head. Gangrim. Doc Gojun thought in shock. He defeated a boss-level demon I haven't even encountered yet, even though I was the first one to clear the ice room. And he saved someone? A deep suspicion grew in Gojun's mind. Then why would someone that powerful be defeated by John Gunnam in the Hellfire Room? Suddenly, he realized, wait a minute. What if drawing my attention to John Gunnam was Gangrim's plan all along? Remembering Gangrim's sharp gaze, Doc Gojun couldn't help but wonder, what if Gangrim is a regressor from the future? Then he would know about all the strategies and rewards. And he just wanted to keep me away so he could monopolize all of them. His eyes lit up, so all the pieces of the puzzle fit together perfectly. Instantly, Doc Gojun shot off, thinking excitedly, I need to find Gangrim. Gangrim opened the map he had bought from the shop. The system reported, current exploration progress is 35%. He followed the map deeper into the forest. The guardian god's voice rang out, hey, are you going hunting? You've only collected 200 soul gems. Why are you staring at that map? That's my specialty, you know. Just make a pact with me, Gangrim replied flatly. You didn't even bother to tell me who left those demon peaches. Hearing his rebuttal, the guardian god coughed lightly. Well, we couldn't see them either. Gangrim rolled up the map, thinking to himself, I highly doubt that. The guardian god asked curiously, but what are you looking for? Are you looking for that times thing? What thing? That's a secret. After a moment, a system notification appeared. You have been searching intently for a long time. Your senses have increased to level 25. Your senses are being sharpened. As soon as he received this notification, Gangrim's eyes widened in shock as he caught a faint scent. The smell of human blood. A faint purple aura emanated from his body. Gangrim looked around as the system announced, activating ability, Fate Plunder, searching for the dead in the available area. Gangrim gripped his sword tightly, cautiously approaching the corpse on the ground. Suddenly, he frowned, his pupils contracting. Gangrim swung his sword decisively, instantly blocking an attack from the masked man. The two blades scraped against each other, creating sparks and a piercing screech. The system now reported, number of dead in the available area is 0. The masked man loudly lectured Gangrim, if you see someone down, you should check on them first, instead of just swinging your sword like that. He roared back in anger. Shut up, you damn murderer. The mask on the man's face cracked from the force of Gangrim's blow. The man raised a hand to remove his mask, praising him. You found out so quickly. How did you know I killed them? As soon as the mask came off, the face behind it shocked Gangrim. The boy spoke. You understand that I can't leave any witnesses, right? The killer's information appeared. Yujun, subclass, 3rd grade human, attribute, fire, holy title, the fear of life and death. Yujun's eyes were filled with madness as he lunged to attack Gangrim. The system announced, murderous intent, subclass, 1st grade demon. Absorbs stats from those killed by the user's own hand. Creates karma upon use. Gangrim gritted his teeth, struggling to fight back. Damn it, he thought. This bastard's stats have doubled since the last time I saw him. Yujun threw all his strength into pushing Gangrim back. He yelled angrily, how many people have you killed all this time? Hearing his question, Yujun just laughed mockingly. You even know that I've killed a lot? Gangrim's gaze turned razor sharp as he glared at him. He demanded, are you happy about that? Isn't hunting demons enough for you? Yujun replied nonchalantly, hunting demons is fun too, so I tried to keep a low profile for a while. He clutched his chest, continuing proudly. But Lord Nashin gave me this power to kill people. It would be a waste not to use it, right? Hearing Yujun's words, Gangrim gripped the hilt of his sword in anger. He roared, just for that? Seeing Gangrim's expression, the other guy spoke with amusement, taunting him. Why are you so angry? What if you had a power that only activated when you killed people? Yujun's entire body suddenly became like an illusion. He said, you'd become just like me. Gangrim readied his sword for battle, frowning in disgust as he retorted, you talk as if everyone would be like you. But you're wrong. The system suddenly announced, the feeling of that day is rising. Gangrim looked at the blurry figure before him, thinking to himself, a hermit. He closed his eyes, frowning in thought. An ability that turns the body transparent. It just makes you unseen. While Gangrim was thinking, Yujun, who hadn't disappeared but was just radiating killing intent, suddenly appeared behind him. Gangrim spoke, and you think I can't find you? Instantly, he swung his sword and blocked Yujun's attack. The boy praised him. You blocked it? Not bad. In a flash, Yujun appeared behind Gangrim again, shouting, are you ready to die? Yujun swung his sword down, questioning Gangrim, just how much stronger will I get if I kill you? Gangrim gritted his teeth, thinking, I can't let this go on. I've never used it before, so I'm a bit worried. He recalled the moment he took down the 2 giant snowmen. The ability I took from that snowman. Combat Instinct. Demon Grade 3rd Class. Fighting Spirit Boils. When facing a stronger opponent, the difference in power will increase the user's stats. The greater the gap with the opponent, the greater the increase. Suddenly, a pinkish glint flashed in Gangrim's eyes. The system announced, activating combat skill. Confirming opponent is stronger than the user. Yujun's eyes widened in shock at Gangrim's transformation. Along with the system's announcement, beginning to forge fighting spirit, a terrifying aura of power enveloped Gangrim. Seeing his state, Yujun panicked. What? How? All of a sudden, Gangrim's eyes were lifeless as he spoke. You're strong. Yujun was terrified. What? The atmosphere suddenly changed. As Gangrim swung his sword towards him, he thought to himself, if I kill someone stronger than me. Yujun struggled to block Gangrim's attacks, summoning fire with his other hand. Gangrim didn't hesitate, swinging a fist straight at Yujun's face, thinking gleefully how good it would feel to land the hit. But while Gangrim was distracted, a sword slashed across his chest. Pinned to the ground, Yujun cursed in anger. You bastard! Seeing Gangrim raise his sword to strike, his eyes filled with killing intent, he screamed in terror, get away! Suddenly, Doc Gojun appeared from the bushes behind them, waving cheerfully and shouting, So Gangrim, I'm here to help you. His sudden interruption caught Gangrim's attention. He was stunned to see the abundant aura of power radiating from Gojun. Gangrim thought with excitement, another strong one. Instantly, he reached out and rushed toward Doc Gojun. Seeing Gangrim charge at him, Gojun asked in alarm, is this some kind of team recruitment event? He noticed something strange about Gangrim, and as he raised his sword to block the attack, he asked cheerfully, so what am I supposed to do? Suddenly, Gangrim lowered his sword and spoke flatly, you're caught up in the wrong fight, and you've lost your reason. Gojun took the opportunity to punch Gangrim hard in the shoulder, shouting, let me help you snap out of it. The blow sent Gangrim stumbling backward. Doc Gojun's eyes lit up as he asked, all better now? Watching Yujun flee for his life in the distance, Doc Gojun thought to himself, the bad guy's running away. Probably better to just let him go. Gangrim took a pill out of his pocket. Gojun asked with concern, Gangrim, you okay? He probed, we're teammates, right? Meanwhile, Gangrim popped the pill into his mouth, using a recovery item. His eyes sharpened as he looked at Gojun and replied coldly, find someone else. Doc Gojun didn't seem to care, shrugging as he replied, I like you. The others are just boring extras. As he spoke, he picked up Gangrim's sword. No personality, nothing to say. Gojun tossed Gangrim his sword and proposed, I want to reach the top with you. Seeing Gangrim's dark expression, Gojun added, so let's just make up. In his translucent form, Yujun flew through the forest. He clutched his face, his eyes wide with terror, thinking, damn it, I have to eliminate the target. But there are two of them over there, and they're both strong. This is going to be tough, Yujun worried to himself. What should I do? Just then, a group of people approached from a distance, the one in the lead calling out, where's Yujun? The moment he saw them, a sly grin spread across his face as he thought, I just need to get stronger. Immediately, he shouted, I'm over here! The group was relieved to see him. Yujun, thank God. We were worried sick not being able to find you. One of them spoke up. I saw a dead body in the forest. Someone must have done it. Yujun added, I was looking for you guys too. The killer is over there. Suddenly, he collapsed to the ground, causing everyone to cry out in surprise. Yujun, the group rushed over in a panic. You're hurt. I have a healing skill. Yujun struggled to reply. Thank you, everyone. As he finished speaking, blood suddenly splattered, and Yujun's voice trailed off. Really? The person from before collapsed. Yujun stood among the bodies he had just slaughtered, watching the glowing red notification panel appear. Mass murder skill activated. You have absorbed 10% of the opponent's stats. Points acquired. Suddenly, a necklace appeared around Yujun's neck, and a notification popped up, surprising him. The fear of the living and the dead is pleased with Yujun's actions. The fear of the living and the dead has gifted the blade necklace to Yujun. The blade necklace's power has been activated, increasing strength by 10%. Yujun exclaimed joyfully. Strength? He continued gleefully. With this, I can kill Gangrim. Thank you, Lord Rakshasa. Suddenly, a drop of water landed on Yujun's face. It began to rain, and he walked past the corpses on the ground. System notification. Ambient water energy is rising. Yujun cursed under his breath. Shit, rain? A long line of notifications continued to appear. Water energy counteracts Yujun's element. Strength stat decreased by 10%. The fear of the living and the dead says not to worry. The fear of the living and the dead says that Gangrim's element is fire. The opponent is surely weakened as well. Reading those lines, Yujun thought to himself, the same element, huh? What a relief. Looking at the gloomy sky, he reminded himself, I have to find him before this rain gets any heavier. In the forest, Gangrim swung his sword, cutting down a tree. A footstep sounded behind him. Gangrim raised a hand to wipe the rain from his face, muttering to himself, just one more tree trunk. While Gangrim was distracted, Yujun appeared from behind and raised his sword. Just as he swung the sword down, Gangrim quickly whipped his arm back to block the blow. Yujun was shocked. What? You? He laughed maniacally, launching a flurry of attacks. What is this? Gangrim's face darkened as Yujun's eyes gleamed. He said in a cold voice. Getting weak, Yujun's eyes were lifeless as he watched Gangrim struggle to block his attacks. He jumped back and shouted, If I'd known you were this pathetic, I would have killed fewer people. Yujun relentlessly attacked Gangrim with his sword, mocking him as he fought. How did you get so damn weak? Where'd your little teammate go? Wandering around all by yourself like this. At this point, you're just begging to be killed, aren't you? Hearing that last line, Gangrim smiled. Seeing his expression, Yujun wondered, why are you smiling? Suddenly, Gangrim's sword hand erupted in a blue light, and that power spread to envelop his entire body. Raindrops began to float in midair as Gangrim stared intently at Yujun. System reports. Gangrim's attribute has been changed to water. Reduced stats have returned to normal. As this notification appeared, Yujun gritted his teeth and trembled, struggling to block Gangrim's attack with his sword. As the two fought back and forth, the system continuously updated the status of both Gangrim's and Yujun's bodies. Water energy in the surrounding area is increasing. Gangrim's stats have increased by 10% due to the water attribute bonus. Ambient water energy is overlapping. Yujun's stats have decreased by 20%. Feeling Gangrim's overwhelming power, Yujun thought in shock. What? I thought Gangrim was supposed to be weaker too. He frowned and screamed into the air. You told me Gangrim was a fire attribute. Just as lightning struck a tree behind Gangrim, his eyes sharpened as he questioned Yujun. Is that what Nahan told you? Yujun didn't answer him, gritting his teeth and trembling as he blocked the attack. System notification. The fear of the living and the dead advises you not to believe in lies. The fear of the living and the dead says that even with the attribute penalties, Yujun is still stronger than Gangrim. Seeing the text comparing their power levels, Yujun wondered, is that true? A strange noise distracted Gangrim, and seizing the moment of carelessness, Yujun broke free from his control. He spoke up, I don't know how you managed to change your attribute. Yujun gathered his strength and swung his sword at Gangrim. He raised his own sword to block, but it shattered into pieces. His eyes widened in horror. Yujun quickly rushed forward and kicked Gangrim hard. He shouted triumphantly, But I'm still way stronger than you. The kick sent Gangrim flying backward, his back slamming hard against a tree. Before he could even regain his footing, Yujun flew toward him. He immediately pinned Gangrim against the tree, pressing the sharp tip of his sword to his cheek. Yujun spoke tyrannically. That was fun. Seol Gang, you won't be lonely. He thought of Sinwoo and the twins. His face twisted into a gleeful expression as he said loudly, because I'm going to send every single one of your friends right after you. Suddenly, a sharp object pierced through Yujun's stomach, pulling him backward. Gangrim was holding that sharp object tightly in his hand. His eyes blazed with fury as he questioned him. Yujun, who's sending who where? The counterattack took him by surprise. Impossible. Yujun fell backward, staring at Gangrim controlling the metal shard that had stabbed him. He uttered, just with a piece of that sword. Gangrim held one end of the metal shard and said coldly, it's not what you think. This isn't just a piece of my sword. Yujun cried out in terror. Damn it, Lord Nahan, save me. Gangrim's eyes were filled with hatred. He raised the metal shard high and said icily, too late. System notification. The fear of the living and the dead has temporarily severed contact. Lightning flashed across the sky as blood sprayed into the air. Gangrim stepped into a puddle, hesitated, and then his eyes lit up. A deathly aura radiated from him as he spoke coldly. I have it too. A power that can only be activated through killing. A notification window appeared. Skill activated. Stealing fate. Gangrim swung his sword, severing a grasshopper's leg. He thought to himself that the benefits he'd gained from the demon world this time had truly exceeded his expectations. Gangrim suddenly gasped for breath, first remembering this 7-branched lightning sword. The information for the lightning sword appeared. 7-branched lightning sword, unrefined, Tier 3 dragon class. A sword made from an ancient tree struck by lightning. Gangrim recalled how he had painstakingly searched, turning this whole area upside down to find it. He thought to himself, I cut down countless trees in this area. I even installed a lightning rod on a tree. An image of Gangrim sticking a lightning rod into a tree trunk appeared. While slaughtering giant grasshoppers, Gangrim thought about how he had also taken that guy Nam Yujun's hiding skill and equipment, and somehow his fate level had also increased. Just as he powerfully plunged his sword into a grasshopper's head, a thought crept in. Gangrim dropped to his knees, clutching his head as a blaming voice echoed in his mind. You killed them, Gangrim. Suddenly, someone approached. That person called out to Gangrim. Gojun held up the head of a grasshopper and spoke with a puzzled tone. Why are you still killing these stupid things? What about Nam Yujun? Gangrim didn't answer him. He spoke up. Aren't you supposed to be guarding the gate to the 4th region right now? What are you doing here? Gangrim recalled the time he had angrily held his sword to Gojun's shoulder, saying, a truce? I just lost track of a murderer because of you. Gojun, completely unafraid, gently pushed Gangrim's blade aside. He said, so what if I bring him to you now? What do I have to do to earn your trust? Gangrim frowned, thinking to himself, I figured he'd act like this ever since Gunnam died. I guess I can bring him along as a form of insurance. After a moment of thought, Gangrim sheathed his sword and spoke to Gojun. If that's the case, then do as I say. Gojun replied enthusiastically. All right, what should I do now? Gangrim ordered him, take out your map. The two compared their maps. The system announced that the investigation's completion percentage had been updated. Gangrim spoke. There's an escape route leading to another area here. Go stand guard there so he has no way to escape. Gojun watched Gangrim intently as he extracted the jade from the grasshopper's head, rubbing his chin thoughtfully as he spoke. I haven't heard from you in a few days, so I came to check if everything was taken care of. Gangrim replied, I couldn't find him either, so I shifted my focus to my mission. I assume he's already escaped. Gojun placed a hand on Gangrim's shoulder and said slyly, you're kidding, right? I'm sure you've already killed him. Hearing this, Gangrim's face darkened as he shot a glare at Gojun. He continued to ramble on. And I assume this is something you picked up from him, right? You even changed your weapon. Gangrim brushed Gojun's hand away and explained, a god gave me this necklace. I bought this from the item shop because the other one broke. Gojun was surprised. Really? Gangrim cut him off. Stop getting lost in those imaginary scenarios in your head. He repeated, I really don't know what happened to him. Gojun finally gave up. Well, if you say so. Looking at Gangrim standing before him, he continued, but if you really did kill him, Gojun placed a hand on his chest, his face beaming. You can tell me, you know, I'm on your side. Seeing Gojun's expectant face, Gangrim was speechless. He turned away sharply and said coldly, I didn't do it, and don't act like we're friends. Gojun pushed himself up from his knee and replied, well then, I guess I'll go collect some spirit jades too. He walked in the opposite direction of Gangrim, waving his hand as he continued. It seems Sinwoo was the first to complete the raid. Congratulations. Gangrim said nothing, just stared at Gojun's retreating back. The system announced, number of spirit jades collected, 1,000 out of 1,000. The sticky, blood-covered jade in Gangrim's hand flashed. You have completed the Sword of the Deceitful Forest quest. That's good. The loud calls of Yunbom and Yungion drew everyone's attention. Master Gangrim, please accept us as your disciples. Gangrim, who was drinking water, refused flatly. No. The twins didn't give up, insisting determinedly, I'll do my best. I'll do whatever you ask. Is it because we're too weak? We've even been blessed by the gods. Hearing Yunbom mention the word gods, Gangrim asked in surprise, Gods? At that moment, a brilliant golden light emanated from his body. The system announced, Skill activated, discovering fate. An image of a strong girl drawing a bow appeared. Yunbom answered proudly, I am blessed by the goddess of the moon and the hunt. Along with that, the muscular figure of a man appeared. Yun Gion spoke up, and I am blessed by the god of the sun and archery. Hearing the two of them, Gangrim thought to himself that they must be Apollo and Artemis. He said, those two gods are very well suited to your attributes. Hearing Gangrim say this, the twins got excited. So, you'll accept us? Gangrim didn't answer. Instead, he pointed upwards and said seriously, ask your gods. Yoonjian slumped into his chair, disappointed. What? Beside him, Yunbom was curious. So which god are you blessed by? Gangrim answered honestly. I haven't been blessed by anyone. Yoongion wondered. Why not? Gangrim let out a sigh and replied, no god is interested. Yunbom suddenly suggested excitedly. Really? What do you think? If it's the father of gods and humanity. The girl chattered on endlessly. Among those blessed by gods from the same pantheon, there's a synergy effect for skills. Yoongion suddenly covered Yunbom's mouth. The girl laughed and said, Master isn't interested in blessings from the gods either, right? Gangrim waved his hands in confusion. Yeah, I currently have no intention of receiving divine protection, and I don't want to take on any disciples either. Yoongion thought in astonishment. Did I hear that right? The girl remembered Gangrim's terrifying expression, a doubt forming in her mind. Could there be a reason why he doesn't want to be blessed? Gangrim sighed and explained, I told you last time, I'm not good enough to teach you too. So, before Gangrim could finish, a noise drew the twins' attention. The door opened, and a figure stumbled and fell. All three were startled. Yoongion was the first to speak towards the sound. The girl looked in surprise at the priest, who was biting his lip, collapsed on the ground. Isn't that the first room? Gangrim helped him sit up and asked, Johan, are you okay? A priest? The priest replied, I'm fine, thank you. Gangrim inquired, are you still having trouble taking down monsters? The priest held his forehead and admitted, He sighed, I still feel scared every time I face those monsters. Gangrim crossed his arms and smirked to himself. Perfect timing. The priest was still dejected. What a pathetic awakened one. I can't even take down a single monster. How pathetic. Gangrim suddenly called out to him, Priest. Gangrim's face lit up. He extended a hand towards the priest and offered, Would you like me to lend you a hand? The priest was surprised. You'll help me? Gongdu couldn't help but remark, it really is amazing. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted the three's conversation. A voice called out, Well, if it isn't the beautiful team leader. Hearing that tone, Gongdu frowned in annoyance, crushing the cup in his hand. He questioned the person at the door. What are you doing here? Team leader Sion. The girl chuckled and replied, I heard the news, so I thought I should come and congratulate you. I heard you were the first to successfully clear the first stage and reach the second area. Congratulations, team leader Gong, Ionio said, crossing her arms. So, next time, Area 1 and Area 2 will face off. Gongdu replied nonchalantly, Yeah, the girl's information appeared. Smoonionio, affiliated with the Destiny Protection Agency. Ionio probed. So, should we make a bet? Gongdu asked, confused. A bet? Ionio replied. Which side will be the first to complete the next level at the highest difficulty? She continued. Between your intern, Ionio added smugly, and mine, who will win? Not one to back down, Gongdu accepted. Fine. What are we betting? Ionio proposed that the loser must grant one wish for the winner. What do you think? Gongdu wondered. A wish, Ionio smirked. She provoked him. What's wrong? Scared already? Gongdu asked angrily. Are you crazy? Why would I be scared when it's an obvious victory for my intern? Ionio casually inquired. So you accept the bet, right? Gongdu answered firmly. Of course. Ionio turned to leave. All right, I'm really looking forward to it then. See you later. As soon as the door closed, the room suddenly fell silent. Gongdu's expression turned terrifying as he gave the other two a pointed look. You two heard her. We have to win. His eyes sharpened as he told himself, I'll have to give a special warning. Returning to Gangrim's side, he poured out all the spirit beads from his bag and said generously, Here, take these. The system displayed a notification based on the number of spirit beads that fell out. Spirit beads collected, 135 out of 1,000. Spirit beads collected, 597 out of 1,000. Spirit beads collected, 1,000 out of 1,000. Johan stared nervously at the notification on the display screen. You have completed the Room of the Sword Forest stage. He was astonished. I can't believe it. You worked hard these past 2 days. Gangrim replied politely. You also worked hard healing my injuries. Just then, the system's voice rang out. You have healed the wound caused by the snow weasel. Johann replied, still dejected. That was nothing. Gangrim stopped him. That's enough. He encouraged Johann. Everyone just needs to fulfill their role. It's just that others haven't recognized your value yet, Johann exclaimed joyfully. Oh, my brother in faith! Gangrim clenched his fist with determination. So, are we ready to enter the 5th room? The two walked through the door and returned to the base. Gangrim asked, Did you get the message from Anna Viecha? Johann replied, Yes. Gangrim continued, It won't be as fast as this room, so you should prepare yourself well. The system announced, Hello, interns. Since the room of the Sword Forest has been cleared, we will now open the 5th room. This demon realm requires you to stay inside longer than the other rooms. Please prepare thoroughly before entering this room. Gangrim spoke up. The first team went in 5 days ago, so we'll go in tomorrow morning. Johann replied excitedly. Okay, let's meet in front of Buddha's pillar tomorrow morning then. The two stepped through the teleportation gate. Johann looked around curiously, his jaw dropping in amazement. Looking at the majestic scenery before him, Johann shouted, This place is absolutely beautiful. I can't believe this is a demon realm. The mechanical voice of the system rang out. You have entered the room of verbal karma. This room has a special condition. First, the reward for the first person to clear it will depend on the difficulty. Second, the use of the item shop is prohibited. Third, you cannot leave the room without completing the stage. Reading the conditions for room number 5, Gangrim thought to himself, that third condition really gave me a hard time in my past life. Completion condition, obtain 30 to return to the lobby. Johann spoke up. It's not going to tell us what the completion condition is. Gangrim replied, I guess we'll just have to pick up whatever we see. Johann added, everything is a secret. Could that be why the room is named verbal karma? Hearing Johann say that, Gangrim explained to him, it's not that kind of verbal karma. Gangrim stuck out his tongue, his face turning frightening as he continued, it means your tongue will be cut out. Gangrim used a rock to hammer a stake into the ground, and he also prepared a spot for a fire. Before long, Gangrim and Johann's temporary shelter was set up. Johann, holding a bundle of firewood, said, I was pretty worried when I saw the conditions, but with this, we won't have to go back. Gangrim raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He replied, buying it before coming here was definitely the right choice. He tossed a sphere into the fire and said, I'm gonna go scout the area. You wait here. Gangrim turned and left. He thought to himself, the shelter is taken care of. Standing before a clear stream, Gangrim thought, next, I need to find food. Looking at the plump green fruits on the trees, Gangrim said doubtfully, these things look too fake. His gaze shifted to a spot where 2 ferocious beasts were in the woods, and he said in surprise, there are guardian monsters here too. Looking at the sweet fruit hanging heavy on the trees, Gangrim wondered, are they really the problem? At this rate, we're going to starve to death. We should probably go to Shin Sua's camp. Suddenly, from the bushes, Sang-woo frowned in annoyance and shouted, I told you not to mention Shin Sua's name again. I'd rather bite my own tongue off and die than ask that person for help. He remembered what Shin Sua had once said, I see. It's true that if we don't get along, we can't do anything. Her words startled Sung-woo, and he thought to himself, how could I possibly ask for help from the woman who rejected me? Shin Sua had said, refusing him, I have no intention of dating you, so please leave, he thought resentfully. Just thinking about it pisses me off. Sang-woo, hiding in the bushes with 3 others, gave an order. Whatever, just wipe out all the monsters and pick the fruit. We have to do it now while we still have the energy. The man next to him questioned, we're the ones going again? What on earth did you buy all those weapons for? Sang-woo retorted, if I had to fight myself, then what did I hire you guys for? With that, he yelled, go on, I'm paying you to do this. Following Choi Sang-woo's order, the group charged out to attack the guard dogs. Seeing them get taken down, spitting blood from their mouths, he shouted joyfully, all right, these monsters are weaker than they look. Sang-woo cautiously approached and asked, are they all dead? The man in the lead replied, looks like it. He immediately ordered, let's pick all the fruit we can before more of them show up. One guy climbed a tree and boasted, my nickname was Little Monkey when I was a kid. Someone below teased, because of your face? Suddenly, Sang-woo noticed something at his feet. He thought, what is this? Looking at the monster's corpse with its bones exposed, Sang-woo wondered, why is this monster so skinny? He frowned and said worriedly, there's so much fruit here, so why? Suddenly, a gloomy voice echoed, because if you eat the fruit without permission, the master of the garden will take your tongues. Sang-woo repeated doubtfully, master. Immediately after, a horde of red-eyed, out-of-control monkeys charged toward Sang-woo's position. A guardian spirit scolded him. You people are so rude, another person urged him. Run! The more Sang-woo looked at the monkeys' faces, the more bizarre they became, as the gloomy, warning-filled voice rang out. Before your tongues disappear. The monkeys charged toward Choi Sang-woo's group without a moment's hesitation. Choi Sang-woo screamed in terror. Run! At his word, his group turned and fled for their lives. As Choi Sang-woo was running, a thought flashed through his mind. Seeing the people he hired sprint past him, he yelled in a panic, "Hey, wait! You're supposed to protect me!" Just as Sang-woo cursed them, useless bastards, a monkey lunged at him and pried his mouth open. Suddenly, it was distracted by a sound from ahead. The monkey, with a sword through its neck, fell backward from the momentum. Sang-woo's eyes widened in terror, his pupils shrinking. A figure appeared in his line of sight and said, "I see your life was destined to be saved by others." Gangrim smiled and praised him. "You're really lucky, but from now on, you need to be more careful." He continued, "Fate has also decreed that you will ruin your own life." Sang-woo looked at Gangrim's face and thought his name, Gangrim. He wiped away his tears and yelled, "What the hell? Who asked for your help?" Sang scowled and shouted, "You think I'm just going to forgive everything you've done just because you helped me out once?" Gangrim retrieved his sword and said sarcastically, "Don't worry, I wouldn't help you even if you got on your knees and begged." Hearing this, Sang was stunned and cursed loudly. "What? You bastard?" Seeing a group of people running towards them, Gangrim glanced at Suo and asked, "Choi Suo, shouldn't you be running?" Immediately after, Gangrim charged into the horde of monkeys, taking them down one by one. Sang was helped up by the group from before. They asked worriedly, "Ha Choi Sang, are you okay? I'm so sorry, I didn't realize you were left behind." One of them spoke up, "It's a good thing Gangrim was here to save you." Hearing this, Sang gritted his teeth in anger. His eyes became lifeless as he spoke in a dark, somber tone. "I will never forgive you, Seol Gangrim." In the forest, Gangrim relentlessly swung his sword, cutting down the monkeys. His blade left an orange-gold trail in the air. Taking advantage of his distraction, two monkeys lunged at him from behind. Without even turning around, he reached back and shot out a burst of fire, incinerating the monkey. Gangrim looked around and took an egg out of his bag. He thought to himself, "Is that all of them? While no one's around, I should feed this thing." Gangrim held out the egg, which immediately began to drool eagerly. But contrary to its expectations, Gangrim shoved an apple from his hand right up to its mouth. He said, "Here's your food." The egg obediently nibbled on the apple. Gangrim sighed. He returned to the shelter with Johan and started roasting some meat. Johan asked curiously, "Is that the monster from before?" Gangrim replied, "That's right." He smiled and added, "You remember when I asked for your help last time?" The priest answered, "I remember, but what can I do for you?" Gangrim didn't answer his question right away, instead taking a bite of the meat in his hand. Suddenly, Gangrim's expression darkened, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, a horrified Johan shouted, "Seol Gangrim!" He slowly wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and spoke with a smirk. "All the monsters in this demon world are poisonous." Johan was bewildered. Poison? Gangrim's condition worsened. He placed a hand on his chest and pleaded, "Please, heal me." He generously offered a mana recovery potion to Johan, saying, "If you need this, just drink it. I trust you." Well, now a system notification appeared. Skill activated, healing hand. While Johan was healing him, Gangrim kept eating the meat, but the poison still caused him to hallucinate. He kept rambling, "Look, there's someone waving at me from the other side of the river." Seeing him delirious, Johan yelled, "Whatever you do, don't follow them." He felt a surge of pity for Gangrim and shouted, "Why do you have to do this, you poor child?" The system notifications kept ringing out, "Please stop." Skill activated, healing hand. Skill activated, healing hand. After a while, Gangrim stopped him. "Okay, I think that's enough," Johan asked excitedly. "Really?" Gangrim answered honestly, "I think the poison is weakening now that I'm getting used to it." Hearing him say that, Johan's face fell. "What?" Gangrim then picked up a piece of bloody meat, horrifying Johan. He said calmly, "I guess I'll have to eat it raw now." A moment later, the system repeated a single phrase. Skill activated, healing hand, skill activated, healing hand, skill activated, healing hand. You have acquired the poison resistance skill. Gangrim's expression was grim as he stared at the information window. He then said, "It's fine now. Are you done?" Just as he was about to turn and thank him, "I'm done. Thank you," he saw Johan collapse from exhaustion. Gangrim cried out in alarm, "Father!" He helped Johan into the tent, and looking at him with a gentle gaze, he said, "Father, you did a great job." He stared at the information window, thinking to himself, "This took longer than I thought. Poison resistance, insectoid subclass, tier 3, resists various types of poison. The higher the enemy's tier, the less effective the skill." Gangrim recalled what he did before they left, and thought with relief, "It's a good thing I fed Father all those mana-boosting dishes beforehand." Back then, the table was covered in nourishing food for Johan. Herbal stew, max mana plus 10%. Ginseng extract, mana recovery plus 5%. 5-colored dumplings, mana recovery rate plus 5%. If not for that, you would have died from mana exhaustion. Gangrim shook Johan gently and called out, Wake up, father. His gaze suddenly turned sharp and cold as he thought, I want to let him rest because he worked so hard. Seeing the tent's zipper being pulled open, Gangrim thought, but other people won't be so considerate. He quickly drew his sword and thrust it deep into the attacker's chest. The loud noise startled Johan awake. He sat up in a panic. Hey, what's going on? Gangrim said. I knew they'd come. He looked at the group outside the tent and stated calmly, we're under attack. Gangrim turned back to Johan and instructed him, I'm going out to fight them. Don't come outside, no matter what happens. Just scream if something happens, okay? Johan replied, got it. Looking at the group armed with swords, ready to charge him, Gangrim thought, I don't recognize these guys. Are they from Area 1? A level 1 human type spoke arrogantly. Hey, we'll let you go if you hand over the food. The one next to him, a level 3 ghost type, added, we're robbers, not murderers. Gangrim's expression darkened, his pupils glowing gold. Not backing down, he mocked them. We'll die if we don't have food here. But you're saying you're not murderers while trying to take the food that's keeping us alive? Gangrim thought to himself. I heard the conflicts in Area 1 were bad even in my past life. He probed. And what if I don't hand over the food? The leader of the group started to answer. Then, he suddenly yelled, we'll take it by force. And immediately, the whole group charged at Gangrim. The leader swung his sword, but Gangrim quickly ducked. He placed a hand on the side of the man's face and suddenly slammed his head into his knee. Gangrim frowned, thinking, something's a little strange. As he struck another one on the head with the hilt of his sword, he mused, with their skills and types, they should be able to find food here easily. Seeing another one running at him with a raised sword, Gangrim suspected, are they just trying to pick a fight? One of the men who had been standing in the back suddenly shouted, hey, this bastard's too strong. He yelled, damn it, let's retreat and report to the captain. Hearing that, Gangrim was surprised. Captain? Suddenly, a small orb was thrown towards Gangrim's flaming hand. Inside the tent, Johan trembled with his eyes shut tight, clutching the cross on his necklace. Suddenly, smoke filled the tent, and he looked up in alarm, thinking, an explosion. Worried, Johan crawled out of the tent and asked Gangrim, are you okay? I'm coming. Suddenly, Johan remembered what Gangrim had told him. Don't come outside, no matter what happens. His eyes widened, his pupils shrinking in terror as he thought, what can I even do? If I go out there, just think, why did he tell you not to go out? Johan bit his lip and clenched his fists, thinking helplessly, it's because you'd just be a hindrance, a burden to him. Outside, thick smoke surrounded the tent. Inside, Johan hesitated, wondering, but is it really okay to just keep hiding like this? Suddenly, a hand grabbed the tent fabric. Johan looked up in surprise. Gangrim unzipped the tent, covering his nose as he spoke. They used a smoke bomb to get away. Johan asked worriedly, Gangrim, are you hurt anywhere? Gangrim replied, no, I'm fine. Johan wondered, why do you think they attacked us? Still covering his nose from the smoke, Gangrim explained, they wanted our food. Hearing that, Johan was bewildered. Our food? Seeing Johan's confused expression, Gangrim said, the conflicts between the areas were already bad in the last demon world. I think it'll be the same this time. We should be wary of people we don't know. Johan's thoughts suddenly turned negative. He looked down, frowned, and asked quietly, would it be better if I weren't with you? Gangrim didn't catch the meaning behind Johan's words and asked him to clarify. Huh? What do you mean? He replied sorrowfully. I'm just holding you back. I'm a burden. Besides, what's the point of completing the training with someone else's help? Don't you think Anavi was right when she said that those without the will to fight are useless? Hearing Johan's long speech, Gangrim frowned in confusion, thinking, what the hell is he talking about? He placed a hand on Johan's shoulder and called out softly, Father. Gangrim repeated, do you remember what I told you? The others just haven't realized your talent yet. The totem pole appeared, along with dark red pills in a paper packet. Gangrim continued, for now, you can only return and be healed by the totem, and recovery potions will be distributed each day. But what about after the training? That's when the real challenge begins. Listening to Gangrim's explanation, Johan couldn't help but feel bewildered. Gangrim told him confidently, when those guys realize how expensive those recovery potions are, the ones who kicked you out of the party will regret it. He then removed his hand from Johan's shoulder and said with determination, anyway, I'll do the fighting, and you'll be in charge of healing. Gangrim spoke sincerely, I don't like all that stuff about fate and destiny, but I guarantee you'll save a lot of people in the future. He looked down at Johan kneeling on the ground and asked softly, do you still want to give up? Surprised, Johan looked up at Gangrim, asking himself, can I really save people? Filled with passion, Johan clenched his fists and replied, no, I won't give up. He proposed, so please, help me, please. Gangrim replied immediately, of course. Outside the tent, thick smoke still swirled around. Inside, Gangrim and Johan talked with each other. I still need help, don't I? 3 days later, in another forest, another tent had been set up. Yunbom and Yungion ran over happily. Sua, we're here. Shinsua replied with a warm smile. Welcome back. Did you get the items? Yunbom answered. Not yet. I think we need to go deeper into the forest. Yoonjeon added. Everyone's too weak. They weren't any help. Hearing her sister say that, Yunbom reminded her, You shouldn't talk like that. They were just trying to help us. Yoonjeon retorted, You think so too, don't you? Yunbom scratched her ear, flustered. Well, of course, if we were with him. Recalling the times Gangrim had taught her new things, she continued, We'd be able to learn a lot more, and it'd be more comfortable too. Although, he's probably deep inside the forest by now. Hearing Yunbom, Shinsua rubbed her chin thoughtfully and said, We have to do our best on our own until Gangrim finishes scouting the area and figures out the best way to proceed. Yunbom wondered, When do you think he'll be back? Shinsua chuckled and replied, I don't know. Probably today. Suddenly, a surprised shout came from outside. How did you get in here? The three inside the tent looked out in surprise. A hand grabbed the tent flap, pulled it aside, and called out to Shinsua. Seeing who it was, Sua was shocked. Doc Gojun asked with a smirk, Have you seen Gangrim? Before Shinsua could answer, he said to himself, I'm guessing not. Yoonjeon shouted, How could you get in here with all the traps we set out there? Gojun replied, I dismantled them. Shinsua asked warily, What are you doing here? You always work alone. Doc Gojun answered honestly, To find Gangrim. He rubbed his chin and spoke. I thought Gangrim would be here because the gods told me he was nearby. Shinsua crossed her arms and replied sternly, We haven't seen him. He pointed at the twins and said teasingly, Do you think he'd show up if I got rid of some of the excess baggage around here? Yoongeon shouted angrily. Are you talking about us? Seeing the girl's anger, Gojun corrected himself. Ah, no. You two are support roles. He continued with a sneer. But there's a lot of useless stuff out there. Shinsua put her arm out protectively in front of the twins. She challenged Doc Gojun. Is that how you see and judge other people? Gojun tossed an apple towards Shinsua. He said, Here, Shinsua, take this. The system's voice rang out. You have received the item. 3 scented fruit. You have completed the mission. Room of verbal karma. Difficulty. Low. Holding the apple, Shinsua glared darkly at Gojun and said, I have enough of these already. He smiled brightly and said, So you already know about it? I want to team up with you. Hearing Gojun say this, Shinsua was surprised. Huh? I can't find Gangrim, but you guys are at least support roles. So. Before he could finish, an arrow grazed past Doc Gojun's face, cutting him off. Yoongeon said darkly, I have no intention of becoming your teammate. Shinsua quickly put out a hand to block her. She said, Gion, stop. A dark blue aura immediately enveloped Doc Gojun. He said, Then I guess I'll have to persuade you by force. Suddenly, splatters of green liquid shot onto his hand. Shinsua angrily crushed the apple in her hand, warning him, You should stop before we make you bleed. Doc Gojun licked the apple juice from his hand and asked, You? He thoughtfully reached back for the hilt of his sword, then immediately drew his 2 blades, saying provocatively, All right, I think fighting you will be more interesting than fighting that guy anyway. Both of them activated their powers, staring each other down. Doc Gojun's power took the form of a tiger, growling angrily at Shinsua's dragon. He said, Fighting you will probably be more interesting than fighting that kid. Standing to the side, Yunbom saw the situation and frantically tried to stop them. Everyone, calm down! Suddenly, a girl ran up, yanked the tent flap open, and pointed behind her, shouting, Miss Shinsua, I think someone's cooking monster meat nearby. Shinsua was surprised. Cooking? Doc Gojun said cheerfully, It was the right choice to come here. Where's that person now? Over where Gangrim was, he was continuously stirring the pot in front of him. The aroma drifted on the wind deep into the forest. Gangrim thought to himself, Today is the 10th day since the first teams entered. The others have probably run out of the food they brought. Looking at the apples on the trees, he mused, The only food around here is wild fruit. Besides that, there are ferocious wild boars with mouths full of sharp teeth and poisonous plants and animals. That's it. Sitting by the cooking pot, Gangrim thought, The value of edible food is probably going to skyrocket for trainees who earn about 100 soul gems a day. Suddenly, Doc Gojun and Shinsua's group ran up. He called out, Gangrim! Gangrim smiled in reply. Hello, Miss Shinsua. Shinsua shouted in alarm. Gang, you can't eat that, she reminded Gangrim. Most of the things in this demon world are poisonous. If it's made from things in here, then, as he ladled soup from the pot into a bowl, Gangrim replied, Don't worry, I've removed the toxins. Looking at the bowl of hot soup being handed to her, Shinsua couldn't help but ask, You can remove toxins? Doc Gojun quickly took the bowl, saying cheerfully, Thanks for the meal, Gangrim. Gangrim held out his hand. That'll be 1,000 soul gems per bowl. Doc Gojun gave a strained laugh and said, That's really expensive. Here, take it, Shinsua added. I'll buy one too. Gangrim immediately quoted her a price of 200 gems. Seeing the price difference, Gojun asked, Why are the prices so different? Gangrim replied haughtily. Because I said so. Hearing him say that, Gojun sighed. Well, Miss Sua is the main character, after all. Suddenly, a group of people approached from a distance, shouting in surprise, Hot soup for 200 soul gems, a bowl. In no time, each of them had a bowl. Gangrim then asked, Are you both looking for items higher than intermediate grade? Shin Sua replied, Yes, and I was hoping you would help us. Gangrim glanced over at Gojun to ask, What about you? He scratched his head and replied, Things didn't go smoothly because of the problem in Area 1, but I feel like if I'm with you, anything is possible. Gojun glanced at the group of people on the other side and said, We could probably finish things faster if we didn't have to take care of all these side characters. Shin Sua immediately retorted, In a situation like this, we should work together. The two of them began to argue. Have you ever seen a main character in a party of more than 10 people? We're not characters in your novel. Gangrim then offered a suggestion. It would be better if you two worked together. Hearing him say that, they both scrambled to say, I want to work with you. He returned to Shin Sua's tent. Gangrim placed his hands on the table and told them firmly, No matter what either of you say, I have no intention of working with you, Shin Sua said worriedly. It'll be very difficult for you to defeat the people from Area 1 by yourself. They're all obstructing us in a strange way. Recalling when they were ambushed, she warned him, Every single time we run into them, we end up in a fight. Gangrim rubbed his chin. Really? He thought to himself, I should probably reconsider the situation in Sector 1. Bringing the priest along would just complicate things. Gangrim made up his mind. Then I think you should stay here at the camp, Johan said, worried. I can't just leave you. Before he could finish, Gangrim cut him off. Honestly, having you along will just be a distraction. Johan asked hesitantly, Can I leave him with you? Shinua replied cheerfully, Of course. Gangrim crossed his arms and said to Johan, It's safer for you here, and you'll have more chances to use your powers. He looked worried, but Gangrim just shook his head, cutting him off again. I can handle myself, Shinua then reminded Gangrim. All right, but if anything happens, please let me know. He nodded in understanding. Deep within the fruit grove, the guardian spirit spoke up. Hey Gangrim, you've gotten a lot stronger, haven't you? These monsters are pathetic. Gangrim, go deeper. Are the monsters in there stronger? Much stronger. Gangrim casually took a bite of the apple in his hand. He thought to himself, the 6 fruits have finally appeared. They should be showing up any time now, right? Suddenly, a flash of pinkish-purple light appeared behind him, and a system notification sounded. Your senses are being honed. Gangrim whipped his head to the left in shock, but it was already on his right. He stared at the creature, stunned. How did it get this close without me even realizing? Gangrim quickly gripped the hilt of his sword, wondering, where the hell did it come from? As the giant gorilla lunged at him, a system notification appeared. Activating Solitary 1. The gorilla frowned, confused. It looked all around but couldn't find Gangrim anywhere. The gorilla had no idea that Gangrim was now just a faint silhouette clinging to the tree in its grasp. Suddenly, the branch burst into flames. The gorilla stared in alarm at the tree in its hand. While it was distracted, Gangrim swung his sword down, slashing its shoulder. He thought in amazement, so this is the advantage of having a high-quality item, huh? He leaped to the ground, already calculating, looks like I can't use this thing against the guys from Sector 1. Gangrim put the weapon away in his inventory, wondering, what should I do first? Find out where that thing came from. Or, he held the purple fruit in his hand as a system notification appeared. You have obtained the item, Heavenly Fragrance Fruit. You have completed the quest, the confessional, difficulty, intermediate. Gangrim took a bite, his mind still racing over what to do. First, I'll max out my poison resistance. I wonder if Sector 1 has even made it this far yet. The guardian spirit watched Gangrim's casual behavior with curiosity. Why is he eating a raid item? A system notification appeared. You have consumed the Heavenly Fragrance Fruit. Mana and EXP have increased. Poison resistance has been enhanced. The guardian spirits argued amongst themselves. It increases mana and poison resistance. I think that's why the Bureau of Destiny chose this place. They watched Gangrim continuously munching on the fruit, puzzled. Anyway, how many more of those is he going to eat? Just watching him is making me sick of fruit. A notification suddenly appeared in front of Gangrim. Poison resistance has leveled up to Insect Class, Tier 1. As soon as he saw the notification, Gangrim slumped over. The fruit fell from his hand, hitting someone down below. A voice rang out, What the hell? Where did that thing that hit you come from? You're Gangrim from Sector 2, right? Gangrim was curious that the guy knew who he was. How do you know my name? The other guy didn't answer, just said, That's not important. The red-haired guy pointed to the person beside him who was wiping their face. I think our captain has something he wants to say to you. Why don't you come with us? If you do, we can just forget this ever happened. I'm the one who decides that, the other guy retorted. Don't you remember those guys from Team 1? They took off running the second they saw him. Hearing that, Gangrim thought, their captain. Is he one of those bastards who ambushed me on the first day? The guardian spirits chimed in. Gangrim has his pride. There's no way he'd just follow them. Gangrim leaped down from the tree. Fine. The red-haired guy replied, "All right, let's get going." The guardian spirit said in shock, "He's actually going." When they reached a clearing in the forest, the guy said, "This is our campsite." Suddenly, someone else spoke up, "We need to go a bit further." Gangrim glanced at them, thinking to himself, "Looks like they have twice as many people here as my sector does." He walked ahead, aware of their eyes on him, but they seemed completely unfazed. The person next to him shoved Gangrim inside a tent, ordering, "Get in." The man sitting inside, cleaning a weapon, looked up and asked, "You're Gangrim, aren't you?" Gangrim was a bit wary. "And you are?" The burly man introduced himself. "Sector 1, Hong Dun." The man grinned. "A pleasure to finally meet you." Hong Dun, class, demon, tier 1, attribute, metal. Looking at the weapon radiating a powerful aura in the man's hands, Gangrim thought, he even has a weapon this good. The system then displayed information about the weapon in Hong Dun's hand. Heavenly Fire Spear. Class, Dragon, Tier 3. A long-range weapon capable of piercing, slashing, and bludgeoning attacks with immense power. Gangrim realized, so this is how Sector 1 always managed to lead the conquest of the demon realms in my past life. Seeing Hong Dun get up and approach him, he grew cautious. "What do you want?" A faint red light glinted in the man's eyes as he glared menacingly, staring. Dehun swung his spear toward Gangrim. He spoke up. "Were we a little too rough?" The tip of the spear stopped right between his eyes. The guy spoke in surprise. "All right then." Looking at the furious Gangrim gathering his energy, Dehun proposed, "Work with us, Seol Gangrim." Gangrim wiped the blood from his forehead. He spoke nonchalantly. "Is that all? Guess you couldn't come up with a more convincing offer, huh?" Gangrim turned to leave, waving at Dehun. "Too bad, but I'm planning on being the first one to conquer this room." The moment he stepped out, two crossed blades blocked his path. In the distance, the entire first squad had surrounded Gangrim with their swords drawn. Dehun spoke up. "Hey, I think you're mistaken. Now that you're here, you're not leaving alive." Dehun placed his spear on Gangrim's shoulder. "If you don't cooperate with us," his eyes turned vicious as he threatened, "then you'll die right here." Gangrim held a wooden tag in his hand and turned back to look at Dehun. He warned, "You'll be in a world of trouble if you kill me." Seeing the tag in Gangrim's hand, Dehun was surprised. The tag in Gangrim's hand was engraved with the word vengeance. Item information appeared. Gongdu's Memento of Vengeance. If the owner of this item is killed by another person, a mark of vengeance will be imprinted on the murderer, who will then become a target of Captain Gongdu from the Myriad Destinies Protection Agency. Dehun thought in shock, "Captain Gongdu will come to kill me if I take this guy down?" He hesitated, wondering, "So those two have the same rank. You sent me this weapon along with a message promising a reward if I could be the first to conquer this room." Then Dehun sighed. "So, you got a message too, huh?" Hearing him, Gangrim wondered. "Two?" He recalled a moment during the item transport when a line of information appeared. "A message from Gongdu has arrived. A challenge for the intern with the most outstanding performance. Conquer the Karma Room on the highest difficulty and become the first to clear the first floor." The wooden tag then materialized, falling into Gangrim's hand. "You will receive a reward upon success, and to assist you, I will provide you with a temporary item. Soon Myriad Destinies Protection Agency, Squad 2, Captain Gongdu." Remembering this, Gangrim thought, so this guy received that weapon from the captain of Area 1? While he was lost in his thoughts, realizing there was competition even among the captains, Dehun shouted an announcement. "Hold on! Listen up! I have an announcement!" he told the crowd before him. "No one is to kill Seol Gangrim here," Dehun continued. "He has a weird item, and if we accidentally kill him, the murderer will die too." He ordered, "So Squad 4, back off." Gangrim called out to Dehun, "Hey, can I go now?" Suddenly the guy yelled, "And the rest of you, beat this bastard to within an inch of his life." As soon as Dehun yelled the order to capture him, Gangrim quickly ducked to avoid his attack. Gangrim said, "I wouldn't have come here if I were that easy to catch." "What? He's gone!" He slammed his elbow into the side of an oncoming attacker, then threw another man down on top of him. The system announced a skill activation, Solitary Man. The men trying to catch Gangrim were shocked when he vanished. "What? He disappeared! Surround him so he can't escape!" Gangrim suddenly appeared, chopping the back of a guy's neck. Seeing him, the others fell into chaos. "Over there!" "What? Did he teleport?" Watching his subordinates get taken down one by one, Dehun roared, "Damn it! Stop spreading out! Huddle together!" He continued to shout, "He's not disappearing! We just can't see him! Don't give him any room to move!" Hearing this, Gangrim smirked to himself. Too late. He dropped the peach in his hand, and a fragrance spread through the air. "What's that on the ground? It smells amazing." Watching the confused crowd from afar, Gangrim thought, "I only came here because I was curious why Area 1 and my area were such bitter rivals in my past life." However, the reason was all because of the Myriad Destinies Protection Agency. Before long, Dehun's small camp burst into flames. The men from Squad 1 screamed in terror, "Fire! Monsters are coming from the other side! Put out the fire first!" As Gangrim left, he gritted his teeth and thought, Shinhwa said they took hostages, even killed people, but all of that. Gangrim's eyes turned ice cold as he scowled. AC was simply for a reward. His pace quickened as he made a resolution. I can't let my past life repeat itself just for some reward. So what should I do now? A few ambush ape fruits fell from Gangrim's bag. He called out, Everyone, can I have your attention, please? As you all know, there are people from other areas here as well. Gangrim continued. Last night, I happened to overhear that they're planning to ambush us here. Shinhwa asked in shock. An ambush? Holding an ambush ape fruit, Gangrim affirmed, That's right, so I have a proposal. I'll give everyone something called a heavenly fragrance fruit. They'll help us. Hearing this, the people sitting on the ground were astonished. They're free, so why doesn't everyone get out of here before they arrive? Gangrim said. I have plenty, so please let the people who aren't here know too. Hearing him, everyone was extremely grateful and shouted, Thank you, Seol Gangrim. Shinhwa suddenly called out to him. Wait, she asked with concern. Are you planning to conquer this on medium difficulty? Gangrim retorted to Shinhwa, What I plan to do has nothing to do with you. He thought to himself, Shinhwa isn't the type to put her own comrades in danger for someone else. Gangrim turned his back, leaving her with one last sentence. I'm not even a member here, so just take everyone and get out of here. Shinhwa silently watched his retreating back. Deep in the forest, a splash of blood stained a tree heavy with fruit. Gangrim walked past the ape he had just killed. He thought, this is where I ran into the monsters last time. He recalled the ape that had ambushed him. It had appeared suddenly, out of nowhere. Standing behind a tree, Gangrim watched an ape crawl closer and thought, however, monsters don't always just appear like that. They're creatures that live in the demon realm. Gangrim suddenly remembered the snowman he met at the front gate. So they have homes, just like the Yeti's nest. He moved closer to the giant ape, wondering, so where do these things come from? Suddenly, Gangrim saw a small opening at the base of a tree. He said, Found it. As Gangrim struggled to squeeze inside, he thought, but how does it fit in here? Gangrim suddenly fell into a large underground cave. He thought in surprise, this is way bigger than I thought. Gangrim summoned a flame in his hand to light up the surroundings. His hand touched the earthen wall beside him, and a stream of light shone on his face. His jaw dropped in amazement. Seeing the scene before them, the guardian spirits following him couldn't help but exclaim, what a magnificent sight. Whoa! A place like this exists here. Looking at the sweet fruits on the trees, one guardian spirit wondered, isn't this where the monsters live? Another one spoke up cautiously. Be careful, they could appear from anywhere. Gangrim answered in his mind, no, they only use this place as a passage. They don't fight here. A dark aura surrounded Gangrim. He thought, this place is the most dangerous thing here. A place deep within the demon realm. Gangrim approached the base of a tree, and another hollow appeared. He wondered, are the monsters deep inside there? Gangrim plucked a fruit from the tree, and the system announced, you have obtained the item, Myriad Fragrance Fruit. As soon as he got the fruit, Gangrim jumped to the ground, thinking, now I just need to get out of here without being seen. Suddenly, an explosion cut through his thoughts. An explosion? The smoke from the blast slowly cleared. Dahun led his men forward with a vile smirk and said, thanks a lot. We found this place because of you. Gangrim frowned and questioned, you followed me? Dahun answered without hesitation, yeah. I found this one. Yoon was being held upside down by them. Dahun continued. On her way to Area 2. Seeing the girl, Gangrim's face darkened. The fruit in his hand fell to the ground. As he finished his sentence, the image of Yoon being held upside down flashed before Gangrim's eyes. Dahun said vilely, I can't kill you, but I can kill your friend. How about that for a plan? He grabbed Yoon by the collar, pressed his spear to her neck, and threatened Gangrim, give me the fragrance fruits if you want this brat to live. Seeing Yoon in that bastard's clutches, Gangrim's face went dark with horror. He spoke calmly, I don't have it. Gangrim stepped forward, crushing the fragrance fruit under his foot. His eyes turned ice cold, his face grim as he pointed to the giant tree behind him and said, if you want it, go get it yourself. Take as much as you want. Hearing this, Daehun turned and ordered one of his lackeys. Listen up, I'll hold her here. You go find the fragrance fruit. The others cheered excitedly. Let's go, they shouted with glee. We can finally go back. Hong Daehun, you're gonna pay us when we get back, right? Daehun replied, all right. Gangrim ordered Daehun to put Yoon down. The bastard spoke, drop your weapon first. Then, Daehun shoved Yoon to the ground and held his spear over her head, taunting despicably, if you've got the guts, then make your move. Gangrim put down his sword and replied calmly, fine. Seeing how decisive he was, Daehun couldn't help but be surprised. Gangrim ran over, pried Yoon's eyes open, and kept calling the kid's name. Yoon. He took out a pouch of herbs and poured them into her mouth. Daehun asked curiously, what did you just feed her? Supporting Yoon with one hand, Gangrim replied, the antidote. Daehun just laughed. I didn't even poison her. Suddenly, the guy looked over at the tree and saw his subordinates collapsing one by one. He yelled in alarm, "What the hell's wrong with you guys?" They were clutching their eyes, screaming, "My eyes! I'm so dizzy!" Dihun screamed, "What the hell did you do?" Suddenly, a system notification appeared. "You have been exposed to the scent of the 10,000 fragrance fruit for too long." Gangrim gave Dehun a dark look. "You're feeling the effects now, aren't you?" Soon, the space inside the hollow tree was filled with a toxic aroma. System notification. The scent of the 10,000 fragrance fruit is infiltrating. Dihun thought to himself, the poison is spreading. Smelling the scent, Dihun thought, how do I counteract the poison? Does he know about this? The bastard remembered Gangrim pouring herbs into Yoongi-on's mouth. I've got it. Enraged, Dihun swung his spear at Gangrim. The madman charged, screaming, "Gangrim, give me the antidote!" Gritting his teeth, Gangrim dodged Dihun's attack, thinking, damn it, why isn't he affected yet? The bastard's spear grazed his shoulder, making him wince. A notification appeared. Toxin is entering the body through the wound. Hearing this, Gangrim's eyes flew wide in horror, his pupils shrinking as the notifications continued. Toxin level exceeds poison resistance. You are now poisoned. Dodging another attack, Gangrim thought, I can't wait for him to pass out. His eyes glazed over as a small flame appeared in his hand. He lunged at Dihun, striking him so hard the man coughed up blood. The system announced, toxin from the 10,000 fragrance fruit is intensifying. Dihun glared viciously at Gangrim and cursed, damn it, are you trying to kill us both? Gangrim pulled an iron rod from his bag and replied flatly, no, just you. Dihun shrieked in terror. Save me! I have to live to negotiate with the ones attacking Area 2. Gangrim said, if you want to live. He gave the man an ice-cold stare and continued, then you shouldn't have threatened me that way. A moment later, Gangrim's iron rod was covered in blood. System notification. Activating skill, Steel Fate. Exhausted, Gangrim collapsed to the ground, panting heavily. The system's voice rang out, absorbing a portion of Hong Dae-hun's strength. The updates continued to pop up, absorbing a portion of Hong Dae-hun's mana, absorbing a portion of Hong Dae-hun's speed. Seol Gangrim's fate has been upgraded to third-class human. Gangrim took Yoon-jeon's small hand in his. He said, you shouldn't have followed me. Just then, a guardian called out, hey, this is no time to be lying around. Seeing what Gangrim took out of his bag, the guardian was stunned. What is he doing? He's hatching the egg. They realized it instantly. Damn it, he's using his burning magic to force it open. System notification, development progress 100%. The mysterious egg was hatching. And a moment later, a white deer appeared. Staring at the newly appeared creature, the guardian was shocked. Is that a Kirin? How is that possible? It slowly approached Gangrim. The small creature touched its forehead to his, and the system announced, activating skill, Purify. Instantly, a shimmering light appeared on Gangrim's forehead, and the surrounding toxins began to fade away. The clear scenery of the forest returned. System notification, toxin from the 10,000 fragrance fruit has been neutralized. Gangrim looked at the small creature before him and praised it. You did a good job. He then looked up at the fragrance fruits on the tree and said to the small deer, I need to get those before they all burn up. Seeing Yoon-jeon waking up, Gangrim called out, Yoon, you're awake? Come over here. The kid cried out, Gangrim. Just then, a hand clawed its way up from the hollow of the tree trunk. Shinhwa and Yoonbom rushed over, calling out, Seol Gangrim, Yoon-geon. Shinhwa exclaimed, I was so worried about you. Seeing her, Gangrim asked, Shinhwa, what happened? Is everyone okay? She explained, yeah, Father Johan healed everyone. Yoonbom added, the enemies in Area 1 all ran off. The little girl crossed her arms and scolded Yoon-geon sternly. Yoon-geon, why did you go off on your own? I thought you'd been captured. Gangrim spoke up. She was captured by the captain of Area 1. Yoon-geon grumbled. I told you not to say anything. Yoonbom shouted angrily. Yoon-geon. Shinhwa then said, I should have followed you, Gangrim said. None of this would have happened if you had just cleared it on medium difficulty. Why didn't you leave? Hearing this, Shinhwa asked him in return, how could we possibly leave without you? He replied, Shinhwa, helping others is a good thing, but not if it means putting yourself and your teammates in danger to do it. She smiled and said, you're not just other people. Johan and Gojun walked over as Shinhwa continued. Everyone here sees you as part of the team. She smiled brightly and told Gangrim, so let's fight together next time. Gangrim was a little taken aback. Suddenly, the system announced, the fates of Seol, Gangrim, and Shinhwa are becoming linked. Yoonbom sees you as a savior. Gangrim remembered the system saying this before. The fates of Seol, Gangrim, and Shinhwa are becoming linked. Yoon-geon sees you as a savior, and that time when he carried her on his back. The fates of Seol, Gangrim, and Yoon-geon are becoming linked. Gangrim awkwardly scratched his head, thinking it was probably too late to leave them now. He said, I'll think about it. Gangrim calmly walked out the door. You have cleared the room of tribulation. You have cleared it on the highest difficulty. He reached into the system panel for the first clear reward. He pulled out an item, the Compass of Fate. He tried to spin its needle. The Compass of Fate was an item that could predict the future. It activates randomly, so I can't use it whenever I want. Suddenly, something startled Gangrim. The needle was spinning. Item, Compass of Fate has been activated. He stared at it, stunned. The fate of Seol Gangrim has been altered. Gongdu scrolled through the monitor. Strange. He rubbed his chin. Seol Gangrim's results are very strange. He started putting the pieces together. He cleared the Jiaoqi mountain room in a single day, and what happened in the Hellfire room was also highly suspicious. The events replayed in his mind. He even killed the Yeti and completed the hidden quest in the ice room. Gongdu tilted his head back, taking off his mask. How could a worthless third-rate bug accomplish so much? He speculated, perhaps he's also the one behind the disappearance of the seven-edged sword from the Sword Forest room. He pushed up his glasses. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to defeat Hong Dehun in the Room of Tribulation. And the thing that bothers me most is Yoni. He sighed. You must be happy now that you've gotten your wish, huh? But no matter how he won, wasn't telling him how to hatch a Kirin egg going a bit too far? She couldn't help but have her doubts. Hatching a Kirin is incredibly difficult. The natural hatching rate is almost 0%. Gongdu tossed his gloves onto the table. Coincidence or the will of God? Even though I'm an atheist, neither of those reasons makes any sense. He took out a talisman. I need to check if he has the ability to foresee fate. Gangrim entered the room and looked around cautiously. This way, Mr. Seol Gang. Gongdu held up a key. I'll give you the reward I promised. Gangrim was surprised by what was happening. This was just a blank wall a moment ago. Gongdu looked back and explained, surprised? This is my spatial storage, where I keep my weapons. He replied curtly, cool. The man said cheerfully, you can choose anything from this pile. Gangrim was a bit flustered. Anything? Gongdu confirmed. Yep, anything at all. Hearing that, Gangrim went to take a look around, thinking to himself that this was a test. He glanced down at the key he'd made some adjustments to. He'd planned it so the low-rank items with fancy descriptions would be displayed like high-end gear. It was a devious plan. While the real high-end items would have vague descriptions and their hilts swapped for common ones, they'd be passed off as mediocre stuff. The corner of his mouth curled into a smirk. This was a test to see if Gangrim had the ability to predict the future. Gongdu figured that without some special ability, there was no way he could know the true rank of the weapons. The information for a sword popped up. Blade of Generational Dominance, Dragon Class, Tier 1. Legend says it was used by King Longji when he defeated Yu of Goriel. The stats were incredibly high, but its greatest effect was against those of royal blood. The Blade of Generational Dominance, which struck fear into royalty, was decorated with a dragon's head, but its description had been simplified so much that there was no way he'd be able to recognize its true value. He crossed his arms, watching Gangrim. But if the kid could actually predict the future, things would be different. He picked up a sword, carefully reading its info. He then cheerfully looked over the other items. He must have hidden all the real masterpieces, but there are still a lot of items above phantom rank. Gangrim tilted his head, his eyes lighting up. This manager is pretty generous. Then, he found something that caught his eye. A gleaming sword on display caught his attention. It looked rare. Premium blade, insect class, Tier 1. But then he quickly realized something was off. Insect class, Tier 1. Seeing that, he scanned the room again. Now that he looked, why were the display positions so weird? The Destiny windows faded away. Cancel. Discover Destiny. Gangrim pursed his lips, suspicious. He shot a quick glance at Gongdu. Is he testing me? He should have known. I knew something was off. Why would he be so generous? It made sense that he'd want to test me. He sighed. This puts me in a difficult position. Gangrim weighed his options carefully. Only a handful of people could predict Destiny, and the Destiny Protection Agency monopolized every single one of them. He was torn, hide his ability or get the good gear. Which one is more important? He changed his path, walking to the side. Gongdu asked, have you made your choice? He slowly walked forward and pointed. The thing I want is... Gongdu's eyes widened in shock. Me? Gangrim froze. What the hell is he talking about? He quickly tried to explain. No, but the man cut him off. You truly are intelligent. Gongdu puffed out his chest proudly. You actually realize that I'm the most valuable item in this room. I know I'm a catch, he preened, but I'm afraid I have to refuse. Gangrim was speechless. I was pointing at the key you're holding, he clarified. I propose you lend me all of these weapons. That way, you'll benefit as well. He tried to persuade him skillfully. You won't lose a single item, and Sector 2 will achieve the highest rank. Gongdu stroked his chin thoughtfully. The scene changes to Gangrim's room. He was feeding Kirin. Kirin, dinner time. The little guy happily lowered its head to eat. It'll take about 3 days to make another key. In the meantime, I'm going to make you as strong as I can. He tore open a packet of food. Still, his wallet was hurting. I never thought I'd blow through 12,000 spirit orbs in one day. Raising Kirin was expensive. Gangrim poured more food for Kirin. Is it good, buddy? All right then, eat up and get big and strong. Suddenly, A look of surprise crossed his face. A system notification popped up. Kieran has reached Phantom Class Rank 2. Kieran has acquired a new skill, Water Control. He read the little guy's destiny window. Water Control. Rank. Phantom Class Rank 2. Allows free movement within and manipulation of water. It can control water now? Gangrim pointed to the side. Kieran, try controlling that water. Kieran lowered its body, and a small orb of water materialized. To his surprise, small blobs of water began to float into the air. Huh? Gangrim's face went pale. Wait a sec, a mass of water shot forward, smashing a huge hole in the wall. Choi Sung-woo, now completely drenched, furiously yelled, Hey, Gangrim! Gangrim had no idea what to do. In the dining hall, a group of young men were chatting. This is amazing, one of them said between bites. This rice is a gourmet meal. I was getting so sick of eating fruit, one of them complained with a sigh. Another one spoke up. If it wasn't for Gangrim. He might seem cold, but he's actually a good guy. Yeah, Gangrim's always been a good person. You just weren't paying attention, another confirmed. He started recounting a story. That time we were surrounded by monsters. He was the one who saved us. And remember when we got bitten by that Kulks monster in the building? Before we even started training here? Someone asked, Is that right? Then why don't you team up with him? The guy looked flustered, I guess. Because he's so aloof. I don't really know. He looked down, ashamed. But we only cleared a medium difficulty stage, and we're getting free fruit because of him. I feel bad for thinking he was so cold. Just then, Gangrim opened the door and walked in. I'm glad you guys like the new room. He looked back and added, Oh, but I'm still paying for this meal. Seong-woo crossed his arms. I'm only being nice because you guys were the first to clear a stage, just like me. Gangrim looked surprised. You were the first one to clear a stage too? The guy proudly pointed to himself. I was the first to clear that low difficulty trash talk room. Gangrim started to understand. So that's why he hadn't seen him around. Oh, that's impressive, Gangrim complimented, even if it was low difficulty. Seong-woo's tone became more arrogant. He tilted his head back. I suppose you're all right to talk to. The others just aren't on my level. Hey, after we eat, let's go for a drink, he suggested enthusiastically. Then he held up 2 fingers. Give me 2 glasses. A clay doll waved its hand. Spirit orbs owned. He quickly cut in. Don't do that, just bring them over, Seong-woo insisted. I'll pay you back next time. Before he could finish his sentence, he got slapped. He slammed his hand on the table in anger, clutching his smarting cheek. You've got to be kidding me. Do you have any idea who I am? He leaned forward, shouting, How dare you look down on me? You're just a filthy puppet. Gangrim put a hand on his shoulder, trying to calm him down. Choi Sung-woo, I'll pay for this. Please, stop yelling at the poor thing. You have money? He replied scornfully. He ran a hand through his hair. You have to remember, spirit orbs are the only currency here. He leaned down and asked, How much is it? The clay dolls cheerfully prepared a drink. VIP? Seong-woo asked, confused. They called me a VIP because I spent 12,000 spirit orbs here yesterday, Gangrim explained calmly. No need for that. Just 1 glass for him is fine. The guy was still gaping at him. 12,000. The clay doll pushed the glass towards him with its foot. Seeing that, his face darkened. Seong-woo bit his lip, annoyed. He flew into a rage and punched the clay doll. Do you have any idea who I am? Everyone was startled by the brawl. Gangrim tried to stop him. Hey, what are you doing? Shut up, he screamed. Who the hell do you think you are? He stormed off in a huff. Someone's voice rang out. Clay doll, are you all right? The twin sisters had arrived. One of them asked, Master, are you friends with that guy? He waved his hand dismissively. No. Yoon-jeon looked worried. Then why were you with him? He was staying in the room I made, he answered. But the Kieran I'm raising destroyed the wall, so I was buying him a meal as an apology. The girl's eyes lit up. A Kieran? The sisters were thrilled when they saw it. It's adorable. What's its name? Kieran, Gangrim replied. Why? Yoon-jeon asked curiously. Because it's a Kieran, he explained simply. The two of them stared at him. Yoonbom frowned. It's a divine beast, you know, not just some ordinary Kieran. Her sister chimed in. How would you like it if it just called you human? He rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. So, you want me to give it a proper name? He thought for a moment. All right then, how about Linny? Linny's class has changed to Novice Demon class. Linny has acquired the skill, Magnetic Horn. Kieran's destiny window appeared. Magnetic Horn, rank, Novice Demon class. Has the ability to attract gold attribute attacks or alter their trajectory. What is it? The girl asked. Did it evolve or something? The little creature nuzzled its head against his hand. Of all the Kieran out there, mine had to be the one. Yoonbom put her hands on her hips. Master, you do know that we're your teammates now, right? He answered gently. Yeah, I know. Gangrim hugged Kieran, smiling brightly. Thank you. Both of you. Yoon-jeon covered her sister's mouth. Master, if you really want to thank us, then come with us to the next demon world. He looked at them. The next one? The sisters nodded. The door was tightly sealed. He was confused. Don't we all have to go in when it opens anyway? 1 week later. Everyone was gathered in one place. The Green Viper room was about to begin. The objective, protect for 168 hours. Someone asked, "What are we supposed to be protecting?" That person guessed it might be the container or maybe the tree. Min waved warmly. "Hello, are you the interns from Soon District 2? I'm Min from the Destiny Protection Agency. I'm in charge of this underworld." Suo was surprised. "Huh? There's a messenger?" Yoonjeon explained. "We have a target window, just like in the Hell of Fire and the Hell of the Mountain of Blades." She was starting to understand, meaning the objective was given by the Destiny Protection Agency. Gang I.M frowned suspiciously. Why isn't it a Navi? She was the one who did it in the previous life. Min enthusiastically raised both hands. "I've updated the details in the user guide, so I'll just give a brief explanation. One person fumbled with the guide, while the person next to them took out an item. The thing I was holding when I got here. He was holding an animal. The mission in this room is to protect this white snake. Don't you all seem to like the snake?" He denied it, saying that each person will protect one. He held out a piece of red cloth. "You will use this seal of friendship. Just wrap this cloth around the snake." Dongmin held the cloth forward. "Here, each of you take one and go. Find a snake for yourselves. Let's begin." The system panel displayed the rules for the green snake room. 1 snake per person. Use the seal of friendship to tame the snake and protect it for 168 hours. You are free to leave the underworld, but if your snake dies while you are away, the mission fails. The snake cannot leave the underworld. However, you can entrust it to Min for up to 6 hours a day. He will protect the snake during that time. If anything goes wrong, you can find a new snake and continue the mission. If you encounter the giant serpent, do not call it a snake. Yoonjeon fumbled through the bushes. "Are there any in here?" Yoonbom replied. "No." Gojun lifted 2 snakes in frustration. "Aren't there any bigger ones?" Johan was startled by a snake. Sua quickly went over. Father Johan Swan tied a cloth around the body of the snake, which stayed still. As soon as it was tied, the snake's body lit up. "You are protecting a snake. 3 seconds out of 168 hours. The guy named it. "All right, from now on, your name is Dung. Take care of it." The others were displeased. "Aren't we supposed to be protecting you?" The guy calmly affirmed. "Yeah, so protect my snake too." Swan crossed his arms and laughed out loud. "I got here before Gang I.M, so I definitely caught it before he did, right?" The person holding the snake replied nonchalantly. "I guess so," the guy declared confidently. "I'll be the first one to clear this stage. You'll see." The people in the group murmured. "Why does he keep mentioning Seol Gangrim lately?" The guy muttered to himself. "You won't be able to look down on me anymore." Seol Gangrim walked on a bridge, with Kieran behind him. He thought deeply. "I wonder what the Destiny Guide is trying to warn me about." He felt uneasy. "I don't know if it's because the Room of Spiteful Words was cleared earlier than in my past life, but the fact that this underworld was closed for a while and that there's a new spokesperson is also worth thinking about." Gangrim frowned, his eyes looking down. "There are too many things that are different from my past life. I'm not sure what the problem is." The system reminded him, Seol Gangrim's destiny has changed. He froze. Could it be? The system continued. "Act to return destiny to normal. Everything will go as you wish once destiny is corrected." He lifted the red cloth in his hand. "Does this have anything to do with what I'm doing?" The destiny window appeared again. Seal of Friendship. User class. Beginner. If you put this on a beast, it will no longer fear you. The effect depends on the level difference between the beast and the user. A deep voice echoed. "Gang, what are you doing? Aren't you looking for the snake? If you don't want to find the snake, why don't you let me possess you?" Kieran kept running around him. So distracting. Gangrim looked up. "All right, worrying won't solve anything. I have to get going." He took off his jacket and put it in his bag, then took off the shirt underneath. "Let's go, Kieran." He jumped straight into the lake. Kieran jumped in after him. Gang I.M took a deep breath, and he and the little one dived down. Seol Gangrim dove towards the bottom of the sea. The two of them were searching for something deep within the ocean. "I think he's looking for a sea serpent. How long can a mere mortal hold his breath anyway?" the system announced. "Lung capacity has increased by 20% due to a bonus from the water attribute." Kieran began to absorb. Activating skill. Water mastery. The system continued to explain the function. Seol Gangrim has received the effects of the water mastery skill. You can now move and breathe freely in a water environment. Now, the two of them could move freely in the water. A snake suddenly swam past Seol Gangrim. It was surprised when he stared at it. Seol Gangrim quickly chased after the snake. Hey, where do you think you're going? The sea serpent is over there." He kept searching around. "There are no sea serpents down here," Seol Gangrim thought to himself. "You think I'd dive all the way down here just to catch a few snakes? The thing I want is..." Just then, a great serpent opened its mouth wide behind him. "Oh my god, it's the great serpent!" Seol Gangrim immediately used his strength to fight it. "Good thing I brought the Skyfire blade with me." Its throat was stabbed hard. Seol Gangrim easily defeated the great serpent. It was too large to be considered a snake, yet too small to be classified as a dragon. He excitedly grabbed its tongue. "This is the great serpent I was looking for. I'm pretty lucky. Now I just have to put the seal of friendship on its tongue." He wrapped the red cord around the great serpent's tongue. An orb appeared from inside its mouth. At that moment, Kiran's skill blasted Seol Gangrim away, activating the water mastery skill. He praised Kiran internally. Nice one, Kiran. The great serpent glared at Seol Gangrim with ferocious eyes, then looked angrily towards Kiran. The great serpent opened its mouth wide, intending to swallow Kiran whole. Seol Gangrim quickly rushed forward, using item Seal of Friendship. He wrapped his arms around the great serpent's body. The great serpent is resisting the effect of the Seal of Friendship. Seol Gangrim struggled to hold on to the great serpent's thrashing body. The Seal of Friendship cord is completely tied. The great serpent has submitted to Seol Gangrim. The gods couldn't help but be amazed. Did he just tame the great serpent? I'm not so sure, but look at its eyes. It doesn't look like it sees him as an enemy. Seol Gangrim excitedly pointed towards the surface. Together, they rose to the surface of the water. Seol Gangrim patted the great serpent's head. Good job. Now my job is to protect you for a week. He gave the great serpent an amused order. But you'll be fine without me, right? We'll see each other again in a week. So don't come out of the water for a week, and just live comfortably like you did before. The great serpent looked at him, confused, but it still obeyed and returned to the sea. The gods were all a little stunned. He just tamed it 5 minutes ago, and he's already neglecting it. Well, it is a great serpent. It'll be fine. Seol Gangrim let out a hearty laugh. Guess I get a 1-week vacation now, huh? A god immediately scolded him. And this is why you went looking for the great serpent? You scheming little bastard. Seol Gangrim continued to slay monsters. The system announced that his strength stat had increased to level 26. Seol Gangrim, strength level 26, stamina level 23, agility level 26, senses level 26, magic level 23. Seol Gangrim sighed. Raising stats is really hard just by hunting, even with my high profession density. He turned to look at Kiran. Kiran, let's rest a bit before we start again. They say Kiran don't like blood, right? Well, it was still able to give Seol Gangrim the buff earlier. Seol Gangrim understood that too. I guess it's a bit difficult since it doesn't really like killing. Suddenly a voice rang out. It's you bastard! Seol Gangrim immediately looked in that direction. Interns don't usually fight in the underworld. Seol Gang's expression suddenly turned to alarm. Could it be? He rushed off with Kiran. Let's go, Kiran. The shouting grew louder and louder. What the hell can you guys even do? Give me my money back. Seol Gangrim listened intently. I can't fucking do this anymore. That guy yelled in Choi Sung-won's face. I'll refund you as soon as we get back, so just do this yourself. What? The others also left one by one. I'm out too. You're always insulting and comparing us. It's always Seol Gang this, Seol Gangrim that. Why don't you just hire him? Hearing this, Seol Gangrim was exasperated. What? Hire me? The gods immediately advised him. Seol Gangrim, try talking to him. Looks like he's in trouble. If you're lucky, you might get a few spirit orbs from him. Seol Gangrim hesitated a little. Really? You need money to raise Kiran, you know? He suddenly remembered the last time. But that guy is dirt poor. Who is it? Choi Sang rushed over. Seol Gangrim, he shouted in panic. Seol Gangrim, hurry up and save my snake. They both quickly ran over. So, your snake is being attacked, but you don't know where it is because you lost it? Yeah. Seol Gangrim asked calmly. What's in it for me? Choi Sang yelled. You still haven't paid me for our last meal. He froze. Seol Gangrim quickly refused. I don't work for free. What? Choi Sang shouted helplessly. Spirit orbs. I have 2,000 spirit orbs. He was a little surprised. Wow, you've collected quite a bit, haven't you? Was it from your teammates? The system announced the transaction was complete. The health points of the target with the friendship mark had dropped below 50%. Seol Gangrim was very pleased. The spirit orbs are here. Meanwhile, Choi Sang was in a complete panic. If you're done, then hurry up and save my snake. At that moment, his snake was under attack. A student shouted with delight, This is the end for you. Seol Gangrim quickly blocked the attack. The student snapped. What? Are you from another zone? I found this snake first. Go find your own. He quickly replied, Sorry, can't do that. Choi Sang ran to his snake and held it in his arms. He was heartbroken. Don't die, Gucci. Open your mouth. Take this medicine. The student was confused. Choi Sang yelled agitatedly, Who the hell are you to come here and kill my snake? The student was even more confused. Your snake? He grew even more furious. Do you see this friendship mark here? Go find other snakes to protect. The student looked annoyed. Why the hell would I protect a snake? Seol Gangrim asked suddenly. Isn't this mission in the demon world about protecting snakes? The student was even more confused. What are you guys talking about? The student looked at his mission in bewilderment. My mission is to kill snakes. Both of them gaped in astonishment. What? Seol Gangrim's heart was pounding. The mission for each of the third zones is different from my previous life, I guess. This is the will of destiny. He remembered that in his past life, the mission for both zones was to focus on protecting the snakes, and they had cooperated to protect them from monsters. That's why that bastard in Shinsua, Seol Gangrim's expression changed. Wait a minute, then, the system immediately notified him. The target with the friendship mark is under attack. Seol Gangrim was shocked. It's being attacked? Just then, Jang Taehan was standing before the Great Serpent. If it's someone from the third zone. His face was filled with excitement. Then it must be him. The powerful attack sent Jang Taehan flying. The Great Serpent growled angrily at him. Is that a dragon? Seeing it, Jang Taehan grew even more excited. Let's give it a try. He quickly rushed towards the Great Serpent. Will killing this thing complete the mission? At that moment, Seol Gangrim also ran over in a panic, a look of satisfaction on his face. Jang Taehan attacked the Great Serpent's body. He raised his fist. Nice. I was almost a goner. Seol Gangrim charged in and attacked him. The two clashed. Who the hell? Seol Gangrim's face showed his satisfaction. I knew it was you. He was surprised to see Seol Gangrim. Jang Taehan. Seol Gangrim remembered the past. Hey, you didn't come last time, so you have to come this time, okay? Jang Taehan, second-rank demon class of the Flying Tiger clan. After that, the two of them quickly left. All right then, I'm off. You promise me you'll come to the party tonight, okay? And that event happened. Everyone returned to the present. He's also part of the Flying Tiger clan. Who would have thought I'd meet him here? This is great. Jang Taehan gritted his teeth in anger. I'll let you off this time since I've never seen you before. But I called dibs on that one. Seol Gangrim advised, Great Serpent, dive deep. No matter what happens, just stay down there. The Great Serpent returned to the sea. It got away. Jang Taehan grew even angrier. Get out of my way. You're so annoying. I still have to kill that thing. He was still looking at him with satisfaction. I never met him when he was this young. Seol Gangrim began to reminisce. It feels so different. Seol Gangrim Hyung. Seol Gangrim remembered Jang Taehan once confessing, I'm glad I didn't meet you in the demon world. Why is that? He was a little embarrassed. I was a bit impulsive back then. He figured that if they had met here in his past life, they probably wouldn't have become friends. Are you even listening? Seol Gangrim smiled warmly. Why don't you go find another snake? That Great Serpent is mine. Jang Taehan's face was a mask of shock. Yours? He suddenly attacked Seol Gangrim, but he nimbly dodged. Then I'll just have to beat you first. Jang Taehan continued his assault. So you're just going to dodge? Seol Gangrim quickly countered. His hand trembled as he held back his power. Seol Gangrim looked at him gently. He's really strong. Jang Taehan scoffed. Laughing? You think this is funny or something? He was surprised when Seol Gangrim calmly replied, Yeah, it is. He drew his sword, ready to fight. How can I not be happy when you're standing right here in front of me, alive and well? The system announced that Seol Gangrim's attribute had changed to fire. Seol Gangrim quickly rushed towards him. He thought to himself, Jang Taehan's power ranking is second-rank demon class. Both his subclass and his stats are higher than mine. Jang Taehan was terrified of his sword's tip. You're confused because you don't understand why you can't beat me even though you're stronger, right? Ashamed, he raised his hand to attack Seol Gangrim. Don't assume you know what I'm thinking. What do you know about me? Seol Gangrim quickly struck him in the stomach. Jang Taehan fell in surprise, making him smile with satisfaction. I know every single one of your attacks. He trembled all over in pain. He said, I think I win. Jang Taehan scowled in anger, then quickly ran off. I'll be back to get my revenge. Seol Gangrim waved goodbye cheerfully. Ah, but this isn't good. His expression darkened. If this keeps up, he won't meet Shinhwa. Seol Gangrim couldn't help but worry about the future. That means he won't join the Flying Tiger clan. And another development, Seol Gangrim feared, might happen. Instead, if he joins the Allah clan, his face suddenly turned fierce. I can't let that happen, no matter what. Scene change. You should have told people sooner that the objective for the other zones is to kill snakes. At that moment, Choi Sang was relentlessly questioning him. But protecting snakes from monsters or humans isn't that different, right? What? Seriously? He angrily took his snake and left. Let's go, Gucci. Seol Gangrim walked over and waved at him. Excuse me. So Jin chuckled. What do you want to ask? He voiced his doubts. Isn't the purpose of the Destiny Protection Agency to create as many awakened as possible? I don't understand why you're making us fight each other. He replied that it was to eliminate those who weren't good enough and only get stronger when others are strong. Seol Gangrim was a bit confused. Get stronger when others are strong? What does that mean? So Jin answered calmly. For example, using an item from someone incredibly strong to clear the demon world stage. He couldn't help but be astonished. Are you saying this is my fault? He gave a sly smile. Anyway, we didn't provide that many snakes this time. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth in anger as he listened to his words. So, cooperating to clear this stage will be nearly impossible. System notification. Protect the Great Serpent 22 hours, 17 minutes, and 58 seconds out of 168 hours. The gods were constantly chattering, it's Seol Gangrim. We've been waiting excitedly for this. He looked around in surprise. Did something happen while I was gone? Seol Gangrim went to the bridge where the Great Serpent was. I didn't get any notification that the Great Serpent was under attack. Just then, he sensed something approaching. An explosion occurred in the distance, and a figure slowly appeared before him. Another explosion struck right where Seol Gangrim was. A fist slammed into the ground, causing it to crack. Gyang Taehan was back. Seol Gangrim, I finally found you. Looking for me? What do you need me for? He approached excitedly. Yeah, Gyang Taehan ran towards him with delight. Now I'm going to pay you back. Seol Gangrim managed to block his blow. He suddenly remembered a fight from the past. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, I'll just fight him for a little while. He suddenly threw a kick at Seol Gangrim, catching him off guard. He struggled to block the blow. Damn it, his fighting style. Seol Gangrim quickly realized he had improved it. He must have noticed that I knew his fighting style inside and out. His hand suddenly trembled. It must have been hard to change old habits. Impressive. Gyang Taehan grinned with delight, finally landed a hit. Seol Gangrim asked, confused, Why are you so obsessed with fighting me? Gyang Taehan shot back, Because I lost last time. His face was set with determination, and I hate losing. Seol Gangrim was a bit surprised by his attitude. He recalled the past and thought to himself, That's right, you always loved fighting those stronger than you. That's why in my past life, I never even considered fighting you. Because I wasn't strong at all back then. Seol Gangrim sighed helplessly. Am I crazy for actually enjoying that we're enemies? Anyway, if I lose, the Great Serpent dies. So, Seol Gangrim said aloud, I trust you. Gyang Taehan asked, What the hell are you talking about? Bring it on. A fire lit up in his eyes. You want to fight? You got it. Just try not to die. Skill activated. Combat instinct. System. Skill combat instinct has been activated. You think someone like you can kill me? Gyang Taehan charged forward, amused. If you think this is going to be a repeat of yesterday, you're dead wrong. A look of surprise crossed Seol Gangrim's face. He rushed in with a grin. You're pretty strong. Gyang Taehan was thrilled. I love fighting strong guys. Seol Gangrim ducked, dodging his attack. His expression became terrifying. Kill the strong. Seol Gangrim attacked him without hesitation. Quote, He's like a completely different person. How interesting. Gyang Taehan started to feel a sense of dread. What the hell is wrong with this guy? He struggled to dodge Seol Gangrim's frenzied assault. He keeps aiming for my vital points. Is he actually trying to kill me? Is he insane? Seeing the thrilled look on his face, terrified Gyang Taehan. He wasn't like this yesterday at all. He was starting to get exhausted. No. At this rate, I'm going to lose again. Gyang Taehan put all his strength into one powerful blow. He struck Seol Gangrim's pelvis, and blood immediately sprayed from his mouth. I have to kill him. Gyang Taehan attacked like a madman. The words echoed over and over in Seol Gangrim's head. I want to kill, 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 I want to kill. Seol Gangrim's face went blank. How could someone like me do this? System. Skill combat instinct has evolved to demonic system. Level 2. Sanity temporarily restored. Seol Gangrim's face returned to normal. Finally, I'm back to my senses. Gyang Taehan was stunned as flames erupted from Seol Gangrim. What the? Seol Gangrim was brimming with power, fire blazing around his body. I've figured out how to kill you now. Gyang Taehan waved his hands in fear. How can you still move? I broke your bones. Doesn't it hurt? Ignoring him, Seol Gangrim swung his sword toward Gyang Taehan. He immediately turned to flee. A little pain like this isn't enough to stop me. Are you insane? Seol Gangrim couldn't hide his excitement. Die. Gyang Taehan stared at him, still in shock. He backed away in fear. All right, I lose. Seol Gangrim yelled excitedly. Then die. System. Skill combat instinct has been deactivated due to insufficient mana. System. Skill Firebird has been deactivated due to insufficient mana. I'm not going to kill you. Good call. Seol Gangrim turned to leave. Just give up. Go find some other snake to kill. Gyang Taehan yelled in humiliation. I'll be back tomorrow, and if I lose tomorrow, I'll be back the day after that. Seol Gangrim glanced back. Don't bother. In the end, I'm the one who's going to win. The gods began to chatter. Are they fighting again tomorrow? This is so exciting. They're perfectly matched. It looks like only one of them will be able to complete the quest. Gyang Taehan could just find another snake, you know. Oh, please. He'd never do that. Seol Gangrim thought, that's right, that's not Gyang Taehan's style, but I can't let one of us fail. At that moment, people were questioning the woman. Seriously? That's completely unfair. All Sector 3 has to do is kill a snake. Can't we just find another snake to protect? Anastasia explained, Sector 2's objective was to protect the snake, and you all have failed. When the mission timer ends, you will all be sent back. Please keep that in mind. Seol Gangrim listened to them in silence. Asterisk Sector 2's objective. Asterisk A. Thought suddenly struck him. He quickly turned to her. Anavi. He whispered something in Anastasia's ear. Don't you think? She smiled, pleased. Seol Gangrim grew excited when he heard her reply. It's very possible. All right, he thought as he walked away. Asterisk. Now I have one more reason I absolutely cannot lose. Asterisk. Seol Gangrim summoned Kiran. Come on out, Kiran. It's time to hunt. System. Protect the Great Serpent. 49 hours, 3 minutes, and 52 seconds out of 168 hours. The two of them battled against each other. Protect the Great Serpent. 73 hours, 31 minutes, and 2 seconds out of 168 hours. New moves were unleashed. Protect the Great Serpent. 100 hours, 1 minute, and 48 seconds out of 168 hours. Jiang Taehan tried with all his might to defeat him. Protect the Great Serpent. 119 hours, 10 minutes, and 37 seconds out of 168 hours. Finally, he collapsed from exhaustion. Protect the Great Serpent. 145 hours, 17 minutes, and 26 seconds out of 168 hours. Jiang Taehan's body was spent. This is so unfair. How is it fair when you can just cover your entire body in flames? Seol Gangrim replied calmly. It's my skill. I can use it however I want. Do you really have to act like a complete lunatic? He scrambled away. You're not exactly sane yourself. No normal person would fight a guy who's literally on fire. I'll be back tomorrow. You just wait. The gods and the Great Serpent watched their fight. I think they're both insane. Just leave them to it. It's entertaining. Look, even the Great Serpent is nodding along. Seol Gangrim glared at the Great Serpent. I told you to stay in the water. The Great Serpent got excited at his question. You hungry? Seol Gangrim poured a container of food into the Great Serpent's mouth. I'll give you this, so go back under. Humans are way more dangerous than monsters, he whispered to the serpent. Don't let Leni know about this, all right? The Great Serpent looked a little confused. You can go back under now. I doubt that'll be enough to fill it up. Just then, the twin sisters ran up to them. Master, what are you doing over there? The two of them looked exasperated. I'm feeding the Great Serpent. I'm so jealous. I want one too. What happened to your face? Seol Gangrim chuckled. Was it that bastard from Sector 3 again? Why won't he just find a different snake? Fighting him is fun. And besides, it's good training. The hot-headed Yunbom grabbed Seol Gangrim by the collar. Fun? Who do you think you are, some UFC fighter? Where's my master? They were talking together by the river. The Great Serpent happened to overhear something. I'm going to have to refuse your offer. The discussion had been laid out. If you help us, we can easily defeat the people from Sector 2. Even if they're strong, we can overwhelm them with numbers. I don't care. There's only one person I need to beat. The other person replied confidently. Don't worry about that. The Great Serpent was startled to hear them mention a way to defeat Seol Gangrim. It quickly dove back into the river. Hearing the splash, Jiang Taehan looked over. His guard down, he turned and asked, So, what is this method exactly? Seol Gangrim stood before the serpent, leaves rustling around him. The leaves swirled toward him. He spoke, Today's the last day. He then asked a serious question. What will you do if you lose again today? He pressed. Are you going to go find another snake to kill? Taehan frowned. I wouldn't do something that pathetic. If I lose again, then I'll just fail. Simple as that. Hearing that, he was somewhat satisfied. Asterisk, I knew it. Asterisk, is that so? Seol Gangrim slowly drew his sword. Then since this is our final battle, how about we make a wager? If I win this time, you have to obey one command from me. He put his hands on his hips. And if I times win, Seol Gangrim stated confidently, that won't happen. Taehan's face darkened with anger. He sighed. So you really think you're going to win, huh? He quickly got into his stance. That skill of yours won't work anymore. Seol Gangrim held his sword out horizontally as the other charged aggressively. He threw a triumphant punch right at him. Seol Gangrim immediately blocked it with his sword. Asterisk. Is he trying to punch right through it? Could it be? Asterisk. Activate skill. Destiny detection. His destiny window appeared. Jiang Taehan, class, level 2 phantom. Attribute, Earth, title, 1 against 10,000. Seol Gangrim read it intently. Asterisk. Just as I suspected. He's gained fire resistance. Asterisk. At that moment, Taehan's punch shattered his sword. Now what are you gonna do? That was your ultimate skill, wasn't it? He declared arrogantly. I told you I would be the final winner. Suddenly, a dark energy manifested and slashed him across the leg. Damn it, what the hell was that? Seol Gangrim gave a sinister smirk. I'm going to win. He broke out in a cold sweat. Asterisk. This bastard. He's losing it again. Asterisk. Taehan slowly got to his feet. I suppose that's your secret weapon, huh? You're showing your whole hand, but you think I'll go down with just one trick? You pulled out a spear. You're the one who started this. Activate skill. Formless spear. Gangrim was stunned, his senses screaming danger. He realized, isn't that the three-pronged serpent spear? That's it. He must have been given that by some goddess from the romance of the Three Kingdoms. Taehan swung his arm forward, and a massive attack rushed toward him. He tried to block it, activating his skill, Combat Instinct. Gangrim gritted his teeth. Damn it, don't break. Activating skill, Combat Instinct. He deflected the attack's path. I have to win today, no matter what. Skill, Combat Instinct, has responded to your rivalry and evolved to the highest phantom grade. A strange light appeared before his eyes. It circled around where Gangrim and Taehan stood. What is this light? He guessed. A path? He started to get the hang of this skill. I can see the direction of Jang Taehan's attacks and his openings. The next second, Gangrim closed in on him, step by step. He focused intently. Taehan panicked a little. You still have other skills you haven't used? Before he could react, Gangrim slashed him. He tilted his head back in pain, his eyes rolling back. Then Taehan collapsed to the ground. A voice rang out. Holy shit, look, did Gang win? After that blow, Gang was pale and panting. The voices continued. What? How did he win? He won even when facing the three-pronged serpent spear? I guess using a weapon you're not used to isn't a great idea, huh? He whipped his head around. But isn't he about to die? He shook Taehan in fear. Damn it, did I go too far? I have to get him to Father Johan. Suddenly, a bullet grazed his neck. An ambush? A group of people appeared out of nowhere. Attack him. He must be tired by now. Then they all charged at once. Those guys from the third zone. Gangrim calmly opened a potion vial. I need to give Jang Taehan some healing potion. But then the vial was knocked from his hand by an invisible force. He was surprised. Mud? He looked toward the two people. Is that earth attribute magic? Gangrim struggled to get out of the mud. Damn it, I have to get out of here first. The flame in his hand started to weaken. Who are they? Skill, fire control, has been deactivated due to lack of mana. He anxiously tried to find a way. Is Seol Gangrim going to lose after all this? Suddenly, the snake shot out and knocked someone away. You. Then it decisively put the person in its mouth. It opened its mouth wide aggressively. What the hell is this? How can a snake be this big? Is it even a snake anymore? The group panicked. It has to be a snake, right? If not, what is it? Gangrim, pale-faced, warned them. What the hell are you guys doing? That's a great serpent. Didn't these idiots read the guide? He remembered telling it to stay in the water because he was worried this would happen. I'll let you out after a week. So don't come out of the water for a week and just live normally. One of the rules appeared. 4. If you encounter a great serpent, never call it a snake. The serpent trembled. Seeing this, one of the guys grabbed his sword and ran forward. You cannot call a great serpent a snake. This must be Seol Gangrim's snake. Kill it. Gangrim, trying to be helpful, warned, No, run! But the guy stubbornly attacked anyway. Die, you snake! The serpent's body began to transform. Wait, there's something strange about this snake. He finally managed to get out of the mud. The great serpent was called a snake and could not become a dragon. The serpent burst into flames, consumed by rage and resentment. Its form changed, becoming a monster called a Gangcheori. Gangrim supported Taehan. Protect Gangcheori. 155 hours, 1 minute, and 49 seconds out of 168 hours. He looked at it grimly. I think I still have a chance if it recognizes me. The Gangcheori bared its fangs fiercely. It shot fire at him. Everyone ran for their lives. That's not gonna happen. Murmurs spread. Those idiots didn't read the guide. I've never seen a Gangcheori before. Details. Gangcheori, dragon type, 3rd grade. The great serpent fell into despair because it could not evolve into a dragon. It has 2 attributes, poison and fire, with a body as hard as steel. The Gangcheori continuously shot fire into the sky. They're screwed. So screwed, someone with a megaphone announced. This is the Destiny Protection Agency. A dragon-class monster, a Gangcheori, is here. The sisters, Yunbom and Yoongyeon, also began to realize everyone was still running for their lives. Wherever it went, fire spread. It's coming this way, someone said urgently. Wait, I don't have enough poison resistance for this. The announcement continued to echo. All rookies are ordered to evacuate to the sacred tree for your own safety. Large branches flew over. It's Miss Shinsua. Sua created a safe path for everyone. Hurry up and run to the sacred tree. The sounds from the megaphone echoed steadily, repeating the announcement. As Gangrim carried Taehan, he thought, I guess the agency is starting to make its move. Dong Min was startled to see all the rookies in the VIP room. He continued, Never mind that. A new mission has been issued by the Destiny Protection Agency. Killing the Gangcheori will be considered mission completion. Gojun immediately paid attention, and additional rewards will be given. He looked excited. You heard that too, right? Johan was confused. What do you mean? He strode aggressively toward the Gangcheori. Looks like it's time for a boss raid. Gangrim finally reached the sacred tree. Everyone is here, he asked hurriedly. Is Father Johan here? Johan raised his hand. I am here. He laid Taehan down. Please heal him. He was surprised. What happened to him? Gangrim covered his face guiltily. It was my fault. Sua ran over worriedly. Seol Gangrim, are you okay? He looked back. Miss Shin Sua. He pointed at Taehan. I'm fine. He's the one who's hurt. She bent down to look. Is this the guy from the third zone who's always challenging you? He replied. Yeah, she asked cheerfully. So I guess your great serpent is okay? What are you going to do about the mission to kill the Gang Chiori? Gangrim stood up to leave. I think I need to go check out the situation for myself. He didn't hide it and said directly, that Gang Chiori is the great serpent I'm protecting. She was shocked. That's a great serpent too? Sua urged him anxiously. Then you can't kill it. He looked up at it. Exactly. But I can't just let it run wild like this either. Suddenly, Taehan sat up and stopped him. No! He turned his head to look at him. You're awake? He clutched his wound, struggling to speak. You can't kill it. Gangrim was confused. You were going to kill it anyway. He replied, it's different if I'm the one who kills it. Gangrim looked at him thoughtfully. Is it because you value loyalty? Then I'll have to find a way to. Dongmin suddenly appeared. That won't do any good. He was a little surprised. The messenger? He explained. A fallen great serpent must be destroyed. The heat and poison spreading from its body could destroy the entire demon world. With that, he sighed. Normally, the protection agency would handle this, but I don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Taehan's face darkened as he listened to his words. A failure that couldn't become a dragon is indeed a huge problem. He lowered his head. A failure? Gangrim and Dongmin continued their discussion. Regardless, it needs to be stopped. This isn't a problem you can solve on your own. I understand. Then he suggested, I think I'll have to deal with the Gang Cheori. Can I ask for everyone's help? Sua's gaze was firm. Of course. Behind her were the Yoon sisters. She affirmed, we're teammates. Teammates? Taehan frowned. Then what about the Great Serpent? Is it nothing to you? He shot up. Wait, are you going to kill it? He broke out in a sweat with worry. That's your Great Serpent. He gritted his teeth. Taehan couldn't hold back and yelled, you're not supposed to kill it, are you? With that, he dashed off. Gangrim called after him. Hey, Jang Taehan. He watched helplessly as his back grew distant. Everyone was still gathered at the sacred tree. Taehan's expression was awful. He remembered what Dongmin had said. A failure that couldn't become a dragon is indeed a huge problem. He sat alone on a branch, lost in thought. He squeezed his eyes shut. You're a failure. Memories of the past flooded back. Are you tarnishing my name? His father's insults echoed in his mind. Asterisk. I'm so ashamed to have a son like you. Asterisk. Taehan thought to himself that he'd spent 20 years living exactly as the man said. But maybe that still wasn't enough for him. Every time he was hit, he could only endure it in silence. He wondered, asterisk, why is this all I can do? Asterisk. Everyone always said he was destined to be someone great. Then he'd answer himself, asterisk. It's not that I can't achieve those things. I'm simply not the perfect son my parents wanted me to be. Asterisk. Taehan slowly fell into despair. To them, anything less than perfect was a failure. Asterisk. I can't shake the feeling that I'll never escape this life as a failure. Asterisk. One past event led to another. That inferiority complex made me rebel and get into fights all the time. I started seeing everyone as an enemy. His thoughts drifted to the present. Asterisk, maybe that's why. But I feel a strange kinship with the Great Serpent. Asterisk, Taehan was disappointed. Asterisk, I thought you, at least, were different, Seol Gangrim. Asterisk, he remembered when Gangrim had tried to carry him out of danger. Back then, he had asked, asterisk, why are you helping me? Aren't you afraid of being betrayed by someone from Area 3? Asterisk, asterisk, I don't think you'd do that. Asterisk, he'd replied firmly. Asterisk, you're not that kind of person. Asterisk, he added, asterisk, I know what kind of person you are. I trust you. Asterisk, Taehan gently wiped away a tear. Just hearing those words lifted such a huge weight from his shoulders. Back in the present, he quietly watched Gang Chiori. Asterisk, I also understand that we can't just let the Great Serpent run wild and destroy the entire demon world. Asterisk. Then he looked down at Gangrim's group. Asterisk. But it would be great if we could save Gang Chiori, just like you saved me. Asterisk. He was holding a key. You can borrow a weapon? Yoon Jion wondered. He can borrow a weapon. Yoon Bom showed her excitement. Does that mean we can kill Gang Chiori? He repeated seriously. Let me be clear. I'll be the one to handle Gang Chiori. He gripped the key in his hand, emphasizing, asterisk without killing it. Asterisk. Gangrim explained intently. That's my plan. Seems worth a try. Yoonbom suggested. Should we tell the others not to kill him? He was bewildered when he heard that. You didn't know someone wants to kill him? That bastard. Then all three of them thought of him. Ah, Gojun. Yoon Gyeon nudged Johan's arm. How did he react when he heard the news? He whispered. He was really excited. Said he was about to go fight a boss. Gangrim impatiently turned away. Where is he now? Gojun tilted his head, a terrifying smile on his face. Where are you all going? Sua is running down the hall with her Great Serpent, looking annoyed. Where else? You want to fight that thing? He ran forward with his arms outstretched. The man tried to stop him. Just get through today and the mission will be complete. Why do you have to do this? He just walked right past him. I'm taking Gui somewhere safe. If you want to fight it, go fight it yourself. He coldly grabbed the man's great serpent. Really? Gojun crushed it with his bare hands. But what are you going to do? Asterisk activate skill. Decompose. Asterisk. He let go. Your snake is dead. The man panicked. No, Gui! He waved his hand dismissively. Don't be so pathetic. He threatened them, radiating killing intent. You're all next. Everyone cautiously held their great serpents tighter. Gojun rushed forward, destroying them one by one. My snake! Why are you doing this? Their corpses fell scattered everywhere. No, don't kill it! One person criticized. It's not fair. Why does your snake get to live while ours have to die? He replied. Oh, my snake? He nonchalantly destroyed his own great serpent as well. You have failed to protect your snake for 155 hours, 24 minutes, and 1 second out of 168 hours. It was split in two, falling straight to the ground. Everyone was utterly horrified. Satisfied? Gojun beamed. Now there's no other way but to kill Gang Chiori. Let's fight side by side. Gojun's group quickly found them. Seol Gangrim, let's go kill Gang Chiori. Gangrim looked back. I was just looking for you. He wondered why so many people were following him. He explained, they're the main character's support army. He leaned forward enthusiastically. You must have a plan to kill it, right? The people behind him kept signaling. Asterisk. Say yes, Gangrim. Don't let this guy become the leader. Asterisk. Gangrim replied, yes, and I'll need your cooperation too. I have a way to handle Gang Chiori. Their group entered the demon world. I really don't get the director. Dongmin rubbed his head. The interns could actually die. He replied, that's why we have to go to them now. Ioniyo greeted them cheerfully. Team leader Gong, you're late. He was furious. Asterisk, why is she here? Asterisk. Then he turned to her. Team leader Yo, long time no see. Team leader Yo yawned. Gang Chiori is being attacked over this way. Gong Du wondered, who's fighting Gang Chiori? He opened the system. Team leader Gong's intern, Seol Gangrim. He continued, and all the members of Area 2. He showed his contempt. Seol Gangrim. He flicked the talisman in his hand, bored. It's not like these guys can kill it anyway. Let's just handle it and get out of here. Ioniyo spoke up. Wait a minute. The director told us to wait. She looked ahead, but, she observed intently, I also hope they give up soon. She cheerfully held up a finger. If Seol Gangrim fails, I'll recruit him to Area 1. Gongdu was annoyed. Is that why you came here? Ioniyo said in a syrupy, sweet voice. I just want to know where such a strong awakened came from. I'm such a fan. Someone nearby gritted their teeth at her words. Gang Chiori's body was riddled with bullets. Yunbom held her gun tightly. The ghost-killing gun, a large-caliber rifle used for hunting thick-skinned monsters, borrowed from Gojun's armory. It roared and spat fire in retaliation. Johan quickly blocked it. Asterisk. Activate skill. Protective barrier. Asterisk. An arrow grazed its body. Yoon-Gyeon appeared to create a diversion. Hey, over here! The girl aimed straight at it. The blood bow, a replica of the bow and arrow used by the hero who shot down 9 sons, borrowed from Gojun's armory. Kirin had also arrived. Asterisk. Activate skill. Water control. Asterisk. Gongdu was stunned as he watched. What are they doing? Why do they keep missing? He pressed his lips together tightly. How did these incompetents get their hands on those weapons? At this rate, they'll never defeat Gang Chiori. Gang Chiori was about to attack again aggressively, but the flames in its mouth suddenly died out. Everyone seized the opportunity and rushed forward. It's out of fire! Everyone advance! The toxins and high heat still lingered. A person holding a shield blocked the way. The heat and poisonous fumes are still too strong. Get the people with poison and fire resistance to the front! Everyone gathered in a group. Can we do this? Should we try to pin it against a wall? Blocks of ice immediately surrounded it. Asterisk. Activate skill. Summon ice wall. Asterisk. Alright, keep pushing it to the marked point. They charged forward but failed. This is too hard. Sua seriously led those with water-based abilities. I'll try to restrict its movements. Everyone, try to put out the fire. Plants and water attacked Gang Chiori simultaneously. Asterisk. Activate skill. Leaf swarm. Activate skill. Water bomb. Asterisk. Keep going. Don't let the fire spread to the trees. Asterisk. Activate. Water cannon. Everyone fought with all their might. Come on. Asterisk. Activate monstrous strength. Activate physical enhancement. Asterisk. They encouraged each other. Almost there. Just a little more. Gang Chiori opened its massive mouth wide. It stomped its foot, shattering the ground. Everyone grew anxious. We can't push it any further. What do we do now? Gangam said, we have to push it off the cliff. Gojun strode forward aggressively. All you side characters, get behind me. He slammed his hand on the ground. Asterisk. Activate. Decompose. Asterisk. Gang Chiori was immediately knocked over. It lay sprawled on the ground as a crow flew across the sky. The crow's eyes began to glow brightly. Team leader Yo was astonished. Huh? An image of Gangrim was displayed on the screen. So Seol Gangrim is there? Gongdu became excited. I knew it. What do you think? They're gonna take it down, right? Ione Yo scowled. Asterisk. Damn it. Asterisk. She bit her nails. Asterisk. I was planning to pull Seol Gangrim to my side after he failed this mission. Asterisk. She calculated. Asterisk. Since I've already lost several useful interns from Area 1, I need to recruit some from other areas. Asterisk. She tried to find a way. Asterisk. My plan will be ruined if they succeed in killing Gang Chiori. Should I do something to make him fail? Asterisk. Tsk. Gongdu was confused. Wait, what is he trying to do? Gangrim was searching Gang Chiori's body, steam still rising from its skin. He gently wiped the sweat from his face. There was an indentation in the middle of its head. Asterisk. I need to. Asterisk. He joyfully raised his sword. Found it. The scene flashes back to the past. Gojun rubbed his chin. I think this is worth a shot. Gangrim was worried. The problem is, it's lost its mind, so it won't recognize me, he replied confidently. But I've got a solution for that. Just stab it right in its Baihui acupoint. It'll recognize you. Back in the present, Gangchiori lifted its head in pain. Gangrim soothed it. It's okay. Calm down. It's me, Seol Gangrim. Its eyes gradually changed, and it gently lay down on the ground. He asked urgently, Do you recognize me? He took the red scarf and tied it to its horn. Then, do you remember this scarf? I'll tie this mark of our friendship on your horn again. Gongdu guessed. Is he taming it to make it an easier kill? Impressive. Captain Y agreed. He's so cruel to even think of that. Ione Yo was still pensive. Record this in the report. She reported seriously. Team 1's leader, Moon Yang, dealt with Seol Gangrim herself after seeing that the other trainees couldn't eliminate Gang Cheori. Gongdu was furious. What are you trying to say? Team leader Seon, this area is under the management of team leader Moon Yang and me. We're the ones with the authority to make decisions. She replied calmly. The director never said that to us. As I see it, it looks like Seol Gangrim is in danger. Then she shot a beam of light into the sky. Are your eyes just for decoration? Why would you cast a spell so recklessly? That beam of light was aimed directly at Gangrim's sword. He lost his balance and fell. Gongdu's face darkened as he grabbed her by the collar. Are you out of your mind? You just struck lightning right next to a trainee. She acted calm. Why did that bolt of lightning strike the monster's head? Ione Yo concluded. It seems Seol Gangrim wasn't hit by the lightning. He shouted in frustration. Are you kidding me? She replied. I made a little mistake. She walked away from there. If Seol Gangrim dies, it'll be a huge problem, so I'll just have to strike the lightning nearby. Gongdu tried to stop her. What are you planning to do now? She looked back cheerfully. He's in danger. I have to go save him. She continued to cast lightning bolts down onto Gang Shouri's body, activating the skill Cloud Stepper. Team leader Seon Moon, stop it, she said smugly. I hit my mark this time. Gongdu rushed over with Captain Y. Huh? If anything happens to Seol Gangrim, I won't let you get away with this. She wondered. What? How did it miss? A notification sound rang out. Gang Chiori has failed to resist the mark of friendship. Gang Chiori has been subdued by Seol Gangrim. Gangrim gritted his teeth in exhaustion. Damn it, did the envoys interfere? Ione Yo was slowly controlling his sword, making it fly towards her. It seems the weapon Moon Yang used has the effect of attracting lightning. All three of them appeared before him, surprising him. Team leader Gongdu. He also recognized the woman from that video. She put on an apologetic face. I'm sorry, Seol Gangrim. I was just trying to help you. But it seems I got in your way, she feigned concern. Luckily you weren't hit by the lightning, but Gang Chiori's injuries look pretty bad. She suggested, I'll return this sword to you, but leave Gang Chiori to me. He cut her off. No one is going to harm Gang Chiori. Ione Yo lowered the sword. What do you mean? He replied, I don't intend to kill Gang Chiori. Gangrim asserted, and I won't let you kill it either. He placed a hand on his chest. It's my dragon. Gang Chiori looked at him gently. She raised an eyebrow. That's not a dragon, that's Gang Chiori. Gongdu interrupted her. Seol Gangrim, even if it's docile, it's still a monster. He continued to persuade. The toxins and fire energy radiating from its body aren't too strong. I can control it, he declared. I still won't let you kill it. Gongdu gritted his teeth in anger. You foolish bastard, Gangrim continued. Let me handle this. He gently placed his hand above Gang Cheori's eyes and spoke, asking for a favor. Help me out, will you? Linner. The Kirin innocently approached. The little one flew in front of its trembling body. The little one placed a ball of bright water beneath it. A flame ran down Gang Cheori's spine, and a dazzling light forced Ione Yo to cover her eyes. Sua and the others also watched intently. Taehan, standing behind a tree, was also blinded by the light. Gangrim hugged Gang Cheori. You're not a monster, and you're not a failure. It opened its eyes wide to look at him, as he spoke gently to it. You're a dragon. It gradually shrank, beginning the purification of the monster Kiori's vengeful spirit. It rushed forward to hug him tightly, its eyes welling up with tears. Gangrim petted it. See? It's gentle now. Gongdu was stunned. What? Ionio couldn't believe it. A Kirin can do something like that? Captain Y approached with interest to touch it. It's definitely a dragon. You have defeated the monster Gangshiori. Yun Gian was overjoyed. It says the mission is complete. Yun Bom replied, me too. Johan smiled brightly. I got it too. Everyone was ecstatic. Gangrim spoke up with a suggestion. Envoy, can I take the dragon with me? Gongdu reminded him. It's up to you, but I think you should worry about yourself first, Seol Gangrim. He replied politely. Thank you, he said with concern. I couldn't be sure from a distance. But you have more than just one wound on your body, Ionio said in a saccharine voice. That's right. If we had left him alone, he could have died. He snapped. Watch your mouth. She turned and ordered, go heal him. You brought the supplies, right? The other person replied, of course. She bragged, this stuff is expensive. I was saving this for the most dire emergency. The person reported, all done. She replied, all right. She regretted using the medicine, so she turned to complain. Seeing Taehan step out from behind the tree, Gangrim asked, you came to harm it, didn't you? He was silent for a moment, then waved his hands. No, it's not a serpent. It's a dragon. He and Gangshiori looked at each other. He spoke up. I don't know if there are any other snakes I can point you to. Gangshiori bared its fangs at him, making him step back. No, I don't intend to go looking for one, Taehan repeated. I told you. I lost, so I'll back off now. Gangrim pulled the sword from his bag. For now, you have to follow my orders first, he sighed. What do I have to do? He turned and walked away, then said, follow me. Why is that necessary? Gangshiori leaped onto his shoulder, looking at Taehan with hostile eyes. He glanced back. It's nothing big. He reached out to call after him. It seems pretty big to me. Hey, let's just talk here. Seol Gangrim and Taehan met in a clearing. He was surprised. Is this okay? He nodded in confirmation. He offered, if you don't want to. He immediately cut in. I'll do as you say. He smiled brightly and extended a hand towards him. A pleasure working with you. The two of them shook hands. The fates of Seol Gangrim and Gang Taehan have become connected. The fate of Seol Gangrim has been unraveled. Seol Gangrim's current destiny subclass is a second-tier human. In a dark space, Gangrim wondered, what's going on? My chest feels so heavy. He guessed, sleep paralysis again? He bit his lip in pain. Damn it. This hurts. I thought I was used to sleep paralysis and nightmares by now. He tried to move. I can move. Gangrim discovered the Kirin lying on him. Maybe I can sit up. He let out a sigh of relief and lay back on the pillow. Linner. The little one stood up worriedly to check on him. He placed both hands on it. He trembled as he lifted it. Get off of me. Activate purification skill. The Kirin placed a ball of light on his forehead. Why are you using that on me? Gangrim closed one eye as the light shone on him. He sat up with a start. What? Is it night already? Is it the next day? The Kirin lifted his shirt. What are you doing? Did you purify the remaining poison? He gently patted the little one's head. Thanks, Linner. Gangrim slowly put his feet on the floor. I slept for a whole day. I must have been really exhausted. He bent his head down to look under the bed. Gangshiori was looking at him sassily. Black and red dragon, a third-tier phantom subclass, a dragon symbolizing poison, fire, and water. It is more combative and has higher attack power than other dragons. He remembered what happened yesterday, but I had to send it back to the spirit world because it kept trying to bite Gang Taehan. Gangrim picked it up. Did I summon it in my sleep? Be good. What should I call it? David. Lucky. Its stomach rumbled with hunger. He carried it out of the room. All right, let's go eat first. John. Linner? You too. At the dining hall, Gangrim looked helplessly at the two creatures before him. Now I have to pay double for food. Gojun suddenly appeared. So, Gangrim, there you are. He placed his hand on the table. So this is the dragon? What's its name? He answered. John. He was confused. Isn't that a snake's name? He replied. Model. I named it that. So that's the dragon's name. The corner of his mouth curved up. Gojun tilted his head, thinking about it. Didn't you get anything else? Gangrim shot him a glance. He was right. It wasn't just about bringing Taehan back to the past. Taehan crossed his arms. So, what's your order? He pointed a finger. You will go to Sector 2. He had calculated everything carefully. There was a reason a Na'vi emphasized the Sector 2 mission. For the trainees who lost their snakes. You all failed the Sector 2 mission. And besides, even if you fail the mission, you still get a chance if you move to another sector. Gangrim continued his train of thought. Then you can redo the entire mission, but it won't be as difficult anymore. Gojun rested his chin on his hand. Why would you do that? He sighed. He seems useful. He was still wondering. There are tons of guys like him out there, he replied impatiently. Maybe it's because he knows his place, unlike someone else. His eyes lit up. So does that mean he's going to succeed in the future? He was exasperated. You think I can see the future? Gojun confirmed. Yeah, you looked like the main character back in that venomous snake room. He had memorized his every move. You are a dragon. He placed a hand on his chest. So I did a little self-reflection. Gangrim was confused. About what? He lowered his head. It's just, I think I'm a bit lacking, he frowned. Lacking? In what way? I think you already did more than your fair share in that mess. You were a huge help in Ganchiori. His body trembled. No, I mean, in helping you. He clenched his fists. Like this, I've only just... Just then, Sua opened the door and walked in. She paused for a moment when she saw the two of them. Gojun put his arm around his own shoulder. I should get going. I've been thinking too much. I need to get back to work. Gangrim remarked. Looks like he's really getting into his writing. Sua walked past Gojun. Gangrim, are you okay? He keenly noticed. Asterisk. Is he avoiding Shinsua? Asterisk. He replied politely. Yeah, I'm fine. What about you? She placed her hands on the table. I'm fine. But she was worried. He didn't do anything weird, did he? A lot of people have failed because of him. The atmosphere was incredibly tense. A lot of people are wary of Jang Taehan because he's from another sector. He stated firmly, don't worry about Taehan. He's not a bad person. Outside, Taehan and Gojun bumped into each other. He gave him a cold look. He joined their conversation. Hey, you guys talking about me? Gangrim took the initiative to introduce them. This is Shin Sua. Sua gave him a friendly look. Hi, I'm on the same team as Gangrim. Shin Sua? He pulled up a chair and sat down. Hello, I'm Jang Taehan. I'm from Sector 3. It's a pleasure to meet you. The three of them looked at each other in silence. Gangrim had to hold Gancheori back to stop it from biting Taehan. Sua stood up. Well, enjoy your meal. He was flustered. All right, see you later. They both watched her as she walked away. I thought she'd talk a bit more. He asked quietly, curious, girlfriend? He denied it. No, and it's Hyung to you. He smiled brightly. Right, you're older, he reminded him. You just started dropping the honorifics yesterday. Taehan avoided his gaze. Well, calling you Hyung just feels awkward. He expressed himself. Honestly, you seemed really familiar to me from the start. He was surprised. How can you be so sure? Yeah, so, I thought you were the one who fought me before. He continued. And I got that same feeling from Shinsua just now, too. I think we're going to be working together a lot more in the future. Gangrim's face darkened as he listened to his words. It's like, isn't it? It's like I've met you two somewhere before, he asked seriously. Like destiny, you mean? Taehan rubbed his chin. Saying it like that is a little embarrassing. Anyway, I just have a feeling we're bound to be a team one way or another. He clasped his hands together nervously. Does he think this is all just a coincidence? He broke into a sweat. Am I repeating the future all over again? Taehan stared off into the distance, lost in thought. I thought you were a loner, but I guess you have a lot of friends. I want to get closer to them too, not just Shinsua but the others as well. He turned away sharply. Ah, but forget that bastard. Gangrim asked. Who, Dakozun? He replied. Yeah, the guy who killed all the snakes in the reptile room. I can't stand guys like that. He gritted his teeth in anger. How could he kill the snake he promised to protect? He wasn't very surprised. He knew he would hate him. I'd never hang out with a guy like that, he declared. He warned him carefully. Yeah, but don't go picking a fight with him or anything. He'll probably get along with Shinsua and Cha Johan, he thought to himself. He's the same age as Yunbom and Yoon Gyun, so they should get along, right? He continued. Ah, there's one more thing. Taehan waved his hand. I have a proposal. The scene changes to another location. Taehan kicks the door down. He enjoyed that. Then he took off running. The others came out, curious to see what was going on. Taehan wiped the blood from his face. Yunbom was pointing a gun at him. He wondered, why don't you tell me why you're attacking me now? The girl was cold, her hands still clutching the gun. It's because I cannot accept you. He scowled, clenching his fists. Who are you to accept me or not? You're the one who brought me here. The girl radiated killing intent. Because I am Master's #1 disciple, and my guardian deity doesn't like you very much, Yunbom accused him. He said that because you suddenly jumped in and saved Seagang from us, you're not a decent person at all. The girl didn't let her guard down. Olympus power. I heard that yesterday you asked him to accept you and mentioned the oath of the peach garden, right? Jang Taehan listened in silence. Shuhan power, he scoffed. Ah, if your god likes him so much, why didn't they recruit him sooner? Why are you so angry when I've already failed? Beside her, Yoon Jiun was leaning against the wall. She questioned him. Master doesn't care about that stuff, so why don't you just give up? He answered curtly. No. The kid finally spoke up. Do you understand your current situation? We're being this patient because we don't think you can fight us. The kid didn't forget to tease. By the way, sis, asterisk, I'm times #1. The girl scolded. You want to fight? The kid demanded. Get out of the way, sis. Let me handle this. Yoon Gyun stepped forward. You came to our place after failing your mission, so you must be weak. Taehan put his hands on his hips. What was that? He provoked them. You want to go? You two look pretty weak yourselves. Yoon Gyun drew her bow on the right. Are you blind or something? Yunbom held her gun on the left. Just try it. Suddenly, Gangrim appeared, startling the kid. What are you all doing? He looked at the three of them sternly. Are you fighting? He asked. Everything seemed fine when I introduced you yesterday. The kid lowered her bow and arrow. It's because he keeps going on about those guardian deities to you. The girl stepped forward and recounted. Our guardian deities told us to make Jang Taehan give up. He frowned. Your deities told you to fight? He asked again. Yunbom, Yoongyun, do you still want to be my guardian disciples? The two girls nodded. He asked again, does your guardian want the same thing? Jang Taehan rubbed the back of his neck in confusion, then nodded as well. Yes, very much so. Gangrim thought for a moment, then an idea struck him. All right, then let's do this. He pointed to both sides. I will accept the guardian of whichever side wins. The other three were immediately bewildered. Huh? What? They stared at him intently. He continued, but he drew his sword. You have to fight me. If I win, you all have to give up. Gangrim stated the conditions clearly, and I'll take compensation from your guardian deities too. It has to be at least a god-tier item. Tell them that. Each person's system window appeared. The two sisters discussed it with each other, while Tihan stood alone. Command of the god, he thought carefully. If you have a guardian deity, you can borrow their power, but in return, you must obey them. But not every command from a god is a divine oracle. His train of thought continued. If you just blindly follow a god's orders without thinking for yourself, Gangrim rested his sword on his shoulder. Then you'll just become a puppet. I don't want to take that risk. Taehan spoke up. The gods say that's not fair because you're too strong. He calmly offered another option. Fine. No skills allowed, and you can all attack me at once. If I get hit even once, I lose. Yoonjiun replied on their behalf. Our side agrees to those terms. He raised his sword high. Then let's begin. The kid excitedly drew an arrow. All right. The kid smiled brightly. But won't it end a little too quickly with just one hit? But she was immediately attacked. Gangrim pulled the kid's arm. Don't worry about me. You don't have the time. His expression was dead serious. He wasn't treating this as a joke. Yunbom was getting anxious. Gyun's face turned pale. Gangrim coldly grabbed the kid by the collar and lifted her up. Shoot. From behind, Taehan launched a kick aimed at him. Make it a clean shot. He detected it instantly. He tossed Yoonjion aside and dodged. Taehan looked smug. Don't you forget about me. He looked down, excited. Gangrim remained perfectly calm. Why are you so worked up? He kept kicking. He dodged again. At the same time, he swung his sword at him. Taehan realized it then. Huh? Are you going easy on me? At this rate, you're going to lose fast. He looked at him with an ice-cold expression. Suddenly, a shot was fired. Taehan looked back, confused. Why are you shooting at me? Gangrim took the opportunity to shove his head down. Yun replied, I can't let you win. After taking him down, he turned around, and the two sisters quickly approached him. Sua watched the fight silently, and someone wondered, Sua, aren't you going to stop them? The two sisters were still relentlessly targeting him. Taehan lunged forward to punch him but missed. All three of them coordinated their attack on him at once. The corner of Sua's mouth curved up, and she left, ignoring the person running after her, calling out, Sua? She called someone. Hello? Yeah, thanks. In the end, Taehan and the Yoon twin sisters were left sprawled on the ground. Gangrim plunged his sword into the earth, kicking up a cloud of dust. He thought this was a good place to stop. He looked at them coldly. There's no reason to fight anymore. Taehan struggled to sit up. No, it's not over. He crouched down. You don't plan on doing this all of next week, do you? He lectured them seriously. I mean, training is fine, but fighting just because of a divine command. I don't like that. I'm really pissed off right now. Yoonbom felt guilty hearing his words. Gangrim continued, maybe it would be better if you didn't cooperate. You're all acting like you get along so well, just to entrust your backs to others because of a divine command. He frowned, emphasizing, I don't like this. Yoon looked worried. But Guardian, he cut her off. If the Guardian, for example, told you to kill Yoonbom, would you do it? The girl's face darkened at his words. Gangrim slowly stood up. You have to make your own decisions, right? You should be looking out for yourselves instead of just doing what others tell you. Gangrim turned away decisively, and Taehan sat up too. Yoonbom was a little disappointed. We lost again. I give up. She spoke up and apologized to Taehan for attacking him so suddenly. Yoongion also apologized. It's just like I said. I'm sorry. You're a good fighter. He blushed, embarrassed. It's fine. I'm no saint either. Seeing this, Gangrim nodded with satisfaction. Just then, Johan peeked his head in. Everyone? He asked gently. May father come in? They were surprised. Father? Gangrim left. The four of them continued their conversation inside. So, is it over? Yeah. I was relieved, but then you broke his balance when you shot past my shoulder. He noted that they fought as individuals at first, but then they started working together. He smiled and tilted his head. I guess this has deepened their relationship. Sua's familiar voice rang out. Was that your plan from the beginning? She was leaning against the wall. Making friends while fighting is the best way. He was a little surprised. Miss Sua? She explained. I asked father to come here after I saw that you all seemed to be finished. He replied politely, thank you. Gangrim felt a bit awkward again. Are you still uncomfortable with Gyang Taehan? He got flustered. But if she was, she just waved it away. It's fine. She crossed her arms. It's just a little strange. I feel a sense of familiarity with him. He was shocked to hear that. Sua feels that way too? He recalled what Taehan had said in the cafeteria and what Sua had just said. I have a feeling I'll be working with her again in the future. Gangrim was pleased. That's good then. Treat him well. Think positively. At least they won't split up if I disappear. Down reported, the trainees who failed in Area 3 have started the challenge in Area 1. Ion Ito rested her chin on her hand. All right, I'm not expecting much from that. She sighed. S-rank Gangrim passed easily. And Gyeong Taehan, right? He's good too, but he's already gone to Area 2, he wondered. So you've given up on S-rank Gangrim? Given up? A cunning look appeared on her face. On the contrary, I want him even more now. She smiled cheerfully. And there are a few good trainees in Area 2 as well. It's too early now. Ion Ito stared intently at the glowing red system panel in front of her. Has he replied? The words on it appeared large and clear. I will accept the request. She burst out laughing. She swiveled her chair to look out the window. I wonder how Captain Gong will react when he finds out. I'm getting excited. The scene changes, and a talisman slowly burns away. A Navi announced that Gate 7 has opened. She explained, when you complete this demon world, you can leave on your own as we promised. She looked at everyone seriously. Because this is the final room, it's going to be very difficult. You can't leave before completing it, so please. She trailed off. It seems I was worried for nothing. A Navi bowed her head and slowly vanished. I hope to see you all again. Good luck. One by one, everyone headed inside. Yoon Bom was worried. Why is it just us? Taehan looked back. Yeah, where's father? Sua said she needed to check something first. Yoon Gyeon added, I have a feeling father will come with Doc Gojun. He's still writing his novel. He grumbled, who cares about him? Gangrim slowly walked down the stairs. They were overjoyed. It's master, Taehan waved enthusiastically. Hey, the gate's open. Let's go, he replied cheerfully. Am I late? I have to get ready. He put his hands on his hips. What are you doing? He put a finger to his lips. It's a secret. Yeonbom looked up and asked, so, should we wait? Gangrim waved his hand. It won't take long. Go on ahead, she reminded him. Okay, but hurry up, he smiled brightly. He seems a little excited today. His demeanor changed in an instant. He quietly left through another passage. Someone was already waiting in the room. Gangrim smiled when he saw her. Sua started a friendly conversation. Gangrim, I heard the final room is open. Aren't you going? He asked back. What about you? She replied, I'm going right now. Let's go together. He suggested she go first. I need to take care of a few things first. She suddenly put her hand out to block him. Gangrim forced a smile. Miss Sua. She held up her phone. Don't even think about it. I don't have your number. Sua held her phone out to him. I've exchanged numbers with everyone else. He looked flustered and backed away slightly. Will you give me your number? Gangrim slowly raised his hand, then pulled it back. Sua questioned him. You're not going to do it, are you? She looked down. You're planning on not seeing me again after we get out of here, aren't you? Gangrim remained silent. She clenched her trembling hands. She said loudly, Is that why you always keep your distance from us? He tried to avoid her gaze. Gangrim. Sua was disappointed. So you have no intention of seeing me again right after we leave this place? Gangrim was still silent, and her hands clenched tighter. She couldn't help but say loudly, That's why you always keep your distance from us. He avoided her. Gangrim. They just stood there, facing each other. This is why I always have to keep my distance. I have no intention of seeing them again once I'm out of here, he thought. It was the only way to keep them safe when Byun came looking. Sua called out, Gangrim. He tried to act calm. Give me your phone. She was suspicious. You're not going to give me a fake number, are you? He smiled gently and handed her phone back. Here's my number. She still looked at him warily. Sua took her phone and left. I'll trust you for now. I'll contact you after we get out of here. See you later. Gangrim turned away awkwardly. I know there won't be a next time. The scene changes to Gangrim training with Kiran and Gang Chori. He clapped, praising Yunbom's skill. The fire has been upgraded to Ghost Level 2. The kid is even controlling my sword, activating the skill, magnetic horns. Time flew by, and 4 days later, the two creatures were sprawled out on the floor. Gangrim looked at them gently. You two worked hard. Get some rest. Then he also lay down on the ground. I need to get to the demon world quickly. The system displayed a message. An item from the Cradle of Gods in the human world has appeared. An item from the nameless hero of life has appeared. He looked up at it. Just how good are these items that they're only showing up now? A series of items were provided. Black Dragon Boots Tier 3, Dragon Manus Tier 3, Demonic Life Potion Tier 3. He accepted the items and sat up. Gangrim happily put the items in his bag. What I got are Dragon Tier items. The gods competing with each other like this is actually pretty good. Suddenly, a Navi spoke from behind him. You haven't left because you were waiting for these? He turned around, flustered. Messenger Anavi, greetings, she continued. You're still here training. You can enter the demon world now, you know. Gangrim sighed. Actually, it's not time yet. He asked where the others were. She clasped her hands behind her back. I can't reveal their progress to you at the moment, he asked again. So you can't tell me if someone has already finished either? She shook her head. I'm afraid not. Gangrim turned away, disappointed. That's enough. I knew I wouldn't be able to pry any information out of her. He slowly stood up, guessing he'd have to check for himself. Anavi wondered, Where are you going at this hour? He made up an excuse. I'm pretty tired after training the divine beast. I need to get some rest. Memories of his past life flooded back. In the past, the first person to leave the training center was met with a media frenzy. Back then, Shinua had cleared the demon world by the third morning, but I haven't heard a single thing, even though 4 days have passed. Gangrim stared at his phone, confused. Why isn't there any news? Hasn't anyone cleared it yet? A message appeared. Please announce if you have completed the demon world. He frowned. Right after Shinua's party completes the raid, an arrow will fly, and then I can enter. He looked at it, bewildered. Gangrim was beginning to understand the message from space and time. A message from space and time. An arrow forged from a divine beast can transmit a message from anywhere. He carefully watched the red screen in front of him. A message had appeared. His pupils contracted. An image of Sua lying in a pool of blood appeared. He reached out to touch the screen. Shin Sua. Memories from the past flooded back once more. He covered his face in despair. Her words from a few days ago echoed in his mind. See you later. He remembered when she gave him her phone. I want to stay in touch with you right after we leave this place. Her smile was crystal clear in his memory. I need someone I can rely on. Events from his past life intruded again. I like you, she had said, back when he was completely worn out. Why did Sua talk to me? I still couldn't even use my fate-stealing skill. Gangrim looked at her, flustered. She took the initiative and sat down next to him. I like that. You don't choose the easy path. She was always optimistic, even in a situation where an easy choice could be made. He timidly looked away. Right. I still can't use it because I'm too weak. It's not that I don't want to. Gangrim misunderstood her. Is she mocking me? Or is she trying to make me pay for her eye? She asked him. Do you have anything left to do in the poison room? I'll wait for you. And then we can head to the final room together. He handed the phone back to her. So, that's it. She wants to use my skill. All right, I'll contact you as soon as I'm done. He calculated in his head. Do I look like some kind of simp? You hypocrite. I'll steal from you the second you let your guard down. The system announced, the room of dissected skeletons is watching silently. The system issued a requirement. Find your nameplate and escape the demon world. Time limit applies. Shinsua raised her sword warily. You have equipped the item, Dissected Skeleton's Belt. The effect will reactivate periodically. There are a total of 7 floors to clear. Gangrim was startled as he read the system text. Dissected Skeleton's Belt. A saw blade will appear and grow larger after 24 hours. Once it reaches the 7th floor, the belts tied to your body will be severed. The lower your karma, the more belts will appear on vital spots, he told her, terrified. It says that whatever parts are wrapped by the belt will be cut off. If we don't clear the demon world in 7 days, she replied calmly. I guess we'll have to find that nameplate quickly then, she pointed. Yours is on your pinky finger. He looked at his hand in shock. It's obvious that the more karma you have, the more they appear on important spots. Sua glanced back at him. Karma. I guess the fewer you have, the more it shows how good of a person you are. He spoke rudely. How the hell can they even measure something like that? She gave him a thumbs up. So you're a good person. His mood softened immediately. What are you smiling at? She turned away. I'd love to be a good person like you. She smiled. No matter what my fate may be. He watched her intently. It seems a bit late to be noticing these belts. But still, I want to be kind from now on, right? Gangrim was still suspicious. Is she faking it? She doesn't seem like the kind type, but does she really trust me? The wounds of his past wouldn't let him go. Do you really believe that? Negative thoughts surrounded him. Who would ever want to be your partner? He moved forward, radiating killing intent. All you do is bring death to everything around you, Gangrim asked himself. Are you going to be fooled again? Is there anyone in this world who will ever be truly honest with me? Sua sharply noticed the sound of a drum. Tch! He clutched his head. Shin Sua must be. She called his name in alarm. Gangrim. A group of sword-wielding people appeared right behind him, just like everyone else. She lunged forward and pulled him away. She was ready to fight for him. This finally snapped him out of it. Shin Sua. The blade was covered in blood. Sua stood firm, protecting him. She clutched her injured shoulder. I should have run faster if I'd known they wouldn't follow you to the other room. Gangrim lowered his head. The fate message window didn't tell me that. She quickly explained, Do you think I'm blaming you? I didn't mean it like that at all. You telling me the monster's names and skills was a huge help. He yelled, How can you call that helping? He was on the verge of a breakdown. You got hurt again because of me. He leaned on his sword. In the Sword Forest room, you lost an eye protecting me. Tears streamed down his face. You'd be better off without me. Why do you insist on keeping me around? Sua stared at him, stunned for a moment. Then she gave a gentle smile. I already told you. Back in the present, Gangchiori bit Gangrim's hand. Because of me. He snapped out of his thoughts. He noticed the 2 creatures staring intently at him. Gangrim was worried sick. Do I have to go save Shinua? But then he thought, no, reminding himself. Have you forgotten why you're here again? He covered his face. If you go, you'll only put her in more danger. Gangchori and Kirin comforted him. My fate is what puts others in danger. That's right. I'm sure it's better if I don't go, he told himself. Shin Sua is strong enough. Events from his past life mixed with his thoughts again. I told you, Sua was always smiling. Like the way you fight against your own destiny. He bit his lip to keep from crying. And you can help me next time. A system sound chimed. Beginning the room of stitched bones. There were excited murmurs. Gangrim is here. Will we really be chosen this time? I'm finally in here. One of them asked, what took you so long? Did something happen? Gangrim asked bluntly. You know where Shinua went, don't you? The being seemed reluctant to speak. That's the first thing you ask? Why should we tell you? The being made a demand. We'll talk if you accept one of us as your god. His eyes lowered slightly. But you should worry about yourself first. Gangrim looked at his reflection in his sword, carefully observing his neck, wrists, and ankles. Blades were slowly emerging from the collars. Gods, he's so calm. The blades dug deeper. If you don't complete this place within 7 days, you can say goodbye to your head. He pulled his collar up, his face an icy mask. You don't know where Shinua is, do you? The beings were vague. Who knows? Could be east, west, north, or south. Gangrim, head north. Don't listen to him. It's to the east, Gangrim. Gangrim took out a map. I guess there's no other way but to find her myself. The room of stitched bones has been added to the demon world map. Current exploration rate, 0%. He threw open a door. Kieran looked around curiously. He, the kid, and Gang Chiori wandered around. He opened another door. This time, Gangrim discovered a blood-stained room. Something is glowing on the floor. There was a fight here. He picks it up and realizes it belongs to Father Johan. He assesses the scene. The marks on the wall are from Bam and Gion. Is Shinua with them? The others keep talking. Look at him, noticing all that stuff. What's this? Is he a detective? But isn't he just looking for his weights? Who cares? As long as it's fun. A strange room appeared, but the others were mocking. Detective Seol Gangrim was in danger. There was no battle around here. Gangrim grew confused. Doors everywhere. I guess I have to go through all of them. Suddenly, he saw something and touched an X mark on the ground. Is this symbol telling me where they went? He and the two creatures split up to search. If X means don't go this way, then there should be a different symbol on the other doors. Gangrim was confused. There's nothing. They're all X's. Was I wrong? Those sounds kept echoing. Detective Shin Sua. Did you figure something out, Shin Sua? He slowly approached the throne. He stood on it, much to the confusion of the others. Is that idiot really going to sit on the throne? He's standing on it? A circle was drawn there. Found it. Kieran flew up with Gang Chiori on its back, carrying him along. Gangrim was surprised. This place is pure chaos. Suddenly, his pupils shrank, and a second later, he was in a ready stance. Everyone, get ready to move. A group of demons began to appear. That was the sound of them approaching. The three of them fought in coordination. Gang Chiori fiercely spewed fire, and one of the demons charged with a sword. Kieran used its water-bending powers, circling around them. Those demons were quickly trapped inside a water orb. Gangrim praised them, satisfied. All that training with everyone paid off. There are so many of them, but none of them are really that strong. Suddenly, he froze. Yunbom, the familiar figure of Yunbom appeared. He blocked the bullet, his mind clear enough to realize it wasn't just a demonic shadow. The figure's eyes glowed intensely. Gangrim expertly dodged every bullet as he closed the distance, activating his perfect marksmanship skill. The bullet suddenly reversed course. He couldn't dodge in time and his arm was hit. The attack was guaranteed to land. He looked at the two figures, Yunbom and Yun Gion. Meeting them like this, he clutched his wound. Not happy at all. He focused, unleashing a few slashes. In this Mist Hill room, there was only one type of monster. The two aimed their bow and gun right at him. A first-class shadow thief can copy the powers of humans. Information, Shadow Thief. This type of monster has the ability to copy the appearance and powers of people who enter the demon realm. One of them let go, and the arrow flew. But they can't copy their personalities or their convictions. Gangrim gritted his teeth in anger, firing an arrow so carelessly. That's not something the real Gion would ever do. He swiftly dodged each arrow, one grazing his cheek. On the other hand, just when he thought he could handle it, he was attacked unexpectedly. A volley of arrows pierced his body. He glanced at them, knowing these arrows would all disappear at once. The Yunbom Shadow Thief aimed its gun at him. Not just one, but countless guns from every direction. Power activation. Execution. The creature grinned triumphantly. Looks like Yunbom learned a new skill. Gangrim scrambled to think. How am I supposed to fight back? His sword hand started to tremble. My sword can't even reach it. At this range, it's too difficult to dodge the bullets. I'll be turned into Swiss cheese even if I use a defensive skill. Someone pulled the trigger. How many of these can I possibly block? The Shadow Thief was instantly taken down. Yunbom called out to him, Taehan, grab my hand, up here. As Gangrim carried Gang Chiori, she noticed. Wait, you're hurt. The girl asked worriedly, Hey, are you all right? He held his wound. I'm fine. It's nothing. The girl was anxious. Do you need some medicine? He refused. No, I brought some with me. He glanced around. But this place is. Yunbom spoke up. I think the room next door is a prison, he wondered. A prison? An image of Sua flashed in his mind. Could Shin Sua be in there? The scene shifts to a prison cell. Gangrim's face darkened as he peered inside. Sua was badly wounded, lying there all alone. Shin Sua. Yunbom started to say something. Well. But he had already flung the door open. Shin Sua. He stared at her, stunned. It was only then that the girl started to explain. You probably know that the monsters in this demon realm can copy our skills. The girl averted her eyes. Even when we managed to lose them, they would just show up again the moment the next drum sounded. Yunbom looked down sadly. But on the second day, we discovered something by chance. Flashback to the past, where Gion gets slashed on the arm. Gion! Taehan tried to encourage her. Just hang on a little longer. I've almost got these monsters beat. He cautiously shifted his gaze. The girl clutched her shoulder in pain. They quickly realized that any damage the original person takes is also inflicted on their illusion. Returning to the present, Gangrim quietly opened a vial of medicine. Her wounds, they weren't from the monsters. Shin Sua was covered in injuries. Gangrim realized it himself. She must have done this to herself. Yunbom confirmed it. Yes, she said it was the best solution we had. None of us could stand against her illusion. The girl wiped away her tears. She said she would take care of everything on her own after everyone left. Her voice trailed off. Please, stop her. She's being far too kind. Gangrim silently continued to pour the medicine for Sua. Kind? He threw the medicine vial aside. She's not being kind. She's completely lost her mind. Yunbom buried her face in her hands. I know we shouldn't have let her. I knew we should have tried to stop her. He thought to himself, how could normal people possibly stop someone who's lost their mind? Only the sound of Yunbom's sobbing filled the silence. He gently placed his hand on her head. Gangrim gently stroked her hair. Did you find any of the command plates? She replied. A few. Gion and Cha Yohan haven't found any yet. Just then, Sua stirred. Sua. He went back to pouring the medicine for her. Yunbom, could you leave us alone for a moment? His expression was dark. I need to talk to her. Sua was slowly recovering. She fluttered her eyes open. She was startled when she saw him and stopped him from pouring more medicine. Seol Gangrim, what are you doing? Instead of answering, he just said, let's talk. Sua replied, fine, but put the medicine away. She reached for her sword. Because if I recover, she resolutely plunged the sword into her own leg as he watched. Sua trembled from the pain. The others will be in danger. She pulled the blade out. The vial of medicine was thrown, shattering to pieces. Gangrim grabbed the blade of her sword. I told you we need to talk. Sua stared at his hand, horrified. Her face went pale. What are you doing? Let go! He remained calm, trying to soothe her. You let go of the sword first. We still have some time before the next drum sounds. She silently bowed her head. Her sword was tossed aside. Sua frowned and took his bleeding hand. You said you weren't coming. I never said that, he replied. I just said I'd be late. Gangrim pressed her. Why would you do this? You can win a fight against your own illusion. She immediately denied it. No, I can't win. I'm sure you already know the reason why, she suggested. You can look at my destiny window. His eyes glowed as he activated the power. Explore destiny. Gangrim's eyes shot open in shock. Shin Sua's destiny window. He bit his lip. Why is it changing like this? Hearing her words, he didn't say anything, but immediately frowned and activated his power. Explore destiny. Seol Gangrim was shocked to discover it. Bloodthirst. Ghost rank. Tier 3. A skill that increases power upon contact with human blood. The more it is used, the more dependent the user becomes on it. If an opponent is killed by this skill, your karma points will be affected. He gritted his teeth, wondering to himself, why this skill now? Weight of Karma, God Class, Tier 3. The higher the karma points, the greater the increase in base stats. Shin Sua wasn't supposed to be able to learn these two skills until much, much later. Seol Gangrim thought to himself that it was just like his own Destiny Plunder and Nam Yoo-jun's Serial Killer, both skills that grow stronger the more they're used. He looked at Shin Sua, remembering, but she currently has fewer Mist Hill armbands than she did in my past life. She sighed, looking exhausted and worn down. That means she hasn't used these skills yet. Seol Gangrim guessed to himself that, in contrast, her illusion would have no reason not to use them. He moved a little closer and spoke. I'm fairly certain your illusion gets stronger each time it appears. Seol Gangrim covered his mouth, worried. A monster that can use the Bloodthirst skill is a serious threat. Shin Sua noticed his concerned expression. She quickly waved her hands, urging him. So please, just leave me here and go with the others, Shin Sua said, hesitating. And what about you? I'll figure something out. But Seol Gangrim grabbed her firmly by the shoulders and shook her. Miss Sua, look at me. Sua's eyes are shut tight as if she's unconscious. Miss Sua! He panics, struggling to support her and calls out loudly. Are you just going to die here like this? Suddenly, she opens her eyes, her hand rising to gently touch Seol Gangrim's arm. Seol Gangrim. I just wanted to rest my eyes for a bit. Sua lies down completely on the ground and whispers reassuringly, I'll leave soon. He grits his teeth, unable to bear looking at her. After everyone has left, The others joyfully reunite a while later. Johann Richter calls out to him excitedly. He approaches Seol Gangrim, beaming. It's so good to see you again. Me too. Thanks to this, I was able to find you. Seeing him rummage in his pocket and hold out the necklace with the cross, Johann Richter is suddenly overjoyed. Thank you. I thought I'd never find everyone again. It seems like we're all gathered now, but I'm so glad to be able to travel with you all once more. Seol Gangrim is a bit surprised to hear him say that. I was so worried when we were separated, but we've managed to meet again even after entering different dimensions. He immediately frowns and asks Johann Richter, weren't you with Doc Gojun? Caught off guard, he explains awkwardly. No, I couldn't find anyone. We should have waited for each other. The starting point in this space changes if we don't all enter at the same time from the outside. Johann Richter quickly stammers and changes the subject. Oh, right, I should go check on Miss Sua's condition. As he's about to step forward, Seol Gangrim pulls his arm to stop him. Ah. She just fell asleep. I gave her some medicine, so she'll be fine. So you found her a while ago? The atmosphere suddenly grows heavy, and everyone lowers their head, an indescribable mood settling in. Yunbom quickly tries to lift the mood. I'm sure we'll be able to leave soon. And Yoon Jian adds on, yeah, Seol Gangrim is here with us. After all. Hearing that, Jang Tae-hwan covers his face in exasperation and shakes his head. Okay, that's great, but if we run into Seol Gangrim's illusion, we're going to have a tough time. Yunbom looks scared. As long as it's weaker than the original. But if it's strong like Sua's, then Yoonjeon replies. That's hard to say, since we'd have to encounter it first. Standing to the side, Seol Gangrim also worries and wonders, do you guys think the illusion's strength depends on the type of skills we have? But Jang Tae-hwan just gets closer, looking him all over. Huh? Then, unable to help it, he blushes and points. Seol Gangrim, that's a cool necklace you've got. Teased by Jang Tae-hwan, he can only quickly cover it up and shoot him a glare. Beside them, Yunbom and Yoonjeon start whispering non-stop. Is that a collar? Seol Gangrim, does that mean you're going to die? Seol Gangrim waves his hand and explains, I just need to leave this space before that happens, and I'll be safe. It's only been a day since I got here, so I haven't been able to figure everything out yet. Immediately, Yunbom grabs Jang Tae-hwan's hand in a hurry. Then let's go check out the surrounding area. Johann Richter agrees. Yes, let's go. But he manages to stop them in time. Wait, those who just got back should rest. The rest of us will go. Geez, you're injured. Yoon Gyeon deliberately pokes him in the stomach, making him wince in pain, his face paling. You stay here and keep watch. If those guys from the other sectors show up, Sua will need someone to protect her. Seol Gangrim clutches his bleeding wound. I think we should leave 2 people behind to stand guard, just like last time. Father, I'll stay with Gangrim. After that, the others quickly leave. All right, Doc Gojun, you stay here and stand guard. Wait, hey! They ignore his calls and slam the door shut. We need to sync our maps first. Seol Gangrim can only slump to the ground, exhausted. Doc Gojun, since it's just the 2 of us, why don't you answer a few of my questions? He stands calmly with his arms crossed and replies, Huh, what do you want to know? Why did you choose this room as a base? Seol Gangrim frowns, questioning him seriously. There was no need to lock Sua up in a prison cell like this. Doc Gojun then explains to him, she chose this place herself. She figured her illusion would be weaker because there's no vegetation around here. Hearing that, Seol Gangrim thinks to himself, metal overcomes wood. He was right that this place would weaken Sua since her element is wood. But to leave someone in her condition on a stone floor, he lowers his head again, deep in worried thought. Doc Gojun smiles knowingly. Are you out of questions already? He says as he steps closer to Seol Gangrim. Because you're the main character. Doc Gojun's expression suddenly turns serious as he looks at him. I thought you were going to ask something important. Seol Gangrim frowns back. He looks up and asks, why did you send me that message? Now that's the right question. Doc Gojun gives a slight smile. So you realized I was the one who sent it. Just answer. He replies with a cheerful expression. Well, because the main character wasn't here. I was worried, since you hadn't shown up for 4 days. As he speaks, Doc Gojun sits down on the bench next to him. Are you mad that I left her here? Seol Gangrim turns his face away to avoid the question, then awkwardly rubs his head, making an excuse. It's fine. At least I knew Sua was safe thanks to you. I knew you'd thank me. Suddenly, Seol Gangrim asks with a bit of curiosity, hey, how did you get a hold of a space-time message? The price is pretty steep for a trainee. Doc Gojun immediately raises his hand in a shh gesture. Hearing him tease like that sends a shiver down his spine. Well, if you want to know, it's not that hard. That's enough. Doc Gojun doesn't stop teasing. But I know something really interesting. Want to hear it? No need. He leans back against the stone bench with a sigh. Ah, then I guess you already know about it, since you're a regressor. But it seems you couldn't predict this situation, because a lot of things have changed. Or maybe you're just not strong enough to foresee certain things. Seol Gangrim looks openly annoyed. Say whatever nonsense you want. but Doc Gojun just gives a cheerful, deliberate smile. It's just a guess. Then he suddenly asks probingly, how many karma points have you accumulated? The space falls silent. Seol Gangrim glances at him and retorts, what are you talking about? You know exactly what I'm talking about. He explains again. The placement of the suture bone armband changes based on what we've done in the past. The more bad deeds you commit, the more critical the placement. Doc Gojun holds up his hands in front of Gangrim. I've done some bad things in the past, so they wanted to end my life as a writer. He lowers his head, his voice a low growl as he interrogates him. The higher the karma points, the stronger the person's illusion. So what is it you want? Unexpectedly, he still looks excited and cheerful. Then Doc Gojun pretends to choke himself with both hands. The bad things you've done have always been hidden, even though you always act so righteous on the outside. He even lets out a gleeful laugh. I wonder what happened. Seol Gangrim looks agitated, his face pale. What did you do in your past life? Doc Gojun suddenly sits bolt upright. Seol Gangrim. He glares crazily at Seol Gangrim. I'm so curious. Just what kind of person are you? Seol Gangrim glances at him and admits, I'm a criminal. Hearing that, Doc Gojun clutches his stomach and bursts out laughing. What? No way. You think I'd believe that? He just turns away, avoiding the topic. Of course, it could be true. But Doc Gojun speaks even more freely. I really want to meet your shadow. It must be so strong. You're hiding so much. Maybe you should just shut up. Suddenly, he makes an offer. I'll shut my mouth if you tell me an interesting story. Doc Gojun's eyes shine with excitement. Tell me, about your past life or your predictions for the future. Seol Gangrim can only let out a hesitant sigh. I told you, I'm not a regressor or anything. He tries to evade Doc Gojun's request. Or how about this? I'll guess, and you tell me if I'm right, okay? Just tell me about your childhood. Elsewhere, Anna Vicha speaks to Gong Yu from behind as he sits in front of a monitor. It's a good thing we were allowed to monitor the final demon world. She adds, are you most worried about Seol Gangrim too? Exactly. Right after, someone else approaches. Captain, I've brought the documents you needed. Seeing Yu Sang-tae, the other two turned to look, but the more they investigated Seol Gangrim, the more mysterious he became. What did you find? He scratched his head, staring intently at the file before Yu Sang-tae handed it back to Gong Yu. There's nothing. No criminal record. He's completely normal. The only thing that stands out is that he lost his parents when he was young and was adopted by a shaman. He also found out that he never let any gods possess him, and after that, he just lived a normal life. Du Sung-tae couldn't hide his surprise. What the hell did he do to get so many karma points? Anna Vicha, standing nearby, chimed in. Murder? If the case was never solved, there wouldn't be a complete record, right? Gong Du immediately spoke up, his face grim. I don't think so. You don't get that many karma points for killing 1 or 2 people. He must have killed at least 100. This caused the other two to turn pale with shock and fear. He crossed his arms and growled. I can't even imagine what that guy did, but it couldn't have been anything good. Du Sung-tae panicked, stammering as he pointed an accusing finger. And you want to bring that guy to our side? Du Sung-tae, Gong Du calmly explained. Why do you think the director had us turn each person's karma into a shadow in the final demon world? To check their karma points, or to eliminate those with serious personality issues? He replied with a nonchalant expression, if that was the goal, couldn't we have just done that from the very beginning? Even so, the other two looked away uneasily. We even recruit murderers as interns, so who gives a damn about personality? Doesn't the Fate Protection Agency risk the lives of its interns just to make them stronger? They don't differentiate between good people and bad people. We're just that reckless. Checking everyone's karma points in the final room is to let them prove they're more than just simple criminals. Unexpectedly, Seol, Gangrim, and Doc Gojun's room was suddenly stormed by a group of people. They were from another region and were stronger than the others. Those people charged aggressively, brandishing their weapons. Kill all the strong ones, unless you want to fight those shadows forever and be useful to us. But to their surprise, the two of them easily fought back against the group. 6 days after opening the Bonehill room, the hoop on Yunbom's ear suddenly tightened, making her ear bleed. Yunbom cried out, clutching it in pain. Gyang Taehan's hand was also squeezed until it started to bleed. Damn it, that hurts so much. Are you two okay? I'm fine. Seol Gangrim quickly pulled out 2 syringes and handed them over. You're bleeding heavily. Use this to stop the bleeding. And take some of these painkillers. It'll be fine once the skin heals. So don't use any healing medicine unless you have to. You guys get out of here and get some rest. Even as he carefully injected the painkiller into her ear, Yunbom stubbornly refused. We still haven't found Sua and your nameplate. I can't go. Then at least rest for a bit and let the painkillers kick in so you're not so exhausted. Seol Gangrim then picked up his sword to leave, but not before telling them. I'm going to check the next rooms. You two stay here. I'm fine, really. We have to stick together. Not only that, but he also pointed and gave an order to his divine beast. Lun Ni, you stay here and watch them. I'll be back before the next drum sounds. Seol Gangrim stepped on the papers scattered all over the floor. He scanned the room. If the nameplate was in the same place as my past life, I should have found it by now. Suddenly, Seol Gangrim noticed something. Ahead of him, 3 weapon-wielding shadows had spotted him. The remaining shadows were getting progressively harder. They immediately rushed towards Seol Gangrim to attack. The enemies will just respawn anyway, so there's no point in wasting energy in a room I've already checked. He blocked with his sword and channeled fire from his hand to counter. Swift as a flash, Seol Gangrim sliced the shadow clean in 2. Seol Gangrim is formidable. He's going to cut them all down. Another one lunged down from above. This is terrifying. I don't know how much stronger his own shadow will be, but he still managed to swing his sword in time to strike it. That's what I'm worried about. Looking at the defeated shadows on the floor, Seol Gangrim thought to himself that he still hadn't seen his own shadow. Right after that, he was startled by a realization. Ahead of him was an item in a box, next to some books on a shelf. Is that it? Seol Gangrim looked at it, overjoyed. It still matches the one Sua had in my past life. He hurriedly reached out to grab it. The nameplate has a protective barrier, so only its owner can touch it. Seol Gangrim held it firmly in his hand. You have obtained Seol Gangrim's nameplate. He couldn't help but tremble with emotion. Seol Gangrim frowned as he looked at the nameplate, his expression an indescribable mix of sorrow and relief. He tucked it into his pocket and mumbled, I guess I still have a bit of luck left. Even though this situation is so terrible, you have met the conditions for completion. When you leave with the nameplate, the trial will end. Suddenly, Seol Gangrim turned his head, having heard a noise. With his heightened senses, he listened quietly to someone talking. Quick, get up, there's someone outside. Shit, you're supposed to be protecting me. Where did you go? Hearing this voice, Seol Gangrim rushed back toward them. Hey! When they saw him, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's Gangrim. The girl came closer, asking questions. We didn't see you until just now. You must have gotten here late. Yeah, I did. Do you want to come with us? The others also cheered excitedly. Yeah, we trust you. It would be great if you joined us. Actually, I'm looking for Sua's nameplate. Seol Gangrim could only change the subject. Has anyone seen it? Someone sitting on some crates answered hesitantly. Is she still here? Didn't someone say they saw it? Who was it? He asked, turning his head toward the person next to him. But that person already left. Swan, I think that person was on your team. Do you know where they are now? Hearing this, the man hesitated, looked up, then threw something to Seol Gangrim and answered, I only know where it was found. Nice one, Swan. Delighted, he quickly unfolded the item to examine it. Thanks. The demon world's examination rate has changed. When he was done, Gangrim immediately returned it to Swan. By the way, you're all badly injured. What happened? Did you run into people from another sector? A man frowned wearily and recounted. No, it was just a shadow, but it was incredibly strong. His face turned pale with fear. It's completely different from the other shadows. Every time someone is defeated, it transforms. At that, everyone started talking at once. It was horrifying. Every time someone died, it would warp into something like a monster. Hell, a monster would have been better. After that monster hovers over the corpse, it can use the exact same skills as the person who died. Seol Gangrim just listened in silence. Swan, off to the side, continued the story. We didn't see it the first day we came in here. I think the shadow only showed up a few days ago. It was on the 4th night. It has red marks on parts of its body and neck, so you can't mistake it. While speaking animatedly, the color suddenly drained from his face. Then Swan stammered, Seol Gangrim, when did you get here? Gangrim shot him a cold look. It seems you're wearing bands on both of your legs. Swan reached out to touch Seol Gangrim's wrist as well, but he glared and quickly pulled his arm away. Swan broke out in a sweat, stammering as he pointed, Seol Gangrim, let me see your neck. Frustrated, Swan pointed directly at him and yelled, Didn't you hear what I just said? This immediately drew everyone's attention, and they began to murmur. Swan, what's wrong? Are you saying that shadow is Gangrim's shadow? The others hesitantly denied it. No, that's ridiculous. How can you be so sure about that? But he shouted back with more conviction, insisting the timing matched up and that he was just as strong as it is. He even has those bands all over his body, just like that shadow. Seol Gangrim just watched silently as Swan accused him. If you also have one on your neck. At this, everyone started looking at each other, confused and suspicious. Seeing this, one person stepped forward and stammered, Gangrim, can you just let us see your neck once? Just to clear up this misunderstanding. But he wasn't worried at all, just lightly pulling his collar aside as he replied, Even if I do have one on my neck, that's no guarantee it's my shadow. But Swan yelled frantically, Shut up and just show us. We'll be the ones to decide that. And so, the others chimed in, backing him up. It's just a matter of showing us your neck. Is it that hard? Haha, it's not your shadow, is it? Why are you hesitating? You have that kind of skill, don't you? Seeing Seol Gangrim didn't react, he tried to provoke him further. Why aren't you answering me? One person gritted their teeth and declared, It has to be his shadow. So that's why he's so strong. Seol Gangrim's face remained cold and calm as he stared right at them. Was it because he had killed them and stolen their skills? Someone else suddenly shouted, Everyone, calm down. How could he possibly answer when everyone was constantly accusing him like that? The boy trembled, trying to hold back his fear. Seol Gangrim is fine. Everyone's just scared, that's all. If you could just show us the spot on your neck that activates the loner skill. Suddenly, Seol Gangrim vanished. Everyone was shocked and stunned. Huh? Where did he go? Help me! They quickly noticed the wide-open door. The room fell silent for a few seconds as everyone stared after him. Immediately after, the crowd scrambled in pursuit. Hurry! After him! We have to capture the original body of that shadow. The one leading them shouted, After him! He couldn't have gotten far. Once the room was completely empty, Gangrim slowly reappeared. He lowered his head and sighed wearily. I knew it. I knew this would happen, Seol Gangrim thought to himself. Everyone reacted this way when they found out about my skill in my past life. He left, dejected. But I didn't think it would happen this soon. Maybe they feel betrayed because they thought I was a good person, Seol Gangrim continued to speculate. If so, how will they feel when they find out about this time's skill? As Seol Gangrim walked away hurriedly, he wondered, will they accept it without hesitation, like in my past life? Or will they feel betrayed and angry that I tried to hide this? He then thought of Shinhwa. I like that indomitable spirit of yours. No matter how ironic the situation gets. Seol Gangrim lowered his head in despair. What will the Shinhwa of this life think of me for using steel fate? Returning to his room, he found Yunbom and Kang Taehan still waiting for him. Master, we were so worried. What took you so long? Seol Gangrim hesitated awkwardly, just holding out a scroll towards them. I met some people and found out where Shinhua's token is. The other two cheered happily. That's great. Let's go. Follow me, he said. I'll tell you everything. After we escaped the demon world. With that, he led the two of them outside. Yunbom and Kang Taehan looked up, completely astonished. What is this? Are we outside? It looks like an indoor garden. Even though the place was massive, Seol Gangrim immediately frowned and urged them on. I don't have time for this. Let's find it. Now. And so, they hurriedly searched every nook and cranny, from the bushes to the tree branches. This place is huge. It'll probably take them quite a while to find it. It would be so interesting if they ran into someone from the second area here. The disembodied voice continued to echo, causing his face to darken with agitation. I wonder what Yunbom and Kang Taehan will say when they discover Seol Gangrim's secret. Me too. I think this is going to be very interesting. Seol Gangrim angrily clenched his teeth, but just then, Yunbom's voice cut in. Don't you dare tell them. It'll be much more fun when they find out on their own. I found it. Sister Shinhua's token. The girl raised it excitedly, and the others sighed in relief. It was in this hole. Good job. Now we just have to take it back. But unexpectedly, the space around them suddenly shifted, leaving Yunbom stunned. Already? Kang Taehan said worriedly. The pause is getting shorter and shorter. At the same time, the shadows of Yunbom and Kang Taehan appeared nearby. He observed them carefully. At least there aren't many of them. Let's take them out quickly and head back. But Seol Gangrim flinched, noticing something else. Another shadow appeared, shocking him. The bracelet on its left arm. Seol Gangrim quickly realized it was Shinhua's shadow, but then he froze, his face turning pale. Huh? Seeing the shadow's strange behavior, Seol Gangrim was confused. Why did her shadow just collapse on its own? He stood there, speechless. Not only that, but the shadow kept raising its sword and stabbing itself. It's still hurting itself even after the drumming has stopped. So, Seol Gangrim told himself, I have to get to Shinhua right away. He raised his sword high, stood before the shadow, and activated the Hand of Healing skill. Father Johan's shadow? Seol Gangrim's eyes widened in shock. There's a large amount of earth element in the area. The skill's effect has been enhanced by the environment. Environment activating woodleaf style. Unexpectedly, from behind Shinhua's shadow, tree roots shot out and rushed towards them. Seol Gangrim urgently shouted, Run! He immediately sliced through them, skidding across the ground. The massive roots continued their relentless assault. Seol Gangrim struggled to block them, but one of them unexpectedly knocked the sword from his hand. Master! But Seol Gangrim paid it no mind, hurriedly giving them an order. What are you doing? Get behind me! Suddenly, a root pierced through and stabbed into Seol Gangrim's leg. Then, Shinhua's shadow began to slowly approach him. It slowly closed in. Just as the shadow reached out to touch him, Seol Gangrim suddenly looked up and glared at it. He swung his sword, severing all the roots, but Shinhua's shadow leaped and spun away to dodge. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth in frustration as it calmly licked the blood from its hand. Activating Bloodlust skill. The Shadow Thief monster's stats have been enhanced. Kang Taehan and Yunbom rushed to his side, worried. Master, are you okay? I'm fine. I can still move. Unexpectedly, more shadows advanced from behind Shinhua's, and they even had the ability to heal themselves after being injured. The girl gritted her teeth in astonishment. The illusions can heal too? It seems so, if they have skills. Seeing this, Kang Taehan prepared to strike. We have to destroy Father Johan's illusion first. No, the shadows were all charging at them at once. It was already too late. Unexpectedly, Seol Gangrim raised his sword and shouted, "I have an idea. Don't fight them. Just run." But the three of them could only quickly fend them off and turn to flee. "We can't win against them!" Somewhere in a deep cellar, the others had managed to escape and were being treated. One of them sat panting, filled with gratitude. "It's all done. Thank you, Father." But Johan sighed guiltily. "But because of my illusion." "What do we do now?" the priest asked in confusion. "Should I injure myself like Shinua did?" "No." Seol Gangrim gently reassured him. "I think the best thing we can do right now is get out of here as fast as possible. Those illusions can only copy people who are currently here." Hearing him say that, they immediately looked back at the others. Yunbom cried out in alarm, "But what about Sister Shinua's token? You're not planning on leaving her to go by herself, are you?" From a corner, Shinua whispered weakly, "You've made the right decision. No way." But Seol Gangrim stood before her and declared forcefully, "I will defeat Shinua's illusion." This took Shinua by surprise, as he added, "So you will come with me," Seol Gangrim said, his voice low and serious. She hesitated for a moment, looking up at him before reaching for the sword beside her. "I don't doubt your skills, but..." He quickly grabbed her hand, stopping her. "Stop. You don't need to do that." Seol Gangrim took the sword from her hand and explained, "I have an idea. Let's go." Hearing this, Shinua remained doubtful and confused. An idea? But he just smiled and nodded in response. Outside, the shadows were still there as if waiting for them, when one of them suddenly vanished. Shinua's shadow panicked as it watched the other shadows disappear, until finally, it was the only one left. It suddenly turned its head and saw Seol Gangrim approaching from the side. "Looks like everyone else got out. All of their illusions are gone," he said to Shinua, scratching his head with a frown. "We should have told Foreman Gojun before we left, but I have no idea where he is. If there's a problem, I'll just stab myself." But Seol Gangrim immediately grabbed her hand tightly, stopping her. "No," he said, summoning his sword. "Don't do that." Then, Seol Gangrim turned to stand in front of Shinua. "I know you think I can't do it, but..." Despite his words, she still frowned, looking uneasy. Shinua reached out and grabbed the hem of his shirt. "I trust you." She gave a bright, cheerful smile. "We're going to leave this place together." That left Seol Gangrim a little stunned, unable to take his eyes off Shinua. The two of them nodded and smiled at each other, then he rushed off in a flash. "I'll end this as fast as I can." Activating skill. Loner. Seol Gangrim dashed toward her shadow like a bolt of lightning, then suddenly vanished, surprising even the shadow. It frantically looked around for him, but Seol Gangrim attacked the shadow from behind, then vanished again, and appeared from another side. This time, Seol Gangrim struck its back hard with his sword. The shadow angrily spun around and controlled the tree roots around it to attack. He quickly sliced through them. This time, Seol Gangrim was completely calm, a slight smirk playing on his lips. I knew she'd use her shield skill to protect herself. He suddenly ran in a different direction as a feint. Shinua's shadow hurriedly chased after him. Seol Gangrim leaped onto the tree trunk ahead. "You have used achievement points to increase your speed stat, leveled up to 30. The tree roots also curved around and surrounded him. They closed in right behind Seol Gangrim's back. The ever-growing roots wrapped around him, getting in his way. He ran quickly, stepping on them to get closer to the shadow. Now facing each other, the shadow ground its teeth in fury at Seol Gangrim. He deliberately smirked to provoke it. "You actually had me worried there." Then, Seol Gangrim instantly summoned his divine beast and activated the Firebird skill. It opened its mouth, creating a fireball to attack, activating the Firebomb skill. The shadow panicked, flustered by the sudden close-quarters attack. Everything was going quite smoothly. It was engulfed and burned in the flames, and seizing the opportunity, Seol Gangrim quickly chopped through the roots. Shinua's shadow screamed in pain, then collapsed motionless on the tree roots. He looked back, overjoyed. All right, illusion dealt with. Just as Seol Gangrim was excitedly celebrating his victory over the shadow, a light flashed behind him. Now I just have to wait for her illusion to disappear and get Shinua's pass back. He quickly jumped to dodge. "Are these guys from Area 2? A group of people rushed forward. "Found him! Seol Gangrim!" They ran over, shouting gleefully. "Attack! Wait a second, and Seol Gangrim will definitely try to run for it. 500 million. If we catch him, 500 million. 500 million. Seeing this, Seol Gangrim frowned and let out a sigh. "A bounty? Are you guys from Area 1? The other guy provoked him. "Just come with us. You really don't want to fight here." Those people held their weapons, confident that it wouldn't be as easy as last time. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth, bloodthirsty. "There's a guy with a skill like that in Area 1? And to think there's another one coming." Seol Gangrim's eyes widened in shock as he looked up at the person. It was Doc Gojun, pointing his sword at Seol Gangrim. "Good to see you again." Seol Gangrim, completely bewildered, spoke up. "No, I don't understand. There's no reason for you to do this." He glared, full of rage. "Why the hell did you move to Area 1? To his surprise, he just laughed nonchalantly. "Oh man, I would have been so much happier if you were more surprised." Doc Gojun looked toward Shinua's shadow. but watching you kill that illusion was pretty fun. That was Shinua's illusion, wasn't it? Seol Gangrim could only manage a strained reply. There was a much easier way, but you just had to do it the hard way, like you're the main character. Hearing that, Doc Gojun excitedly rushed forward. I like that about you. But he stood frozen in place as a slash came straight for him. Then, the other guy casually said, but you act differently from how I do. Seol Gangrim glanced down in a panic, but unexpectedly, Doc Gojun swung his sword at the other people. Doc Gojun, why? He laughed and spoke to them. That's why I gave up on the idea of there being two main characters. Doc Gojun rested the sword on his shoulder, cheerful. Instead, I decided to just be a supporting character. He even expressed it with delight. So it's kind of like being a double agent, right? The Time Messenger was also part of that plan. Seol Gangrim continued his thought. Back then, out in the hallway, I could feel the bloodlust from all of you. Doc Gojun's expression changed, his gaze turning cold as he looked at the others. Oh, you noticed? He walked towards Seol Gangrim, standing in front of him to face them. Well, now, you're the ones who made Shinua hurt herself for this mission. Therefore, you all need to face a fitting punishment. He glanced over and asked Doc Gojun. At the same time, the others charged forward to attack them. You traitor! Doc Gojun just looked thrilled. He gritted his teeth and glanced to the side, seeing Doc Gojun choking a guy with one hand, easily activating his decomposition skill. The man struggled for a moment and then went limp. Afterwards, he casually threw the body to the ground. Both Seol Gangrim and the remaining man watched in horrified shock. Doc Gojun, on the other hand, looked thrilled with excitement. If you want to get through this stage in the safest way possible, you need to use your skill quickly, he asked, surprised. Where did you hear that? He approached Seol Gangrim and answered, why bother with the details? The skill to steal another's fate. Doc Gojun, with that same insane and eager look, provoked him. I want to see you use it. Hearing that, he panicked and cursed angrily. Like hell, I'm using that here. Never! Unexpectedly, at that very moment, a sound rang out as dark shadows began to surround them. A shadow had appeared out of nowhere. What the? It was just getting fun. Well, it's just an illusion anyway. A man right behind Seol Gangrim was critically wounded by a slash from a great distance. I'll get rid of it first. Doc Gojun still looked nonchalant and interested. Oh, it's your illusion. The shadow shot towards him in a flash. With a single swing of its sword, it sent Doc Gojun flying. He was hit so hard he coughed up blood. Doc Gojun sat on the ground, struggling not to fall over. Even Seol Gangrim couldn't believe his eyes. Doc Gojun was defeated. In a single blow, he stood still, staring at his own shadow. Although he couldn't see the exchange clearly through the haze of dust, his instincts told him that the killing intent radiating from it was unbelievably oppressive. The shadow glared back at Seol Gangrim with red eyes. He was stunned, murmuring to himself, "That's my illusion." Just then, a voice called out, "Seol Gangrim, don't lose focus." Both of them turned towards the source of the voice at the same time. Steal its fate. Who else but you can defeat your own illusion? It was Doc Gojun, calling out a reminder from the other side. He's right. Seol Gangrim thought again. That illusion terrified me. It acts like a beast, and it gets stronger every time someone dies. He calmed himself down and focused on using his power. I need to steal its fate before the illusion gets any stronger. Seol Gangrim gripped his sword and faced his shadow. Activate. Steal fate. Steal all fate within the area. I have to kill this thing right here. Invest achievement points to increase stats. Mana reached level 30, Stamina reached level 30, Agility reached level 30, Senses reached level 30, Strength reached level 29. The shadow was slowly approaching him. I can do this. Seol Gangrim tried to calm himself, preparing to attack, activating the combat instinct skill. After all, the illusion can't kill me, because I'm the original. His eyes turned a blazing red as his combat instinct issued a warning, notifications popping up continuously. Enemy is too strong. No weakness detected. Seol Gangrim froze in shock. No weaknesses? My senses have been boosted by combat instinct, and I still can't find a weakness? The shadow slowly raised its sword high, then pointed it straight at him. I can't move. All Seol Gangrim could do was raise his sword to block its blade. A heavy, oppressive force bore down on him, sending a terrifying shockwave out into the surroundings. Shadow Thief, Humanoid Class 1. Ability to copy humanoid skills. The shadow raised its hand and smiled cryptically. Copying opponent's skill. It placed its hand on Seol Gangrim's face and used its skill. Attempting to absorb the original body. This monster! Its laughter echoed with sinister glee. Seol Gangrim. Is this really my illusion? Right at that moment, images from Seol Gangrim's past suddenly appeared. As a young boy, he was sick and huddling against his mother. A man spoke in frustration. You don't know the cause of the boy's illness? How can you even call yourself a doctor? Please, calm down first. Then, Seol Gangrim was helped back to the car, and it drove away. After that, the words of a shaman were heard, passing judgment. I told you, the boy will only get better if he accepts that god into his body. Seol Gangrim's parents asked angrily. I heard there was another option. There's nothing else I can do. The god that wants to possess the boy's body is too strong. Accept me, boy, he whispered, exhausted. Mom, what does that mean? It is your fate. Seo Gang's mother could only reassure him gently. It means you'll become a vessel for a god. Then I'll do it. She was too sad to explain. If you do, you'll have to live according to that god's will. You'll have to give up all your dreams, and you won't be able to do anything without the god's permission. Do you still want to do it? He then shook his head, refusing. And so, his parents tearfully hugged Seol Gangrim, comforting him. It's okay. Mom and Dad will help you get better. But then, an accident happened. The car was overturned. They had clearly been in a traffic accident on their way home from the shaman's house. The state of the bodies was horrific, but the child seemed completely unharmed. It was because the child had rejected the god, and so, that god became enraged. He stood numbly before his parents' memorial tablets. In front of Seo Gang was his own massive shadow. They are the first humans to die because of you, it spoke, tempting him. It seems you've accumulated quite a bit of karma from that incident. Then, images of his comrades appeared as well. Look at the result of your actions. Seol Gangrim clutched his face in despair. Your parents died because of you, and the members of the Flying Tiger clan were all killed. The people who entered this demon realm also all died. The shadow took the opportunity to criticize him, trying its best to break his will. This all happened because you refused the god's demand. It grabbed Seol Gangrim's shoulders. Boy. Then the shadow embraced him as if in kindness. You still don't want to let me in? It whispered in Seo Gang's ear. Well then, there's still a way to save your comrades without accepting my spirit. He flinched, his eyes darting to the side. Unexpectedly, the shadow shoved Seol Gangrim, making him fall. For you to die here. Seol Gangrim was pushed down, flailing as if at the bottom of the sea. He looked up, dazed and helpless. You can still make the right choice. Enter an eternal sleep, right now. Above him was the surface of the water, but Seol Gangrim couldn't struggle, and you will avoid all future karma. Karma? He squeezed his eyes shut. Well, if I die right here, the entire Flying Tiger clan won't be massacred in the future. The shadow stood at the edge of the water, watching. That's right, a wise choice. It's more comfortable here than out there. It watched with delight. Yes, this place is so comfortable. Meanwhile, Seol Gangrim hugged himself and thought, but do I even have the right to be this comfortable? After everything I've done, it continued to use its words to control his mind. Forget the past. The images appeared again. Forget it all? I can still clearly see the faces of everyone who fell before me. I have to atone for the sins I've committed. He clutched the necklace around his neck. They've already atoned for everything. What about Shinua? The image of Shinua collapsing to the ground. Seol Gangrim seemed to snap out of it and shot upwards. I haven't even had a chance to see if she's safe. His hand tried to reach the surface of the water. I have to. Seol Gangrim furiously fought his way up to get Shinua out of the demon realm. His shadow looked at the kid with disgust. It glared. You've made the wrong choice again. Countless arms reached out, grabbing onto Seol Gangrim's back. Just die. That's the only thing you can do. But he wasn't afraid and shouted back in defiance. Even if I have to die. Seol Gangrim struggled to run even as he was being pulled back. I will get Shinua out of there, no matter what. The shadow immediately used its power to obstruct him. You're going to save Shinua? That's just an excuse. Seol Gangrim froze when he heard that. Shinua doesn't even want you to live. His hand tightened around his sword. I'm sure she regrets ever bringing you here. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth in anger. She's definitely wished she'd never met you. The shadow stepped closer to him. She's definitely wished that you would die. But Seol Gangrim now replied calmly. Even so, I still have to get out of here. He stabbed his sword straight into the ground. There's nothing but suffering out there. Then Sogang swung his sword, slashing at the shadow. I don't care. You'll regret this. He glared back defiantly. Never. Why are you so stubborn? Seol Gangrim slashed straight at it with all his might. Because I made a promise. He raised his sword high with Shinua, and then Seo Gang shouted powerfully that they would get out of here together. Outside, a frantic Shinua was stabbing with her sword and calling out. Seo Gang, wake up! She quickly grabbed his hand and pulled him up. Seol Gangrim realized with a start. I'm here, Shinua cried out in joy. I'm so glad. The voices continued to groan. We thought you were going to die. You need to thank Shinua. She did everything she could to save you from the darkness. Only then did Seol Gangrim smile in relief. See, you were wrong. She pulled his hand worriedly. Shinua was still waiting for me. Can you move? I'm fine. But then Seol Gangrim froze again, motionless, while Shinua was celebrating. Geez, you scared me. The sound of a drum rose, and the darkness appeared at the door. He raised his hand towards her. You were swallowed by the illusions, and Doc Gojun went in to save you. He gripped her arm tightly, questioning her. Why didn't you run? Shinua flinched, holding her injured arm in pain. Meanwhile, Seol Gangrim's eyes were wide with alarm. That hurts. He lowered his head and asked, Why are you still here? She recounted, I told you, you were swallowed by the darkness, and Gojun tried to stop it. Seol Gangrim covered his face, frowning as he asked, so where is he? Shinua avoided his gaze and stammered, He left before time ran out. He said he needed his hands intact to keep writing his novels. The two of them immediately clashed, blaming each other. You should have left with him, shouldn't you? You were being swallowed by the darkness. How could I just leave you? Shinua's face was flushed with anger. Of course, that would have been the most logical thing for you to do. She yelled at him. What are you talking about? Why would you say that to me? It's too late to leave now. As she spoke, Shinua didn't notice. Her nose suddenly started to bleed, and just like that, she collapsed to the ground. Only then did Seol Gangrim stare in shock. Shinua? The voice echoed again. You piece of trash, Seol Gangrim. How dare you yell at the person who just saved your life? She's still trying to hold her sword even after losing her other arm. She's no pushover either. She kept stabbing the darkness until she passed out. Then she'd wake up and start stabbing it again, over and over. He supported Shinua, feeling a pang of regret. Seol Gangrim gently touched her wound-covered hand and blamed himself. Seol Gangrim, you idiot. Why did you take your anger out on Shinua? Then he suddenly realized there was no time to think. Seo Gang held Shinua's body. He let out a sigh of relief. Whew. At least it's over. Seol Gangrim picked her up and stood. Let's get out of here. Come back here. But he just glared up coldly. I don't want to hurt you. Seol Gangrim suddenly whipped his head around to look. It was the shadow, raging behind him. But if you don't come back, unexpectedly, it ordered a pack of wolves to charge and attack them. Activate skill. Summon monster. He stood frozen in horror, staring at it. Then die. He gritted his teeth and glanced ahead, his heart filled with the determination that he had to finish him for good this time. Gangrim called out softly, Lan Nh An. He laid Shinua on the ground and instructed his two spirit beasts, protect Shinua. With that, he swung his sword forward in a single motion. While the ferocious beasts relentlessly bared their fangs and charged at Gangrim, the system notifications rang out continuously. Activate skill, summon monster. Activate skill, summon monster. They charged forward, surrounding Gangrim. Activate skill, summon monster. He held the iron rod in his hand, facing his own double. If you attack me, Gangrim's eyes widened as he continued the thought. You'll get hurt, too. Suddenly, green plus signs appeared on the clone's body, and the system sound rang out. Activate skill. Recovery. He watched this scene in utter shock. Looking at the double standing arrogantly with its arms spread wide, Gangrim thought to himself, he even stole my recovery skill. The clone swung its arm, creating a vortex of dark energy, and questioned Gangrim. Kid, why do you have to make things so hard for yourself? Why do you insist on making your karma worse? The doppelganger demanded through gritted teeth. Why do you have to try so hard? At the same time, he commanded the beasts to attack Gangrim. No one's going to pray for you, you know that. Hearing his taunts, Gangrim scowled. The dark tempest he created raged towards Gangrim, leaving him able to do nothing but brace against the powerful winds. Shinua suddenly regained consciousness and cried out, Gangrim, don't die. Gangrim gripped the iron bar in his hand, shouting as he swung it upwards. The moment Gangrim sliced through the dark mist created by his double, the system relentlessly announced that his strength had been raised to level 30, and all stats had reached level 30. Asterisk. You have met the conditions to. Asterisk. Hearing this notification, Gangrim looked up in shock. Asterisk, second trait. Asterisk. While he was still staring blankly at the light before him, his doppelganger raised an arm high. Asterisk, Zodiac unlocked. Asterisk. As the notification appeared, a series of golden scrolls descended. Gangrim thought joyfully. Asterisk, a Zodiac skill. I can beat that shadow with this. Asterisk. But a grim voice suddenly echoed in Gangrim's head, shattering his hope. Still clinging to hope. Little brat, Gangrim thought. Asterisk. This voice. It won't stop even though time is frozen. Asterisk. The voice mocked him. You pathetic kid. Just look at how miserable your Zodiac sign is. As the notification appeared, asterisk, your Zodiac is the rat. Asterisk, the system announced. Asterisk, you can acquire a new skill related to your Zodiac. Asterisk. The other being looked at the painting of the rat and continued to jeer. The weakest Zodiac, the rat, getting a skill related to it. He continued, it won't make you any stronger. Gangrim didn't give up. He declared, my Zodiac was set from the very beginning. Gangrim touched the painting. The system displayed a notification, asterisk. You have acquired the skill, Cry of the Cornered Rat, asterisk. At that moment, the golden silhouette of a rat appeared behind Gangrim. He smiled brightly and said with confidence, trying to escape my own bad luck is what I do best. Gangrim's doppelganger appeared before him, raising both hands high as he spoke arrogantly. You're not getting away. Especially not with that pathetically weak skill. As he finished speaking, vicious wolves charged at Gangrim, and one immediately sank its teeth into his shoulder. The other wolves rushed in, but he suddenly broke into a smile. Seeing Gangrim's expression, the doppelganger froze. Why are you smiling? The system announced, asterisk, your vitality is below 10%. Asterisk. Asterisk. Activating skill. Cry of the cornered rat. Asterisk. Instantly, a golden light erupted from where Gangrim stood, expanding outwards and blasting the monster away. An information panel appeared. Asterisk skill. Cry of the cornered rat. Class. Human Tier 1. Become stronger when facing danger. User will suffer severe consequences after using this skill. Asterisk. Gangrim said as he launched himself forward. The rat might be the weakest of the zodiacs. He suddenly shouted, but there's nothing scarier than a cornered rat. As if anticipating Gangrim's every move, the doppelganger easily dodged the attack. He thought to himself, asterisk, you brat. No matter what you do, you can't escape death. Asterisk, Gangrim spoke. I told you, the system announced. Asterisk, activating skill. Combat instinct. Asterisk. He roared in anger. Even if I die here, I'm damn well getting Zinua out. With that, he swung the iron bar in his hand toward his double. He screamed in pain as the blow landed. Enraged, the doppelganger's hands grew claws, and he sped towards Gangrim. A pathetic little rat trying its best is still just a meaningless struggle. The doppelganger gradually transformed into a dragon, opening its mouth in a fearsome roar. The system announced, asterisk, activating skill, dragonification. A rat feels fear in the presence of a dragon. Asterisk. Hearing this, Gangrim was stunned. The doppelganger opened its mouth wide. Even a human with the power of a dragon can only wait helplessly for death before me. So what makes you think a mere rat could possibly defeat me? He relentlessly attacked Gangrim's psyche. He covered his eyes with his hand and spoke calmly. Well, I just grabbed whatever looked coolest in the armory. But if a dragon has appeared here, the item information appeared. Asterisk, Sword of Domination. A sword that strikes fear into the hearts of dragons, engraved with a dragon's head. Asterisk, Gangrim thought. Asterisk, the Sword of Domination. A weapon that gets stronger when it faces a dragon. Asterisk. He spoke. It would have been better for you if you were a rat, too, the system announced. Asterisk, dragon detected. The power of the Sword of Domination has been significantly increased. Asterisk. Gangrim declared confidently, because this is... He suddenly roared, a dragon-slaying sword, and plunged the blade deep into the dragon's neck. Immediately after, Gangrim collapsed. The system announced, asterisk skill. Cry of the cornered rat has been deactivated. Asterisk. The dragon, struck by the Sword of Domination, was also defeated. Gangrim lay motionless on the ground as the system continuously announced, asterisk. You will receive an additional reward for defeating an enemy stronger than yourself. Asterisk. Asterisk Gangrim's class has been upgraded from Human Tier 2 to Human Tier 1. Gangrim's class has been upgraded from Human Tier 1 to Demon Tier 3. Asterisk, the doppelganger's voice suddenly spoke. Kid. Hearing his voice, Gangrim gritted his teeth in anger, thinking, asterisk, damn it. Asterisk, the voice offered, do you want to live? Accept me, and I'll let you live. Gangrim thought, asterisk, I know it's just my own hallucination. Asterisk, asterisk. Even though I killed my own shadow, I can still hear it. Asterisk. His vision began to blur. Asterisk. So this is how I die. I probably would have just killed myself if I knew I'd have to go through all this. Asterisk. Asterisk. So in the end, it's still death. Will Shinua be able to get out of here? Asterisk. Shinua called out loudly. Asterisk, well, she won't have to worry about me anymore, so I'm sure she'll be fine. Asterisk. Shinua and the two spirit beasts crawled over to Gangrim. Suddenly, an old woman appeared and placed a hand on Gangrim's head. She whispered, it's time to go back. Suddenly, Gangrim's eyes flew open, and he sat up in a panic. Gangrim saw someone outside with brown hair like Shinua's. He ripped the IV needle from his arm and whispered, Miss Shinua. He ran forward, calling out, Shinua, and suddenly fell flat on his face. Gangrim looked up, his voice filled with joy. Miss Shinua, I'm so glad you're okay. Seeing Shinua's grotesque face made Gangrim freeze in horror. His expression darkened. Gangrim thought, asterisk, why am I seeing this stuff again? Asterisk. The system suddenly announced, asterisk, you are approaching the boundary again due to the karma you possess. Asterisk, Gangrim thought. Asterisk. Could it be because I'm getting closer to the boundary? Asterisk. A hand grabbed a young boy's wrist. A woman shoved the boy out and shouted angrily, we can't take care of him anymore. Ever since we brought him home, we've had nothing but bad luck. Curses echoed continuously in the boy's ears. Then why did you bring him here in the first place? My kids got into an accident and ended up in the hospital. How long will you run? Accept me. This is all your fault. This is all happening because he refuses to accept a god. So what? Even as the boy's trembling hands covered his ears, the voices still seeped into his mind. The reason they're suffering is because you keep rejecting me, a voice suddenly rang out. So what? Just tell him to accept the god. At an old temple, a woman dragged the boy inside, followed by two men who pushed the door open. The moment the boy's foot crossed the threshold, a dark purple light flared up. The boy looked up in amazement, letting the woman drag him along. He thought, asterisk, it's so quiet. Asterisk. Suddenly, a figure appeared and asked, Are you Gangrim? The shaman introduced herself. I am Wagon. Young Gangrim looked at her in surprise. Wagon frowned as she studied Gangrim's face. She looked at the three adults behind him and demanded, What happened to this boy's face? Wagon said, They've asked me to perform a ritual to help you accept a god, but perhaps you don't want that. Hearing her say this, Gangrim was taken aback. He sharply turned his face away. Wagon knelt on one knee in front of Gangrim. She advised him gently, If you don't want to, then that's that. Her words made Gangrim's eyes widen in shock. But the god who desires you is too powerful for me to protect you completely, Wagon offered. Become my disciple until you learn how to defend yourself. Gangrim panicked and pushed her hand away. No! Then, you'll get hurt too, Wagon sighed softly and said, You underestimate me, child. She firmly grasped Gangrim's small hands and spoke. I have a guardian god of my own, so don't you worry. It might hurt a little now, but everything will be okay. Wagon smiled. Good people will come into your life, and you will find happiness. Back in the present, Gangrim's lifeless eyes stared upwards. He remembered Wagon placing her hand on his head. He thought to himself that she must have performed a ritual to suppress his sacred power, and while I was living with her, I stopped seeing ghosts. But then he remembered the deaths of those around him. As Gangrim stood there stunned, a voice echoed in his head. But as you accumulated points and drew closer to the boundary, you began to see and hear things you were not meant to. Gangrim raised his hand, and as you crossed that line, his hand nearly touched a red glowing glass surface where a figure stood watching with arms crossed. That person continued, You will die. The figure reached out, thinking, Closer. They placed a hand on the glass, urging relentlessly, Come closer to me. A young Gangrim lay on the cold ground. He suddenly opened his eyes, waking up to see two spirit beasts sitting on him. Gangrim wondered, Was that a dream? A voice spoke up. It wasn't a dream, Mr. S. Gang. The nurse beside him continued, You've finally woken up after a month, and you'll definitely die if you move around recklessly like that. Fully awake now, Gangrim immediately asked a question. Shinsua. What about Shinsua? The other orderly turned and replied, She's fine, Gangrim said. What a relief. The nurse instructed, Please wait a moment. I'll call someone to assist you. The orderly smiled and added, Oh, and congratulations on your recovery. Behind her were ghosts. Gangrim thought to himself, The test results are still fine. After all, a pseudo-awakened being recovers faster than a normal person. The thing I'm worried about now is my destiny window. An information panel appeared. S. Gangrim, 3rd class ghost, fire attribute. He thought in surprise, Huh? I jumped 2 classes at once. Gangrim recalled lying next to Shinsua in the forest. Is it because I changed my destiny and Shinsua's? He stared at the information panel, lost in thought. But how did we manage to escape the demon world? Suddenly, 2 men pushed open the door and entered. Mr. Gang, Gongdu questioned, Why didn't you tell us about your ability to steal other people's destinies? Gangrim sighed to himself. Here we go, Gongdu pressed. Give us a reason. Gangrim smiled, then sighed. Because I was worried you'd have this exact expression on your faces, he replied. Gongdu pushed up his glasses. All right, I'll calm down. He then probed, Have you ever intentionally killed someone to steal their destiny? No, Gangrim replied. Gongdu continued to press him. What about unintentionally? In self-defense, yes, but we signed a contract before we went in. Gangrim's expression darkened as he glared at him. He turned away, saying, We agreed that injuries or casualties could occur from conflicts between trainees and monsters. I didn't intentionally kill anyone. Gangrim glanced at Sung Ti's dark expression and thought, But killing is still killing. That's what he's thinking right now. He thought to himself, Well, that's a normal reaction. Gangrim then asked, So what happens to me now? He looked at Gongdu, questioning him. Am I going to be punished? Gongdu ignored Gangrim's question and said, Congratulations, Mr. S. Gang. You received the highest grade among all the trainees in the region. Sung Ti, astonished, cut in. Team leader. Are you really going to let a man as dangerous as him? Gongdu cut him off. Quiet, to Sung Ti. He then said, I have a proposal for you, S. Gangrim. What is it? Gangrim asked, curious. Gongdu replied immediately, We'd like to offer you an official position on Team 2 of the Destiny Protection Agency. Gangrim was surprised by his words. He pulled his hand back and rejected Gongdu's offer. Sorry, but I'm not interested. Du Sung Ti yelled in anger. Do you even realize what a golden opportunity this is? Gongdu said his name grimly. Du Sung Ti. He placed a hand on his chest in a sincere gesture. We understand we were a bit hasty, making an offer to someone who just recovered. Gongdu handed a business card to Gangrim. Please rest for a few days, then contact us. You probably want to see your family and get some fresh air first. Gangrim started to refuse. I don't want to work for, but Gongdu immediately cut him off. Come to the training room when you're discharged. There are a few things you need to know before you leave the training center. He winked. See you around, Mr. S. Gangrim. As soon as they left, Gangrim sank into thought. Work for the Destiny Protection Agency, huh? But thinking about it, this is as far as they'll go. He thought, they must not know about my ability to discover destinies. Beside him, a status panel appeared. Dusung T, third-class dragon. Gangrim dismissed the panel, thinking, if they knew, they'd do everything in their power to force me to join them. He changed his clothes and opened the door. Okay, first things first, I need to find Shinsua. Gangrim walked to a hospital room and called out softly, Shinsua. Before him, Shinsua lay on the bed, her eyes tightly closed. Gangrim's gaze shifted to her severed arm. Stunned, he gripped the bed frame. Unable to bear the sight, Gangrim looked away. Suddenly, a notification popped up. Aura of a killer detected? Horrified, Gangrim stared at Shinsua on the bed as a warning about her destiny rang in his mind. Gangrim was stunned. A killer? How is that possible? In her past life, Shinsua never carried so much death energy. Suddenly, the compass in his pocket flew out. A system notification appeared. Destiny compass item activated. The needle spun non-stop, and the system announced again. Destiny compass item has been enhanced with power. Past images flashed before his eyes, conversations with Shinsua, even moments of him looking up in contemplation. The memory of Shinsua began to blur. He clutched his head in pain, thinking, my head. Suddenly, Gangrim let out a strange noise. Shinsua's face was grim, her eyes lifeless. A voice spoke, as Gangrim isn't coming. Sua swung her arm, tearing through the image of the strange woman before her. The woman continued, as Gangrim doesn't even know you're here. The woman squatted in front of Shinsua, who had one hand in shackles, and spoke with a hint of confusion. I don't understand you. S. Gangrim abandoned you the moment he left the center. So why do you want to die for him? Gangrim watched the scene playing out in his mind, completely stunned. He thought, is this the future? No matter what you do, S. Gangrim is going to die. Shinsua glared furiously at the other woman, gritting her teeth as she warned, Don't you dare lay a single finger on S. Gangrim. The woman replied, such a pity. Gangrim's eyes widened. Why? He wondered. Well then, goodbye. As that sentence echoed in his mind, Gangrim's eyes shot open in terror. Helpless, Gangrim collapsed to the floor. In a place I don't even know, he thought. The compass above his head glowed with a steady turquoise light. His eyes lost their focus, completely vacant. Gangrim thought in horror, is Shinsua going to die for me? Again? He clenched his jaw, his eyes filled with turmoil. No. Gangrim reached up and grabbed the compass. He thought with determination, this isn't enough to stop what's coming. I need to find out exactly what the problem is. Just then, the compass needle started spinning wildly. Gangrim sat stunned on the ground, surrounded by car wreckage, as a panicked voice yelled, Gangrim, run! A determined, childish voice replied, No, I'm not running away. Hearing that voice, Gangrim whipped his head around in shock. He stood up and saw his younger self, crying and yelling, I'll get you out, Mom! His mother, trapped in the overturned car, kept trying to reason with him. Gangrim, you can't help us by yourself. There must be an adult nearby. Go and bring them here, she asked gently. Can you do that? Listening to his mother, Gangrim turned and ran. He yelled, Okay, I'll bring someone. Just wait for me. The small figure sped right past where Gangrim was standing. He reached out to stop his younger self. Don't go, but he missed. The young Gangrim kept running, yelling, Help! Is anyone here? Somebody, please help my parents! The voice of his younger self echoed in the distance. Gangrim stared blankly at his hand, then suddenly clenched his teeth. His parents, trapped in the car, spoke. We sent him away. What's he going to do all by himself now? The reflection of the flames engulfing the car blazed in Gangrim's eyes. His mother spoke. Now he's really all alone. She said, I'm sure our son will be fine. The moment she finished, the car exploded. Gangrim clutched the compass in his hand, tears streaming down his face. He thought, they knew. They knew the car was going to explode. Suddenly, his eyes shot open in shock. He looked up to see a figure standing amidst the fire and twisted metal of the car, pointing the tip of a sword at Gangrim. Bakeyang said nothing, merely raising his sword in silence. The system announced that the item, the Table of Fate, had been disconnected. Gangrim returned to reality at Shinsua's bedside. He looked at the Table of Fate in his hand, thinking to himself. Gangrim was still in shock. What was that just now? That was no ordinary car accident. His hand trembled as a thought ran through his mind. Could it be that Bakeyang himself attacked the car? A stream of negative thoughts flooded Gangrim's mind. Then, is Bakeyang even human? Recalling Bakeyang's arrogant expression, he wondered, is he going to kill the Shin-Sua I just saw in the future? At that thought, a look of absolute horror crossed Gangrim's face. Suddenly, Shin-Sua, lying on the bed, let out a soft sound, drawing Gangrim's attention. Her breathing was still steady. Gangrim closed the door behind him. The moment he stepped out, a voice called to him, "I knew you'd be here." Gangrim tucked a small object into his pocket. Yo smiled, holding a bouquet of flowers as she spoke. "Hello, Gangrim." Gangrim accepted the bouquet she offered. "You're Yo, the leader of Team Moon." Seeing that Gangrim recognized her, Yo smiled and said, "Oh my, you remember me? I stopped by to visit, but you weren't here." She glanced into Shin-Sua's hospital room and spoke. "You really care about Miss Sua, don't you? You came to see her the moment you woke up? It seems Miss Sua cares a lot about you, too." Yo covered her mouth and said softly, "I was so surprised when you two made it out of the demon world. She lost an arm and was covered in injuries, but she was still carrying you on her back when she came out. It must have been incredibly difficult." She continued to smile warmly. "I don't want to disturb you two, so I'll leave after I've said what I need to say. It's a job with the Destiny Protection Agency, for Team 1, not Team 2. Hearing Yo's words, Gangrim politely refused. "I have no intention of working for you people." Yo's gaze dropped slightly. "I can restore Miss Shin-Sua's lost arm." This statement from Yo left Gangrim completely stunned. He asked in surprise, "How?" Yo quickly cut him off. "I can't reveal the method to you, but I can do it the very moment you join us." Gangrim didn't notice Yo taking his hand, wondering to himself, can she really restore Sua's arm, just like that? Gangrim was grateful, thinking, in a few years, omnipotent gods capable of regenerating body parts will appear. But at this point in time, those gods don't exist. I know a way to restore her arm using an item, but that method takes a very long time. But if I work for the Destiny Protection Agency, my plans will be completely thrown off course. Snapping out of his thoughts, he asked softly, "So, how many years would I have to sign a contract for?" Yo replied, "1 year perhaps? Longer would be even better." She continued cheerfully. "Normally, we'd ask you to start work immediately, but we'll give you a few months to rest and recover. If you give us your answer right now." Hearing this, Gangrim was at a loss for words. He gave a slight nod. Gangrim replied, "Okay." Just as he was about to agree, the door to Shin-Sua's hospital room opened, and she cut in. "He refuses." Sua answered for Gangrim. "Gangrim will not work for the Destiny Protection Agency." Gangrim was astonished. Shin-Sua then confronted Yo. "What are you talking about? Are you trying to use my arm to trick him into joining you? You didn't even bother to tell me first." Yo snatched the bouquet back from Gangrim's hand and made another offer. "Then will you work for us?" She winked at Shin-Sua. "I want to recruit you too." Sua brushed her off with a refusal. "No, thank you. Our values don't align." Yo took out 2 business cards and said, "What a shame." Yo handed the 2 business cards to Sua and Gangrim. "If you change your minds, be sure to call me." Watching Yo's retreating back, the two of them felt helpless. Shin-Sua glanced at Gangrim and said, "If you were going to agree just because of my arm, then forget it. This is my responsibility, not yours." Gangrim remained silent. Then he suddenly spoke. "I was going to agree anyway, even if they hadn't offered your arm as a condition." Shin-Sua suddenly turned him around, cutting him off. Shin-Sua sighed. "You're a terrible liar, so don't even try." Gangrim grabbed her wrist. "Why?" His face darkened as he questioned her. "Shin-Sua, why did you sacrifice your arm for me? We're not even that close. At most, we've only known each other for a few months." Sua answered nervously. Well, it's because you looked like you were in danger." Gangrim cut her off. "That's not important." "Why?" Shin-Sua averted her gaze and replied, "I don't know either." Gangrim grabbed Sua by the shoulders. "Don't you see how absurd this is?" She cut him off again, but this time Shin-Sua looked up at Gangrim and answered, "I just care about you." She recalled the times Gangrim had protected her and continued, "At first, I thought it was because you helped me. Because you pretend not to care but actually look after us, and because you always endure every hardship alone." Shin-Sua placed a hand on her chest. "Even back in the dry bone room, I felt terrible when you were in danger because of me." She spoke sincerely. "But honestly, that's not the only reason. I know it sounds strange, but I feel like I've known you for a very long time." Hearing Sua say this left Gangrim stunned. He squeezed his eyes shut, thinking, "A very long time?" Shin-Sua continued, "Whenever I see you in danger, my body just moves on its own." She asked herself, "It sounds strange, doesn't it? We've only known each other for a few months." Gangrim thought to himself, could it be that the regression is affecting Shin-Sua too? If people have memories of their past lives in their subconscious. Gangrim remembered Sua's offer from his past life. "Hyung, Gangrim, Hyung, I'm going to form a new guild. Will you fight with us?" In the present, Shin-Sua spoke up. "I hope we can continue to work together in the future." She nervously tugged at a corner of his sleeve. "Can't we stay in touch and continue to be friends?" Looking at Sua's hand clutching his sleeve, Gangrim wondered, What is the right way to save Shin Sua? He recalled the time Sua protected him in his past life and couldn't help but think, if she stays by my side, everything will end up just like in the past life. The image of Big Yang standing in the fire, pointing his sword at Gangrim, flashed in his mind. He thought with dread, or she'll be killed by Big Yang, just like my parents. Looking at Sua's worried face, he asked himself, but what if I leave? The scene of Shin Sua imprisoned flashed through Gangrim's mind. He thought, what if it's like the future the Table of Fate showed me before? And what if it happens somewhere I don't know about, somewhere I'm not watching? A stream of negative thoughts ran through him. What will I do if Shin Sua dies because of me again? Gangrim gritted his teeth, thinking, I can't let that happen again. He spoke. All right. Hearing Gangrim say that, Shin Sua beamed. While I was being recruited here, I heard something. But hunters with the same goals also form guilds. Ah, I heard they call the awakened hunters. What if we join the same guild? Gangrim didn't look directly at Sua. He turned his head away and replied flatly, if I feel like it. Sua didn't notice the change in Gangrim and said cheerfully, great. Even if you keep refusing, I'll just keep asking you to join the guild. She suddenly realized, of course. Once you join, you can't just leave whenever you want, okay? Hearing Sua say that, Gangrim let out a small smile. He thought to himself, this reminds me of the old days. He remembered his past life, with Harang constantly chattering beside him. Gangrim requested to leave the guild due to a lack of ability, but Shin Sua wouldn't approve it. The girl paced left and right, talking non-stop. Gangrim requested to leave the guild for health reasons, but Shin Sua still wouldn't approve it. Gangrim requested to leave the guild to focus on self-development, but Shin Sua, hearing Harang go on, Gangrim cut him off. Just drop it, you Harang. He thought to himself, even when I said I was leaving because of my guilty conscience, she refused. Gangrim sighed and replied softly, I'm sure I won't be able to do that. Suddenly, someone called out, Gang Hyung! Johan ran over, tears of joy in his eyes. He shouted, you're finally awake! Gangrim and Johan started talking. Well, it's been a while, hasn't it? I'm so glad you're awake. He rubbed his hands together and continued excitedly. I came alone because I wasn't sure if it was true, but I'm sure the others want to see you too. Shinua also remembered happily. Ah, that's right, everyone must be waiting. Suddenly, her image shattered before Gang's eyes. He stared in horror. Shinua's voice spoke. I'll just go inside to change and be right down, she said to Johan. You can take Gangrim down first, he replied. Okay. Gangrim thought grimly to himself that he needed to find a solution as soon as possible. Johan led the way. This way. He spoke up. There's a training facility on the floor below where we used to be. I'm sure everyone is waiting for you. We were so worried about you. Johan sighed. It was just like that time you were half dead. And when the issue with your unique power came up, we were really worried. He rubbed his chin, suddenly remembering, right, my apologies. You must feel uncomfortable talking about this, right? Gangrim replied softly, not really. He recalled the discriminatory looks on their faces, thinking to himself, come to think of it, the others must have realized what my unique power is by now, huh? Gangrim probed. More importantly, are you okay with it? I mean, I tried to hide the fact that I have these powers. This question surprised Johan. He smiled and replied, of course, I know what a good person you are. Hearing Johan say that, Gangrim was stunned. Spreading his arms, he sat with the twins and spoke. All right, first, we'll charge into the demon world and, suddenly, Taehan looked up and called out happily. Hey, look! Johan was bringing Gangrim over. Yunbom and Yunjeon called out joyfully. Master! Master! Yunjeon ran and threw her arms around Gangrim. The little girl said, we were so worried you might have died, Taehan added happily. Thank God you're awake. Seeing them, Gangrim wondered, why are you all still here? It's been a month. Yunbom and Taehan replied in unison. Of course we were waiting for you, Master. Gangrim thought to himself that they were still treating him normally, despite knowing about his power. He spoke up. You should have left with everyone else. Yoonjeon scowled and shouted, no, I'm not even going to look at any of them anymore. The girl scolded, they're such cowards, even after they saw everything with their own eyes. Gangrim then asked Taehan, did something happen? Taehan hesitated. Well, beside him, Yunbom cursed angrily. Those bastards. Starting 2 weeks ago, the people from Team 2 wouldn't stop gossiping, and gradually, more and more people left the hospital. I hope they recover and get well soon. But as for Gangrim, they say he still hasn't woken up. Choi Sang spoke up. All the better, isn't it? That's not right at all. If a criminal like him is let back into society, it'd be better if he just dropped dead. Yunbom shouted angrily. Hey, Sang-woo, what did you just say? The arrogant guy replied. So what? Gangrim is a murderer. Yunbom grabbed him by the collar, but he continued to provoke her. I'm sure he brought you guys along so he could get a chance to steal your powers. Furious, Yunbom slammed him hard onto the floor. The sudden attack made Sang-woo spit up blood. Yunbom's expression darkened as she warned him, "Don't you dare call my master that." Just then, Taehan and Yoon ran over. "Yunbom, what happened?" Sang-woo kept arguing. "I don't care what he is. I'll still call him a murderer. You all must have heard about that monstrous power he tried to hide, right?" Hearing that, Taehan's blood boiled. He stepped forward. "Hey, you bastard. If Gangrim was a murderer, you would have been dead a long time ago." Sang-woo was shocked to see Taehan. "What?" Taehan grabbed Sang-woo by the collar and spoke. "You know how strong Gangrim is. For someone like you, all he'd have to do is make the decision, and you'd be gone in an instant." Yoon also reminded the crowd around them. "Besides, if our master were really a murderer, everyone here would have already died in that karma room in the demon world, or even more easily, been poisoned." Hearing the girl say that, the others couldn't help but be surprised. Suddenly, someone stepped forward and added, "But he did use his power." He said this while putting Sang-woo's arm over his shoulder. His whole body was covered in bandages. That person continued, "I don't think he's a bad person, but the truth is, he still gives me the creeps." Emboldened, Sang-woo pointed a finger. "That's right. Use your brains for a second. You don't even know what that guy is thinking. Nothing good will come from staying near him." Just then, Johan ran over. "What's going on? Is everyone okay?" The people from Team 2 also left. "And you," Choi sang, "don't go picking fights with kids. Hey, I'm the victim here," Yunbom recounted unhappily, after having received his help all this time. "So that's what happened," Gangrim thought to himself. Yoon stood before him and also spoke up. "Don't worry about it anymore. No matter what they said, we'll still follow you. I'll still be your disciple." Gangrim wondered. "Why?" Taehan suggested, "It's better if you join us, right?" Yunbom added, "We'll train together for the Kaicheon." Gangrim thought to himself, "That's right, the Kaicheon." An image of a giant rune appeared. He thought to himself, ever since the awakening, humans have been given the chance to awaken their 4 pillars and 8 characters. Destiny, system notification. Your stats are being calculated based on the 4 pillars and 8 characters. And after the Kaicheon, the awakened ones progress even further. A spatial portal suddenly appeared. The Kaicheon marks the appearance of a dangerous demon world, Gangrim thought. They are more difficult and dangerous than any other ordinary demon world, but there are still many awakened ones who rush in to raid them just for fame and money. "Full of energy," Yunbom said. "We'll also raid an ordinary demon world and do a magic beast subjugation mission." She proposed, "Master, you'll train with us, right?" Gangrim looked at the 4 people in front of him and smiled, but then he thought to himself that his goal was to raid the greatest demon world before anyone else. Gangrim refused. "No," he affirmed once more. "I don't plan on training with you," Gangrim thought, "because I have to find that person before anyone else does." Gangrim spoke, surprising everyone. "I have something else I need to do." With tears welling in her eyes, Yunbom pressed, "So is this how you're going to cut ties with us?" Johan and the girl asked in unison, "Is that it?" "Gang, that's not it, right?" Gangrim hesitated. "Of course not. I really do have something I need to do." Yoon looked at the phone in her hand and said calmly, "Then we'll wait until you're done." Gangrim turned away, not looking at them. He said, "I don't know." Yoon created a group. The girl said, "This is our group chat. Don't you leave it, master." Gangrim read the messages in the chat. Yoon has invited you. Yunbom, I've invited master. Taehan, congratulations. Shinhwa, when you woke up, I was going to invite you, but I forgot. Sorry. Gangrim sighed, then smiled and replied, "All right." And Navi asked, "Are you sure you'll be okay?" In a Navi's office, she said worriedly, "You don't even have a divine oracle anymore. It might be better for you to join the Destiny Protection Agency." Gangrim replied immediately, "I refuse." His words surprised the clay doll. Gangrim thought to himself as an image of a large, earthen figure holding a manuscript appeared. An oracle is like a quest, the protection of a god. Even though a priest borrows a god's power, a priest being an awakened hunter whose body is possessed by a god, they cannot ignore the god's oracle, which is also their command. Increase all tiers to 30, complete at least 3 demon worlds, raise the god's reputation above a certain level. The god's goal is to make their names known to many. The more famous a priest becomes, the farther their holy name spreads, so the gods issue quests and rewards to help their priests grow. Gangrim went outside and looked up at the building behind him. He thought to himself, "Since I don't have a god's protection, I need to prepare a lot of things. I have to hurry." Gangrim's status appeared, and the information window popped up. 7-star Thunder/Sword has been damaged, requires repair. Tier 3 lightning item, a sword made from a sacred beast struck by lightning. Gangrim decided firmly. "First, I need to get a real weapon." As the sun sank behind the mountains, the small house at their base was cast in a lonely light. Inside, a blacksmith swiftly hammered a piece of iron into shape. "Hello? Is anyone here?" Gangrim called out. Hearing the voice, the smith replied, "Ah, just a moment." She wiped the sweat from her brow with a cloth and, seeing Gangrim standing before her, remarked, "It's been a while since we've had a visitor this far out in the country, and someone so young, at that. I came here for you, Miss Han Roya," Gangrim replied. He thought to himself, asterisk, thank goodness she hasn't been dragged into the Fate Protection Agency yet. Asterisk. The girl was surprised. What? For me? Asterisk Han Roya the blacksmith? Asterisk Gangrim thought. He recalled the image of the craftsman Han Chun, thinking, asterisk, the granddaughter of a master craftsman, designated an intangible cultural heritage for her work as a blacksmith. Asterisk. The late Han Chun's urging words still echoed in his head. Hurry up! You're the one who came here to open the window of fate for my granddaughter, aren't you? Gangrim clasped his hands together and said, That's right. I heard that the master craftsman Han Chun had a successor. The ghost of Han Chun beside him frowned and spoke up. The kid's in the prime of her talent, but she's not making any money and just suffers in front of that forge every day. I feel so guilty, Han Roya gave a wry smile. I'm nowhere near my grandfather's level. His successor, Gangrim replied immediately. No. His eyes lit up. I need your abilities, Han Roya. Her information panel appeared. Han Roya, level 3, demon rank, fire attribute. Looking at the panel before him, blacksmith's flame ability, dragon grade, level 3. A crafting flame that helps create items containing mana, can adjust stats when processing metals, and can grant the ability to use items of the same grade as the skill. Han Roya was astonished. Looking at the draft in her hand, she couldn't help but be surprised. Are these really your only conditions? From now on, you will work directly for S. Gangrim and have no involvement with the Fate Protection Agency. She hesitated, looking at the black bags on the table. Even though you sponsored me, helped me awaken, and even helped with my succession, I can't believe you're giving me this much every month. Gangrim scratched his head in embarrassment. Well, it's true, I helped you awaken, but the succession wasn't my doing. It was all thanks to the master craftsman Han Chun, who has become a god. Gangrim took out the 7-branched sword of thunder and placed it on the table. He said, For now, please melt down and repair this 7-branched sword, then follow the god's living story and develop your abilities until I come for you again. I understand, Han Roya replied. She spoke shyly. My family's grave is on the mountain over there. Could I visit my grandfather before I start working? Gangrim stroked his chin, thinking, asterisk, visit the cemetery at this hour. Asterisk, at night. The energy of ghosts near graves is strong, so monsters appear frequently. He suggested aloud, It's nighttime, so there's a high chance monsters will appear. I'll go with you. Hearing Gangrim say that, Han Roya was frightened. Monsters? Gangrim quickly reassured her. There probably won't be any strong ones. Besides, if they do show up, I'll take care of them. Okay, Han Roya said loudly. It's not that far. The two of them walked to a plot of land behind Han Roya's house. The girl spoke up. It's here. Asterisk. It really is close. Asterisk, Gangrim thought. He remembered a time Han Chun had confronted him. Who are you to be peeking at my granddaughter's shop? Wait, you're an awakened one. Good. You can take my granddaughter to the Fate Protection Agency, so she can also. Gangrim thought, asterisk. In this life, I can hear Han Chun's voice so clearly, I thought it was because of my karma points. Asterisk. He sighed, pushing the thought away. But it's probably because we're near Han Chun's grave. Standing before the raised burial mound and looking at the weak signal on the notification panel, Gangrim thought, asterisk. Spiritual communication is weak in this world, so it's hard to hear the gods' voices clearly. If you worship at a shrine or the grave of the deceased, it's easier to communicate with the related god. Asterisk. Pouring wine into a cup, she chatted happily. Grandpa, thank you for being with me. But can't you talk to him without doing all this? Gangrim spoke up. Because you've already been divinely possessed. Han Roya replied, Only when I come here does it feel like I'm really talking to him. The girl continued, It's really close, so I often come here to chat. Luckily, I've only ever come in the mornings until now. Gangrim suddenly realized, that's right. He passed away not too long ago, didn't he? Han Roya confirmed. That's right. It hasn't even been half a year, Gangrim thought. Asterisk. When a person dies, their soul leaves the body, but their divine spirit remains. Asterisk. Asterisk. People steal fate by stealing information from that divine spirit. Therefore, it costs more mana to steal fate from an incomplete corpse. Asterisk. He stroked his chin, deep in thought. Asterisk. Has it been 4 or 5 months? Then I should be able to use mana to steal from the corpse. Asterisk. Gangrim recalled the time he helped Han Roya dig up the grave. Asterisk. Of course, even if it's possible, I can't just dig up an ancestor's grave in front of a family member. Asterisk. Han Roya called out softly. Let's head back now. Gangrim suddenly stood blocking her way. He instructed Han Roya, hide behind me. From the darkness, a bloodshot eye opened, followed by countless other eyes staring at the two of them. Han Roya was shocked. Whoa, there are actual monsters. Gangrim spoke up. The cemetery is too close to your house. I should find you an item that can repel monsters if you want to focus all your energy on your forging skill. Suddenly, the creatures charged toward them. Gangrim reacted quickly, lunging forward with his sword. Then, a hand appeared, summoning 2 talismans. It slapped them onto the rabbits that were charging at Gangrim. Instantly, the whole warren of rabbits fell to the ground. Gangrim was stunned, recognizing the talisman. The rabbits wouldn't stop squealing and crying out. A cluster of bronze bells appeared. The person facing Gangrim shook the bells, and immediately, the rabbits exploded on their own. The person's footsteps drew closer as they spoke. Weren't you taught that it's dangerous to be this close to a grave? The stranger added, I can't believe you even brought a miner here. Hanroya was about to retort, but was stopped by Gangrim. Miss Hanroya, could you go back first and wait for me? Gangrim stared tensely at the person before him. Gangrim stepped forward to inquire, why are you here? The person took off their mask, saying as they removed it, well, you still remember my voice? The last time we met was 5 years ago. Do-hyun spoke, it's been a while, Seol Gangrim. A memory of their past encounter flashed by. Gangrim replied, it hasn't been that long. He reminded him, we met once during training. Do-hyun shook the bronze bells in front of Gangrim. If you recognized me, why didn't you say anything? He immediately replied, the situation back then wasn't exactly suitable for greetings, just like right now. Gangrim probed, are you tailing me on the protection agency's orders? Or is this of your own free will? Do-hyun wondered. Is that the first thing you're going to ask me? His hand trembled. I thought you'd ask about Mother first. Hearing this from Do-hyun made Gangrim's eyes widen in horror. Gangrim asked him, is Master living well? Do-hyun suddenly repeated, Mother? He frowned, reminding Gangrim, she passed away 2 years ago. He said nothing, just stood there staring in silence. Do-hyun seemed a bit agitated. She passed away 2 years ago. It was hard for Gangrim to accept. So Master is dead? It was the same in my past life. She died a few days before the awakening. He lowered his head and asked, why didn't you call me for the funeral? He grabbed him by the collar. The funeral. Do-hyun scolded. You were the one who left home on your own. But what happened then? The scene shifted to the past when they first met. Wagi introduced them. This is my son, Kang Do-hyun. She placed a hand on Gangrim's shoulder. And this is Seol Gangrim. Do-hyun, you're older, so you have to treat him well. Understand? She announced, because from today on, Gangrim will be my godson. He was surprised. Godson? Do-hyun disliked Gangrim's presence. How could you do this to me? He stood up. You said you wouldn't pass down the priest's status. Wagi replied, that's right, I won't pass it down. Living according to a god's will is painful. Anyway, she shook her head. I don't want you to live a life like that. His face darkened. Then what the hell is he? She explained gently. Another powerful god has targeted the boy, but he doesn't want his body to be taken over by the god, so I intend to help him. Hearing this, Do-hyun paused for a moment. He doesn't want to be possessed by a god? But why? Does he look down on priests like other kids do? He declared, then I'll accept being possessed by that god. I respect you so much, Mother. Do-hyun's eyes welled up with tears. I want to be like you. Gangrim sat huddled outside, his head bowed in sadness. Inside, the mother and son continued, that's not the issue. After that, he tried to befriend Do-hyun. Big brother, would you like some snacks? But he heartlessly knocked it over. He then brought his notebook to Do-hyun's room. Big brother, can you help me with my homework? He snapped. Can't you see I'm busy? Do it yourself. Gangrim always called his name cheerfully, Brother Do-hyun. This time, he replied, Seol Gangrim. Do-hyun coldly requested, if we're outside, just act like you don't know me. Hearing that made him incredibly sad. He walked alone on the street, dejected. Suddenly, a voice caught his attention. Hey, the favored priest boy. A group of youths were teasing Do-hyun. I told you a ghost is haunting me, so don't come near me, he calmly replied. I'm just passing by. They pushed their luck. All right then. Then pay the toll for passing through. Do-hyun stood his ground and asked directly, why should I do that? The guy swung a fist at him. Why else? Because I said so. Gangrim suddenly appeared, blocking his hand. Although he was trembling with fear, he still managed to say, hey, don't bully my brother. Seeing this, the guys became even more amused. What's with this kid? Do-hyun glanced at Gangrim, a worried look in his eyes. In the end, both Do-hyun and Gangrim got beaten up by them, their books scattered everywhere. He sat up angrily. I told you I hate it. Why do you keep clinging to me? He said while wiping his tears. What other choice do I have? He raised his voice in frustration. The only people who don't have bad luck when they're near me are you and Mother. Hearing that, Do-hyun fell silent for a long time. He sat up straight, raising a hand to wipe the blood from his face. He helped Gangrim up. You're not allowed to call her Mother. She's my mother. He couldn't stop crying. Master. Do-hyun made a condition. If you call her Master, then I'll be your brother. He immediately stopped crying, his eyes wide as he looked at him. Then the two brothers walked away, holding hands. Just as Master said, my life was gradually getting better. The next thing he remembered was that several more suppression rituals took place after that. Wagi called out, "Hey kid," ominous sounds echoed. "Do you think staying away from me will change your fate? Even without me, you will still bring misfortune to those around you." Gangrim's attitude had changed. He smiled faintly. "No, from now on, things will be different. And from then on, I never heard the voice of that god again. I lived a normal life. I didn't see ghosts or have nightmares anymore. Their small family was very happy, so I started to think that I could be happy too." One day, Gangrim's shirt was pulled by Lee Hun. "You bastard. Senior Wagi, why do you still let this guy stay here? You've already performed the suppression ritual for him so many times." He struck right at his sore spot, but he still brings bad luck to those around him. The man threatened, "If you don't make him get lost immediately, you'll be in danger too." Wagi threw her fan at him. "Lee Hun, if you keep blabbering, I'll cut out your tongue," she shouted angrily. "Don't you ever talk about my son like that again." One day, when Gangrim was helping Do Hyun, he said, "Why does mother love you more than her own son? Why does the god want to possess your body and not mine?" He could only call out to him helplessly, "Brother." He requested, "I think you're too drunk tonight, let's go inside." He continued, "Why won't you let the god possess your body?" Then he cried, "Instead of targeting you, I wish that God had chosen me." Gangrim stared at Do Hyun, stunned. Then he completely collapsed. Not Seol Gangrim, but me. He let go, causing him to fall to the ground. He felt confused. How could he wish for something like that? Especially when he knew what his life had been like because of that god. Gangrim cried too. "He doesn't surprise me at all." Do Hyun was carried into his room and carefully tucked into bed. If his desire for the god was the same as my desire to abandon it, then it was truly too much. He sat quietly outside the door. He fell into deep thought. So, I was the one who made him so miserable. He decided to leave. The one who brings misfortune is me, so I'll leave. At that time, his thoughts were simple. Big brother and master won't be sad anymore. Back in the present, Gangrim's face was blank. Do Hyun was still grabbing his collar. "Why aren't you doing anything?" he questioned. "You could push me away easily, couldn't you? You're the best trainee after all. Are you trying to go easy on me?" Hearing those words, Gangrim turned away. "I don't want to fight you." He let go of his collar. "Don't look down on me. I'm different from who I was in the past." Do Hyun looked back, grinding his teeth in anger. "The god has given me power too." Gangrim watched his back as he walked away. He adjusted his collar. Why the past life? The only reason we could ever get along. Memories of his past life flooded back. Do Hyun was grabbing his collar just like a moment ago. "It's because I'm so weak. I can't stand seeing you this weak. Otherwise, how is someone as jealous of you as me supposed to feel?" Gangrim thought to himself, "There's something I absolutely have to tell him." In a deserted hallway, Kang Do-hun quietly knocked on a door. He stepped inside, and a soft voice spoke up. "Have you gone to see Seol Gangrim yet?" He replied, "I have. Is he joining us?" He continued, "No. He said he has other plans, but didn't specify what they were." Ion pointed at him. "I had high hopes since you said you knew him." Kang Do-hun retorted, "We're not that close," she questioned. "Not that close, yet you used such an expensive item as if it were nothing? Do you have any idea how expensive that colored potion was?" She continued cheerfully, "Go see him again. I don't think seeing him again will change his mind." Her long, slender fingers tapped continuously on the keyboard. "A single tree can't make a forest, but 3 trees together can form a mountain. He'll surely let his guard down. I'm counting on you, emissary Kang Do-hun, because I really want to have Say Gang." The system's voice rang out. "I would like to request a demon world subjugation." Seol Gangrim smiled with satisfaction. "Very well. Our team's emissary, Kang Do-hun, will assist you S-Moon Iono. Now I have a chance to see him." At an abandoned building, Seol Gangrim stood quietly as if waiting for someone. He thought to himself, "The ruined city. I don't know that demon world." The system panel appeared. "I would like to request a demon world subjugation." The target is a low-level demon world called the Ruined City. Although its rank is not high, for months, no one has been able to destroy it, and not a single hunter has ever returned. Therefore, we want to help you. Our team's emissary, Do Hun, will provide support. Soon Mission Protection Agency, Team 1 Leader, Ion. He clicked his tongue. Tsk, even with regression. I guess I can't know everything. I only remember the larger demon worlds or the special ones that made the news. This one isn't even a high-level demon world. Since I don't know about it, it must have been cleared in my past life. Besides the demon world, I also need to talk to him. An excited voice came from the car. Seol Gangrim, "You're so early." Anavicha stepped out cheerfully. "I'm also participating in this subjugation." Seol Gangrim was quite surprised to see her. Emissary Anavicha. She shook his hand. "Long time no see." Seol Gangrim replied, "I didn't expect to see you here." She gave a friendly smile. "Something in the past? Do Seol Gangrim and Do-hun know each other? Come to think of it, his mother was a shaman too. We can't let Team 1 get Seol Gangrim. I thought this would be very difficult for you two." Kang Do-hun sighed. "So you're here to investigate him, right?" Anavicha quickly waved her hands. Well, yes. But Seol Gangrim cut in, "Can we talk about that later?" It's fine. If someone is with me, I'll be calmer. The three of them entered the building together. Seol Gangrim spoke up. By the way, is it okay for you to not wear a mask? She replied, this is a private request, so we're on leave today. Kang Do-hun noticed someone and said curiously, there's someone here. They were shocked. What? Are you guys hunters too? Anavicha said cheerfully. Yes. Are you all here to work? One of them cut in. You know the unwritten rule, don't you? Since we were here first, you guys have to wait a few hours. We don't want our reward to be stolen. Kang Do-hun crossed his arms and questioned them. What did you just say? You guys aren't even trainees. Why don't you go to some third-rate insect demon world instead of being here? They shouted angrily. What? Our team leader is a level 1 phantom. That kind of demon world is too easy for us. So, what's your rank? The girl quickly tried to intervene. When it comes to conquering demon worlds, experience is more important. The guy remained aggressive. Answer my question. Dragonkin level 2, Phantom level 1, Human level 1, Insect level 3, a lower rank than their team leader. It's obvious. Let's go in. The girl turned and asked worriedly, I wonder why they made a rule like that. Should we wait? Are you kidding? Just ignore them. Seol Gangrim felt helpless. If things don't go well, I'll just have to reveal my identity. Let's go. A mechanical voice rang out. You have entered the demon world, the ruined city. Kang Do-hun looked around curiously. A city. This place is completely destroyed. Destroy the pillar of the protective barrier. A statue. Seol Gangrim said curiously. Ah, the entrance. We probably have to conquer it to get out. Time limit. None. I guess we have to find this statue, but since no one has ever been able to get out. Anavicha added, this demon world is pretty big. We don't even know what the statue looks like. Kang Do-hun said helplessly. It's related to the barrier. We'll definitely be able to sense its energy. We can find it sooner that way. Suddenly, the three of them looked in the same direction. A man was sprawled on the ground, but the other two kept urging, ah, hurry up, this way. The man screamed in pain. Help! A desperate shout rang out. Captain, what are you doing? Help me! Damn it, we're screwed! It's a dead end! A slimy body lunged forward, and a space-tearing scream echoed. No! Anavicha ran over worriedly. Are you okay? The woman sobbed. Thank you. Seol Gangrim rushed forward to deal with the monsters. Kang Do-hun used talismans to destroy the monsters. The woman wondered, how are they handling them so easily? Just go on ahead. Are all trainees like this? Anavicha wiped her sweat. Whew, I think that's all of them. What's wrong? It's only been a few minutes. A few minutes? What do you mean? She asked. Didn't you guys come in a few hours after us? Anavicha and Seol Gangrim looked at each other in disbelief. We came in right after you. What? No way. It seems like the flow of time here is different from the outside world. I'm so worried about the other hunters. The first team entered here a few months ago, and more teams followed a few weeks later. Seol Gangrim pondered, if they're still alive, they must be surviving on their inventory supplies. I don't think the monsters here are edible. Anavicha wondered, how long has it been? Hunter Kang Do-hun, what did you find? Kang Do-hun explained, I was just looking at the monsters. I killed more monsters than Seol Gangrim here. I guess the top trainee isn't as good as me. The girl felt helpless. Let's just keep investigating. Using Demon World Map. Current search progress, 0.03%. Kang Do-hun spoke up. It must be huge. Do we have to search every nook and cranny? Seol Gangrim replied. I'll send Leanie out to scout. Leanie appeared, looking incredibly cute. Anavicha added, then I'll check inside the buildings. Activating skill. Clay Doll Controller. Investigate inside the buildings and report back if you find any survivors, the statue, or anything suspicious. The clay dolls advanced like a mighty army. The people exclaimed, that's so cool. The trainees are really on another level. Seol Gangrim commented, that many clay dolls will be pretty noisy. I'll tell them to be quiet. Ah, it's fine. It's noisy in a demon world anyway, he thought to himself. Now that I think about it, they were all very quiet. Contact. Seol Gangrim has no communication, connection, or item shop. Her face fell. Currently unable to connect to the communication system. Currently unable to connect to the shop system. Seol Gangrim said urgently, does that mean we can't call for help or get food? She covered her mouth in disbelief. Then all the hunters who never returned. Suddenly, someone tapped her on the shoulder. Hey, Anavicha, she asked curiously, is there a problem? Seol Gangrim thought, wait, if the connection is cut, that means the gods can't hear us right now. He whipped his head toward Do-hun. I'll never get a chance like this again. I have to talk to him here. Many people were walking together on a path. Seol Gangrim led the way. He glanced at one person, and she looked frightened. As we walk, there are more destroyed buildings here, and the bones are getting denser. Leanie suddenly approached them. Seol Gangrim looked around nervously. They were standing in front of a gate. Fresh flower pots were placed by the window. He curiously touched the steel bar. What is this place? Anavicha looked up with a mix of curiosity and amazement. Seol Gangrim spoke up. Why is this place so well maintained? Kang Do-hun chimed in. I smell something. They're getting all worked up over food. Seol Gangrim was powerless. Hold on. Kang Do-hyun opened a door, revealing a table piled with delicious-smelling food. Called it, everyone got excited. Now we don't have to worry about food. It's still warm. It must be fresh out of the oven. Seol Gangrim pulled one of them back. Don't eat that. Who the hell are you to tell me what to do? You planning on eating all that yourselves? Kang Do-hyun sneered. You guys are real idiots, eating food this suspicious, and you have the nerve to call yourselves hunters. Do-hyun, that's going too far. Oh, is it? Guess so. This food does seem a bit suspicious. Let's check out the surroundings first. Put it down. Let's split up and scout around. There are 3 doors. I'll take this one. Let's meet back at the entrance in a bit. The smell of food will lead me right to it. All right, then we'll go check the path we came from, Seol Gangrim thought. This is my chance. Wait, I'll do it. Seol Gangrim turned to Anavicha, curious. Is there something you want to say? The girl nodded. Are you still not interested in working for the Fate Protection Agency? Hunters without a deity are more vulnerable to danger, you know. Of course, you could join a cult, but the Fate Protection Agency has more information. Sorry, but I have no intention of doing that. Is that so? There are plenty of hunters much better than me, aren't there? Thanks for the offer, but I think you'd be better off looking for other hunters. The girl waved her hand. I've never seen anyone as skilled as you. From what I've observed, you may be the lowest ranked, but you work harder than anyone. You're empathetic and always ready to help those in need. You don't abandon your teammates when facing danger. That's why I want you on my team. Seol Gangrim was completely taken aback by this, blushing in embarrassment. The girl pressed on. That's why I've already got a desk ready for you, and a welcome party. I even made a list of all the good places to eat near the agency, but I can't force you, of course. He smirked, satisfied, thinking she must know about his abilities. The girl turned to leave, adding, let's scout the area and then head back. See you in a bit. I'm really grateful, he thought. Seol Gangrim started up the stairs. He definitely went this way. Kang Do-hyun was standing at the top, looking down at him with a calculating gaze. Seol Gangrim thought, shit, he doesn't look like he's interested in talking. Why is he staring at me like that? Were you waiting to interrogate me? He answered. I saw the band of stitched bones inside you. Seol Gangrim froze mid-step. He continued, his voice dropping low. You know, the more karma you accumulate, the more of those you get, don't you? Then he rushed at him. What the hell have you been doing? He demanded. After running away from home? What did you do to rack up so much karma? Seol Gangrim slapped his hand away. What do you take me for? Then he threw him down. From the shadows, a figure emerged, staggering towards them until its form became clear. Gangrim and Do-hyun were horrified. A statue. Is that the statue we're looking for? Why did it stop? The statue's mouth slowly opened before it lunged at them furiously. Kang Do-hyun yelled, We'll find out after we destroy it. A weak voice. With that, he charged at the statue. Seol Gangrim stood frozen to the spot. A battle began to unfold between the statue and Kang Do-hyun. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Seol Gangrim moved to block him. Don't destroy it. Hearing this, he flew into a rage and immediately grabbed Seol Gangrim by the collar. The two of them stumbled outside. He furiously demanded, You bastard, have you lost your mind? Kang Do-hyun roared furiously. Are you insane? Why would you stop me? But Seol Gangrim just trembled, covering his face as he answered. That thing. His eyes stared blankly into space. Is human. Kang Do-hyun repeated, confused. What? Human? He demanded, exasperated. Have you completely lost it? That's a monster. Just then, something slammed hard against the door. Kang Do-hyun cautiously raised his weapon. Look again. A grotesque, human-like figure was breaking through the door from the outside. Does that thing look human to you? Seol Gangrim frowned, thinking, even looking at it again, it still does to me. Level 1 Phantom-type demon. Earth attribute. Status. Shape-shifting curse. He was surprised that it just stood still in the doorway, not moving. What? It's not attacking. Seol Gangrim leaned in and speculated, maybe it's because they can't move far from the corridor. Humans don't have restrictions like that. As he spoke, he summoned his divine beast, thinking, I can't tell him I'm an apostle with the ability to see status windows. So Seol Gangrim had no choice but to explain to Kang Do-hyun, you know I have a Kirin, right? I know this because of it. Just trust me. Next, Kang Do-hyun gestured to the Kirin. It instantly obeyed, leaping towards the creature. Purify that person. Activating purification, the divine beast gently touched the creature, causing it to slowly crumble away. A light flashed from inside it. And then, a girl appeared, lying within. Seol Gangrim rushed forward. The curse has been broken. Kang Do-hyun, however, was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. It really is a person. He caught the girl and tried to wake her. Hey, can you hear me? Kang Do-hyun stood there, trembling with indignation, thinking to himself, Seol Gangrim figured it out, but I didn't. He stared at his hands in a panic, questioning himself. I was one of the first to awaken, and I even became an apostle for the protection agency. Kang Do-hyun covered his face in despair. and yet, I still can't keep up with Seol Gangrim. I think we should move her somewhere safe. Seol Gangrim stared at him, stunned into silence. What is it? Are you okay? It's none of your business. But Kang Do-hyun still bent down and lifted the girl. Let's head back. We need to tell Anavicha and the other hunters. Then he added a warning. We can't let them think these people are monsters and kill them. Hearing this, Seol Gangrim nodded, confused. Yeah, they quickly left. Anavicha was relieved to see them return. Did you two find anything? She rushed to take the girl, surprised. There's a survivor. There might be a lot of them, Anavicha asked, stunned. You mean there are more? They're under a curse that turns them into monsters, so there are probably a lot more people. Meanwhile, Seol Gangrim looked up and gave an order to his Kirin. It flew off, leading him to a room filled with food. Ah, here it is. He quickly scooped it up and warned it. You can't eat any strange food, okay? But Seol Gangrim was also stunned by the sight before him. Half-eaten food was strewn across the table. Then countless creatures like the one from before rushed towards him. Seol Gangrim's eyes darted around as he quickly grabbed his divine beast and dodged out of the way. Seol Gangrim's eyes glowed as he observed them. He couldn't believe he could actually identify the humans trapped inside those grotesque forms. Seol Gangrim slid under a table to get away. Damn it, it's those hunters. He quickly asked his divine beast, but it just shook its head. Lini, can you purify them? So there's no other way. Left with no choice, Seol Gangrim could only face them head-on. I'll have to take them down first. He raised his fist. If they're strong enough to destroy things like this, then one of my punches should be able to shatter one. It probably won't kill them. A while later, Anavicha was shaking her head in exasperation. I told you all not to eat that stuff. The rescued people could only hang their heads and endure the lecture. Kang Do-hyun glanced over and grumbled. So eating the food here turns you into a phantom. I think the smell of the food itself is a kind of lure for humans. I'm not sure either, the girl added, probing for more information. Maybe everyone here had no other choice but to eat it, but the gray-haired girl just clutched her head and cried in terror. Upstairs. Upstairs. Seol Gangrim crossed his arms and asked Anavicha, were you able to get any information out of her? I asked her a few questions. The girl looked up and explained, but all she could say is that there's something on the 5th floor. Kang Do-hyun glanced over at the remaining people. You all wait here with the woman. Then he quickly proposed, the rest of us will go up to the 5th floor. Upon arriving, they were stunned by the sight of so many people who had been turned to stone. The 4th floor. Are these all human? Kang Do-hyun's face went pale. Can't we just kill them all? We've already saved plenty of people on the 2nd and 3rd floors. Apostle Do-hyun, you can't be serious. His expression turned grim as he growled, I'm not kidding. We're not responsible for saving them. We're here for a subjugation. But Seol Gangrim put a hand on Kang Do-hyun's shoulder to stop him. I don't think we need to kill them all. Yeah, a few of them are monsters. Actually, most of them are. Hearing that, he looked annoyed. Fine, I'm the bad guy. So, who's human then? Then Kang Do-hyun, holding the talismans, spoke up. I have an idea. Just tell me their locations. He immediately stepped forward and proposed. There are too many 3rd-grade insect-type monsters. I'll mark them with this. As soon as he finished, Seol Gangrim leaped forward before the two could even stop him in their panic. He just started smashing that item on the heads of the stone people in front of them. Kang Do-hyun couldn't help but shout in worry, You're being reckless! But he just turned back and retorted, Now's the time to scold me? So, he had no choice but to follow along with Anavicha. Damn it, let's go. Anavicha. The two of them charged forward, throwing talismans and smashing the stone people. After a while, the scene was littered with debris. The survivors were left hanging from the ceiling. Seol Gangrim spoke up. Now, if we purify them. Seol Gangrim, wait, I think we should subdue them first and then purify them. Otherwise, it'll be a huge mess. She turned to ask Messenger Kang when suddenly a foul air wafted from the side, making them uncomfortable. It smells awful. Anavicha had to pinch her nose and complain. It smells like blood. A deep, dark passage lay before the three of them. It's the stench of death. He slowly walked forward, a murderous aura emanating from deep within. Suddenly, Seol Gangrim noticed something beside him. Unexpectedly, under his feet were countless human bones. Seol Gangrim created a flame in his hand to light their way inside. Witnessing this, Anavicha couldn't hold back her emotions. These hunters. She picked up a human skull. They died as humans. We could have saved them if they had turned into monsters after eating that thing on the lower floor. Kang Do-hyun also felt an indescribable sadness. Suddenly, a noise from ahead caught his attention. They quickly turned, ready to counterattack. It turned out to be the figure of a person approaching them. Anavicha's eyes widened as she watched. The person was getting closer and closer to the three of them. She rushed forward excitedly. There's a survivor! But Seol Gangrim quickly grabbed Anavicha's arm to stop her. Wait, he asked urgently. Before us, when was the last time hunters came here? Why are you suddenly asking that? You don't know? She answered in confusion. From what I've read, it was probably. Her face suddenly darkened, and she stammered, "A week ago." Seol Gangrim then let go of Anavichaja's arm, so it's been at least 400 days. They looked towards the figure ahead and speculated. If they came even earlier, it must have been over a year. He hesitated, stammering, "That person must have eaten something. Otherwise, how could they have survived? He must have turned into a monster." Unexpectedly, the person ahead appeared with a grotesque look, their pupils glowing red. He let out a terrifying roar. Kang Do-hun, holding a talisman, frowned. "He's still human, though, right?" As soon as he said that, he threw it right at the man. "Let's just take him down first and figure it out later." But unexpectedly, the man was able to jump up and dodge the talisman, and even used fire to burn it to a crisp. The man lunged forward in a flash, biting hard into Kang Do-hun's arm. Anavichaja, horrified, screamed from behind him, "Kang Do-hun!" She quickly swung her arm, knocking him back. The man immediately dug his claws into the ground to stop himself. Anavichaja turned to him worriedly. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." Meanwhile, Seol Gangrim was in the back, slowly checking the screen. He's definitely stronger than he looks. He suddenly froze, realizing something, while the man continued to growl menacingly, not giving up. He attacked again, and the two had no choice but to continue blocking the man's blows. Anavichaja charged, but he easily jumped onto the wall and lunged at Kang Do-hun. How can a human possess demonic energy? It made him struggle to block the man with his bare hands. Damn it, am I even weaker than Anavichaja? But luckily, she quickly turned back to help Kang Do-hun, though they still let him dodge the attack and escape. Anavichaja shouted a warning to Seol Gangrim. Only then did he look up to see the man viciously charging at him. Seol Gangrim, class, holy power attribute level. At that moment, memories flashed through his mind. Become the first to conquer the demon below. Is there any food left? We're completely out of rations. What do we do? Hyung-soo's turned into a monster. It's over. Everyone's dead. The man held the girl, trying to shake her awake. "Wake up. Someone will definitely come to save us." But she could only whisper back, "It's no use. I don't have any strength left, so..." But then, the shouts of the other two snapped Seol Gangrim back to his senses. "What are you doing?" The man had lunged right at him when an arm shoved Seol Gangrim back. It was Do-hun, shielding him. He yelled in frustration, "Get the seven-branched lightning sword out now!" Kang Do-hun shouted, urging him on. "You've already been to the forge, haven't you?" Only then did Seol Gangrim come to his senses and draw the sword. That's right, it's already been completed. The Thunder Core seven-branched sword, a dragon-grade sword forged from a holy tree struck by lightning. Without hesitation, he charged forward to attack. Possessing powerful yang energy that repels evil spirits, the man was immediately terrified by the light from the sword. Anavichaja stopped, confused as she watched the man flee. "He's running away? Don't chase him." But he spoke up sadly. "I think I have to tell you guys something." About that man, Kang Do-hun frowned and asked, "Did he get too close to the barrier?" She was also confused when she heard that. "You mean he's suffering like this because he has too many karma points?" Basically. He then explained it to Anavichaja. "That's why he's strong enough to react to the seven-branched sword like a monster. There are also studies outside that say it's dangerous for humans to get near the barrier. I wonder if we can turn him back to normal? You want to capture him alive? What if it interferes with the mission? But he only has so many points because of that accident. We can't just kill him like this." But Seol Gangrim was melancholic, looking down without saying a word. But how many karma points does it even take to cross the barrier? Then he thought to himself that he'd accumulated karma points from skill penalties, but they're supposed to increase because of sins you commit. For example, theft, fighting, torture, murder, or something like that. The more serious the crime, the more karma you accumulate. Seol Gangrim kept muttering, "If what I saw was that man's past, then he survived until now after committing the most heinous crime." He covered his mouth and thought, "How many karma points does he have? And what about my own karma points?" Seol Gangrim froze, breaking out in a cold sweat. Will I become like him one day? Suddenly, he was cut off by the others' voices. "Hey, Seol Gangrim! Seol Gangrim!" Kang Do-hun asked angrily. "Why are you just spacing out? I'm fine now." He then immediately urged Seol Gangrim. "Then go provide support. We have to find a way to complete the mission." "What? What about that man? He won't come near us if we have the seven-branched sword." Hearing that, he asked in alarm. "You want to just leave him like this?" Seol Gangrim grabbed his shirt and tried desperately to persuade him. "Maybe we can purify him like we did with Gang Cheol. After we're done here, I'll ask the commander for help. But if we drag this out any longer..." But Kang Do-hun replied, annoyed. "He's too strong. What other choice do we have? You want the three of us to sacrifice ourselves for one person?" Seol Gangrim could only try to plead. "What if I have an idea?" After hearing it, the other two were stunned in amazement, his face showing firm resolve. "We can do this." Kang Do-hun carefully placed the talismans on the wall. "I don't like how this is going." He recalled what had happened before. Both last time and now, while the three of us were talking, we just ended up doing whatever Seol Gangrim wanted us to do. Kang Do-hun couldn't stop thinking. Why? Why is that always the best we can do? He leaned his head against the wall, feeling helpless. "No, it's my fault for not being as good as Seol Gangrim." Just then, Seol Gangrim walked over and spoke up. Hey, messenger, Anavichasia is all set, and I'm ready too. He smiled faintly and said, all right, then I'll be the bait. But Kang Do-hun suddenly spoke up, questioning him. Hey, Seol Gangrim, do you really think this is enough? He glanced over at Seol Gangrim. If my appeal isn't enough to attract him, this plan will fail. Do you really trust me that much? But he just stood there silently, not answering. Then Seol Gangrim casually walked away and said, you carved the seal correctly. I trust your skills. That made Kang Do-hyun freeze for a moment, his hand suddenly clenching against the wall. Kang Do-hyun's face darkened with a hidden meaning. He trusts my skills. He bowed his head and muttered to himself, you've gotten a lot smarter since I last saw you. The thought that he was being pitied kept running through Kang Do-hyun's mind. It's normal for humans to accept gods now, so I guess it's not a bad thing that a powerful god wants him. He smirked slightly. I hate you. Night fell, and the moon was bright. As Seo Gang was walking slowly, someone with a bizarre appearance suddenly appeared in front of him. But Seol Gangrim stood there calmly and spoke, you don't need to be so on guard. As he spoke, he raised his two empty hands. I didn't bring it with me. The man looked him over with bloodshot eyes, then suddenly opened his mouth wide and charged at Seol Gangrim. The man swung his sharp-clawed hands, but unexpectedly, he suddenly vanished, causing the man to look around in alarm. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared from behind the man. It was Seol Gangrim, holding a sword and stabbing him straight in the back. The man fled in terror. He kept looking back in panic and slammed hard into a barrier in front of him. The man was trapped inside the giant barrier circle. The talismans had stopped him. Even so, he still struggled to charge forward. Kang Do-hyun gritted his teeth, holding the talismans in his hand. He also slowly approached the man. Still, I didn't expect it to work on the first try. After that, Kang Do-hyun's army of tiny paper men also charged forward aggressively. The two sides immediately clashed head-on. The clay dolls were being enhanced by the effect of the fire. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, they transformed into giant dolls in front of him. The man gritted his teeth in anger. He struggled with all his might against the chains of the barrier. Seeing the situation was bad, Kang Do-hyun shouted, it's not working! Then he raised a bell and began to control it. Seal targets mana. Skill cancelled. Anavichasia, standing beside them, happily gave a thumbs up in praise. We did it! But unexpectedly, a stone statue from behind swung down hard on the man. The three of them were all stunned. The statue is being enhanced by the effect of the fire. The Friendship Monument, a low-level monster, is a statue that protects a certain area. It destroys invaders. You cannot escape the designated area before defeating this monster. The statue's stats depend on the number of invaders. The statue moved, looking down at them. Both Seol Gangrim and Kang Do-hyun were horrified. That's the objective of this raid, to destroy the vessel of the obstacle, a statue. The statue slowly raised the sword in its hand. It swung down with great force, severing the dolls' heads. The man managed to escape in time. Kang Do-hyun shouted in frustration, damn it, stop him, don't let him get away. Seol Gangrim blocked the man's path, while Anavichasia used her power to restrain the stone statue. I'll hold off the boss. A wall blocked her from behind, but the statue's power was no joke, as it easily sliced the wall apart. She trembled as she tried to hold her ground and block it. Behind her, the other two were fighting the man. Seol Gangrim frowned with worry. This isn't right. Just like that, he walked over, touched Anavichasia's shoulder, and charged forward. This isn't where I should be. Emissary Anavichasia, I'll handle the statue. But Seol Gangrim leaped onto the wall and confronted the stone statue. I'll lead it in another direction. Capture the survivor first. She had no choice but to listen to him. All right, activating clay doll control skill. Anavichasia quickly summoned other dolls to support Kang Do-hyun. Everyone, get him. The smaller ones, climb on top of the bigger ones. The dolls instantly jumped up, surrounding the man. Not only that, but they also had Kang Do-hyun's talismans attached to them for extra power. He continued to swing the bell, activating a binding skill. A seal appeared and bound the man. Fiery red chains wrapped around his body, and a large kango was even placed on his neck. A talisman flew and stuck directly onto the man's face. The bound target is being put to sleep. Only after the man collapsed and stopped moving did Kang Do-hyun sigh in relief and turn around. It's all over. Looking over at Seol Gangrim's position, the wall there was cracking and crumbling. All right. His face suddenly turned pale, and Anavichasia was horrified. A loud explosion rang out, with thick smoke and fire everywhere. Seo Gang! The two looked up, startled. A huge explosion occurred. A terrified scream rang out. Seol Gangrim! Anavichasia was worried. Seol Gangrim, are you okay? She gradually calmed down. We'll help. With blood-red eyes, Seol Gangrim held his weapon and slashed down maniacally. A cold, mechanical voice rang out. You have defeated the Friendship Monument. You will receive an additional reward for defeating an opponent of a higher rank than yourself. Kang Do-hyun trembled, clenching his fists. Deactivate Combat Instinct skill. She quickly ran to him. Seo Gang, Are you okay? Seol Gangrim wiped the blood from his forehead and asked worriedly. Yeah. What about the survivors? She happily gave a thumbs up. We saved all of them. The system's voice rang out. The defensive layer surrounding the demon world is collapsing. An exit has been created. She shouted, That must be the exit! Oh my god, we couldn't have done this without you. Seol Gangrim was helpless. No, I was just lucky. She continued to chatter on, It's all thanks to you that we broke the curse and brought the survivors back. Kang Do-hyun's face darkened as he thought, If I get close to the defensive layer because of my karma, he thought of the sight of So Gang attacking frantically, his power increasing. Can I become as strong as him? Seol Gangrim looked at him curiously. Activating purification skill. The target has overcome the obstacle. The selected target cannot be purified. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth in anger. Anastasia asked worriedly, Is something wrong? He replied, That man has already overcome the obstacle. A man in shackles was holding his head in despair. What's left here is like a vessel without a soul. I can't return him to his normal state anymore. Kang Do-hyun's eyes widened in shock. Without a soul? He can't go back? As if he couldn't believe his ears, his pupils contracted violently. Anastasia asked, Is that so? He whipped his head around to look at them, thinking, Wait, if that's the price he paid for his karma, then what about you, Seol Gangrim? He thought of the image of Seol Gangrim in his frenzy, his eyes an eerie, blood red. At that moment, Seol Gangrim glanced at him, then turned to the girl. Then I'll go with Lini to the 4th floor. Wait, Anastasia spoke up. If you agree, I'll go. You don't seem to be doing well right now. It's fine. If you rest here for a bit, I'll come back with the survivors. I want you to leave first, but I need Lini. Please protect them both. Emissary Kang Do-hyun. Seol Gangrim called out to her. Emissary Anastasia. He thought to himself, Damn it, I don't feel comfortable being with him. If I'm with him, I can't stop thinking about the karma I've accumulated. A ghost with a demonic face appeared, then vanished into thin air. Kid, you need to come over to this side too. A hand landed on Seol Gangrim's shoulder from behind. Kang Do-hyun and Seol Gangrim stared at each other for a long moment. Seol Gangrim thought, I don't really want to talk to him either, but he can't just be like this. He broke the silence. Leave me alone? He gently pushed the hand away. What do you want? What's he going to say this time? He yelled angrily. You need to stop being a hunter, right now. Who knows how much more karma you'll accumulate if you keep doing this job. I'm sure you don't want to end up like that, man. Seol Gangrim let out a sigh of relief. But why the sudden concern for me? You've always acted like we were worse than strangers. Now you're suddenly worried about me? You hate me. Kang Do-hyun angrily grabbed his collar. Yeah, I hate you. How could I not? You have everything I don't, and you took my mother from me. I still hate you, even now. He slowly let go of Se-gang's shirt. But that doesn't mean I want you to become like him. He gritted his teeth helplessly. Large tears streamed down his face. Seol Gangrim looked away, avoiding his gaze. He continued, What kind of person do you take me for, thinking I'd want that? It means you don't want me to die. That's right. Then listen very carefully to what I'm about to say. You're going to tell me you know the future. Hearing this, a stunned Kang Do-hyun stopped crying. Anastasia reported, Yes, we've rescued a total of 24 people. Kang Do-hyun asked Se-gang, How did you get here? What do you mean? Did you drive here? Then wait. Send those people to the protection agency, and then we can continue our conversation. The two of them entered a house together. At home, Seol Gangrim looked up happily at the sunset sky. He asked curiously, Why are you just standing there? Then he strode inside. Seol Gangrim recalled old memories, looking around distractedly, not noticing that the other man had walked ahead. This way. I guess you didn't ask about Mom because you already knew the future. Do you know how she died? Seol Gangrim answered numbly. Self-immolation. Hearing that, Kang Hun's eyes stung. Do you know the reason too? No. He placed a talisman on the door. The entire house was immediately protected by a barrier. Seol Gangrim was stunned to see him do that. Kang Do-hyun spoke softly. She said she had seen the future, just like you, a talented priest who could see the past, present, and future. This is my destiny. To choose the best path for you. There is a destiny that lies within the fates we are given. At that moment, Kang Do-hyun held the note, looking ahead in horror. The house had been burned down, and people stood around as if to comfort him. He collapsed to his knees in despair. How? How could this be the best option? I couldn't accept what Mom left in her letter, but I didn't know anything, and I couldn't do anything to help her. I won't let something like that happen again. So tell me what you were going to say before. I know the future. The future? What future? In 5 years, I will be murdered. Wait, I thought you couldn't see things like that anymore. Mom sealed your divine power with a ritual. That's right. But I got close to the border, and the guidance of fate began to show me visions of the future and the past. Kang Do-hyun gripped his shoulders tightly. You got that close to the border? Exactly how far? I don't know for sure. Honestly, I don't think I can change the future by myself, so help me. Me? He stammered. What can I do? I know less than you about the border, karma, and the future, so you'd be better off talking to your god. I've never accepted a god. You haven't? Why? Have you forgotten? One of them killed my parents. How different can the other gods be? I don't, and I will never believe in them. If you do that, does it mean your god can't eavesdrop on us either? He replied. That's right. This talisman can completely isolate this space. Seol Gangrim continued. Then I'll tell you everything. He summarized the events of his past life for him, starting from his childhood to his days as a relentless disciple. So I'll just join the Flying Tiger clan. Just forget about that. To the days they spent together in the Flying Tiger clan, and ending with what happened with Bakeyang in the demon world. Seol Gangrim lowered his head slightly. That's where everyone was murdered. Kang Do-hun's eyes widened. What? The entire joint raid party was wiped out? This isn't some ordinary game. Seol Gangrim said softly. She said she would spare everyone if I died. So don't worry. Even if the worst happens, if I die, it'll all be over. Hearing this, Kang Do-hun became furious. But you don't know why she wants to kill you? No, that's why I want to find her. How are you going to do that? You only know her face and her name. She's a demigod level. Her destiny rank is demigod level? Isn't that strange? Her destiny rank is rare and powerful, yet she's not famous. Do you have any idea who she might be? I have a few people in mind, and one of them is the director of the Destiny Protection Bureau. At least, that's my guess. In Kang Do-hun's mind, the director's name and face were a blank. That's right. Only team leaders can meet the director. Wait, are you telling me to investigate the director's identity? Hey, I'm not some high-ranking official at the Bureau. How am I supposed to have the authority to investigate the director's information? Se-gang sighed. Oh, I guess you can't do it either. If you can't, then I'll investigate it myself. What are you going to do now? Or are you scared? If not, then at least memorize Bakeyang's face. I already printed it out using a memory projector. You've really got some nerve. Thanks for the compliment. I'm only doing this because I pity you. He looked at the photo. He said, I've seen this woman before. Seol Gangrim was curious. You have? She is. He explained. I don't know, but she had a strange aura. That's why I remember her passing by me once. Seol Gangrim questioned him. When? Where? Was it at the Destiny Protection Bureau? Wait, as if remembering something. A few days before Mom died, I saw her near our house. What? Seol Gangrim's heart pounded with absolute terror. Wait, actually, there were a lot of strange things about Mom's death, like the contents of her suicide note and the fact that she burned the house down. Seol Gangrim's body was now trembling uncontrollably. Maybe it was Bakeyang who killed her. My friends, my family, my parents. The woman who came for me, who took everything from me, right in front of my eyes, while I was unconscious. It was all her doing. His hand, now bleeding, trembled. He clenched his fist, his expression determined. I will find you, and I will have my revenge. A voice rang out. All right, come on in, everyone. Everyone exclaimed in unison. This is our clan's building. Having a real clan building makes me realize we're actually a real clan. Seol Gangrim sighed. It's much more stable now, right? Are you going to settle down here too? Why do you keep your distance from us? He scratched his neck shyly. Ah, that's because you only bring misery to those around you. It was like that in the past, and it'll be like that now. So just accept me. How long do you plan on leading those around you to their deaths? No, it's not me. You think they agree? You. Why did you do this to me? It's all your fault. See? They're saying it's your fault. No, they will. I see you as a very good person. No matter what happens, we'll always be by your side. Seol Gangrim was furious inside. Don't you ever say things like that again. I won't be fooled by your words, just like these illusions. You really think it'll just be an illusion? A provocative voice rang out. This is your destiny. Accept your divinity. Accept the divine possession. Seol Gangrim, accept your destiny. Seol Gangrim, his face stained with blood, spoke softly. I've changed destiny once, and I'll change it again. At 4:40, Seol Gangrim suddenly shot up. A lot of delicious food was laid out. Seol Gangrim saw the table looked like it was about to break. Don't you feel bad for the table? Kang Hun said. What do you mean? I didn't even make that much. Anyway, what are you going to do with your clan? Are you planning to join the Flying Tiger clan like you saw in the future? I don't know. A hunter like you will get a lot of offers. Don't sign any contracts without showing them to me first. Don't get dragged into some weird, evil clan. Seol Gangrim was exasperated. I'm not a child. He continued. Yeah, but don't you think I'd know more about these things since I specialize in this field? I also don't think you can continuously see the future. For example, the future of the Asura clan. The Asura clan. That's where Yeonbum joined in the past. Seol Gangrim thought, is he trying to recommend that clan to me? But that clan is an enemy of the Flying Tiger clan. It doesn't seem like a bad idea, since it won't put the people around me in danger. Then he crossed his arms sternly. That clan is very suspicious, so don't get involved with them. You weren't planning on joining them, were you? Anyway, there are some clans that sound untrustworthy, so don't just join one without thinking. okay? At a high-rise building, Seol Gangrim stood in line, thinking, what was Jin Sua's apartment number again? He was scrolling through his phone when the system popped up. Seol Gangrim, you did a great job yesterday. Thanks to you, we were able to save quite a few survivors. I'm sending you a gift to show my desire to stay in touch. A gift? You remember my offer, right? I'll be waiting for a positive response from you. He wondered, what did she send me? You have received a mysterious fragment item. He took a piece of paper out from the system. Seol Gangrim smiled. She's really good at giving gifts. A new skill is the best thing when you want to get stronger. I'm not going to join her. Still, he wished that Captain Gongdu and the other guilds would send him gifts like this too. Yeonbom came out cheerfully. Master, welcome back. Seol Gangrim spoke up. Sorry for leaving you behind. What have you been up to, kiddo? I've been gathering files related to the guilds. A few guilds have already established themselves. It's been a few months since the awakening. He asked curiously, which guild do you want to join? I'm not sure yet. If you or Sua started a guild, I'd join in a heartbeat. Just wait a bit. I'm sure Shin Sua is already thinking about it. Shin Sua smiled. Hey, the whole community is talking about you. Me? Yeah. There's an article about the demon world subjugation, the girl said cheerfully. Wanna see? I saved it. The girl handed him her phone. Top story. 1. A mass rescue of survivors trapped in the demon world subjugation. 2. Due to time interference, they were trapped there for several years. 3. An awakened individual broke the curse on the survivors and vanished. Who is Seol Gangrim? I was a little sad that you left without us, but I'll let it slide this time since you did something good. People were buzzing with talk. Isn't that Seol Gangrim the one Doc Gojun was talking about? What did he say? Read this. What? Doc Gojun said something about me? Episode 13, Guest Priest. I was a $1 million webtoon author, and now I'm a god-tier priest after awakening. The two of them stared at it curiously. The priest we'll be meeting today is an author who rose to fame with his regression novels. An author? That's right. Web novel author Doc Gojun. He took the world by storm with his regression series. Millions of pages ordered. He awakened as a god-tier priest and founded a guild. He's got a really impressive profile. But he's here today as a priest, so we'll be focusing on that. If you don't mind, we'll be giving away 10 of his novels in the comments section. Of course. First question, do you have to be high level to join the Wonders Guild? Doc Gojun smiled. I'm looking for something beyond levels. I guess you could say what I want is someone worthy of being a main character. Shinsua looked worried. He really hasn't changed. I wonder what kind of person he considers worthy of being a main character. Take Seol Gangrim, for example. His level doesn't matter. This must be the part where he talks about me. On the screen, isn't that the trainee who was chosen as the top of his class this year? That's right. He's a main character, but he's at the insect level. He's insect level? Doc Gojun smiled and waved at the screen. Ah, he might be watching. To Seol Gangrim. My dear friend, Gangrim. I'll come see you soon. My dear friend, Seol Gangrim. The two of them were thunderstruck, speechless for a moment. I've heard the news. I'll come see you soon. Shin Sua's face darkened as she leaned in curiously. Yeonbom was furious. Are you really going to join the Wonders Guild? I've never even talked to him about that. Is this call from him too? No way. Then who is it? I don't know. It's not a number I have saved. Shin Sua's face darkened as she looked at him in surprise. She put her hand out to stop him. Don't answer it. Don't take that call. He was curious. Do you know this number? Yeon must be here. Sua, are you okay? The deathly aura in Shin Sua's fate had grown darker. Why now? Their eyes widened, pupils constricting violently. Who is it? A sweet voice rang out. Thank you for opening the door. I am the leader of the Asura Guild, Shin Ara. Yeonbom was curious. The Asura Guild? You're here again? Shin Sua stood in front of them, questioning her. Why are you here? How do you know my address? I never told you my address. How did you find Seol Gangrim's number? Shin Sua lost control. Answer me. Shin Ara slowly approached Shin Sua. Ah, helpless. Sua, I'm sorry for coming without notice, but Shin Sua's voice was cold. Answer my questions first. She replied, all right. After following Gangrim, I found out where you live. I got his number from the Fate Protection Agency. But Sua, I only did all this because I was worried about you. I heard about you from the Fate Protection Agency. Why haven't you contacted us all this time? Even after getting your arm cut off like this. She buried her face in her shoulder and sobbed. Come home, Sua. Everyone is so worried about you. We'll find a way to restore your arm, okay? Shin Sua shoved her away forcefully. Don't touch me. She was pushed and fell to the floor. Shin Ara clearly didn't understand why she was being treated this way. Yeonbom was worried. Are you okay? The girl helped Shin Ara up. Are you hurt anywhere? She continued to plead. I know you hate me, but please, just this once. Listen to me. Father is in critical condition too. Yeonbom looked worriedly at Shin Sua, whose voice was as cold as ice. Is that all you wanted to say? She confessed. To be honest, I was planning on recruiting Gangrim. She retorted, no, Gangrim has already agreed to join the same guild as me. With that, She turned to leave. Yeonbam was worried. Sua. Shin Sua was calm. Yeonbam, I'm sorry, but could you take my sister to the lobby? There's definitely someone waiting for her. Don't follow them outside the hotel. And Gangrim, can we talk? Seol Gangrim watched her back helplessly. The two of them sat down. He asked, is this about the Asura Guild? Shin Sua was embarrassed. About that. I'm sorry for making things up about joining the same guild. Do you want to join the Asura Guild? He hesitated. The Asura Guild. They do seem like a promising guild to join. I know they're financially stable, and besides, they all seem to trust each other. However, I heard when I was in the hospital that you were forming a guild with only hunters you trust. They call them hunters out there. Why don't we join the same guild? If I feel like it, sure. I'll just keep bringing it up even if you reject the idea. Seol Gangrim waved his hand dismissively. I'm not planning on joining the Asura Guild. Hearing that, Shin Sua was overjoyed. What a relief. Is that all? Is there anything else you wanted to say? Oh, no. Actually, I have a favor to ask you. Gangrim, karaoke, basement level 1. Seol Gangrim was curious. Is this where you plan to meet your sister? The two of them went to a room. That's right. This is the place my sister sent. Inside, the music was loud, and men were having fun. Shin Ara was holding a mic. Oh, welcome you two. She waved her hand. You can all leave now. Yes, Guildmaster. She offered the mic to Seol Gangrim. Seol Gangrim, want to sing a song? He waved his hand. I don't think this is the best place to talk. Huh? Why not? Isn't this place perfect? It's private, and no one can see us. Shin Sua was furious. What are you planning? Hurry up and tell me which hospital Dad is in. Oh, the hospital? That was a lie. I just thought it was the only way to get you to come. Sua, where are you going? I'm sorry, okay? I really just wanted to talk to you. She tried to entice him. Come on, Seol Gang, join the Asura Guild. Sua, everything you need is in the Asura Guild. You mean the Asura faction. Gangrim walked out quickly. I'm not going to be a puppet. Please wait. The Asura skill has been activated. In that case, can I borrow Seol Gangrim? What? Seol Gangrim, you're Sua's friend, right? So I'm guessing you wouldn't dare hurt your friend's older sister, would you? With that, she slammed the door shut. Could you all help me calm my little sister down? Let go! Let me go! Shin Sua, don't worry. They know Sua is my little sister. They won't hurt her, he shouted angrily. Don't use your powers. Those people are civilians. Shin Ara's voice was light as air. What? How did you know? I was planning to force Sua to join our guild by blackmailing her after she attacked them with her powers. Anyway, my sister will be right out. Just wait. She spoke up. Do you really think you can just leave like that? Seol Gang was helpless. Don't tell me you're planning to force me to join the guild too. She blushed with excitement. Oh, exactly. I even brought you a gift. With that, she pulled out a key. I guarantee you'll like it. So much that you'll want to join the Asura Guild, Seol Gangrim. And if I don't join, can I leave? Of course, though that's not going to happen. All right. Where is it? That cunning bitch? It's in the chairs you sat on. Seol Gangrim had a bad feeling about this. It was definitely because of Shin Ara, who possessed an energy that was antagonistic to Shin Sua's. I have to get out of here. Fast. Suddenly, he froze, his hand trembling as he opened the box. He demanded, What is this? Shin Ara looked triumphant. I heard about your ability and brought you something good. That man, he has a pretty useful ability. She placed a hand lightly on his shoulder, provocatively. So, what do you think? Seol Gangrim gave a sly smile. Are you telling me to kill this person and take their ability? Shin Ara was thrilled. Exactly. That ability is one of the pillars of destiny. You're like us, aren't you? Isn't it hard pretending to be normal? It seems Seol Gangrim killed someone and stole his ability. Isn't everyone afraid of you? But in the Asura sect, no one will point fingers at you anymore. If you become one of us, you'll have plenty of opportunities to use your power. So take my gift and join us. Gangrim? Seol Gangrim gently pushed her hand away. How annoying. Is that what you told Shin Sua? Shin Ara wondered. What? You don't like my gift? He snapped. I don't consider a person's life a gift. I have nothing more to say to you, Shin Sua said worriedly. Seol Gangrim, are you okay? Sorry, let's go. Shin Ara's voice came from inside. Oh, I went to so much trouble to get this gift. I guess I'll just have to get rid of it. She slammed her hand on the box. Just getting Sua will be enough. She tore the talisman, and a blue light flashed. Shin Sua thought, a teleportation item. Damn it. Sua, you can't leave. Do you people really think I'd just let you go? Seol Gangrim said, These people are all civilians they provoked. That's right. So you won't be able to use your powers or any weapons. Take them down. Don't hold back. Kill them. Shin Sua was worried. Be careful, Seol Gangrim. He replied, Don't worry. I promise I won't kill them. With that, he charged in to fight them. Is she helpless? That's not what I meant. With just a few moves, Shin Sua easily took them down. One of them shouted in anger. Damn it, focus on Sua. Shin Sua screamed in anger. To you, I'm not just Sua. Besides, I'm not weak enough to be beaten like this. A voice called from above. That's not it, Sua. Shin Sua was furious. You're still watching us? Shin Ara said cheerfully. That's right, Sua. Your big sister is still watching, so show me your true self. You possess the fate of a wild beast, someone who loves to fight and kill, right? I'm sure that as you continue to fight, your instincts will awaken. In her heart, she thought, no, I don't want this. Do I really not want to fight? Isn't this actually a little exciting? Activating blood frenzy. Seol Gangrim approached, pulling her away. Shin Sua, her eyes were bloodshot with rage. Let me go. It's all over. Seol Gangrim's words snapped her out of it. You don't want to kill someone, do you? What did I just do? Don't worry, no one died. Shin Ara's voice rang out. What the hell do you think you're doing? Don't interrupt my little sister. Her destiny is to... Seol Gangrim mumbled. Shin Sua's destiny? That makes it easy for her to harm others. She also has a compatibility with tools made of metal. Shin Ara continued. Yes, you're right. Sua's destiny is to become a criminal. That's just her fate. Shin Sua choked back a sob, tears streaming down her face. Seol Gangrim said, no, many doctors share that same fate. Every coin has two sides. It's up to Shin Sua to decide which path to take, so don't try to force her down the path you want her to take. Let's get out of here. Shin Ara screamed in fury. Stop! Sua! Sua! Shin Sua remarked. That's the first time anyone's ever said something like that about me. Seol Gangrim replied, I'm just stating the obvious. But still, no one's ever said that before. Everyone told me I was born a warrior, that I would inherit the Asura sect, that I had to accept my fate. However, I don't want to live like that. You don't want to live like that either, he continued. I don't want to live according to my destiny either, she smiled, a sweet and happy smile. Thank you. I'm really glad you were with me today. Seol Gangrim blushed, embarrassed. It was no big deal. The phone in Shin Sua's hand suddenly vibrated. Gangrim, Sua, the Grand Demon Realm will open in 1 week. Shin Ara wore a cheerful smile. The bodyguard spoke with respect. Welcome back, sect leader. Welcome back, sect leader. She walked warmly past each person. Thank you. She patted one on the shoulder. You're new, aren't you? I have high expectations for you. I'll do my best. You did well to join the Asura sect. Yeah, the sect leader seems like a good person. She strode quickly in her high heels, then suddenly her face darkened. Managers, follow me into the room. You all. You understand the meaning of me returning alone today, don't you? The bodyguards were forced to the ground and punished. Yes, ma'am. Who was it that suggested we surround them with civilians and blackmail them? One of them spoke up. It was me, ma'am. Then who was it that looked into Seol Gangrim's background? It was me, ma'am. She stomped her high heel hard on his head. I failed because of you, Shin Ara stressed. She was losing control over her plan to bring Sua back. She grabbed her hair in anger. Surely the pseudo-awakeners, the ones who were former cadets, are far more talented, especially since he graduated at the top of his class from a total of 5 training facilities within the Fate Protection Agency, right? Yes, ma'am. There's the main headquarters in Seoul, and 1 branch each in Gangwon, Hoseo, Honam, and Yeongnam. So each location must have a top cadet, right? All of you, get up. We need someone who can defeat Seol Gangrim. Get those top cadets to join our Asura sect. Yes, ma'am. In the high-rise building, an excited voice rang out. This is it. Seol Gangrim cheerfully presented his idea. If we do this, we'll be able to clear the demon realm easily. Yubu was curious. How did you figure all this out? He answered shyly. I happen to see the future through the guidance of fate. You're so lucky. Since we know the way through, we'll be the first ones, right? No, we have to be the first. The gods told me that once the demon realm is cleared, it will disappear. And after a certain amount of time, a new demon realm will appear in that exact same spot. Yubu wondered. So if we aren't the first ones to clear it? Shin Sua answered. We won't get another chance. There will be a limit on how many people can enter, but there will be a better reward than ever before. On floor B6, the doors are opening. Yubu wondered. There are going to be a lot of people, right? 2 people behind them were chatting. It's a shame Father Johann couldn't come with us. He had other work to do. The sound of lively chatter echoed from inside. Seol Gangrim walked in. To everyone's surprise, someone spoke up. Isn't that Seol Gangrim? He's the top cadet from Seoul, right? So, is he strong? I heard he's only insect level, but I also heard he saved the people trapped in the demon realm with the messengers last time. She nudged him with her shoulder. You're really famous? Am I? I heard he's a murderer. The 2 of them got angry when they heard that. Who just said that? Who are you calling? Seol Gangrim calmed them down. It's fine. But you guys, don't waste your energy here. Let's just focus on the raid. Shin spoke up. Everyone has the item I mentioned yesterday, right? Seol Gangrim? That's Doc Gojun. He must be pretty close with Seol Gangrim. Doc Gojun walked over. Gangrim, long time no see. How have you been? She stood in front of him. He's not joining the Wonder Sect. Doc Gojun continued. Did you watch the show I was on? Instead of rejecting me right away, why don't you hear about the gift I've prepared? Seol Gangrim grew tense. A gift? He didn't prepare some suspicious gift like that woman, did he? Doc Gojun beamed. I bought a building in Gangnam for you, my dear protagonist. It's only a 25-minute walk from the station, close to public transport. Join our sect, and I'll give it to you. Seol Gangrim's face turned red. Whoa, a building. Seol Gangrim. He waved his hand. I'm not joining, and I have no intention of cooperating with you on this raid either. Doc Gojun remained cheerful. We really do think alike. I have my own plan. A plan? What kind of plan? Don't worry, I won't interfere with the Regressor's attack. I plan on doing something more useful than that. I'm sure you'll be fine with the attack. He's bringing up those accusations about the Regressor again. Director Gojun turned and walked away. I'll be watching you. I have high expectations for you. Seol Gang. What did he say? Just the same old nonsense. Watching Director Gojun's retreating back, Seol Gangrim felt a pang of worry. I'm a little worried about what he'll do next, but I don't think we'll have to worry about him during the attack. An announcement to those at the entrance of the Demon Realm. The gate to the Great Demon Realm will soon open. Don't worry. We can attack any Demon Realm we want together. Yeah, we just need to stick together, so please prepare yourselves. Huh? You can fly now? The door activated, the gate opened, and a pit opened up, causing everyone to fall right in. You have entered the gate to the Great Demon Realm. Sogang landed safely. All right, let's find my team and get started. He looked around as a grumpy man complained, Is this the Great Demon Realm? I can't even breathe. Why are there only 2 of us? What? Where did everyone else go? Seol Gangrim looked helpless. That's right. Luck was never on my side. I ended up falling in here alone. Did I really fall in here alone? Why are there only 2 of us? I'd better get away from this guy first. The system window appeared. Lone Wolf of the Wasteland activated. I didn't expect to fall in here alone, but I know the team members were split into 3 zones. Recalling the past, Seol Gangrim thought, to clear the Demon Realm, we need to activate the seal-breaking formation in each zone. I already explained this to the team yesterday. He slowly walked past the others, thinking, so instead of panicking, they must be looking for each other. Where's the captain? Why are we the only ones left? Seol Gangrim hid in a corner, observing everyone with a scrutinizing gaze. He pressed a device in his ear to start talking to the others. Seol Gangrim asked softly, Can everyone hear me? Tell me who you're with. Shinua replied, This is Shinua. I'm with Jung Taehan and Lini. Yoon Gyeon also replied, I'm with Bom and Jeon. Yoon Bom asked, You again? Yoon Gyeon shot back, I don't want to be with you either. Seol Gangrim told them, Could you keep it down? This item isn't advanced enough for me to adjust the volume. A card appeared. Private conversation airing. Beginner human grade. Allows the user to converse with others wearing the same item within the Demon Realm. Yoon Gyeon and Yoon Bom said in unison, Sorry. Seol Gangrim sighed in relief and said, On second thought, this isn't a bad combination. I'm wondering if I should summon one of the spirit beasts here. Jung Taehan asked. Wait, does that mean you're alone right now? Shinua asked. Yeah, isn't that too dangerous? Isn't Shinua still not used to fighting barehanded? Yoon said over the comms. Master, can't you summon one of the spirit beasts to you? Yoonbom chimed in. Yeah, you should have Jeon with you. It's not safe alone. And it would be safer for the twins to have Jeon with them, since they're both long-range attackers. It's fine, Shinua asked worriedly. Are you sure you'll be okay alone? Seol Gangrim replied coldly. If anything goes wrong, I'll summon a spirit beast. Everyone said, Okay, be careful. Seol Gangrim walked towards the palace alone, opened the door himself, and said, Then I'll stick to the plan. I'll contact you all later. Yeah, that's fine. Seol Gangrim gripped his sword and thought, I'm different from who I was in my past life. He slowly opened the massive door. A system window appeared. The first Great Demon Realm is beginning. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, I already know how to clear all the Demon Realms. The system window appeared. Defeat the Lord of the Great Demon Realm. Time limit, none. He continued to think, and in the end, we will meet. Seol Gangrim smiled faintly and said, It's fine, even if I'm alone. He walked inside, alone, defiant, under Song Yul's gaze. The man began to scheme. Good thing he's alone. Song Yul looked at him with a cunning glint in his eye and said, I will pass judgment on you myself. Seol Gangrim went inside alone and encountered the Stone Dragon Kings. A card appeared. Stone Dragon King, beginner human grade, a species of giant lizard that evolves according to its habitat. They always live in packs and are very aggressive. Some of the Stone Dragon Kings started charging angrily towards him. Seol Gangrim calmly looked at them, drew his sword, and gripped it tightly. Seol Gangrim lunged forward and slashed at the Stone Dragon Kings, thinking, there weren't monsters this strong at the start. He finished slashing them and landed lightly, thinking, I'll get through this as quickly as possible. Seol Gangrim landed safely next to a pile of Stone Dragon Kings. He calmly took out a spirit core and thought to himself, this isn't good at all. Seol Gangrim recalled the past and thought, to activate the formation, I need to find the key to break the seal first. He looked at the monsters he had just cut down and continued to think. But at this rate, everyone will know where I've gone. The blood path starts from the door. I'm not confident I can activate the formation before everyone catches up, since I'm alone. Seol Gangrim put a hand to his chin and began to calculate, do I have to use that method? Song Yul watched Seol Gangrim, thinking to himself, what method? He looked at the dragged corpses of the stone dragon kings and thought, what is he doing with the monsters' bodies? Song Yul continued to think. He could clearly see the pack of stone dragon kings charging towards Seol Gangrim. He thought, a pack of monsters is heading for him. He suddenly realized and thought, could it be he's creating a trap using the monsters to kill anyone who gets near him? Song Yul recalled the past and thought, a murderer who steals the fate of those he kills. I thought he was just hunting these monsters, but of course, it's not that simple. He gritted his teeth in anger and thought. Song Yul also raised his sword and headed in Seol Gangrim's direction. I will put an end to your evil deeds. Seol Gangrim had taken a leg from one of the stone dragon kings and thought, I need a body part from the monster. He took out a monocle to examine it and thought, the condition isn't very good. Seol Gangrim looked ahead. A large number of stone dragon kings were charging towards him. He tore off a piece of the stone dragon king's skin and ate it, thinking, but I have to hurry. The monsters are getting closer. The system window appeared, activating thief art. His eyes flashed. Seol Gangrim looked down at his hands as his body began to transform. He had turned into a stone dragon king and thought, I did it. Seol Gangrim communicated with the stone dragon kings. I am one of you, friends. One of the stone dragon kings asked back, friend? He smiled inwardly. All right, they're not attacking me. Why is he walking like that? He's a little goofy. Seol Gangrim thought, Captain Moon's gift is really proving to be useful. He continued to think. It's an item that lets you obtain a skill you desire. The system window appeared. Use a secret skill fragment to obtain a skill. Select the skill you desire. You have obtained Thief Art. A skill card appeared. Thief Art. Beginner human grade. You can change your form to resemble a target whose body part you have consumed. The duration of the transformation depends on the body part you consumed. Seol Gangrim stood thinking again. Thanks to this, I got a pretty good transformation skill. He thought, I have to get through this before the transformation wears off. Song Yul appeared from behind and asked, what the hell? Seol Gangrim thought as he ran. The others got here faster than I thought. Damn it. Where did he go? I have to hurry. He reached a high cliff and looked down. Seol Gangrim saw the chieftain of the Stone Dragon Kings giving orders to its kin and thought, found you. He aimed at the chieftain and spoke in his mind. A monkey with a card key appeared. The Stone Dragon King, chieftain, a third-rank specter, a lizard-like creature blessed by a god, leads the tribe and increases its power through magic. The Stone Dragon Kings below roared thunderously. Seol Gangrim also snuck in and shouted along, making the Stone Dragon Kings turn to look. The Stone Dragon King chieftain looked at Seol Gangrim with a scrutinizing gaze, and its eyes suddenly flashed. The Stone Dragon King chieftain ordered the Stone Dragon Kings below to attack him. He reverted to his human form, drew his sword, and said, not falling for it, huh? Looks like it really is the leader. The Stone Dragon King chieftain raised its staff high and ordered them to attack. He was surrounded and attacked by the Stone Dragon Kings. Seol Gangrim calmly drew his sword and spoke. Wide-range enhancement skill. He charged at them with his sword and said, that's a pretty good skill. A card appeared. Stone Dragon King, low-rank human, status, poison enhancement. Seol Gangrim replied with light contempt. A poison type. He charged forward alone with his sword, thinking to himself, perfect. This is absolutely perfect for me. The monsters also rushed forward, raising their claws to attack him. Seol Gangrim cut through the monsters with a single slash, thinking, without the poison on their hands, they're not that hard to deal with. He was surrounded by all of them. With his sword, Seol Gangrim cut down the monsters one by one. The horde of monsters still charged frantically towards him. Seol Gangrim blocked their poison with his sword and smiled. A bit of poison splattered onto his cheek. The system window appeared. Poison resistance activated. Seol Gangrim continued to charge, thinking, their poison is nothing compared to Kang Cheol's. He single-handedly cut down all the monsters. Just then, the Stone Dragon King chieftain turned and prepared to flee. Seol Gangrim rushed forward with his sword and said, what's this? You think you can just run away? He sneered and prepared the finishing blow. Not very leader-like at all. He plunged his sword into the Stone Dragon King chieftain. Seol Gangrim sat down, exhausted after the fight with the Stone Dragon Kings. He turned his head to look at the monsters and thought, at least my time at the training center wasn't a waste. In my past life, I almost died here. Seol Gangrim took the key from the neck of the Stone Dragon King chieftain. He took it, put it around his own neck, and said, I can't fall behind the others. Seol Gangrim looked at the key and spoke to the others through the radio in his ear. I got the key. He asked everyone how they were doing. A voice replied, you got it already? We found the leader, but we're still chasing it. Yunbom asked, how could you get through it so fast by yourself? Yoon replied, I told you. We should have left them behind. How are we supposed to do this? The girl stood up, grabbed her gun, and yelled, we can't just let them die. Seol Gangrim was suddenly startled, thinking to himself, that sounds exactly like something Sheena would say. Seol Gangrim sat by the pile of monster corpses and said, "Damn it, why are they so weak?" A voice came over the radio. "It's not that they're weak, it's that you're too strong." Yunbom said, "What? I can't hear you." "Get away from there now," Yoonjeon replied. "Anyway, we'll let you know as soon as we get the key." Seol Gangrim started to think, "Looks like they're going to take longer than I thought." He started walking through the pools of monster blood. As he walked forward, he thought to himself, "Well then, I should make good use of this time. Guess I'll get going." He looked towards the cave and said to the others, "I was worried because this cave is like a maze, but luckily we have someone from the training center with us." The other man replied, "I just happen to have a very good item." The first guy also said, "Finding a useful item in that crappy shop is a skill in itself, you know." The woman added, "I can't tell any of those items apart. Actually, Seol Gangrim was the one who showed me this item." The man laughed and replied, "In a demon world called the Blood Serpent Dungeon, all of us." Wait a minute. Seol Gangrim, that murderer. The first guy turned back and asked, "You have a connection with him?" The woman also questioned him. "You didn't tell us this before?" He stammered in reply, We're not close. We just happen to come from the same training center." He continued, "Besides, I don't think those rumors are true," he said, holding out a piece of paper. "That's right. He also recently saved people who were trapped in a demon world. Even back when we were at the training center." He turned to look behind him and said, "A monster." The other guy shouted to everyone, "Everyone, get in formation! Healers, fall back!" Everyone looked up at the sky in astonishment. A huge monster stood before them, and the guy said, "What is this? What the hell is that?" People started screaming and running. "We're going to be crushed! Move!" Seol Gangrim grabbed his sword and stood before a cliff, saying, "This must be the last fork in the road." He thought to himself, "Both of these paths lead to the exit, but I think one of them leads to the giant clay golem. If I fight it, my sword will break. Which path doesn't have the giant clay golem?" The system window appeared, enhanced senses. Seol Gangrim looked ahead and froze. He breathed a sigh of relief and said, "This way." As he walked, he called out, "Where are the healers?" A voice replied, "The healers have been taken down." Seol Gangrim turned his head, looking around cautiously. He started walking again and said, "I'll just mind my own business. Damn it, help me, help!" Seol Gangrim thought about the past and his head throbbed. He charged inside. A guy sat in a corner and said, "My arm. The healers. Where are they?" The monster rushed in front of him, and he thought, "Am I going to die?" He cried out helplessly. "Help!" He thought to himself, "I never should have come here in the first place." Seol Gangrim jumped out of nowhere and cut down the monsters. The guy looked forward and said, "Seol Gangrim." Seol Gangrim turned to look at him. He charged forward and struck down the monster. Seol Gangrim leaped up and sent a blast of energy at the monster. The monster was finished off by Seol Gangrim. The guy asked, "Huh?" He raised his hand towards Seol Gangrim and said, "Did Seol Gangrim just save us?" He looked at them coldly. The other man came out from inside and said, "I told you to let me see your neck." The man looked down and said, "I don't think you're a bad person, but I had my doubts." He was thinking something, when suddenly a voice called out from behind Seol Gangrim. "Wait, hold on. Seol Gangrim," the man shouted. "Thank you for saving us." Seol Gangrim started to stop. The man's voice came from behind Seol Gangrim. "And I'm sorry about what happened at the training center." He thought to himself, "Thank you, Sheena." While thinking of Sheena, he said, "I couldn't let you die." Seol Gangrim walked away coldly. The system window appeared. "The penniless hero of life has used the item Divine Title Trace. An emphasized message will be activated for 10 minutes. The system window continued. "The penniless hero of life is offering you their patronage." Seol Gangrim waved his hand, thinking, "Damn it, I turned off notifications like this before I came in here." Communication settings window. "You do not have enough spiritual power to block the emphasized message." You do not have enough spiritual power to block the emphasized message. The system window continued. "The penniless hero of life likes your strength and teamwork. The penniless hero of life praises you for not expecting a reward for doing good deeds." The system window continued. "Will you accept this deity?" Seol Gangrim replied coldly, "No." The system window appeared. "The penniless hero of life reminds you that your comrade serves their older brother. The penniless hero of life is trying their best to persuade you." He said angrily, "This damn god." The system window continued. "The penniless hero of life once again offers you their patronage." Seol Gangrim replied, annoyed, "I said I don't want it." The system window continued. "The penniless hero of life is stunned by the unexpected situation. The penniless hero of life hastily departs." The system window continued. "The penniless hero of life has severed the connection." He thought to himself, asterisk, what the hell just happened? Asterisk. While tapping the screen, Seol Gangrim muttered, "Communication settings. Do the other gods know about this?" The system panel appeared again, reverting communication mute. Seol Gangrim asked himself, weird, what just happened? Maybe it was that god. But they already have so many vessels, so why are they undoing the mute? Who is this god you're all talking about? What? How does Gangrim not know which god is targeting him? Shut up, you idiot. I'm out of here. The system panel appeared again. An anonymous god has severed the connection. He started to think. Asterisk. A god is targeting me? Asterisk, Seol Gangrim wondered. Asterisk. Could it be? The god from back then? Asterisk. Accept me, kid. I've had my eye on you since you were small. This is your destiny. He clenched his fist in anger, thinking about the past, and stole my friends and family from me. Is that god still targeting me? After everything that's happened? Seol Gangrim sighed. He stood up and tried to calm himself. Get a grip. A god can't directly harm a human. At least, I know it wasn't some random supernatural event that killed them. Seol Gangrim started walking. He remembered the past. Asterisk. That god will definitely send Bakeyang after me again. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. This time, I just need to be strong enough to defeat her, and then I'll change my own destiny. Asterisk. He raised his hand to shield his face from the light pouring down from the sky, thinking, asterisk, even if I don't become some god's vessel. Asterisk. Seol Gangrim stepped outside, feeling the sunlight on his skin. As he walked, he said to himself, all right, let's focus on this raid for now. I need to get a new skill in this demon realm anyway. Seol Gangrim looked up at the clear blue sky and smiled to himself. This is actually more important than the boss here. He opened the system panel. They probably won't be back. I'll just mute it again. Never thought I'd say this, but I kind of miss all that annoying chatter. It's too quiet now. The system panel appeared. Boss area has been unlocked. Suddenly, the tower in front of him began to move. Seol Gangrim thought, asterisk. Yeah, it's about time. There are some pretty strong hunters in this demon realm. Asterisk, he mused aloud. But no matter how strong they are, they won't be able to beat the boss without disabling the devices first. At least, not right now, that's for sure. Looking around as he walked, Seol Gangrim said, I'll go find those devices first. He stood before a dense thicket of trees, drew his sword, and said, I can feel it somewhere around here. Branches flew as his sword cut through them. Getting tired, Seol Gangrim sat down to rest. Man, cutting through all this by myself is going to take forever. He started walking towards the tower, thinking, asterisk, this place reminds me of where the Sword Mountain Warlord used to be. Asterisk, then he caught himself. Asterisk, wait a minute, this is my first time here. Asterisk. He held out his hand, a golden energy emanating from it. Seol Gangrim sensed something, found it. A golden key suddenly appeared and fell. The area in front of him began to glow. Rocks fell from the sky around him. Seol Gangrim stepped back, on guard. The fallen pieces began to glow with a blue energy, then started to merge. A system panel appeared. The primordial soul-type blue-red demon has appeared. All the pieces merged together, forming the figure of a guard. A card appeared. Blue-red demon, primordial soul class. A martial warrior who continues to fulfill his duty even after death, having overcome both extreme heat and cold. Seol Gangrim stared blankly at the guard. Gripping his sword, he said, that's weird. I heard it was supposed to be a blue flame. I was actually excited knowing it would be a humanoid monster. He then shouted, show me what you've got! A burst of yellow fire erupted as his sword clashed with the guards. Seol Gangrim chuckled lightly. You really had me scared there. The two continued to exchange blows. Seol Gangrim pressed the attack. Do I really seem that weak to you? He taunted while fighting. Show me that blue flame. Seol Gangrim sneered. Before I rack up any more karma, you'd better at least prove you have that skill. He leaped high and brought his sword down on the guard's head. Seol Gangrim froze. Specks of blue fire began to emerge from the guard's body. A blast of blue light erupted from it, throwing him backward. A system panel appeared. Ice Flame skill activated. He dug his sword into the ground to stop his slide. The blue energy radiating from the guard forced him to his knees. Seol Gangrim lowered his head. You're stronger than I thought. A smile spread across his face. Good. Seol Gangrim charged forward again. This will definitely make things more interesting. The guard also brandished its sword and attacked. Seol Gangrim confidently rushed to meet it. Seol Gangrim dashed toward the guard, thinking, asterisk, besides, my stats are way higher than its. Asterisk. The two clashed in a life-or-death struggle. A blue aura streamed from the guard's helmet. Seol Gangrim's golden flame made contact with the blue energy. He was startled, but they continued to clash fiercely. The guard's blue aura began to overwhelm him. As he struggled to defend himself, Seol Gangrim thought, asterisk. My flame still isn't strong enough. Is its skill level higher than mine? Asterisk. A system panel appeared. Using achievement points to upgrade flame. Flame control has reached intermediate human grade. Flame control has reached high human grade. More. The system panel continued. Flame control has reached low demon grade. Seol Gangrim stared, stunned by his own power. A system panel appeared. Insufficient points to upgrade the flame skill. A skill card appeared. Ice Flame, mid-demon grade. The guard charged at Seol Gangrim with immense power. Blocking the attack, he thought, asterisk, I need a different strategy. Asterisk. Seol Gangrim thought, asterisk, my flame control is 1 grade lower than its ice flame. Asterisk. He began scanning the guard for weak points, analyzing its structure. Asterisk. But if I can focus my flame on its weak point, I should be able to land a critical hit. Asterisk. Seol Gangrim strained, gathering his power. Asterisk. If only I could shrink the flame and control it with more precision. Asterisk. Asterisk. But my control isn't that good yet. Asterisk. He blocked the guard's blow with one hand while preparing a special move with the other. Asterisk. So, to achieve a similar effect. Asterisk. Seol Gangrim prepared his attack. He pointed his sword at the guard, a satisfied smile on his face as he thought, asterisk, this is the only way. Asterisk. A yellow flame erupted from his body. Small yellow flames scattered everywhere. Seol Gangrim's sword and body were both enveloped in a golden glow. He defeated the guard and collapsed, exhausted, onto its remains. The guard's armor lay shattered on the ground, but its blue aura still lingered. A system panel appeared. You have defeated the low-grade demon, blue-red demon. Lying on the ground and panting with exhaustion, Seol Gangrim said to himself, I really thought I was going to freeze to death. The system panel appeared, calculating achievement points. You have received a bonus reward for defeating a stronger opponent. Seol Gangrim looked at the system panel and thought, asterisk stronger than me? I'm definitely the stronger one. But I guess that doesn't matter since its destiny level was higher. Asterisk. He thought on. Asterisk. Still, this is the real prize. Asterisk. A system panel appeared. Activating Destiny Plunder skill. Another panel followed. Destiny Plunder has leveled up due to proficiency. You can now steal a maximum of 2 skills from an enemy. He sat up, thinking, asterisk what? 2 skills at the same time? Asterisk. A slow smile spread across his face. Asterisk. Does this mean I only get the karma for 1 skill, even if I take 2? Asterisk. A system panel appeared. Stealing Ice Flame skill. You have accumulated karma. You have stolen a portion of mana. Exhausted, he lowered his head and thought, asterisk, guess not, asterisk. Seol Gangrim sat up, summoning his golden flame. He thought, asterisk still, it's an upgrade. The stronger the opponent, the more useful their stuff is. Asterisk. A system panel appeared, activating flame skill. Another panel appeared, activating ice flame skill. Seol Gangrim thought, asterisk, well now I have ice flame. Asterisk. A skill card appeared, ice flame, mid-demon grade. A flame that burns at sub-zero temperatures. Anyone who touches this flame gets burned and frozen at the same time. He slumped down in front of the guard's corpse, exhausted. He absorbed the guard's power and said, now I have 2 attack skills with opposing elemental powers. I don't have to worry so much about elemental counters anymore. Sagang looked at the guard and said, now, what I need to do is take care of the devices for the boss fight. As he thought, he murmured, there are 3 devices hidden throughout this demon realm. He continued, they're enhancement devices. One gives him health regeneration over time, one reduces damage taken, and the last one boosts his attack damage. Seol Gangrim thought back to the past. Asterisk. That damage-boosting device made the boss way too strong. Asterisk. Please contact us when you figure out how to deal with that boss. Asterisk. So, in my past life, this demon realm went uncleared for months because no one knew about those devices. Asterisk. As he drove, he said, this time was a failure too. Shinua replied, I don't think it was a problem with our teamwork. She continued, or maybe we're just too weak. I don't get why the apostles don't intervene in the major demon realms. As Seol Gangrim drove, he asked gently, something's been bothering me. He went on, why is the great demon realm split into 3 areas? Everyone ends up meeting at the boss room anyway. Don't you think there might be a secret behind the divided areas? Shinua thought about it and repeated, in the divided areas. A few days later, the system window appeared. Asterisk. You have completed the first great demon realm. You are the biggest contributor. Asterisk. Hunter Shinua's reputation grew. She gathered everyone and successfully cleared the first great demon realm. She said joyfully, it's all thanks to you, Seol Gangrim. People around them started whispering. Who's Seol Gangrim? I heard he's the one who figured out how to clear the demon realm. They're a couple. The chatter continued. That's what boosted her reputation, and she founded the Flying Tiger Guild with the people who helped her clear the realm. Shinua thought to herself as she recalled the scene from the past. The Flying Tiger Guild. Seol Gangrim sat down and thought, asterisk. The most important outcome of this great demon realm is the formation of the Flying Tiger Guild. Asterisk. He said to himself, now I've got what I wanted. I need to set the stage for Shinua's fight with the boss. Another thought appeared in Seol Gangrim's mind. Asterisk. The Flying Tiger Guild needs to be formed, even if I'm not a part of it. Asterisk. Gyang Taehan shouted. It's me, Gyang Taehan! We took down the blue-red demon and found the device. Where is everyone? He turned back with a cheerful expression and replied, I just finished up over here. We're over here, she said. We still haven't found the cave. We had to lead some people to the exit, so it took a while, she replied. Gyeon is dealing with the thorns right now. Seol Gangrim ran over and said, You can take your time, he added as he walked. Seeing as we got a notification for the boss room, I think we'll also get one when the devices are turned off, Seol Gangrim said, grabbing his jacket. So I think it's best if we check that everyone has left first. Before the boss fight, Sinua had told him, kill the blue-red demon first, then meet me near the boss room. We'll head out after that, Seol Gangrim replied. Yeah, let's meet near the Whitestone Tower. Doc Gojun picked up his earpiece and said slowly, All right, the Whitestone Tower is good. It doesn't seem like he's been spotted, but did he take off his jacket? He sat on the tower, muttering to himself. Anyway, I've heard enough. Doc Gojun sat calmly and typed on his computer. He analyzed the devices in the 3 areas. The thorns must be the ones Seol Gangrim cut earlier. Doc Gojun raised his binoculars to look into the distance. As he watched, he said, Definitely. Looking at the group walking away, he said to himself, I knew planting a bug on Seol Gangrim was a smart move. From behind Doc Gojun, Seon Uyon's voice spoke up. Is that the boss? He looked in that direction and chuckled. Oh, I recognize that person. Doc Gojun thought to himself, Asterisk. He's the top student from the Hoseo branch, the Apostle of Justice, Seon Uyon. Asterisk. He looked directly at him, thinking, Asterisk. He's pretty impressive. 2. Asterisk. Will you join Seol Gangrim's group? Asterisk. Doc Gojun looked down from the building. Asterisk. Or will you become the new protagonist? Asterisk. A lone figure stood before a giant statue. Seon Uyon smirked. I thought Seol Gangrim would have made it to the boss room by now, but it looks like I got here first. He took out a vial. This is even better. As he typed on his computer, he suddenly looked up as if he realized something. Asterisk. Its reaction is completely different from when I woke it up before. Asterisk. Seon Uyon was extremely worried. The Guardian Dragon King roared, causing rocks to fall. He was overjoyed, a triumphant look on his face. The Guardian Dragon King roared like a beast. Seol Gangrim walked calmly. Looks like a lot of people have already given up. Just a few more groups need to try, and then we'll claim it. Large rocks fell all at once as the sturdy wall began to crumble. Seol Gangrim's face darkened. What? Why is it collapsing? A red alert blared. Asterisk. The level 3 Guardian Dragon King has designated Seol Gangrim as its primary target. Asterisk. What was that sound? Why is the boss targeting you? Seol Gangrim said worriedly. I don't know either. I'm going to pull back for now and find a way to clear the aggro. We're on our way. No. Can you stand by the devices in case of an emergency? Okay, we'll try to take down this blue-red demon as fast as we can, too. The Guardian Dragon King, its eyes bloodshot, was searching for something. Asterisk. Damn it. Asterisk. Seol Gangrim thought in a panic. It charged at him in a rage, hurling a massive spear that barely missed. Seol Gangrim scowled. Asterisk. Damn it. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. The entrance is blocked. The plan is ruined. We have to take down the Guardian Dragon King right now. Asterisk. All right, we'll turn off the devices and come to you right away. The Guardian Dragon King held its massive hand out in front of him. Seol Gangrim's gaze suddenly turned dangerous. Fine, I'll try to hold out as long as I can. He swung his sword, slashing its body. Asterisk. The ruler's enhancement device has been disabled. The damage reduction effect has disappeared. Asterisk. Seol Gangrim. We got one, thanks. Too bad the effect that was removed wasn't the healing one. Bom and Jion, where are you two? Just a little longer, master. We're dealing with the blue-red demon now. Asterisk. Level 3, Guardian Dragon King. Dragon type. It guards a specific area and attracts surrounding monsters. Asterisk. Asterisk. Properties. Enhanced attack. Enhanced defense. Disabled. Regeneration over time. Asterisk. Seol Gangrim thought. Asterisk. The twins' device must be the regeneration one. Asterisk. The Guardian Dragon King charged with its sharp spear, aimed, and thrust forcefully. Luckily, Seol Gangrim dodged it. Asterisk. It would have been bad if that was my device. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk. The ruler's enhancement device has been disabled. The health regeneration effect has disappeared. Asterisk. Master, we did it. Nice work. My elemental attribute has switched to water. Now I have the elemental advantage. He landed a blow on its eye, making it roar in pain. It staggered, taking a few steps back. Seol Gangrim was startled. Asterisk. Mud is an earth attribute, not a metal attribute. Asterisk. Asterisk. The power of Frostfire is strange too. I definitely put my all into that. Asterisk. The Guardian Dragon King charged at him angrily. Seol Gangrim thought. Asterisk. But why is it weaker than when the blue-red demon used it? Asterisk. Is Frostfire really this weak? Logically, I should have the elemental advantage on top of it, right? Wait a minute. Isn't this skill a water attribute? But if it's not fire, and it's not water, then what is it? Asterisk, I can't see the attributes of monsters or skills, either. Wait, asterisk, a mechanical voice rang out. Asterisk, converting elemental attribute to fire and water. Asterisk, his eyes widened, his pupils swirling with the two colors of fire and water. Asterisk, that's it. The skill is compatible with your attribute. Asterisk, he charged forward to fight it. Asterisk, the Frostfire skill has been enhanced. Asterisk, Seol Gangrim slowly landed on the ground, a satisfied smile on his face. The Guardian Dragon King was frozen in place, its face still a mask of fury and indignation. Seol Gangrim spoke softly. That's taken care of. I guess I'll just wait for the others to get here while it thaws. A voice came from behind him. You really are more impressive than the rumors say. Seon Uyon stepped forward, holding out his sword. I see why I was brought here. But now, it's time for judgment. The murderer, Seol Gangrim, sighed. Do you know who I am? He asked calmly. Yeah, I do, he replied coldly. You're a hypocrite. The assassin hunter, Zhang Yuian, was widely rumored to be a hypocrite. In his past life, every time they met, that guy would pick a fight. They argued fiercely back then. What can you do with such low karma? Why should I have to prove my innocence to you? Zhang Yuian had roared in anger. In his past life, every time they met, that guy would pick a fight. They argued fiercely back then. What can you do with such low karma? Why should I have to prove my innocence to you? Song Uyan roared in anger. Don't try anything suspicious. Is something weighing on your conscience? Karma calculation skill activated? Seol Gangrim stared grimly at the man. That guy just shrugged nonchalantly and gave a sarcastic smile. So you really don't use that skill? Good for you. Keep it that way. He was the one who possessed the ability to see through everyone's karma. He went around punishing those with heavy karma. At first, he was praised and called a disciple of justice. But even if you punish the wicked, karma still accumulates. Eventually, because his own karma became heavier than those he hunted, people started calling him a hypocrite. Zhang Uyan had said nonchalantly, It's fine to get your hands a little dirty for the sake of justice. Of course, he didn't give a damn about the rumors. Back in the present, the man flatly denied it. I have no idea what you're talking about. It seems you don't know much about me, but I know all about the rumors surrounding you. Seol Gangrim. Once the top trainee, just like me, but now a villain who grew stronger by murdering countless people. I heard you were only a 3rd level insectoid, but seeing how strong you've become, you must have harmed a ton of people, maybe even before you awakened. Remembering those unpleasant events, Seol Gangrim frowned at the man. He slowly closed his eyes, thinking about his ill-fated connection with this guy in his past life. But seeing how he mentioned the rumors, there was still a chance. Maybe this guy hasn't acquired the karma calculation ability yet. Seol Gangrim sighed and spoke. So, you caused all this just because of some rumors? Chung Uyan denied it. No. I heard the story from the victims beforehand. He was curious. Victims? The man roared in anger. Have you forgotten the innocent members of the sect you attacked? Seol Gangrim couldn't help but retort. What sect? I've never done anything like that. The man pointed at him furiously. The Asura sect. I heard it all from the Asura sect's leader herself. Seol Gangrim froze. The Asura sect. That's right. The members of the Asura sect that you slaughtered after crashing their joyful gathering. In the past, at a party, the sound of cheerful laughter rang out. A joyful gathering. A massacre. The Asura sect leader. The man's hands trembled as he clenched his fists. I can never forget it. Her trembling hands and the tears streaming down her face. What did the Asura sect ever do wrong? They constantly defeated monsters and protected the people. They even actively participated in charity work to restore devastated areas. The man exploded, shouting in Seol Gangrim's face, Why should a saint like her have to suffer such pain? Inside Seol Gangrim's mind, a saint? She's not a saint. She's a goddamn witch. He rubbed his forehead. So this was all Sinara's doing? Do you have any idea what the Asura sect does? He explained. They're in league with thugs. You've been deceived by them. Shang Uyan couldn't believe his ears. Impossible! How dare you slander the Asura sect's leader? Seol Gangrim fumed. You're the one making baseless accusations. The man calmed down. Fine, I'll give you a chance. I have an ability called the Scales of Sin. I can compare the amount of karma between you and me through a handshake. Seol Gangrim was flustered. He has something like that too? The man held out his hand. Skill, Fate Induction, activated. Uian. Rank, Low-tier Dragonkin, Ice Attribute. Skill, Scales of Sin. Rank, Mid-tier Dragonkin. When activated, it can compare the karma values of 2 people holding hands. A penalty will be inflicted upon the person with heavier karma, and the severity of the penalty will correspond to the amount of that karma. Penalty duration, 1 hour. Seol Gangrim panicked. That penalty, it's not just a simple comparison skill. The man continued, It's not like I don't have any karma myself. So if you're innocent, our karma values should be about the same. He fell into a panic. I'm carrying the karma of 421 people from my past life. He thought, I can't let him use it. Seol Gangrim cautiously stepped back. How can I trust you? You've already attacked me once. Who knows what kind of trick you'll pull this time? Jong Uyan was calm. I may look like this, but I'm still called a disciple of justice. If you can't trust me, then so be it. But you should know, that only makes you look more suspicious. Seol Gangrim sneered. A guy like you gets to be called a disciple of justice? Don't make me laugh. Suddenly, he struck the man with a fatal blow. Skill, Icefire, activate. You don't even intend to hear my explanation, the man sneered. What were you going to say? Explain how you killed the original owner of that ability? Ah, this isn't something I got from killing. Due to a mana shortage, the activation of the Icefire skill has been cancelled. Then try to prove it. With that, he reached out to touch his hand. Ability. Scales of Sin. Activated. Now comparing the karma values of Seol Gangrim and Song Uyan, a scale appeared. Song Uyan roared. Oh God, please punish the more wicked one between me and my enemy. Target Seol. Gangrim's karma is heavier. Penalty activated. Through the effect of the Scales of Sin skill, the man said nonchalantly, just as I thought. You really are the villain. Seol Gangrim let out a long sigh. The man grabbed him by the collar. I was almost fooled by your act. Just how much karma do you have? What are you mumbling about? Are you repenting for all your past deeds? Seol Gangrim shoved him away hard. Shut up and bring it on. The man threw a punch, but he managed to dodge it. What are you so confident about? Then he threw a punch in return. The man slapped his hand away. You must be confident even without your abilities. Looks like you're short on mana. Why don't you use those powers to help people instead of killing them? Answer me, Seol Gangrim. The Guardian Dragon King's target has changed, a voice called out from nearby. Gangrim, are we too late? What? Gangrim breathed a sigh of relief. You guys are right on time. Shin-Sua, your teammates are here, so get some rest. Activate Leaf Style, she said confidently. We'll take care of this in a flash. Vines wrapped tightly around his body as she spoke. Done. Now, disable his equipment. All right, the Lord's enhancement feature has been disabled. Defense enhancement effect disabled. Continuous recovery effect disabled. He was continuously attacked by the two of them. Gangrim shouted, Shin-Sua, don't kill him until the others get here. Oh, all right, she called out to him. Master, I'm sorry. I should have looked more carefully before I shot. It's okay. A fierce battle ensued, and the two of them shared a satisfied smile and high-fived in celebration. It's all over, Shin-Sua said. Once Gun and Taehan get here, we'll finish him off. Seol Gangrim spoke up. Is everyone ready? Okay then, on 3. The Guardian Dragon King, ruler of the Great Demon Realm, has been defeated. You have completed the raid objective. Everyone was overjoyed when they got the notification. The exit portal has opened. Everyone cheered excitedly. There's the gate. Thank goodness everything went smoothly. Seol Gangrim suddenly grew serious. There's still one more thing we need to take care of. Someone grabbed him by the collar. It's over. Seon Yuyan, who is this? Were you just fighting with this guy? That symbol. Gangrim. Who is this? He tried to assassinate me, but I think there's been a misunderstanding. We can talk it out. Let's just get out of here first, she explained. He's one of my sister's underlings. He's not someone we can just sit down and talk things over with. I'll kill him and then follow you guys out. Seol Gangrim was confused. What do you mean? Shin-Sua replied. He has the emblem of the Asura sect. It seems my sister still hasn't learned her lesson. She explained, fights between hunters aren't regulated, so I need to teach her that she's the only one who loses from these little games. He spoke up. I can't let you accumulate more bad karma over something like this. You wanted to change your destiny, remember? His voice turned cold. Let me handle him. She burst into angry tears. Why do you always say you'll do everything yourself? Are you planning to fight alone and get hurt again? You said you didn't want to live by a predetermined fate either. That's why you only use your powers on human-shaped monsters. Gangrim held her hand firmly. It makes the most sense for me to handle this, since he was targeting me. Shin-Sua looked down. But this only happened because of me, he snapped angrily. Why would you think that? You're the one who got dragged into my bad luck. Hey, Seol Gangrim. A voice came from above. You look like you could use some help. Doc Gun jumped down from above and spoke. Hey everyone! Gangrim's face darkened. Stop trying to stick your nose in my business. He stepped forward. Don't be like that. Gangrim, we're friends. Come on, smile. Who says? Geez. Alright, let's just say I'm your fan. I love your story. But based on what I saw today, there's a fatal flaw in that story. It's so frustrating. Enough with this sappy romance crap. I hate these drawn-out plot lines. So, I'll take care of this guy and the whole Asura sect problem for you. Shin-Sua was furious. Why would you offer to do that? He teased. Like I said, I'm Seol Gangrim's fan. I can deal with the Asura sect on equal footing. That's something I can do as a sect master. What can a run-of-the-mill hunter like you do? In your current position, you can't help Seol Gangrim at all. Seol Gangrim, don't forget to repay me for this. Hey, that's enough. Seol Gangrim cut him off. Cut the crap and focus on the job. I'll pretend I didn't see that. Everyone was buzzing. You don't need to know. What do you mean by that? He looked pleased. Ah, so he knows. As expected of my main character. At a tall building, people shouted excitedly, "We're back! Can we open the rewards now?" I wonder how good they are. The coolest part is that our fame stat is skyrocketing. Did you see how many people were staring at us just now? They're already done? I heard their party was full of trainees. We're total stars now. Gangrim nudged him lightly on the shoulder. Don't get too cocky. It's best to hide your skills. Don't go showing off all over the place. But everyone's so excited, it's making me excited too. I wish the reward wasn't a random box. Elite loot box belongs to Shin Sua. Elite loot box belongs to Seol Gangrim. She was happy. But we have Master. He can see the item ranks and descriptions that others can't. Seol Gangrim continued. That's right. I can check the value of the items. I'll read them out loud. Then I'll help sell or trade them if they're not very good. Mine sucks. What did you get? This is a sound filter. Low-grade demonic rank. Cancels noise within a 30-meter radius of the user. He continued. I think this would be good for Boom. A noise-canceling device. Let's trade. She was pleased. I think what I got would suit you better too. Tiger King's Claws. Dragon rank. Tier 3. A pair of gauntlets forged from the mountain guardian tiger god. The claws can be retracted at will. This is totally made for me. What a lucky draw. Hornet's Sheath. Low-grade demonic rank. Creates an infinite supply of hornet-poisoned arrows. Shinsua smiled brightly and said, Gangrim, look at mine too. Isn't it pretty? Yora's Peach Sword. Dragon rank. Tier 3. An exorcism sword made from a peach tree possessed by the head of the 4 immortals of Scylla, blessed by an immortal. Seol Gangrim replied, Yeah, I think it suits your skills perfectly. It's perfect for your leaf style, she asked. What about you? What did you get? He was calm. I got a ring that nullifies curses and lets you designate a user, but there's no curse on it right now. Seal of the Curse. Dragon rank, Tier 3. Dispels curses below Dragon rank, Tier 3, and traces the one who cast the curse. As for the bonus reward, he thought to himself, according to the plan, the top elite reward should have gone to Shin Sua, so I hope it's an item she can use and is useless to me. Boundary of life and death. God rank, Tier 3. An equipment imbued with divine power, activates automatically when needed, has a 99% chance to block an attack when the user is near death. This is what she had in her past life. It looks a little different, but I'm sure she'll like it. It's a defensive item that can block attacks when needed, since you're not used to fighting with just one hand. It's perfect for you. I'm stronger than you, Gangrim, she teased. Who was the one who got hurt the most in the Great Demon Realm? Who's the one who throws himself into danger? Everyone was helpless. That's right, Master is strong, but you always come out of the Demon Realm in terrible shape. She was excited. So, put it on. It fits perfectly. You look amazing. You look great in coats like this. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, this isn't what I wanted. Now that we've seen all the rewards, Shin Sua has an announcement for all of us. An announcement? Shin Sua spoke up. I'm going to start a sect. Seol Gangrim was thrilled. I'm so glad. I was worried because she wasn't the MVP in the Demon Realm this time, but I guess that didn't affect her decision to start a sect. That's a great idea, Shin Sua. So, should I call you Sect Master now? No. Her words made him freeze on the spot. I was planning on making you the Sect Master. Huh? Me? The Sect Master? Yeah, maybe that could work. I was planning on changing my destiny anyway. Maybe if I use the knowledge I have from my past life and help everyone get stronger, they won't be killed by bitch Y. Thinking that, he immediately shook his head. No, I shouldn't be making decisions like this when other people's lives are at stake. To think of becoming a sect master when I can't even tell them about bitch Y. Seeing him dazed, Shin Sua grew worried. Seol Gang, you said that if I became the sect master, things would be terrible for everyone. Not at all. This business with Seon is also related to my karma. Gangrim. Shin Sua slowly stepped closer to Gangrim. In the demon realm, it was her destiny when I was on the verge of breaking down over my family. I don't want to live according to my destiny. You're the one who helped me get back on my feet. Without you, I'm sure I'd still be rebelling. My path of suffering was just one fight after another, and you saved my life. You're the center of this group. Seol Gangrim is helpless, but you don't exactly have a great image yourself. Who cares, though? Shinhwa's cheeks flushed red. Yeah, we'll protect you. You're our leader, after all. Everyone said in unison, yeah, I'll protect you too. You have to trust us. He thought about it positively. A sound suddenly caught his attention. He opened his phone, and a voice came through. Did you find it? He nodded firmly. Yeah, I found it. The person you said was even more important than Bake. Kang Do-hyun clenched the paper in his hand about his mother's death. There were so many strange things, like the letter that was left behind and the fact that someone set fire to the building. So maybe in his heart, are you saying Bakeyang might have been the one who killed her? My friends, my family, my parents. That woman took everything from me. She made me watch it all happen. Seol Gangrim looked like he was about to collapse. Back when I didn't know anything, I was so worried about what would happen to Sinua. What if Sinua wasn't Baek's only target? Maybe someone else will be attacked without me even knowing. Kang Do-hyun spoke up. I need to find her. Let's get revenge together. Seol Gangrim said coldly, I need to find everyone. Seol Gangrim. He looked worried. Hey, are you okay? Seol Gangrim held up a hand to stop him. Hey, Yu Harang. We have to find Yu Harang first. A large table of food was laid out by Kang Do-hyun. He looked back cheerfully. Seol Gangrim rushed in, frantic. Did you find Yu Harang? He replied, yeah, although, to be more precise, it's about her adoptive father. Yu Sun-min. Sit down. Eat first. Seol Gangrim yelled, I didn't come here to eat. He instinctively glanced at the hot food on the table and seemed to hesitate. Sorry, but I really can't. He scowled. Oh, so you're sorry? It's not like Bakeyang is going to kill Yu Harang this very second. Why are you in such a rush? He slammed the table and stood up. Even so, I have to find everyone as fast as I can. I don't want the people I care about to get hurt again without me knowing. He sighed. All right, I'll bring the file. I couldn't find any information on Harang, so I looked into the people around her. It seems she was homeschooled, too. Yu Sun-min is her only relative. Yu Sun-min, he adopted a child 10 years ago. He's the leader of the Merciful Saint cult. He has a good reputation both inside and outside the organization. The Merciful Saint cult is a new, emerging religion. It's getting more and more popular because they claim you can find happiness even with a low social status. If that person descends upon our world, it will become a place where even low-class awakeners can be happy. Yu Harang, she's treated like a priestess there. In Seol Gangrim's mind, thinking back, she was training to become a god. Ah. So that's what it was? But to become a god, you need to be famous. It's strange that information about her is so hard to find. Is she not in the process yet? Kang Do-hyun spoke up. You said she doesn't become your friend for another year, so maybe it's better if she just stays put. He said helplessly. I still want to see her. To meet the Holy Maiden, you need to become an elite believer. Like these people. Elite believer, Kim Jin-ong. Seol Gangrim's eyes lit up as he looked at the paper for Elite believer Kim Jin-ong. Job. Temporary position at Cafe Destiny. I met with them, and not a single one would say anything about the priestess. It's fine. I know this person. Is this the Merciful Saint cult? People were greeting each other cheerfully. Hey Janong, hi. Even though I came early, it's already so crowded. Seol Gangrim thought, I'll probably have to wait until after the ceremony to find Yu Harang. If I do something now, I'll draw too much attention. The skill, Thieving Mouse, is active. A familiar figure appeared at the front of the hall. Everyone, please sit properly and listen carefully. A voice rang out. Good morning. Seol Gangrim was disguised as a woman. He thought, everyone, that person is the leader of this religion. Yu Sun-min began his sincere introduction. Thank you all for coming to the Merciful Saint cult. Sun-min, beginner level. Seol Gangrim thought, gold attribute insect. This destiny is partially protected. It makes sense he's so cheerful. He's the leader of an organization after all. I hope today will be a comfortable day for everyone. The influence of your destinies, which has grown stronger since the awakening day, has likely been putting pressure on you all. Seol Gangrim found it bland. But we should be more passionate in our search for happiness. These words are so empty. My misfortunes have nothing to do with the awakening day. Of course, we were unhappy even before that day. We live with resentment and prejudice because of the misfortunes we were born to bear. He continued, we had no choice. How long are you going to keep running? Just accept me. It's all your fault. The people around us were dragged into our misfortunes and suffered because of us. Destiny has suffocated us, and we had no choice but to give up on so many things. Seol Gangrim clenched his fists. Everything that man was saying, it was all so difficult. It was as if he was talking about me. He spoke with the pain of being abandoned by everyone, because of something we couldn't control. And now, even the gods have abandoned us. The people below were deeply moved. But we will take back the opportunities that were stolen from us. The God of the Merciful Saint cult will be our ally. Even if our destinies aren't good, we will overcome our fate and seize the lives we desire. That's right, let's go find our happiness. Seol Gangrim thought, if I hadn't met Shinoa in my past life, I probably would have become a believer in this religion. I think I understand why people believe in things like this. On the day the priestess becomes a god, we will stand on a higher ground than those with god-level destinies. Skill activated, brainwashing voice. Everyone in the hall has been afflicted by the curse. The curse has been nullified by the curse hiding seal. The curse hiding seal is tracking the user of the curse. The man's face twisted into a frightening expression. Believe in the Merciful Saint cult. The crowd immediately roared with enthusiasm. I believe! All hail Leader Sun-min. All hail Leader Sun-min. Seol Gangrim whipped his head around, looking at everyone. Is he brainwashing the believers? This isn't a normal religion. I never thought this place would be so suspicious. I can't leave Yu Harang in a place like this. I need to get to her right now. In my past life, Yu Harang was always hesitant to talk about this religion. Did she know about this? He paced back and forth anxiously. Or was she brainwashed just like them? A weak voice echoed from the stairwell. Help. Please. Take me home. Seol Gangrim froze when he saw it. 2 guards were tormenting a prisoner. A voice rang out. Stop. Start over, the other person said angrily. Do you think you'll be fine after this? Yu Sun-min said coldly. This is why I hate people with high status. Brainwashing isn't something that happens overnight. Believe in the merciful saint cult. Our word is the truth. The lower the status, the nobler the person. We must turn the priestess into a god. All hail the merciful saint cult, he sighed. I'm not in my prime anymore. Even with Yu Harang, it wasn't this difficult. What did he just say? Seol Gangrim was curious. Even with Yu Harang, it wasn't this difficult. What wasn't difficult? It's almost time for the executive meeting. Let's hurry. Yes, leader. That made him incredibly anxious. Brainwashing Yu Harang. Like that? Yu Sun-min was suddenly distracted by a sound from the side. He was about to open the door when he turned and said, Wait a moment. The man on the other side of the door asked in surprise, Is something wrong? Yu Sun-min raised his hand and listened to the noise nearby. He listened to the sound with a mysterious look and said, It seems we have a little mouse here. He unlocked his own cage and started walking while speaking into a walkie-talkie. This is Team 3-1. Blockade the stairwell and begin the search. He continued, Team 3-2, begin your search. Kim Janong thought to himself, Yu Harang isn't here either. He looked towards the now locked stairwell. Kim Janong looked up, closing his eyes to think. I need to check the other floors. He suddenly looked up again and saw a window pane glowing. Kim Du-yen Long slipped in through the window curtains, looking into the room. She wondered to herself, asterisk, why is it only dark in here? Asterisk, groping her way forward. Kim Du-yen Long thought, asterisk, maybe I should try turning on the lights. Asterisk. There was a door ahead. She opened it and went inside. A voice came from behind her. Who's there? Yuha, sitting in the corner of the room, snapped at her. Who are you to barge in here without permission? The girl said coldly. Get out, immediately. Kim Janong placed a hand on her chest and said loudly, I am Kim Janong. She looked at the dolls and thought, asterisk, wooden dolls fill the room. Asterisk. Yu Harang asked coldly, You are Kim Janong? Kim Janong replied, Yes, I know I'm being rude, but hearing that voice, Yu Harang shouted in anger, How dare you lie to me? A system window appeared. Asterisk, activating skill, forced reversion, asterisk. The girl reached her hand toward Kim Janong and asked, Did you really think you could deceive my clairvoyant eyes? Seol Gangrim approached from a distance, thinking to himself, asterisk, it's definitely her, asterisk. He continued, Let me ask again. A system window appeared, asterisk, activating skill, marionette god, asterisk. Seol Gangrim was blocked by the surrounding wooden dolls. Yu Harang's voice rang out. Who are you? He replied gently. Calm down. Seol Gangrim raised his hand and said, She's not the Yu Harang from my past life. I apologize. He knelt and bowed before Yu Harang. I am a new believer, Seol Gangrim. I was so deeply moved by your story that I wanted to meet you desperately, and so I resorted to this despicable method. Yu Harang smiled slyly. The girl raised her hand with a look of contempt and said, Attempting to deceive me, the one who is to become a god, is a grave sin, but I shall forgive you out of my generosity. You may leave now. As he bowed, Yu Harang said, Normally, you would have been punished with a flogging. Seol Gangrim asked, Can't we talk for a little longer? Yu Harang replied, My child, she continued, know your place. Yu Harang looked at him and said in a superior tone, I am the saintess of the Merciful Gate's sage. You are but a common believer. You have no right to speak with me so casually. Asterisk, so she's not listening to me at all. Asterisk, Seol Gangrim stood up and bowed in apology. My apologies, saintess. He gently brought out Kirin and thought to himself, asterisk, then let me at least try to undo the brainwashing. Kirin. Asterisk, Yu Harang asked, startled. A monster? She ordered the wooden dolls to stop the monster and capture the man. You, Harang shouted angrily, I will make you pay for this. Seol Gangrim gently pushed the wooden dolls aside and said, That's not a monster. In the blink of an eye, Kirin was in front of Yu Harang. He gave the command, and it touched its head to Yu Harang's. Kirin, purify. A system window appeared. Asterisk, no target for purification. Asterisk. Seol Gangrim couldn't believe it and thought to himself, asterisk what? She hasn't been brainwashed? Asterisk. He recalled the documents as he thought, asterisk. But Yu Sun-min clearly said, This is why I hate those with high status. Asterisk. He reconsidered, asterisk. Brainwashing isn't something that happens overnight. Asterisk, Seol Gangrim sighed helplessly. He thought about the past. Asterisk Yu Harang's rank was a third-tier god. It certainly wouldn't be easy to brainwash her. Asterisk. Seol Gangrim remembered the old Yu Sanmin and said to himself, so Yu Sanmin raised her like this from the very beginning, but for what purpose? Wouldn't it be more beneficial for him to turn himself into a god? From a distance, Yu Harang called to Seol Gangrim, child. At that moment, he was still lost in his own thoughts. Asterisk. He has brainwashing skills, so why would he adopt a child? Asterisk. The girl, hugging Kiran, asked Seol Gangrim, do you have any more of these? He couldn't believe his eyes and asked back, huh? Yu Harang held out her hand and replied, if you do, show me. She smiled and continued, even just for a little while would be fine. I don't think talking to you would be a bad thing. Yu Harang excitedly hugged the baby dragon, smiling brightly, and said, a baby dragon? It's so cute. She remembered a happy past. Aren't they adorable? I have a lot, so I'll give you one. Seol Gangrim pulled a chair over, sat in front of her and said, then let's talk. Yu Harang smiled and replied to him, okay, what do you want to talk about? His face fell. Seol Gangrim asked seriously, what kind of life have you lived up until now? Have you always been in this room? Do you realize what kind of person Yu Min is? Or what kind of place this is? We need to get out of here right now. You shouldn't be here. He continued to ask her, first of all, are you eating properly? Yu Harang turned to him suspiciously and asked back, why do you ask? Seol Gangrim looked at her body and asked, you're so thin. Have you eaten anything today? Yu Harang replied coldly, you don't need to worry. I eat nothing but my planned meals. Today's meal was herbal porridge, just like every other day. He was stunned and asked, is that the only thing you eat? Yu Harang, still with a cold expression, replied, yes, I must prevent the accumulation of negative energy in my body in order to become a god. Seol Gangrim asked in a daze, is that what the leader told you? She replied, yes. He knows many things. Yu Harang petted Kiran's head as she replied, thanks to him, I realized what I must do in this life. Seol Gangrim couldn't believe it and asked again, what must you do in this life? She thought of everyone and said, don't you know, I must save the weak. To do that, I will become a god through death. Seol Gangrim angrily gripped his pants and said, you'll become a god through death? He lowered his head and said to Yu Harang, there are only two ways for a human to become a god. He looked at the scenes that could become reality and said, either you accumulate enough fame and achievements, Seol Gangrim continued, or you die a painful death in despair, full of resentment. He yelled in anger, if you plan to become a god through death, it will be the second way. Do you realize how you're going to die? Seol Gangrim grabbed Yu Harang's wrist. She looked at him with a gentle gaze. Yu Harang thought to herself, asterisk, by the time I understood the meaning of mother and father, they were already gone. So I grew up with children in the same situation as me. Asterisk. As she thought about the past, she said to him, you loser. You finally got what you deserved. She continued her story. Why did the way you looked at us, as if you knew everything, drive us crazy? A friend from the past had shouted at her. But I guess you didn't know that, Yu Harang continued. And yet you hated me like the cowards you are. She recounted more about the beatings from the old days. You ruined your clothes again. Why can't you behave for just one day? After being abused, Yu Harang sat in a corner as the woman scolded her. What can you even do? No one wants to adopt you because you're so useless. Get in there and reflect on yourself. She continued. No one stood up for me. She recounted painfully. Every single day was torture. Yu Sanmin stood before her and said, I've finally found you. He said joyfully to Yu Harang. My goddess, she continued to think. That was until Yu Sanmin found me. He hugged her and said, it must have been so hard for you. Yu Sanmin continued, don't worry anymore. I will protect you until the day you become a goddess. As she thought, she said, he gave me a roof over my head and taught me my purpose in life. Yu Harang stood before Segang and continued, my destiny is to become a god, which is why I must overcome countless trials. If it weren't for him, I would never have made it this far. As she thought, she said, I decided that I need to repay him for everything he has done for me. Yu Harang gently stroked Kiran and said, after all, he is my father. She recounted in a cheerful voice, so, Segang, you don't need to worry about me. Yu Harang looked toward Seol Gangrim and called out gently, Seol Gangrim. She frantically touched his face and asked, what's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Lift your head. She wiped his eyes. Yu Harang asked Seol Gangrim, are you pitying me? My suffering is in the past. I am now living a life that I am satisfied with, she thought to herself. Asterisk Yu Harang's clairvoyant eyes see through people's hearts. Asterisk. So I'm sure she saw right through Yu Min's hypocrisy. It's because of the debt of gratitude she feels towards him. That's why she's letting it all slide. Seol Gangrim thought, damn it, he kept thinking. How the hell am I supposed to convince her? Yu Harang suddenly spoke, breaking the cold silence. I will give you this. Seol Gangrim watched her and asked, what are you doing? She turned back with a cheerful expression and said, this is a treasure I've hidden from everyone else, but I'll give it to you. You feel very familiar to me. In the past, she had sat in front of him and asked Seol Gangrim, What are you doing all alone? Seol Gangrim recalled the scene. She smiled as she took out the item and told him, Here, look, it's my treasure chest. Yu Harong held it out in front of Seol Gangrim and said happily, I eat these cookies when I feel sad. They bring me joy. I'll give you a really big one, just for you. He scoffed in his mind. Stale cookies, a broken keychain, and a gum wrapper. Seol Gangrim thought, things like this are her treasures. Yu Harong said brightly to him, Here, try one. She gently fed it to him. Yu Harong beamed with a smile and asked Seol Gangrim, So, do you feel better? He looked at her with a smitten expression, and as he watched her, he said, You want to eat food from the outside like this too, don't you? You don't want to die, and you don't want to suffer, right? Yu Harong turned her face away and spoke in an unconvincing tone. No, I'm being serious. You know, he recalled the past as he told her. Ever since I was a kid, a very powerful god has been watching me, trying to take me as its vessel. I always refused that god, so they made the people around me suffer instead. But I don't want to live a life controlled by that god. I could never accept a god that ruined my life. Why do you refuse to accept me, kid? Yu Harong clutched her paper bag and said, Only greater misfortunes will befall you if you try to escape your destiny. She continued angrily, Destiny isn't something a human can change. Seol Gangrim took Yu Harang's hand and said comfortingly, What if you weren't alone? He walked up to her and said, I thought I was alone all this time, too. Seol Gangrim thought back to the past again, but when I kept trying to fight my destiny, people who wanted to help came to my side. He continued, as she stared at him in astonishment, So all you have to do is make the decision. Seol Gangrim said with a gentle face, I want to help you too. He gently held out his hand and asked, What do you think? Yu Harong looked at him and thought, Maybe it's a bit much to ask this on our first meeting. Seol Gangrim's voice suddenly turned cold as he replied, You don't have to decide right now. If you don't mind, I can. From behind, she tugged on his shirt and called out, Wait. Yu Harong slumped to the floor and pulled on Seol Gangrim's sleeve. Wait. Seol Gangrim, she said shyly. Her eyes suddenly widened. She looked towards the doorway and said, Leader? Yu Sun Min walked in from outside and said softly, Pardon me. Yu Harong replied in surprise, Father. She sat on the bed and asked him, What brings you here at this hour? Yu Sun Min replied coldly, Something has come up. He put a hand to his chin, looked around the room, and thought. Yu Sun Min looked around and asked, Does the Saintess, Yu Harong, have a visitor? Seol Gangrim's eyes filled with fear as the man continued. Yu Sun Min asked casually, In her room? He looked at her with a bewitching expression. He slowly stepped inside and said, A stranger. How? She sat on the floor and said, Only you and the followers who bring food are allowed in here. Yu Sun Min replied, I'm glad to hear that. He continued suspiciously, It's just, I'm surprised that someone other than me would get close enough to you to sit in that chair. He sat down in the chair and asked Yu Harong, Oh my, we haven't moved the chair, have we? Yu Sun Min's lips curled into a smirk as he said, There's one thing I always ask of my followers. He continued, Do you know what that is? She replied, What is it? With a demonic expression, Yu Sun Min leaned close to her ear and said, To never get too close to the Saintess. He coldly threw something from behind him. Yu Harong's limbs went numb as she gripped the floor mat. She trembled in fear as an old woman, covered in wounds, was thrown in front of her. Yu Sun Min glared daggers and shouted, It's not over yet, get up! The old woman sat up and begged, Please forgive me, leader. He lunged forward, grabbing the old woman by the collar and dragging her. Yu Sun Min interrogated her angrily. How dare you betray me like this? He continued to scream. Do you think you'll be forgiven? Yu Sun Min stood up and yelled at the old woman. Get up! How did it come to this? The old woman begged in front of Yu Harong. Please have mercy. The girl thought to herself. Oh, right. It's because I lied. She held out her hand and said, Only you and the followers who bring food are allowed in here. As Yu Harang thought to herself, reaching her hand toward the old woman. But even if I could get close to that follower, this order was meant to protect the weak. Looking at the old woman on the ground, she continued to think, punishing someone like this. It's strange. As she looked at the old woman, the thoughts in her head began to rise. No, I knew this all along. Yu Harang held out her hand and shouted, Stop! Looking at Yu Sun Min's fake expression, she thought, I knew from the start that leader Yu Sun Min had other intentions. I've seen it myself with these clairvoyant eyes countless times. That it's all a lie, and even if I become a god, I can't save these followers. As Yu Harang tried to suppress her anger, a flood of thoughts rushed through her mind. It's because I knew the truth and deliberately ignored it that an innocent person is being punished now. She shouted in anger. I said stop. Yu Sun Min kicked the old woman away. He looked at Yu Harang with furious eyes and said, Saintess Yu Harang, if you are lenient with discipline because of personal feelings, the organization will surely collapse. She retorted, Then let it collapse. What good is an organization that abuses the weak? Yu Harang angrily placed a hand on her chest and declared, I don't want to be the Saintess anymore. Yu Sun Min asked, stunned, What do you mean? She wiped away her tears and said, it was all wrong. Yu Harang recalled the past and said, I only tried to endure it until now because I wanted to repay you for saving my life, for freeing me from that hell back then. She cried as she confessed, but I was wrong. This so-called Gate of Merciful Saints is just another hell. It can't save anyone. Yu Sun Min stood frozen, staring at Yu Harang. He watched her and said, since when have you thought this way? She wiped away her tears and asked him, did you really think I didn't know? Even before I awakened, Yu Sunmin gently sat down and wiped Yu Harang's tears. He whispered softly, if you've known for so long, then why not just turn a blind eye like you did before? She told him, because of him. She thought to herself, because Seol Gangrim said he would help me. Yu Harang continued, so that I can fight against my destiny. She cried and lamented, so that I can live as a human instead of dying as a god. Yu Harang was suddenly pulled into an embrace by Yu Sunmin and told him, because that's what he told me. So, this day has finally come. He held her and whispered in her ear, I've been waiting for this day for a very long time. The day you tell me you want to escape this place. Yu Harang called out softly, leader. He looked at her with a gentle gaze and spoke. Suddenly, his expression flipped completely, and he said to Yu Harang, so that you can nurture an even deeper resentment in your soul and become an even more powerful god. Yu Sun Min held out his hand, and a cage activated, surrounding Yu Harang. The system panel appeared, activating skill, prison sphere. Seol Gangrim shouted from a distance, I won't let you do that! A thought flashed through Yu Harang's mind. Seol Gang. He rushed forward, grabbed her, and slashed the cage apart, sending it flying. Yu Sun Min stood in astonishment, blocking the flying debris from the cage. Yu Harang smiled gently, as if seeing her savior, while he glared furiously in the man's direction. A voice came from the shadow behind Yu Harang. Seol Gangrim asked gently, what's wrong? Are you hurt? Yu Harang replied softly, no, I'm fine. She looked towards the man and said to him, more importantly, I know. I'm sorry for showing up so suddenly, he quickly replied. However, Yu Sun Min shot up in anger, grabbing his sword and walking towards Seol Gangrim. I couldn't just stand by and watch anymore. The man smirked cunningly at him and said, I thought some cowardly rat had snuck in, but it turns out it's you, the hope of those lowly insects. Well, in that case, I'll have to give you the welcome you deserve. He calmly picked up a walkie-talkie and spoke into it. My followers. His voice echoed from the ceiling, broadcasting to everyone in the building. My followers, come to me. Everyone immediately rushed towards Seol Gangrim. The man let out a demonic laugh and said, and crush my enemy. With manipulated eyes, everyone ran towards him. The old woman and all the others charged at Seol Gangrim. Yu Harang screamed from behind him, no, stop. She rushed forward, shouting, don't listen to the leader. Seol Gangrim reached out, caught her, and said, Yu Harang. As he swept her into his arms, he said, hold on tight. He brandished his sword and ran towards the window as thousands of hands reached for him. He shattered the window, to everyone's astonishment, and jumped down with her in his arms. Yu Harang stared blankly at the people standing on the building. She reached her hand towards the sun. The outside world. Seol Gangrim, holding Yu Harang, landed safely. People from inside the building shouted, Seol Gangrim has escaped with the Saintess. Someone grabbed a walkie-talkie and yelled, Seol Gangrim has escaped with the Saintess. Kill him and bring the Saintess back. Seol Gangrim suddenly turned to see countless people who had once been around him, swarming out to attack, shouting, give us back our Saintess. Everyone reached for Seol Gangrim, roaring their demand to take Yu Harang back. The Saintess, bring her back. He drew his sword and said, you are all victims. As he struck out at the crowd, he added, that's why I don't want to harm any of you. With a single move, everyone was blown to the side. Seol Gangrim sheathed his sword and said, but this should be enough. The people were caught in his technique, frozen like statues. Even so, they still tried to lunge forward, intent on taking Yu Harang. She now understood the gravity of the situation. The people around them continued to scream, kill Seol Gangrim! Return the Saintess! One of the frozen people managed to speak. Don't go. We're begging you. Save us. Come back. Behind her, the people continued to moan and plead. Don't abandon us. Seol Gangrim carried Yu Harang, walking calmly past the frozen people. She grabbed his shoulder and said, Seol Gangrim, I can't abandon them. Seol Gangrim replied with a cold expression, you're not abandoning them. By escaping to the outside world and exposing the true face of the so-called benevolent Saints Gate, you will truly save them. As he walked, he said, don't you want to free them from the leader's brainwashing so they can truly be free again? Her eyes were vacant and sad. Yu Sun Min emerged from the crowd, saying as he walked, I can't let that happen. Startled, Seol Gangrim spun around to look at the crowd. The person next to him had been shot in the head, spraying blood everywhere. A head fell right at his feet. Yu Sun Min clasped his hands together and said softly, I am sorry, my follower. With a fake expression, he said, I will never forget your sacrifice. her face pale with shock. She stared down at the fallen head. Seol Gangrim, furious, prepared to draw his sword. He walked on, his voice gentle. Please, come back to us. Yu Sun-min continued as he passed by his people. At least do it to honor the sacrifice of this believer. He pointed his sword at the man and said, You think I'm going to let that happen? Yu Sun-min angrily shouted. This is none of your business. From the distance, a voice called, Saintess. Yu Harong closed her eyes, pressing herself against Seol Gangrim. The man held out his hand and roared, How can you turn your back on your own followers? Grabbing one of the frozen people beside him, he added, Don't you know how desperately they long for happiness? Yu Sun-min recounted their past and said, You have watched over them for the past 10 years. He went on about the people's days of suffering. He continued, They suffered just because they were born into a cruel fate. They trusted you, waited for you to save them. He continued to shout. You must change their painful destiny. Do not abandon your sacred duty. Seol Gangrim held Yu Harong close and said softly, No, don't listen to him, Yu Harong. Yu Sun-min continued to speak loudly so she could hear, It is time to become a god. He began to walk towards the two of them, saying, So that they may live a life of peace, change all of their fates. He stood before them and roared, Save them! Seol Gangrim's sword was at his throat. He held the blade to the man's neck and said, You're mistaken. Seol Gangrim also spoke of the past, telling him, Even if you gain more opportunities through the lives of others, you will never escape suffering and misfortune, especially when the one being sacrificed is a child. He gritted his teeth in anger and added, How can a sacrifice born from sin ever bring salvation? Yu Harong was stunned by Seol Gangrim's anger. She gently placed a hand on his shoulder. With an arrogant look, Yu Sun-min said, Sin? They don't have such emotions. Seol Gangrim retorted, That's because you've brainwashed them all. The man replied calmly, That's right. Yu Sun-min spread his arms wide with an arrogant expression and continued, Thanks to my power, not a single follower has to bear any responsibility. He continued to speak his vile words, for all the lives sacrificed to protect the benevolent saint's gate, and for all the lives that would be sacrificed in the future. He raised his hand and went on. However, even if the followers forget those who were sacrificed for a greater cause, I, as their leader, suddenly, Yu Sun-min threw his head back and laughed loudly, saying, We'll remember them all and repent. He raised his hand, controlling the people around him to charge at Seol Gangrim. The people ran towards him, screaming, Give her back! Like a horde of zombies, they rushed him, shouting, Let her go! Give us back our god! They closed in on him, thousands of hands clawing at his body, saying, Bring us salvation. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, If I use my ice fire again, the followers who are already frozen will die. Yu Harong asked him, Seol Gangrim, what are we going to do? With one slash of his sword, he sent everyone flying and said gently to her, Don't worry. Then he roared in anger, No matter what, I will get you out of here. From within the crowd, someone with a knife lunged towards him and the girl. The knife plunged into Seol Gangrim's back. A spray of fresh blood splattered across Yu Harong's face. A small purple dagger flew from behind Seol Gangrim. He collapsed, his knees buckling. The attacker, with the eyes of a madman, rushed forward and said, Give her back to us. Yu Harong caught him and screamed in fury, Stop it! The attacker also knelt before her, the knife touching the top of her head. Helplessly, she raised her hand and said, I. Seol Gangrim reached out, grabbing her clothes and said, No, Yu Harong. Facing Yu Sun-min's arrogant expression, she spoke helplessly, I will become a god. In unison, the people raised their hands and chanted, The Saintess, she is becoming our god. Please, hurry, Saintess. They cheered with excitement and joy, shouting as one, Please die. Many others in the crowd joined in. Please die. Hurry up and die. Die for us. With a dark expression, Yu Harong sat on a chair, surrounded by the people. At that moment, she lowered her head to the ground as people around her continued to chant, Hurry and become a god. From a distance, the scene showed her surrounded by logs and flickering flames. From inside his cage, Seol Gangrim cried out Yu Harong's name. Yu Harong, her face covered in blood, held Seol Gangrim and said, I will become a god. With a vacant stare, Seol Gangrim looked down at the ground. Yu Harong was now bound, her hands clasped together in prayer. Is she going to die? Without ever tasting freedom. Right here, right now. Seol Gangrim ran to her, grabbing her hand. What the hell are you talking about? Yu Harong, he yelled. You said you wanted to live as a human, not a god. And now you're just gonna die here? He went on. I'm okay, so don't you dare give up. Yu Harong slowly raised her hand and gently touched his face. You've done enough, she said. Yu Harong hugged him, adding, I'm sorry for putting such a heavy burden on you. She held him tightly. From now on, I'll handle this myself. Seol Gangrim pushed her away, stunned. What? With a confident look in her eyes, Yu Harong told him, Trust me. He snapped back to reality, still trapped in the cage. He placed his left hand over his chest, thinking, I have no choice but to trust Yu Harong now. Yu Sun-min approached from afar. It's quite astonishing, isn't it? He sneered, a cruel smile on his face. Don't you think the divine lust of that crowd is going to incinerate your precious saintess at any moment? Seol Gangrim spun around, glaring daggers at him. Yu Sun-min gently placed a hand on the cage. Don't be so angry. He gave him a sidelong glance. You'll be saved soon enough. Yu Sun-min grabbed Seol Gangrim by the throat. All of your skills will be used for R. Insect-level believers. A skill card appeared. Skill. Physiognomy. Rank. Elementary soul. Allows the user to see an opponent's skills by looking at their face. Squeezing his face, Yu Sun-min thought, the leader has a skill that can read other people's skills? He let out a sinister laugh. Unbelievable. To think you were just an insect level. Another skill card appeared. Target, Seol Gangrim, possesses skills, life reaping, flame, blade manifestation, combat instinct, solitude. At that, he let go of Seol Gangrim's face. Yu Sun-min walked away, hands clasped behind his back. But first, we must complete the god creation ceremony. Seol Gangrim snarled, damn it, no. This will ruin all of Yu Harang's plans. Yu Sun-min walked over to Yu Harang, a torch in his hand. He stood before her and gave a cold, mocking laugh. In the end, Seol Gangrim couldn't save you. Yu Harang glared up at him. That expression on your face is just beautiful, Yu Sun-min taunted, poking her on the head. This was always going to happen. Yu Sun-min smiled, the very picture of a victor. No matter how well he persuaded you, he said softly, all he did was push you into an even more miserable fate. That is the fate of an insect level. Yu Harang slapped his hand away. Then I guess that makes you one of us, right? She retorted. Because I'm about to make it your reality. Yu Sun-min replied softly, what can you possibly do now? You've spent your entire life depending on others. Yu Harang grabbed the hand holding the torch. You're right. I always wish someone would come and save me. Her mind flashed back to the past. To that hellish orphanage, and to this prison of a cult. Returning to the present, she said, but things are different now. She shoved him away furiously, screaming, I'm going to save myself and everyone else. The system panel appeared. Activating skill. Forced dispel. Forbidden realm has been dispelled. Sound brainwashing has been dispelled. Yu Harang stood tall. You won't be able to subjugate and control the believers anymore. She took the torch and said, so give up. Suddenly, Yu Harang's expression faltered. Yu Sun-min smirked cunningly. You're so predictable, he said, raising a hand ominously. I already knew you had that skill. He held out his hand for everyone to see. I also knew it was far too weak to completely undo my brainwashing. No, that's impossible, Yu Harang whispered, devastated. Power radiated from Yu Sun-min's body. Sound brainwashing is a skill I have honed every single day for years, hundreds of times. He swung the torch at Yu Harang. But you? She thought. Did I fail? Despair washed over her. I can't save anyone. Not the believers. Not Gangrim. From the distance, Seol Gangrim yelled, don't give up! Yu Harang! She snapped back to her senses, turning to look at him as she activated the water control skill. A Kirin materialized out of thin air, shielding her from Yu Sun-min. Yu Harang held out a hand. But I'm not strong enough to stop him. The Kirin spirit suddenly touched its forehead to hers. The system panel appeared. Activating skill. Harmony of the 5 elements. The skill card appeared. Skill. Harmony of the 5 elements. Rank. Dragon Clan. Tier 3. Grants an attribute boost to all skills for 15 minutes and provides resistance to attribute penalties. Seol Gangrim, having just downed a blue potion, dropped to one knee. It's okay if you fail, he said, wiping his mouth. We'll help you. He looked at her, adding, you just have to keep trying. Tears welled in Yu Harang's eyes as she looked at Seol Gangrim, a grateful expression on her face. She stood up, thinking, I haven't failed yet. Yu Sun-min scrambled to his feet, rushing forward and screaming, you can't do that. You have to become a god. Yu Harang placed a hand over her chest, a massive wave of energy erupting from within her as she thought, I have to keep moving forward. She screamed, let's end this. The system panel appeared, activating enhanced force dispel. Sound brainwashing has been partially dispelled. The system panel continued to show, sound brainwashing has been partially dispelled. Yu Sun-min was blasted backward. He was thrown from the stage, falling to the ground below. Sound brainwashing dispel complete. 3,428 out of 3,428. At this moment, everyone seemed to be in a daze. Where am I? A weak voice asked. What am I doing? Yu Sun-min lay motionless, his body racked with pain. Nearby, someone's small, frail legs began to tremble. All eyes were on her. Yu Harang, eyes wide, panted heavily. Her lips trembled as if to speak. Her entire body collapsed backward. Succeeded. A large hand shot out and grabbed her arm. Seol Gangrim looked down in a panic, yelling, Yu Harang! Suddenly, her hand slowly lifted. Seol Gangrim, You, Harang's eyes softened into a gentle smile. Thank you. As the words left her lips, her arm fell limp. The Kirin watched on. Don't worry, Seol Gangrim said in a low voice. She's just exhausted from using up all her mana. He placed his hand on her forehead. She'll be fine after a little sleep. Seol Gangrim smiled gently, whispering, You did well, you Harang. He had draped his coat over her. Seol Gangrim advanced slowly, without a hint of fear. Yu Sun Min looked up in a panic. How can this be? You're just an insect level. Same as me. Seol Gangrim closed his eyes, his thoughts racing. I wasn't going to kill him at first. He remembered Yu Harang's words. He gave me a place to stay and taught me my purpose in life. Without him, I wouldn't have made it this far. I decided I would repay him for everything he did for me. Seol Gangrim thought. Besides, I know Yu Harang would be sad if I killed him. Suddenly, Yu Sun Min's hand grabbed onto him. Yu Harang. Did she put you up to this? Did that ungrateful bitch tell you to kill the father who raised her? Seol Gangrim said coldly. You're the one who's ungrateful. Yu Harang thought of you as her real father. His veiny hand went slack. Father? Suddenly, Yu Sun Min shrieked. Then she should have just died. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth, his blade igniting with flames. That's right, he thought, his eyes filled with rage. I can't forgive this bastard. Stop, Yu Sun Min pleaded weakly. I just wanted to save. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock, unable to look away from the scene before them. The flames blazed. He just killed him. Murderer! Everyone scrambled to get away. Help! Run! Seol Gangrim watched them flee, his eyes filled with murderous intent. System notification. Negative brainwashing skill activated. 2 weeks passed by in a flash. Yu Harang shouted excitedly, I'm back! Immediately, Shinua turned her head to welcome everyone. She said with a smile, Was the aquarium fun? Yu Harang nodded enthusiastically. It was so much fun. There were so many tanks full of fish everywhere. I could even walk underwater without using any skills, just like being in an underwater palace from a story. You should have come with us. Shinua smiled and replied, I'll go with you next time. You're hungry, right? Go wash your hands, I made some snacks. Yu Harang got excited when she mentioned snacks. Her face was filled with excitement for the spicy rice cakes. She exclaimed, This tteokbokki is so good. Yoon Bami added, Try this too. Yoon Jian said enthusiastically, It's much better if you dip it in the sauce. Shinua rested her chin on her hand, smiling as she watched them. You dropped some. She tilted her head and said slowly, Eat slowly. When I first met Harang, she was in a terrible state, but thanks to Cha Johan, she recovered very quickly. The girl exclaimed excitedly, Try this, Shinua! There's cheese inside! She thought to herself, I'm so glad she's fitting in so quickly. It's delicious. But I'm still a little worried about what Seol Gangrim said back then. He had said, I've made sure that Yu Harang's story won't be leaked to the media. Shinua paused. What she went through was already too much. Seol Gangrim continued, If it gets out, all sorts of people will come looking for her. She added, The cultists might still remember her. Can we really keep this hidden? He slowly picked up the letter. About that, I've handled it myself, so you don't need to worry. Shinua frowned. I feel like he's hiding something again. He said he didn't know this would happen, but I'm still a bit annoyed that he does everything by himself. I told him we should handle things together next time, but that's not what I was hoping for. Yu Harang suddenly spoke up. Where are Seol Gangrim and Jang Taehan? Should we save some for them? Instantly, an angry palm slammed down on the table. Shinua's face was murderous. You eat it all, Harang. Those two don't deserve any. Right at that moment, in a very quiet place under dim lights, Jang Taehan suddenly spoke slowly. Gangrim, I'm really so happy that you finally asked for our help. He lowered his head and continued, I know this might seem suspicious, but I'm really confident. I have foreseen the future through the guidance of fate. Jang Taehan quickly cut in. Of course I believe you. Seol Gangrim let out a sigh of relief. Thanks. He hesitated and continued, But Shinua. She looked really angry. He rubbed his head. That's why I wanted to handle it myself. But I also agree that we should handle matters related to the cult together. Just then, the door was quietly and gently opened. Seol Gangrim explained, It's still better to have more people. Of course, I'll still do the bulk of the work. Suddenly, Jang Taehan's face darkened. That's why today you. Just then, Kang Do-hun was standing behind them with his arms crossed. Hey, Seol Gangrim, are you insane? You used your house, and even the ancestral gravesite as collateral to buy coins. Coins, Kang Do-hun said calmly. So it's not the kind of coin I'm thinking of, right? Seol Gangrim, with swollen cheeks, said, I was just planning to use the system of the next great demon world. He lowered his head. You saw the future again? He continued. The second great demon world isn't dangerous. It's actually a festival for the gods. The participants will act as representatives for the 12 zodiac gods and take part in a race. Jang Taehan was surprised. The 12 zodiac gods. Can we choose which god we represent? Seol Gangrim shook his head. No. It will depend on each person's birth year, he continued. Huh? Then, except for the twins, We'll all be on different teams. Seol Gangrim nodded. This great demon world won't be a team game for us. Awakeners who aren't participating this time can buy coins. The coin of the zodiac god they think will win. You can freely choose anyone. The system displayed, "Will you buy this god's coin?" Seol Gangrim continued. After the race ends, the value of the coins will change depending on the god's rankings. Kang Do-hun rubbed his forehead. So you want me to buy a coin? Who's going to win? He confidently pointed to his own face. Me, of course. It's not that I foresaw myself winning, but I know what's going to be in the race, so I can manipulate it. Kang Do-hun became agitated and pinched his cheek. Hey, you bastard, so this is just gambling. What if you don't win? Seol Gangrim said weakly. Can't you trust me a little? He quickly pushed an envelope forward. If you don't win, I won't consider you my brother anymore. You'll have to pay me back for everything. Immediately, Seol Gangrim and Jang Tae-han looked down excitedly. The certificate for the ancestral gravesite plus the registered seal. Seol Gangrim quickly looked up. Do I get any special perks? As soon as he finished speaking, Kang Do-hun's palm came down on his head. Just then, the Game Master's voice rang out. Hello everyone. Today is the opening day of the second Great Demon World. Welcome everyone to the Zodiac race. Let's have a round of applause. Everyone started to look surprised. A race? We're not fighting monsters? He continued to speak loudly. I will display the basic rules and the map first. Please take a look before I begin my explanation. Seol Gangrim's eyes were now fixed on the screen. Asset plunder, he thought to himself. The compass of fate suddenly activated. System notification. An incident has occurred in the second Great Demon World. The asset plunder feature of the 10 gods has been activated. There may be conflicts in interpersonal relationships. Yu Harong looked up. Asset plunder? What are you talking about? It's nothing, Seol Gangrim said in a low voice. My compass of fate just activated again. I think something bad is about to happen. So everyone, please be careful. Johan suddenly interrupted. You can't see who it will happen to? Seol Gangrim hesitated before replying. It could be an enemy or an ally, he frowned. I hope nothing bad happens. I can heal everyone. But Sinua confidently placed a hand on her chest. I'm sure we won't fight. Even if we're on different teams, we're still friends. Although I'm not so sure about that if you lose. The big investor, Kang Do-hun, chuckled. Just trust me. I don't know what might happen, but I'm sure everyone will be fine. Let's support each other even though we're on different teams. Just the fact that I can trust my friends is a huge comfort. The Game Master quickly spoke loudly. Now, has everyone read the rules? The system displayed Zodiac race rules. All participants will be on the team corresponding to their birth year. In this demon world, all effects of skills and items related to the Zodiac will be amplified. You are allowed to use skills and items as long as you do not violate the remaining restrictions. But violence and killing are forbidden, and communication items are not allowed in any area of this region. There will be penalties for violating the restrictions. Committing any forbidden act will result in disqualification from the race. The Game Master continued. You've also seen the most important part, right? System notification, race rewards. First to third place, special reward, rank-based reward. Fourth to 12th place, rank-based reward for everyone on the winning team, additional reward. He quickly pressed a button. Well then, let's begin. Now you all know what to do. Do you all want to know why we are participating in this race? First, let's take a look at the mythology of the Zodiac. Please look at the screen. Once upon a time, the Jade Emperor said to all the animals, "Come to me by this day. The first 12 animals to reach me will become the symbols of the years to come." And so, the animals raced towards the Jade Emperor. The order in which the animals reached the Jade Emperor became the order of the years. However, was that ranking truly fair? If they were to race again fairly, who would win? We are holding this race to find the answer to that question. Please do your best in the race. System notification. Raid objective. Achieve a high score in the Zodiac race. Time remaining. 3 hours. The Game Master quickly waved the flag. Well then, I will begin the countdown. Everyone, get into position. Please stand behind the line. The timer was now gradually counting down, and everyone was in a state of readiness. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, I will definitely win in this demon world again. Instantly, the timer reset to its original duration. The Game Master quickly shouted, Begin. A system window appears. Activating speed skill. Kang Do-hun stared intently at the screen. With the start of the race, the sale of the Zodiac coins has now ended. Please enjoy the race from this moment on. The system quickly announced, Owner of the Rat Coin. Everyone is running incredibly fast. And so, the Festival of the Gods, the Zodiac race has begun. The competition is really fierce. A system window quickly appeared, activating passive skill, Leaf Step. Shin Ara was brimming with confidence. Some contestants are already blazing through the first zone at incredible speeds. Everyone looked up at the sky in surprise. The one in the lead was a 2-meter-long third-grade dragonkin, its body moving with masterful skill. Seol Gangrim smirked. Not a bad start, just gotta keep that pace. The game master shouted excitedly, Seol Gangrim has reached the first checkpoint. Let's see what his fate will be. Suddenly, a crimson screen flashed before Seol Gangrim's eyes. The system immediately announced, Fate card activated. His body froze instinctively, his eyes widening as he stared ahead. In a flash, the #1 contender, Seol Gangrim, had been transported to a deserted island. He was now in a considerably weakened state. Wings instantly sprouted from Yuha Rang's back. Meanwhile, the others at the front were approaching the first checkpoint. System notification. You have received the wings of speed. You can fly for 10 minutes. Johan hurriedly raised his hand. Sis! System notification. Received empowering cheer. All of your skills are enhanced for 10 minutes. Received agility. You will be able to jump better for 10 minutes. Wait on the deserted island for the designated time. You can escape by rolling a 6 on the die. Time remaining until dice roll. 9 minutes and 42 seconds. Seol Gangrim grimaced, thinking to himself, my luck is the absolute worst. His body immediately shot high into the air. System notification. Return to the designated location. His footsteps danced across the surface of the blue water. System notification. Target confirmed to have escaped the designated location. Applying penalty. In an instant, a powerful crimson aura flared up before Seol Gangrim. The Guardian's fist clenched as it lunged forward. It flew furiously towards Seol Gangrim. His hand tightened around his sword's hilt as he said coldly, penalty? My ass. Instantly, the empowered blade came crashing down. Move! An ice-like blue layer began to creep over the Guardian's arm. Soon, its entire body was encased in that blue frost. Seol Gangrim's eyes were filled with killing intent. I have to win. System notification. Participant Seol Gangrim will be penalized for leaving the deserted island. Gojun looked up, chuckling. Seol Gangrim, he actually beat the Guardian and escaped the island. He muttered sarcastically. I wouldn't expect anything less. Just as he said that, Gojun slowly landed. Seol Gangrim was running at full speed. I got out pretty fast, but I'm still way behind. He glanced to the side. The second leg is going to be tough. Gojun quickly spoke up. Seol Gangrim, how do you plan on reclaiming first place? He answered with a smile. If you're that curious. Seol Gangrim eagerly extended a hand to Gojun. Then come with me. Gojun looked up, smiling. You want me to team up with you? Seol Gangrim replied quickly. You were born in the year of the rat, after all. Just think of it as a temporary alliance. He placed his hand on Seol Gangrim's. I was waiting for you. I was hoping you'd ask. However, as soon as the words left his mouth, Gojun grabbed his wrist. He continued with a grin. Doesn't this seem a little odd? There's no way you'd be this willing to team up with me. You're scheming something, aren't you? Gojun exclaimed excitedly. So this is it. The slot machine announced, you will need a mount for the third leg of the race. Your vehicle will be chosen by this slot machine. He said in surprise. So we won't be running on foot. Just don't ruin what I'm about to do. Seol Gangrim replied, crossing his arms. How can I ruin it when I don't even know what you're planning? Gojun retorted. Why wouldn't you want to? You're a regressor after all. He lowered his head and sighed. Do whatever you want. I already know. In my past life, he got a bonus to his luck stat, and I ended up with a tricycle. Even though I started at the insect level, I fought my way up to the Demon King class, but my luck was still rock bottom. I need to cling to this guy instead of taking a gamble. It's all on you. Gojun turned his eyes to the slot machine. Let's see what I get. In the blink of an eye, the first number appeared, followed by a 7 in the second slot. The slot machine announced, Congratulations, jackpot. Gojun shouted excitedly. Amazing! So, did I meet your expectations? Suddenly he froze. Huh? Where did he go? Gojun slowly pulled back the curtain. Instantly, the headlights flared to life. System notification. You have received the Red Bull Underbaron. Gojun's eyes widened. Whoa, that looks awesome. What are you doing? Seol Gangrim quickly turned his head. If you don't hurry up and get dressed, I'm leaving you behind. He chuckled. You're a lot more shameless than when we first met. Think what you want, he replied coldly. Gojun tilted his head, raising a finger. Still, a main character like this is way more charming. Instantly, the wheels began to turn. Buckle up. We're going. The two of them were now in the high-end vehicle. The year of the Rat Alliance had hit the jackpot. They had a late start, but thanks to having the fastest car, they were already in the second zone of the race. At that very moment, a fierce battle was unfolding. Streaks of light shot past at incredible speeds, Minho urged. Get past them. We have to help the guildmaster and the new hunters from the Asura Guild. Kang Taehan gripped his sword tightly and yelled, Don't let them get near Sua. Suddenly, Johan whipped his head around to look at the car behind them. Gojun excitedly threw his arms in the air, shouting, Out of the way! The car screeched to a halt amidst the crowd of racers. What the hell is this? Move it, get aside. Seol Gangrim gripped the steering wheel, glancing hastily to his side. Are you okay? Yuha Rang nodded quickly. I'm fine. Go. Is the Asura Guild trying to kidnap Sua? His eyes widened in surprise. What? The woman on the horse beside them spoke again. We'll hold them off here. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth. The energy of death is intensifying, activating sword face eye. Damn it. Could it be that Shin Ara is the person fate was warning me about? At that moment, a chase was on between the two vehicles. Shin Ara shot to her feet, calling out excitedly, Sua! Her hand was clenched around a rope pulsing with a dark aura. Instantly, she lashed the rope out to the side. How much longer do you think you can run from me, little sister? A system window appeared. Activating skill, compulsion, dispel, weapon enhancement nullification. From the look on his face, Yu Ha Rang couldn't resist for much longer. Sua gripped the steering wheel and called out urgently, Ha Rang, Shin Ara is right on us. Now it's just me. She's lost control. We can buy some time now. Yu Ha Rang suddenly shouted agitatedly. He's not alone. I'm here too. Sua will belong to our Seol Gangrim guild. She gritted her teeth in anger. She's not yours. We can't keep this up. Shin Ara continued to yell. What? Seol Gangrim is starting his own guild? You already lost an arm for that bastard. Are you going to abandon your family for him now too? She roared in fury. What the hell is that bastard up to? Just as she spoke, a powerful blue mist appeared from behind them. The icy blue fog closed in on Shin Ara's body. What is that? A large hand was slowly reaching forward. Seol Gangrim. Over on the other side, Yu Ha Rang recognized him and yelled, Seol Gangrim. Doc Gojun quickly piped up. Hey, I'm right here, but I guess I'm invisible. The Game Master announced. First place is changing right at the end of the second zone. The year of the Rat Alliance is catching up to Sua and Shin Ara. Seol Gangrim quickly turned his head. Sua, are you all right? She quickly replied. Ha Rang is the one who's injured. He suddenly cut in. This is nothing. Shin Ara's skill is protecting me as well. Seol Gangrim breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. The Game Master announced. The second zone concludes with the year of the Rat Alliance in the lead. The third zone is where the race truly begins. The lead team is still in their vehicle. Does that mean they'll both share first place? Will this race end just like the myth? Suddenly, an arm reached out from a portal, and in an instant, the Game Master was annihilated. The two cars continued to speed along. Everyone was stunned. This miserable race ends now. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth, thinking, shit, what the hell is happening? Could this be fate's warning? His sharp gaze darted around. Isn't that about Sinua? System notification. The energy of death is rapidly intensifying. The car Gangrim was driving screeched to a halt as floating spheres appeared before them, suspended in midair. An arm slowly reached through a portal. From now on, suddenly, the clown's face twisted into a terrifying expression. Begin. Instantly, countless figures flew out of the portal, a party of clowns. Seol Gangrim just stood there, staring blankly. Doc Gojun glanced beside him in alarm and shouted, Seol Gangrim. Even Harung and Shinua cried out in shock. Gangrim! The system appeared, activating skill, forced return. Shinua's eyes widened in shock as she yelled his name. Gangrim! They were now completely surrounded. We are the Jester Troop. Yu Harang, sitting in the car, gritted his teeth as he watched them. We will bring. An immediate surge of energy appeared. A new order to this world. Shinua's eyes blazed with anger. What did you do to Gangrim? Suddenly, Lananos Mauer froze upon hearing the name Gangrim. She immediately pointed her sword. This has nothing to do with you. She quickly leaped out. He will become one of us. A blue aura instantly enveloped Shinua's body. Impossible. A leopard appeared in a flash, letting out a massive roar. System notification. Activating skill. Soul of the White Tiger Mountain God. Zodiac-related skills will be enhanced within the demon realm. Shinua frowned. Tell me where he is. Lananos Mauer flew forward, sword in hand. They're all attacking. Union, be careful. Jiangthun quickly turned his head. Is everyone okay? Yunbom quickly spoke up. Focus on what's in front of you. They closed in on him in an instant. A protective barrier immediately formed around him. Who the hell are those guys? Johan R. grimaced. I think this is the conflict he mentioned before the race. I hope everyone's all right. Meanwhile, Seol Gangrim was looking around. So, I'm off the racetrack, but still in the demon realm. His eyes scanned the area coldly. What do you want from me? His eyes immediately shot up to Lananos Mauer above. I hope everyone's okay. She suddenly spoke up. This is very important, you know. It's a special order from our leader. Join the Jester Troop, Seol Gangrim. He thought to himself, asterisk, this organization existed in my past life. They're a criminal organization of masked members who carry out terrorist attacks against the Bureau of Destiny Protection and all its allied factions. Asterisk. Asterisk. But in my past life, they only appeared about a year from now. I had no idea they already existed at this point. Bakeyang might be among them, so I was planning on investigating them eventually. Asterisk. Asterisk. Should I call this a timely opportunity? Asterisk. Lananos Mauer quickly jumped down. I know this sounds a bit sudden, but this is a great opportunity for you. I don't know why, but I know you're wary of the Bureau of Destiny Protection. Seol Gangrim's expression froze when she mentioned that. Lananos Mauer slowly leaned in close. But you think we're the only ones who've noticed? I'm sure they've figured it out too. Instantly, Seol Gangrim's hand shot out and grabbed her wrist. Lananos Mauer casually leaned back. Whoa, almost fell there. Don't be so cold. Work with us, she continued. We're not exactly fond of them either. Seol Gangrim thought, asterisk. Unlike the Bureau of Destiny Protection, I don't know anyone in this group. If I were one of them, getting information would be much easier. Asterisk. Lananos Mauer spoke again. Let's drive out the Bureau of Destiny Protection and create a new order. Suddenly, her palm tightened. You've made your decision, Seol Gangrim said coldly. Good idea. I'm sure this mask would suit you well. Without hesitation, he immediately struck her in the face. Lananos Mauer's mask shattered into pieces. She clutched her eye and said slowly, That was so mean. Seol Gangrim's voice was low. Why would I ever trust criminals like you? System notification. Activating skill. Fate perception. Lananos looked up with a smirk. Stop pretending to be a good guy. Lananos Mauer, second class, metal attribute race, zodiac, rabbit. Seol Gangrim thought, asterisk. She's the same class as me, and I have an attribute advantage. I can easily defeat her, asterisk, she continued. Berna told me never to show my face. He was still lost in thought. Asterisk, if I want to infiltrate their headquarters, I need to get to someone of a higher rank. Is Berna the one behind this? If he wants me, tell him to come get me himself. I have no intention of following a weakling like you. Suddenly, Lananos Mauer's eyes flashed with anger. What? A bright light suddenly enveloped her body. It seems you're underestimating me. Her fingers extended into sharp claws. But I have more than enough power to take you down. System notification, activating skill, beast claw. Lananos Mauer attacked without warning. You little rat. Seol Gangrim quickly parried the blow. You're nothing but a rabbit. Her eyes widened as she grinned. What? I'm a wild beast. A wild beast bearing a grudge. At that, he scoffed. A grudge over a single attack? His veiny hand tightened around the hilt of his sword. What a shame. But I'm not the weak one here. Instantly, Lananos Mauer lost her footing and stumbled back. You know what? There are rivalries within the Zodiac too. The rat has many enemies. It even tricked the ox to take first place. A powerful light enveloped her body, but the one who hates the rat the most. As she finished, her dark pupils, filled with killing intent, appeared before him, is the cat, who was tricked by the rat. System notification. Activating skill, Cat's Grudge. Cat's Grudge skill, second class. Race stats are maximized when attacking rat attributes. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth and glanced to the side. A cat. System notification. Lananos Mauer, second class. Metal attribute race, Zodiac, rabbit cat. He mused, asterisk, she must be from a country that uses the cat instead of the rabbit in their Zodiac, asterisk. In the blink of an eye, Lananos Mauer flew at him with incredible speed, and claw marks instantly appeared on Seol Gangrim's body. Damn it. Her claws were razor sharp, and her face was full of confidence. Instantly, Lananos Mauer's palm struck downwards. Seol Gangrim looked up in anger. Asterisk, I can only defend. I didn't expect the Demon Realm's effect to be this strong. Asterisk Lananos Mauer suddenly spoke. Now do you understand? With the Demon Realm amplifying Zodiac powers, you can never defeat me. This is your last chance. Will you obediently join the Jester Troop, or will you die here? Seol Gangrim's voice was low. If the Zodiac powers are enhanced, just how much stronger will the other Zodiac animals become? Suddenly, as his palm tried to summon power, she froze and stumbled back in alarm. What are you trying to do? System notification. Summoning Spirit Beast, Zhong'an. Zhong has temporarily matured due to the effect of the Zodiac's blessing. Instantly, Gang Chiori appeared behind Seol Gangrim. He slowly tilted his head and called out in a low voice, Jie Jiang. It immediately lunged forward at the command. Bite. Lananos Mauer gritted her teeth. A real dragon? You unbelievable coward. Meanwhile, streaks of light were flashing from where Shinua was still fighting with her blade. The clown clenched his fist. Damn it, if I just use my ability, that one-armed bastard. Yu Harang quickly attacked. You think I'll let you escape? System notification. Activating forced ability seal. A dark aura appeared around them. Activating corrosion ability. Doc Gojun stomped his foot on the ground without hesitation and spoke coldly. It seems this is over. The ringmaster immediately made an announcement. There was a small disturbance just now, but since the safety of the contestants has been secured, the race will continue. He's back in position. Everyone, run! The system displayed the current rankings. Tiger Sinua, Pig Yuharang, Rat Doc Gojun, Horse Yunjin, Horse Yunbom. The ringmaster emphasized, the race isn't over yet. Suddenly, Shinua froze and looked up, but on the leaderboard, she whipped her head around, gritting her teeth. Seol Gangrim's name isn't there. Doc Gojun immediately grabbed Shinua's arm. Where are you going? Shinua shouted frantically. We have to find Gangrim, he stopped her. But we're still in the middle of the race. Don't you want to destroy the great demon realm? She lowered her head and gritted her teeth at Doc Gojun's words. Shinua immediately turned back. Finding Seol Gangrim is more important than anything. Her attitude startled him a little. Doc Gojun frowned. Why are you being so stupid? Shinua is usually so smart, but whenever it comes to Seol Gangrim, she gets weird. Shinua froze and asked slowly, what did you just say? Doc Go kept explaining, look, even if it's an individual race, you guys are still on the same side, right? It's better for everyone if you both place high. It doesn't matter where Gang is. You call yourself his teammate, but you're useless without him. An agitated Shinsua grabbed his collar. I'm just worried about Gang, he cut her off. Then worry about him. You don't trust Gang. Even if you don't run around looking for him, he'll show up on his own. Shinsua scowled and retorted, how can you be so sure? Doc Gojun tilted his head, his voice low. You really don't know? Just then, a golden light enveloped the entire sky. Gang Chiori was floating in midair. Seol Gangrim is the main character, after all. Suddenly, Shinsua looked up, her eyes wide. What is that? Yu Harang excitedly waved at the sky. The game master announced. While the leading group hesitated, Seol Gangrim rode a dragon. His face was now filled with confidence. The game master continued. Crossing the finish line, first place once again goes to Team Rat. The vehicle was moving. The tiger, rat, and rabbit zodiacs all hugged Seol Gangrim, sharing second place together. Just then, the game master announced the fifth place finisher. The system displayed the rat zodiac's current coin count. Doc Gojun placed both hands on the table. This, he looked up joyfully. It's skyrocketing! The system announced an estimated conversion value of about 120 billion. 2 weeks flew by. Welcome, everyone. Yunbom's eyes widened in surprise. Is everyone already prepared? Shinsua nodded. We've moved into the clan's building. Jiang Taehan added, you should move in too while you're at it, Doc Gojun exclaimed excitedly. The guild headquarters look so cool. Jiang Taehan froze, frowning. Wait, who let that guy in here? Yu Harang chuckled. I invited him. We fought together, so shouldn't we be friends? Doc Gojun nodded. That's right. Yunbom interrupted with an awkward laugh. Today's a happy day. Let's just drop the petty stuff. Just then, everyone raised their glasses. Yu Harang smiled, secretly taking a picture with his phone of Kirin eating cake. The others clapped continuously for Gang Chiori, while both Seol Gangrim and Shinsua were enjoying the moment. In the end, he was still the one cleaning up after the party. Gang Chiori seemed to be fast asleep on the floor. Seol Gangrim slowly tapped the system screen to check his divinity. A notification window appeared as I completed the race and conquest. The system showed that Seol Gangrim's recognition level had surpassed the threshold. Deification in progress. You have been granted the divine title, the Cowardly Victor. Your abilities increase with your recognition level. You can use the divine skill, demigod transformation. Some system functions are locked due to insufficient recognition. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, looks like I need to gather more recognition to unlock my divine power. I can't help but keep checking. Why did it spike so much today compared to yesterday? His finger slowly tapped his phone screen. Any new articles? In the comments section. Wait, the stuff about Seol Gangrim is real? It's like something out of a movie. Look at this. The world-ending fate spirit possesses Doc Gojun in a world where abilities awaken based on destiny. Seol Gangrim was born with the worst possible fate, awakening as a hunter but remaining the weakest of all. Until one day, he suddenly activated the Destiny Plunder skill, gaining the ability of possession. Chapter 1. Shinsua forcefully pushed Seol Gangrim. He resisted. Miss. Shinsua, please stop. Her eyes, full of cold determination, answered. No. Immediately, her lips descended upon his. I will never let you go. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth, muttering angrily, Doc Gojun, that crazy bastard. He immediately collapsed onto the floor. Whoa, what's wrong with you so early in the morning? He spoke in a low, cold voice. I read your novel. Doc Gojun's eyes lit up. Really? I'm so glad you read it. Did you know? I really like you. That's why I want the whole world to know the real you. I thought you might be a regressor, so I deliberately changed it to possession. Don't worry about your secret getting out. Besides, my god was born from human creativity. So I thought it would be way cooler and more famous if I could turn you into one of those deified heroes. Seol Gangrim cut him off. Enough. He held up his phone. Take it down. Now. The other man was surprised. Huh? Why? Shouldn't you be happy? You're the one who said you've been misunderstood and feared your whole life. But thanks to me, more people will know about you now. They'll understand your worries and sympathize with your feelings. Seol Gangrim didn't say a word, just stared at him. Doc Gojun continued. And then, Gangrim, you'll be loved by tens of thousands of people. He sighed and looked down. So, that's it. My recognition level went up because of that novel. Suddenly, a tightly bound letter was placed gently on his shoulder. Shinsua quickly spoke up beside him. It's done, gang. We've reviewed it and we agree. You can give your permission now. Doc Gojun's eyes widened. What? Shinsua read it too? She frowned. It's not just me. Everyone has read it. I won't make you take it down, but there are a lot of parts that need fixing. He got excited. So you're officially giving your consent? Suddenly, Seol Gangrim's voice deepened with emphasis, but on one condition. Gojun's expression turned sour as he read the words in the letter. He panicked. This one condition is clearly not just one thing. He cut him off. It's one. Sign the contract. The system displayed, item, contract scroll. Gojun was agitated. This is creative oppression. System notification. Contract has been established. Seol Gangrim nodded. Good. It works as expected. The other man continued excitedly. Well then, I'll go write some more. Seol Gangrim interrupted. That over there is your new office from now on. Gojun hurriedly shouted. Hey wait, are you guys really just gonna leave me here? Seol Gangrim. Time quickly passed to the day after the housewarming party. Yu Harong said with a smile. We'll be departing soon. The system displayed, special reward for first to third place in the race. Invitation to the third-ranked divine realm, reward for the 12 zodiacs race. The invitation from the gods will automatically activate when torn at the designated time. Shin Sua quickly spoke up. We'll all be going to the same place. Gojun held up the letter. Since it's a reward based on the 12 zodiacs, we'll probably each go to a different place. Seol Gangrim hesitated slightly, but the chances of meeting the god of our own zodiac are probably higher. The more followers a god has, the stronger and more widely recognized they are. And the 12 zodiac gods are known throughout the world. If they're that powerful, they can probably give me the answer I'm looking for. Seconds ticked by. Seol Gangrim suddenly shouted, It's time! Let's tear the letters! Everyone tore their letters at the same time. Suddenly, Seol Gangrim's gaze shifted forward. This is? His eyes suddenly lit up with a bit of excitement. The divine realm. A large palm slowly and gently rested on the door. Before Seol Gangrim was a faint glimmer of light from within the doorway. System notification. Entering the divine realm of the rat god. Receiving enhancement effect from the 12 zodiacs. The rat god spoke immediately. Welcome, mortal, to my divine realm. O human who has received our power, the Western conqueror, the rat god. Seol Gangrim tilted his head with an awkward smile. It's my first time meeting a real god. Even though his tone is friendly, the pressure is completely overwhelming. He continued in a loud voice. I have summoned you here to commend your achievements in the race, and so I shall personally grant you a reward. In the name of the gods, you may ask me any one question. Seol Gangrim's veiny hands clenched unconsciously. He lowered his head. When I was young, a god tried to take over my body, and to this day, it still hasn't let go. I want to know that god's true identity and its real name. The rat god mused. A god tried to possess you, you say? He immediately summoned his power before him. Let me see. Which god do you wish to know about? There are quite a few entities targeting you. Many arms appeared all around. It must be the strongest one among them. System notification. The hero of life and death once again requests to possess the body. Seol Gangrim hesitated, muttering, If I refuse, I'm the one who once forced and threatened Liu Bei into fleeing. System notification. The hero of life and death awkwardly retreats in a panic. He thought to himself. Many shamans have said it's an incredibly powerful god. Even my best exorcist performed rituals many times, but in the end, he could never drive it away. A lowly deity like you dares to covet my sacred vessel? Immediately, the rat god clutched his face in panic, in immense pain. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth and stepped back. What? What's happening? Suddenly, a blazing red aura appeared everywhere. The rat god spoke slowly in a low voice. What chaos! That is a god whom even I dare not look upon directly. Seol Gangrim looked up, trembling. Is that god stronger than the Western conqueror? What do you mean you can't see through him? You mean you can't identify him? His hand slowly rose. You're a god too, shouldn't you know? Gods are not all-knowing. You know that better than anyone. I apologize, but I cannot answer, as I have sworn upon my divine name. The rat god continued in a low voice. I will grant you 2 more questions. Seol Gangrim lowered his head. But if I ask more about that god, I still won't learn anything, right? He nodded. That's right. If I cannot face him in the divine realm, then there's no way you could identify him either. Then what about the humans connected to him? Bakeyang suddenly came to mind. Where is Seol Gangrim now? Why does Bakeyang want to harm me? The rat god continued. It seems you wish to know your enemy well. That is because your very existence has the potential to profoundly affect the fate of this world. He was surprised. My existence? The god cut him off, but I can say no more about that matter. The rat god continued. What is your final question? Seol Gangrim said in a low voice. I want to go to the Western Paradise Flower Garden. Right now. Instantly, his foot stepped through a portal. Seol Gangrim frantically looked around. So this is the Western Paradise Flower Garden. In the end, I still couldn't find out the one thing I wanted to know most, but being brought here by the Western Conqueror himself. Compared to my original plan, which could have taken years of waiting, this is still a huge win. Now I just need to get the flower as fast as possible. Suddenly, a huge explosion erupted behind him. A massive foot slammed down on the ground. What the? Before Seol Gangrim's eyes was a giant dinosaur. He gritted his teeth and backed away. I wasn't told anything about this. Immediately, they charged forward in a frenzy. The Western Paradise Flower Garden has monsters. Suddenly, a voice called out, Shit, why is there a human here? You, get down. Instantly, a powerful beam of light struck the monster, followed by a relentless barrage of explosive blasts. Seol Gangrim stood his ground, watching everything unfold. This bastard. The garden. The cannons were slowly lowered amidst the thick smoke. Suddenly, an angry goblin shouted in Se-Gang's face, You bastard! How did you get in here? Get out! Now! Startled, he put his hands up. They must be the guardians of the Western Paradise Flower Garden. Wait! I came here on the recommendation of the Western Conqueror. The goblin's eyes widened. The Western Conqueror. This man is the winner of the race of the 12 Zodiacs. Please, follow me. This place is very dangerous. I will take you to the Flower Guardian. The outer garden path lies on the border between the divine and demonic realms, so powerful monsters appear frequently. Seol Gangrim looked up. So that's why it was so chaotic out there. The goblin continued, It's safe inside. There are no monsters, so don't worry, Flower Guardian. I've brought the person sent by the Western Conqueror. Saradorion tilted his head. Yes, I was told you were coming. Saradorion, the Flower Guardian of the Western Paradise Flower Garden. Flower Guardian of the Western Paradise Flower Garden, which flower do you require? Seol Gangrim hesitated for a moment. The flowers I need are the blood flower, the bone flower, and the flesh flower. Those 3 flowers are rare medicinal ingredients from the Western Paradise Flower Garden, not even sold in the Jade Store. If you combine all 3, you can recover from any injury, even after all these years. If I can get them, I can heal Shinwol's arm. So, can I get those 3 flowers? Saradorion quickly said. You've certainly done your research, but it's better if you see for yourself. Do you see? That lake over there is the Western Paradise Flower Garden. Seol Gangrim's eyes widened as he looked through the glass. The water in the lake is completely dried up. Don't tell me there are no flowers left. Saradorion nodded in response. That's right. Due to an incident, we can no longer grow flowers. He gritted his teeth in anger. Did I struggle all the way here just to fail again? Seol Gangrim muttered agitatedly to himself. Damn it! Hey! The goblin suddenly shouted. Human! Saradorion glanced down. Of course, we still have a few that were harvested before, the goblin continued. So there's still some left? Seol Gangrim's eyes suddenly lit up. Great, I can heal Shinsua's arm. Suddenly, Saradorion chuckled. However, if you want those flowers, you'll have to solve a problem for us. Seol Gangrim froze, his eyes widening as he gave an awkward smile. What kind of problem? Suddenly, Saradorion's expression darkened as she slowly tilted her head. He continued, Make the flowers in the Western Paradise Garden bloom. We need a special water called the Divine Spring. The Divine Spring that provides this water is located in a separate facility behind the hill, not here. One day, the water was cut off completely, and at the same time, we lost all contact with the station. Seol Gangrim interrupted. Sounds like something happened. Saradorion looked up. We suspect an intruder, but because of the constant attacks from wild beasts lately, no one has been able to confirm it. Now, there's no one left to send, so I want you to go there, retake the facility, and restore the flow of the Divine Spring. Seol Gangrim nodded. Makes sense. Nothing's ever free, right? Suddenly, the fairy hurriedly tried to stop him. You can't! Guardian of the Flowers! Why would you make a human do something like that? Saradorion chuckled and said, I've heard this one is a very powerful awakened. The fairy exclaimed agitatedly. But that's too dangerous. It's no different from sending him to his death. Seol Gangrim thought to himself. I know it might be dangerous, but this reaction seems a bit over the top. He looked ahead. Does she know something? Saradorion spoke up. Human, what's your decision? He chuckled. You're not going to pass up this chance, are you? A veiny hand gently touched the door, and slow footsteps entered. You can't do this. If you knew what was in there, you'd never set foot inside. Seol Gangrim spoke. So you know exactly what's waiting in there. The fairy became flustered. Well, anyway, a single flower can't be more precious than your life. He looked down, his voice low. Life is important, but someone threw that importance away from me, not just once, to save me. Seol Gangrim hesitated. That person even traded an arm for me. He held out his own arm. This is the least I can do. The system displayed, Divine Realm of the Tiger God. Shinsua spoke, What I want is information about the enemies that could put Gangrim in danger. The Tiger God was surprised. You're using your only chance on someone else? Don't you understand the value of a conversation with a god? I could tell you how to heal your arm, become stronger, or obtain endless wealth, she interrupted. No, I understand perfectly, and that's precisely why I'm choosing this. For some reason, my teammate, Seol Gangrim, always talks about pain and misfortune as if they're inevitable. He has this strange belief that we'll all be dragged into it. I'm truly worried about Seol Gangrim. Shin Sua's palm clenched tightly. So, that's how you think. The tiger god tilted its head. Are you sure you won't regret this? Her eyes were filled with determination. Absolutely not. At that moment, beams of light simultaneously struck the monster. The fairy spoke hurriedly. The area with the divine spring is just a short distance from here. Seol Gangrim added, thanks to you, we got here much more easily. The fairy continued, our weapons are specially designed for hunting wild beasts, but I still don't understand how the station was taken so easily. His eyes widened. What in the world is at the divine spring? The fairy lowered her head, gritting her teeth in silence for a moment. Suddenly, the fairy became agitated. I don't know either, Seol Gangrim thought. Is it that she can't say, or that she won't? The fairy had said, if you insist, I'll go with you. He glanced to the side, seeing that she had followed him all this way out of worry. She seems to be a pretty decent god. Even though I'm not fond of gods, seeing you makes me think that maybe there are still some good ones in this world. The fairy's feet suddenly took a step to the side. She quickly turned her head back and shouted. Actually, the gun in her hand was instantly enveloped in electricity. Seol Gangrim quickly shouted, drop the weapon, now! The moment he finished speaking, an explosion erupted before his eyes. He hurriedly raised his hand and gave a command. Jong, Rini, protect her! A fan-headed robot stood opposite them, but that thing didn't look like a wild beast at all. In a flash, its arms slammed down onto the floor. Seol Gangrim's gaze followed a beam of light from above. Instantly, a glowing orb appeared in front of the fan-headed robot. He slowly widened his eyes and glanced behind him. Immediately, a blazing curtain of fire erupted with powerful energy. The fan-headed robot stood still, staring at the intruder. Instantly, sharp beams of light crisscrossed the air. Seol Gangrim's sharp blade struck with a single blow. It seems the one controlling this thing is right over there. He slowly advanced deeper inside, when suddenly his gaze froze and darted to the side. The fairy was lying face down in the murky green water. Hey, pile of scrap metal, you're taking way too long to catch a few minor gods. Suddenly, Zun froze and looked up. You are? Seol Gangrim's eyes filled with killing intent as he spoke. The theater troupe. He immediately charged forward. You did this too. Tronjun was flustered. Wait, I think there's been a misunderstanding. We have no intention of fighting you, Seol Gangrim. He gritted his teeth in anger, thrusting his blade forward. The tip of the sword slammed directly into the ground. Tronjun looked down. We only want to destroy the power of the gods. Her hand trembled. You've experienced it too, haven't you? The pain of being manipulated by the gods? Since the awakening, the gods have grown stronger and stronger, and they will use that power to oppress humanity. Destroying the Western Paradise Garden is to eliminate the tool that allows the gods to decide the life and death of humans. Whatever Sarah Dorian promised you, we will compensate you for it. Tronjun's gaze narrowed. So please, just look the other way. Seol Gangrim didn't speak, only watching her intently. He said slowly, after destroying the Western Paradise Garden, are you planning to take all the remaining flowers? Tronjun replied excitedly, that's right. We'll take them where they're truly needed. Seol Gangrim suddenly pointed his sword at her. Then how are you any different from the gods? His words clearly agitated her. Tronjun's voice grew heavy. We thought that you, of all people, would understand, but it seems there's no other choice. Seol Gangrim's body suddenly froze before a dark aura. Tronjun summoned her power. I didn't want to do this either. System notification, Flower of Destruction, Divine Item, Grade 1. A single petal touching a target causes instant death. Seol Gangrim's eyes widened as he gritted his teeth. If those petals touch me, I'll die. Tronjun's voice was low. If you came looking for the Western Paradise Garden, you must have heard of the Flower of Destruction, right? Her eyes, filled with killing intent, ordered Seol Gangrim to back away. He gritted his teeth, thinking, a divine flower that can kill with a single touch. How did the clowns get their hands on something like that? Seol Gangrim spoke slowly. All right. System notification, activating skill, artificial entity. Immediately, a powerful bolt of electricity struck the ground. In a flash, multiple fan-shaped robots appeared. Tronjun suddenly spoke. As I said, I don't want to harm you. Seol Gang. Humans fighting each other is just a meaningless and tragic farce. His palm tightened around the hilt of his sword. Then why don't you back down? Because I have no intention of yielding. Tronjun gave a cold glance. Don't let him get near the divine spring. System notification, skill machine command has been activated. Instantly, the fan-shaped robots attacked with bolts of electricity. Seol Gangrim's entire body was moving at high speed. Damn it. He turned his head and gritted his teeth. This position is way too disadvantageous. It'd be better to lure them to the gate and take them out one by one. In a flash, a fan-shaped robot was right behind him. Seol Gangrim quickly sliced its body in two with his blade. Immediately, an explosion of flames engulfed the area in front of him. Seol Gangrim dropped to one knee amidst the thick smoke. Suddenly, a thick smoke appeared before him, obscuring his vision. In a flash, a group of fan-shaped robots stood before him. Seriously, Seol Gangrim backed away, muttering, "Nothing's ever easy, is it?" He thought to himself, "Looks like things are starting over there, too." At that moment, Tronjun was silently engaged in her own battle. The fan-shaped robots are preparing to attack. This might actually be a good thing. Seol Gangrim's palm unconsciously tightened, his eyes filled with killing intent. "I'll end this in one blow." His hands moved, summoning his power. A powerful surge of energy instantly appeared before Tronjun. System reports no targets left to command. Skill, machine command, has been disabled. She gritted her teeth. Are all the soldiers destroyed? System notification. The divine spring is being contaminated. Contamination level, 91%. Contamination level, 91.1002%. Contamination level, 91.004%. System notification. Contamination level 91.1006%. John Zun thought to himself, I absolutely cannot let this fail. The smoke was gradually spreading across the ground. Seol Gangrim stood his ground, staring intently as he spoke. Get out of the way. I won't be fooled by a flower of destruction that you don't even want to use. As he finished speaking, his palms unconsciously tightened on the hilt of his sword. Seo Gang immediately rushed forward, shouting, Stop! John's eyes suddenly widened in anger. A streak of blood appeared on Seol Gangrim's face as he glanced at the system notification beside him. Human blood was mixing into the divine spring. Contamination process accelerating. Contamination level, 92%. John suddenly raised his blade. This is your fault. The streak of Seo Gang's blood immediately fell into the murky green water. Contamination level, 94%. John said in a low voice. It's because you kept getting in my way. She quickly swept past him, that I had to go this far. With that, John Zun immediately let her body go limp, falling into the water. Seo Gang lowered his head, gritting his teeth and speaking in a low voice. What in the world are you trying to do that requires such extreme measures? The system displayed, contamination level has reached 100%. John coldly shook his hand off her, relaxing her body. She smirked, revealing half of her face. For humanity. System notification. The divine spring's contamination has exceeded the permissible limit. The murderous aura is growing denser. Instantly, a brilliant red appeared before their eyes. Seol Gangrim quickly looked up in astonishment. What have you done? System notification. An unknown egg is absorbing the entire contaminated spring lake. Light seeped out before his eyes. The unknown egg was hatching. Seol Gangrim froze, his eyes wide as he looked up. He thought to himself, there's no way I can handle this alone. His veiny palms clenched together. Gradually, the fresh red blood turned pitch black. His palms slowly opened, revealing a tiny figure. The baby immediately opened its mouth wide as a dark, gloomy aura enveloped it. Seo Gang remained standing, staring intently at the palm. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth curled up as he slowly said, A baby. Seo Gangrim slowly raised his arms. Let's go home. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Wake up! Seol Gangrim! He slowly turned his head, his eyes devoid of emotion. At that moment, Shin Suo was rushing toward him, her arms struggling to reach out. Shin Suo. In a flash, the sinewy tendrils showed signs of movement. Shin Suo quickly closed the distance to Seol Gangrim. She tried to shout loudly to awaken his mind. Seol Gangrim. Instantly, his eyes flew open. Miss Shin Suo, why are you here? She immediately grabbed his collar. I'll explain later. Get up! Shin Suo hurriedly turned her head. We have to run. Now. System notification. Unawakened blood fiend. Highest dragon grade. Formed from spiritual energy and resentment. The baby let out a chilling little laugh as it devoured all living things. Seol Gangrim slowly spoke. That won't work in this situation. Shin Suo frowned. All of my attacks are useless against this monster. Besides, you were just being hypnotized by it a moment ago. Gangrim continued. But there's still a way. If we work together, we can defeat it. He gently placed his hand on her palm. Seol Gangrim looked straight at her. Will you trust me? Shin Suo, slightly surprised, slowly looked down. Seol Gangrim explained, This is the earring we used in the first demon world. Can you keep talking to me inside this safe zone? She hesitated. What's the point of doing that? A smirk suddenly appeared on Seol Gangrim's lips. In his mind, the moment he saw the small figure in his palm flashed by. At that time, Seol Gangrim's mind seemed to have been completely hypnotized, his body going limp. Gangrim. Mr. Gangrim, Mr. Seol Gangrim. His eyes gradually narrowed, devoid of any emotion, his entire body sinking into the murky green water. It was Shin Suo who had awakened him. Mr. Seol Gangrim. System notification, confirming the destinies of Shin Suo and Seol Gangrim are intertwined. Confirming Shin Suo is Seol Gangrim's benefactor. When with his benefactor, his abilities will be greatly enhanced. The corners of his lips slowly turned up as he thought about those moments. He suddenly chuckled and said, "Only your voice, Miss Shin-sua, can protect me from that crying." Shin-sua was moved by Seol Gangrim's words. He suddenly leaned close to her ear and whispered, "So I'm counting on you, Miss Shin-sua." She was a bit flustered. "Can I really say anything?" Seol Gangrim nodded. "Okay, it's fine." Suddenly, she called out to him, "Seol Gangrim." Her palm slowly clenched in front of his eyes. Shin-sua's gaze was filled with trust. "I believe in you." Seol Gangrim said nothing more, just smiled and nodded. Without a moment's hesitation, he jumped into the crimson water. The baby's form was still lying in the palm of a hand. Seo Gang was trying to hide himself, blending into the water. Shin-sua quickly raised her hand and shouted, "The enemy is over here." Instantly, branches wrapped around the massive hand. Seol Gangrim immediately moved with great speed. "Come and get me if you can," Shin-sua continued. "Mr. Gangrim, near this base, there's a gate opened by God Dan." He thought to himself, "So it really was from the question I sent to God Dan." She continued to shout, "If the situation gets worse, you have to escape." He said he'll keep the gate open for one day. You absolutely must not push yourself too hard, understand? Seol Gangrim was still lost in thought. Even while facing the blood fiend, "You're still worried about me?" The situation is stable for now, but since Shin-sua is a third-tier god, if the blood fiend awakens and levels up, she'll be in danger. I have to destroy it before it awakens. System notification. Pre-awakening blood fiend. Awakening progress. 57 out of 100. Seol Gangrim thought, "Is time the trigger? I have to find the theater troupe's corpse right away." Suddenly, his foot stopped short below. "Huh?" Seol Gangrim's eyes widened as he suddenly realized something, the water level. He slowly turned his head. "It's draining the remaining water." Shin-sua quickly interrupted. "Mr. Gangrim," she stressed, "I can feel that monster getting stronger." He frowned in response. "Please hold on for just a little longer." Suddenly, Seo Gang's expression froze as he glanced upwards. The person before his eyes was bound tightly, unable to move. It was John-zoon, her eyes shut tight. "Found it." He gently placed his hand on her. "Luckily, this hasn't been absorbed yet." Instantly, her eyes flashed open. John-zoon suddenly screamed, sending Seol Gangrim flying back. "Don't touch it!" Shin-sua quickly called out. "Mr. Gangrim, what's wrong?" He replied. "I found the item." Seol Gangrim's gaze lowered. "But it looks like I can't get it just yet." John-zoon suddenly screamed, "Get away! You all have to die!" Instantly, tree branches shot towards Seol Gangrim. "Those damn gods!" He gritted his teeth. "Has she already merged with the blood fiend?" Seol Gangrim muttered, "It seems it's not just the divine spring that's contaminated. It looks like John-zoon has lost control. Die. All of you must die. All the gods must die." Seol Gangrim immediately leaped high into the air. "I'm not a god." He quickly placed his palm on her face. "I'm human," John spoke in a low voice. "A sacrifice is needed. Only a sacrifice can save humanity." He retorted sarcastically. "Sacrifice humans to save humans? A moment ago, you were saying that war among humans is meaningless and tragic." Suddenly, John-zoon's eyes froze. Seol Gangrim slowly lowered his face and whispered, "Theater troupe, are you awake yet?" John-zoon frowned and raised a hand, slowly saying, "I am." He continued, "Hey, theater troupe, you said you awakened the blood fiend for the sake of humanity, right?" John-zoon shouted agitatedly. "Yes! It's all for humanity! After the blood fiend awakens, it will be a god-level demonic beast that devours all living things. The gods in the Western Paradise Garden will be annihilated. Do you think those gods will just sit back and let themselves be destroyed?" Seol Gangrim cut her off. "Won't they just open a gate and push the blood fiend out, possibly into the human world? Those gates have already started to open." His words left John-zoon slightly stunned. Seol Gangrim shouted, "You know exactly how selfish those gods are. Sooner or later, the blood fiend will threaten humanity, so hurry up and take out the flower of destruction." Instantly, the baby spoke up. "So hungry. Hurry up and eat." Both Seol Gangrim and John-zoon looked up. The baby gave a sinister smile and slowly reached out its hand. "Found you." Seol Gangrim winced. "Miss Shin-sua, are you okay?" She answered hesitantly. "Sorry, I don't think I can hold on much longer." He continued, "We're almost there. Just hang on a little longer." John-zoon thought to herself, "He has comrades?" Her hand slowly moved to her pouch. "Because of me, others have been dragged into this. There might be even more people. I will bear this responsibility and end it all." System notification. Blood fiend. Suddenly, the box slipped from Jeon-seun's hand. She looked up in surprise as a dark aura instantly filled the area. It seemed even Seo Gangrim was powerless against it. Instantly, he pierced the blood fiend with his blade, then expertly gripped the hilt. A surge of dark power erupted everywhere. With the sword's tip still piercing it, the baby-like fiend shrieked in pain, "No more! Eat!" Everything in sight shattered. System notification. You have defeated an awakened level 1 dragon-class blood fiend. Calculating merit points. Gangrim muttered. "Glad that's over." He quickly turned his head and said, "That was close." His expression froze as he stared at Jongseon's dazed face and said, I almost committed a great sin. Her gaze narrowed as she glanced to the side. Sorry. The pouch dropped quickly. This will be useful to you. Seol Gangrim said nothing more, just stared wide-eyed. System notification. Merit point calculation complete. You have achieved a nearly impossible victory. Seol Gangrim's destiny rank has changed from Soul Class 2 to Soul Class 1. Shin Yua quickly looked up. Gangrim, she said, immediately sitting down. You did it. Seol Gangrim immediately spoke. Miss Shin Yua, are you all right? Did you faint? Shin Yua smiled and quickly replied, It's nothing. I'm fine. Seol Gangrim appeared right in front of her, calling out, Miss Shin Yua, please, don't push yourself anymore. You've overused your abilities today. She slowly took his hand. I could say the same thing to you, Seol Gangrim. What would you have done if I hadn't come? Searching here alone, you could have gotten into serious trouble. Really? Why would you come to such a dangerous place? Why are you always so reckless? So Gangrim suddenly cut her off. Miss Shin Yua, did you come here without knowing how dangerous the Western Paradise Flower Garden is? She froze. Is there something here? I only came because I was worried about you. Gangrim, I heard you went somewhere very dangerous. Shin Yua's words made him feel a bit ashamed. I'm sorry. Seol Gangrim immediately took out the pouch. I came to the Western Paradise Flower Garden too. Shin Yua's eyes widened at the sparkling flowers. Find this. Her cheeks suddenly flushed. What is it? Seol Gangrim said in a low voice. These 3 flowers have intertwined. Shin Yua slowly brought it to her lips. Want to try eating all 3 at once? Instantly, a powerful light erupted as she ate it. The light enveloped Shin Yua's entire body. She suddenly stopped and looked down at her glowing palm. Seol Gangrim smiled and said, I'm glad it actually worked. Since everything started because of me, I once again had to rely on someone else's power to help. He tilted his head and continued, I wanted to heal you myself. Suddenly, Shin Yua's whole body trembled without a word. Miss Shin Yua? Seol Gangrim whispered to himself. Is something wrong? His expression was filled with worry. Are you in pain? Gangrim asked hurriedly. Or uncomfortable anywhere? Shin Yua shook her head. No. She looked down and said loudly, Don't you ever do that again. It's just an arm. But you really could have died this time. Gangrim, answer me. Promise you won't do it again. He quickly turned his head. From now on, I'll share my plans with everyone beforehand. Shin Yua suddenly smiled gently, sighing in relief. She immediately threw herself into Seol Gangrim's arms, hugging him tightly. Shin Yua whispered, Thank you for going this far for me, and for making that promise. Her eyes were closed tight as she whispered in his ear. Most importantly, Seol Gangrim smiled and lowered his head. Thank you for being alive. Suddenly, they were both startled by a shout. Seol Gangrim immediately turned his head. The Divine Spring, he said coldly. You're early. The fairy quickly spoke up. You human, what in the world did you do? Why is the Divine Spring? Seol Gangrim cut her off. It wasn't me. The enemy who was here before caused it, the fairy continued. You should have stopped them, he said coldly. You really expected me to be able to do that? You knew, didn't you? That the enemy possesses the flower of destruction. Now I understand why you said this place was so dangerous. Seol Gangrim's words left the fairy speechless. He walked past coldly. What a joke. In the end, you gods can't be trusted. Both Seol Gangrim and Shin Yua went inside. Shut up. Stop talking nonsense. Seol Gangrim's eyes widened as he looked ahead. There must be a reason. Oh, so having a reason justifies terrorism now? I wonder what kind of karma Gangrim racked up to deserve this. It must be because of you and your mother, huh? Kang Do-hoon's face darkened with anger. Hey, you! Seol Gangrim immediately lunged forward and punched Gojun in the face. Kang Do-hoon looked up in alarm, shouting, Seol Gangrim. He gritted his teeth. Don't you dare run your mouth like that, you bastard. Why are you suddenly bringing up my late master? She's not dead? Yu Harang suddenly spoke up. Seol Gangrim, your adoptive mother is still alive. He immediately looked up, stunned to hear that. What? Seol Gangrim stared at her wide-eyed, asking again, What did you say? Yu Harang said, I wanted to know about the leader of the theater troupe. She continued emphatically. If the people we saw in the demon world are in the same state as my former followers, Yu Harang looked down, then fighting them is meaningless. So the Western conqueror answered. The man spoke. The leader of the theater troupe is a very powerful shaman who has walked with the gods since before the awakening. Her name is Seo Hua Ryong, and she has a faint connection to you. Yu Harang was surprised. What? Someone I know? The man continued. Ah, I am the Holy Mother, the birth mother of your comrade. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, could it be? Master? His gaze froze in confusion. Still alive. Gojun chuckled and said, So, is Seol Gangrim going to join the theater troupe? Ah, that sounds good. The main character infiltrates the enemy, trying to bring his misguided family back to the right path, he said in a low voice. We met the theater troupe in the open demon world. They did indeed try to recruit me. Gojun said excitedly. Well, that makes things easier then. Seol Gangrim interrupted. But the group we met in the Western Paradise Flower Garden. He recalled Jeon Seon's face. They didn't want anything to do with me. He tilted his head. You met the theater troupe again? Shin Yua spoke up. That group was clearly very different. They didn't mention the Fate Protection Bureau or the New Order at all. The group in the demon world wouldn't shut up about that stuff, Seol Gangrim continued. Instead, they said they want to free humanity from the gods. They don't seem to want to start a war among humans. Kang Do-hoon crossed his arms and frowned. There can't be two theater troops. Shin Yua interjected. Could there be factions within it? Doc Gojun chuckled. Or one of them is fake. Yu Harong said, if that's the case, then the one the Western Conqueror mentioned must be the real group. Kang Do-hoon looked down. But why would they hide from us? Seol Gangrim said in a low voice. There must be a reason. For now, I'll have to investigate the theater troupe for a while, find out who they really are, and whether the people we've met are part of the same group. We still don't know anything. Yu Harang smiled gently at Seol Gangrim. So, if you're willing. Both Doc Gojun and Shin Yua smiled at him. Could you all help me? Gong Du argued heatedly. What do you mean? All of that holy water disappeared from the Heavenly Mandate Protection Bureau's study room. The atmosphere seemed tense. The captain of Heavenly Mandate Protection Team 2 interrupted. Are you saying we won't be able to receive any more flowers? Seomun Ryong, captain of Heavenly Mandate Protection Team 1, also said gravely, yes, but it wasn't just the holy water. The flower of destruction that we worked so hard to cultivate was also taken by those masked clowns. He placed his hand on the table. What? Are they that strong? The defense system of the Western Paradise Flower Garden can't be that weak. She brought a hand to her face. The Kishi Festival is coming up. I heard all the powerful gods have left their posts. If only we had noticed the movements of those masked clowns sooner. Ha Baek-hoon, captain of Heavenly Mandate Protection Team 4, hung his head low. What do you think, Captain Ha? He looked up with a remorseful gaze. I'm sorry. Yeon-yo stared intently with deep-set eyes. Tracking the masked clown organization was your responsibility, Captain Ha. He could only bite his lip and weep. I'm sorry. He sobbed. To have made such a huge mistake. I have committed a terrible error. Another chilling voice spoke up. More importantly, we must decide our next move before we use up all the flowers we have. Yesh, the captain of Heaven's Mandate Protection Team 3, said calmly, we need to complete the vessel. The conversation was incredibly tense. She continued, is that even possible? Captain Yek, the man responded. It'll be difficult if we keep interfering like this. The sound of tapping fingers echoed through the meeting room. Ionio stood up. Then let's do it. We'll form a special team by selecting the most elite agents from every squad. Their main mission will be to infiltrate and eliminate the terrorist organization of the Awakened. A few days later, an attack took place in the city. People scattered, screaming bloody murder. He stood there arrogantly, gesturing grandly. What a wonderful day. So perfect for a party of clowns. He lunged toward the civilians in a flash, the air filled with desperate pleas for help. Somebody save me! Everyone scrambled to escape in a panic. Damn it, what the hell is happening? Fear and anxiety were written all over the civilians' faces. At that moment, Lanos Mauer launched a surprise attack on the front of a car. Hello, gentlemen. Pure terror was etched onto their faces. A voice came from the other end of the line. This is Agent Se-jung Min from the Heaven's Mandate Protection Bureau headquarters. How can I help you? A confused voice replied. What? The person on the other end tried again for a response. Hello? Are you unable to speak? Is someone threatening you? She became furious. Did you just call the Protection Bureau? The voice on the phone said, I'm dispatching an agent to your location immediately. Please, trust the Heaven's Mandate Protection Bureau and try to hold on a little longer. Lanos Mauer angrily pointed a sharp finger. I regret to inform you, she sneered, but the Heaven's Mandate Protection Bureau isn't going to save you. They're not coming. Suddenly, a devastating punch was thrown. A clay doll walked over to the window, waving, hello. They smiled. The Heaven's Mandate Protection Bureau will protect you. She was knocked backward. Ouch, that hurt. A quiet voice spoke up. Using your powers to bully civilians? Anavicha stepped forward. What you're doing is unforgivable. Lanos Mauer remained seated. Oh, come on. You say that as if I wanted to do this. The messenger asked, what do you mean by that? She replied coldly, oh, dear. Then Lanos Mauer lunged forward, grabbing Anavicha's staff. You really don't know anything at all, do you? She said. Vice Captain of Team 2, Anabi. The messenger was stunned. Who are you? Lanos Mauer replied calmly. The Clown Mask Organization. We are the ones who will establish a new order. She shot forward like a rocket, startling the messenger. Damn it! A long cord wrapped around Lanos Mauer's leg. Stop right there! The long cords tightened, hoisting her into the air. Anavicha shouted, Shinua! Shinua turned around. Agent Anne? The messenger was shocked. What are you doing here? She replied, our base is just nearby. Others nearby quickly rushed in. Let us give you a hand! A voice filled with resentment echoed. I've been looking for you for a damn long time. The battle intensified. Lanos Mauer struggled against the cord. Damn it, why won't this thing break? Shinua said calmly. It's useless. Just give up. It was you, wasn't it? The clown mask member who kidnapped Gangrim, she remained defiant. Kidnapped? We just had a little chat somewhere private. Her voice turned serious. I have a bad history with this one. Let headquarters handle him. Anabi was stunned. Impossible. The Clown Mask organization is protected by the Heavens Mandate Protection Bureau? Lanos Maurer hung upside down. No. Who said I was going to let myself get caught? The messenger explained the situation. Your allies have been captured too. They're being taken to the Heavens Mandate Protection Bureau for interrogation. Lanos Maurer's confident demeanor didn't waver. You think I don't have a backup plan? You've failed. Enough talk. He rushed forward. Boss, are you here to save me? You told me you had this under control, but just look at this battlefield. She shook her head frantically. If it wasn't for Seol Gangrim's friend, everything would have been fine. Shinua looked up in surprise, thinking, Boss, is this guy the leader of the Clown Mask organization? He declared arrogantly, You're definitely getting thrown in the punishment room when we get back. The cord snapped instantly. Shouts of alarm rang out. No! He's unleashing his full power! These guys may be weak, but I won't let you Heaven's Mandate protectors take them, he said coldly. I've come to bring them all back. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Holy Cross of Light, it's here. Brother Seol Gangrim sat there, looking up at Father Luho. I heard he has information about the Clown Mask organization. After a colleague who had entered the demon world for a few days returned, the memories came flooding back. Congratulations. We shared a lot of the information we had. The memories just kept coming. Of course, I'll help. The day our superiors finally have to rely on us is here. Hey, brother, I heard something recently. We found a clue in the most unexpected place. An irritated look was clear on Lee Suho's face. The Holy Cross of Light. A voice announced, I cannot disclose information about that person. Johan R. asked, stunned. Why not? The question was filled with sadness. Instead, I want to ask you, why do you associate with people like that? Luho stood sternly, observing everything. A voice repeated, I cannot disclose information about that person. Johan R. grew agitated. Why not? Luho said softly. Instead, I'd like to ask you something. Father Johan, why would a devout man like yourself associate with such wicked people? Seol Gangrim kept his eyes shut, ignoring the argument. You're mistaken. Snap out of it, Father Johan. If you get too close to the darkness, you'll be tainted by it before you even realize. Johan R. looked guilty. Sorry, brother. He's not normally this sarcastic. He gently replied, It's fine. Seol Gangrim placed a hand lightly on his own leg. System notification. Activating ability. Eye of Judgment. His eyes saw a flood of images. It seemed he could see it. He placed a hand on his face. This karma I've accumulated. As long as I carry the karma of 400 people from my past life, I'll never be able to avoid clashing with people who can see it. People like Char Suho and Seon Uyon. Seol Gangrim was lost in thought. I don't mind making more enemies. I'm more than used to it. But this Holy Cross of Light, it's an organization of exceptionally powerful awakened priests. In my past life, their power was comparable to the 5 great sects. He worried about them becoming enemies of the Baiham Moon just because of him. He frowned, sweat trickling down his cheek. Seeing this, Doc Gojun asked, So what's your plan now? Seol Gangrim leaned back. What else can I do? I have to go back. Char Suho has already left to conquer the demon world. Johan R. looked ahead. It must be a massive demon world. I heard all the awakened priests are taking part in the conquest. Doc Gojun looked thrilled. So it's an empty house right now? Seol Gangrim asked irritably. Are you about to say something stupid? The other guy glanced at him. Ever heard the saying? If someone already hates you, you might as well give them a good reason. Johan R. was bewildered. Why do you insist on making enemies everywhere you go? Wasn't grabbing Char Suho by the collar enough for you? Doc Gojun said calmly. Think about it. The problem is we want information, but we have no leverage. To get what you want, you have to give the other side something they want, right? Seol Gangrim looked up. And what do we have? The other guy laughed loudly. Well, we can get something now. We'll take over the church and threaten to burn it down if they don't talk. The priest was aghast. What in God's name are you saying? Doc Gojun turned to him. Well, do you have a better idea? Johan R. slumped in his chair. It's not like I have some brilliant plan, but his hand gripped the armrest tightly as he spoke softly. If they just got to know you better, if they saw the people you've saved, the images flooded back into his mind. The priest became very excited. I guarantee they'll change their tune. They just don't know enough about you yet. Doc Gojun kept arguing. We don't have days to spend winning them over. They'll hardly get a chance to meet Seol Gangrim again. Johan R. yelled. But setting a fire isn't the answer either. Doc Gojun smiled. It doesn't have to be fire, Seol Gangrim said thoughtfully. How about we conquer a demon world together? I don't know which one they're heading to. Suddenly, Doc Gojun sped up and ran forward. He yelled, All right, joint operation approved. Seol Gangrim shouted. Where the hell are you going? Doc Gojun said calmly. I have no idea either, but I anticipated this, so I planted a tracking device on that priest. He also said gently, They haven't gone too far. I can't hear anything. Johan R. also shouted, "This is a crime, you know that?" Lee Suho slowly got out of the car, looking around. The conversation seemed mysterious. Could this be it? I heard it was high level, but a whole different space has opened up. It was truly massive. A voice called out a greeting. "Hello there," he smiled, his eyes crinkling shut. "You guys must be from the Holy Cross Guild, right?" "From Hakma," Lee Suho said in a serious tone. "That's right. And you?" The boy raised a finger. The hunters arrived early, but the demonic energy around the demon world was too strong. There was a risk the area would turn into a monster den, so we went in first. He frowned. "This is a high-level demon world. Isn't it dangerous for Hujimun to be alone? You should have contacted us first." "Oh, come on. What danger?" he said with great pride. "Our guild master is the national-level mage, you know. She's a very powerful mage." Lee Suho looked serious. "We need to talk about something." The boy said cheerfully, "Is that so? Then come with me. I'll take you to the guild master." "Ah, are those people with you too, father?" He glanced in the direction the finger was pointing, and suddenly a booming voice shouted out, "Look, they've spotted us." Lee Suho looked annoyed. "What are you people doing here?" Seol Gangrim scratched his head, flustered. "We heard it was a large-scale demon world. Can we lend a hand?" He slowly approached. "We don't need your help," the others started whispering. "Isn't that Seol Gangrim? I heard he's really strong. Wouldn't it be great to have his help?" Lee Suho turned his face away, avoiding him, and said, "No matter how strong he is, I have no intention of accepting help from someone like you." He stood there and said calmly, "Is it because of the karma I've accumulated? That, and," Lee Suho smirked, "you possess an ability that steals the fate of death, don't you? Did you really come here to help us? Or did you come to collect corpses?" Hearing this, Johan R. became indignant. "What are you talking about?" Seol Gangrim thought to himself. Asterisk. "Just as I thought, that ability is the biggest obstacle. Asterisk." He raised a hand to stop him. "It's fine." Seol Gangrim was still deep in thought. "But if that was the only problem," he said in a serious tone, "are you afraid of my ability?" As the thoughts lingered in his mind, he knew there was a way. Seol Gangrim took out a brightly glowing object. "That's right, so go back. Then let me make a vow. My ability to steal heavenly fate, I will not use it during this conquest." Seol Gangrim had sworn not to use his life-stealing ability during this conquest. Lee Suho heard this but was still skeptical. He promised confidently, "If I break this vow, my own life will be forfeit." Seol Gangrim handed an item to Lee Suho. "Excuse me, can we join now?" he said awkwardly. "We really just came to help, you know that." He smiled. "We're also just here to earn some points. If you don't trust me enough, just tell me. That just means I have to earn your trust, right? There's no way I'm turning back." Lee Suho was a bit hesitant. "If that's your reason, you should just give up. The only reason we're even considering you for this raid is simply because it's that dangerous. These high-level demon worlds on the outskirts have been forgotten for so long that the demonic energy around the entrance is dense enough for monsters to spawn naturally. So if you're scared, you can still turn back now." Johan R. said excitedly, "Of course. I'm thrilled to have a chance to prove myself." Lee Suho still had his own reservations. He designated, "Your group will move into the demon world with me." Lee Suho didn't forget to add a warning. "I'll be watching you myself. I'll give a quick briefing before we go in. Everyone, gather round." Seol Gangrim thought, asterisk. "It's not easy to convince them, huh?" Asterisk. The boy waved. "Mr. Seol Gangrim, are you done talking?" Seol Gangrim was surprised. "You don't seem to be from the Holy Cross Guild, are you?" The boy grinned, his eyes crinkling. "Of course not. I'm from Hakma, and from now on, I'll be joining Mr. Lee Suho's team too. Please take care of me. Also, can we take a picture together to post on Instagram?" "When will I ever get another chance to meet a celebrity?" he then asked. "So the leader of Hakma didn't tell you anything about me?" The boy was a little surprised. "Ah, so you two know each other. He's a man of few words," Seol Gangrim also said gently. "Then that's fine." The two of them were absorbed in taking pictures amidst Lee Suho's urging. "Stop messing around and get over here. If you keep wandering around carelessly like that, you'll be dead in the blink of an eye." The boy hurried off. "I'm sorry, I'm coming." Slow footsteps were heading inside. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, asterisk. "But this entrance, it's hard to believe this is just a normal demon world. Why is it so vast?" Asterisk. A system window appeared. "You have entered the demon world. Deep sea of the weeping summer rain. Raid objective. Annihilate all monsters in the demon world." Everyone had gathered. "Oh my god, is this for real? I heard it was big, but this is way too big." The system also announced, "Time limit, none." Lee Suho spoke up. "At least we can enter and exit freely. That's a relief. It'll take some time, but we can clear it if we just keep hunting." Seol Gangrim realized something and thought, asterisk. "No, you can't clear this just by continuously hunting monsters. Asterisk. Asterisk. This is the fourth great demon world, where in my past life, countless casualties occurred because they couldn't figure out the hidden strategy. Asterisk." He was still deep in thought. Asterisk. "How has the future changed?" Asterisk. people grew agitated. The monsters are getting closer. His thoughts kept circling. Asterisk. The time and place are completely wrong. But if things proceed, just like back then. Asterisk. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Mr. Seol Gangrim." He raised his hand to attack, still lost in thought. Asterisk. This time, I won't let anyone die. Asterisk. Night beasts charged forward one after another, their mouths wide open with sharp teeth. Everyone was terrified. Oh no! The night beasts rushed forward like the wind as everyone panicked. We're out of ammo. A protective shield was deployed. Johan R. tried to hold it. Everyone, gather a little closer. I'll put up a barrier right away. Seol Gangrim also shouted. Father Johan, can you make it wide enough to cover everyone? The priest turned and said, I can, but that will weaken its strength. He shouted, Please do it. I have an idea. Johan R. complied. All right. The beasts writhed in pain in midair. Lee Suho asked in surprise, What are you doing? If you waste your mana like that right from the start, the night beast was hit by an incredibly powerful attack. The attacks were launched in quick succession. With intense focus in his eyes, Seol Gangrim charged forward, a layer of ice freezing the night beast solid. Lee Suho watched, his mouth agape in astonishment. He thought to himself, Asterisk. The monsters were stopped by the barrier, and those huge blocks of ice stopped their rampage. Asterisk. Lee Suho stood to the side, thinking, Asterisk, they were all dealt with at once. Asterisk Seol Gangrim said calmly, I'm glad it worked out as I thought. He lightly tapped a hand against the block of ice. Seol Gangrim's figure radiated an imposing aura. Lee Suho thought with envy. Asterisk. He's definitely a pain in the ass. His skills are real, but that's precisely why I'm more concerned about that troublesome karma of his. Asterisk. He smiled. How was that? Not a waste of mana, was it? He evaded the question. I suppose not. It was worth bringing you along. But everyone around was praising them profusely. That coordination was amazing. As expected from famous hunters, they're on another level. Lee Suho gritted his teeth, thinking, Asterisk, talent like that should belong to someone more virtuous. Asterisk Seol Gangrim ran up to him. Excuse me, Lee Suho, I have something to say about the raid strategy. He's excited. Just like Sir Seol Gangrim said, when we split up, the smaller beasts don't attack. Who would have thought that the condition for getting rid of them was basically a boss fight? Lee Suho, focus on the main task. Stop getting distracted during a fight. He's embarrassed. Come on, we have a barrier, and I don't even have to do anything. Mr. Dako will take care of everything. By the way, is it always this easy when you're with Sir Seol Gangrim? Even though we just met, he ordered me around as if he knew exactly what I could do. Johan chimed in too. Come to think of it, even back in our trainee days, he agreed in his thoughts. That's right, Seol Gangrim adapts really well. In terms of combat, it's even more comfortable than with my own guild brothers. He must have won over Johan's father this way. But I'm not falling into Seol Gangrim's trap. The beasts were annihilated in an instant. He waved his hand. Over there, it's the gatekeeper. Jason, I'm over here. A complaining voice was heard. Why the hell did he bring such a long line of people with him? A sharp gaze turned to look. Lee Suho slowly walked forward. Hello, Master of the Black Magic Gate. I have something to deliver to you, Lee Hyun shouted angrily. You're scaring everyone. Suddenly, he paused for a few beats. Seol Gangrim. Seol Gangrim calmly looked up. It's been a while, hasn't it? Maj Lee Hyun. Lee Hyun clenched his teeth, looking furious. He screamed, You! How dare you live so shamelessly, you bastard who caused the death of his own senior. He grabbed Seol Gangrim's shirt. Lee Hyun continued to yell. What the hell are you doing here? Will you be satisfied only when you've devoured me too? He struggled. Wait, let's talk about this calmly, he snapped. Shut up. You demon who spreads disaster. Lee Hyun was still tormented. It's because of you. Suddenly, the beads of his necklace fell and scattered across the floor. A voice rang out along with a longsword. Hey, old man. Dako smiled. Stop talking about things only the two of you understand. Explain it so we can all get it, will you? Lee Hyun growled. Are you friends with this guy too? He grinned. We're about as close as you can get, he warned. I see you're also involved with a suspicious guy like him. Do you even know who this man is? Wherever he goes, disaster follows, leaving only corpses behind. An image full of sorrow appeared. He had suffered so much during that time. Senior Wagi, the calamity you bring. Lee Hyun collapsed in front of the memorial stone. He was furious. It was you who caused the people around you to die. Today's fortune showed an abundance of killing energy. I guess it was foretelling our meeting with you. The one with the killing energy right now isn't me. The information I heard was already grating. Seol Gangrim tried to explain. Wait, let me explain. You should have. His eyes were filled with a visible sadness. Lee Hyun sobbed, been the one to die. Lee Suho placed a hand on his shoulder and called out, Seol Gangrim. The conversation was shrouded in resentment. Lee Suho spoke up. He has agreed to join our Holy Cross Guild for this conquest. Seol Gangrim stood silently in the vast space. He patted his shoulder. In return, we'll make sure you two don't meet again. Let's be careful about that. Lee Hyun turned his back to leave. Let's move. Follow me. Lee Suho also turned and walked away. Well, Let's continue the hunt, Seol Gangrim called out. Sir Lee Suho, please wait a moment. He thought to himself, no, if we let them go like this, Mage Lee Hyun will die. He might make me uncomfortable, but he's a benefactor to my family. I can't let him die. Seol Gangrim blurted out in confusion. Mage Lee Hyun is going to die in this demon world. With everyone going their separate ways, he grew even more anxious. Seol Gangrim tried to shout, he's going to be attacked by the Clown Mask organization. Lananos Mauer was overjoyed. Boss, are you here to save us? Shin Yu's eyes widened as she thought, boss? Could this guy be the leader of the Clown Mask organization? The clown sighed. You've captured all of them? Looks like I'll have to go save them again. Everyone tried to stop him. Oh no! But he still shot off like the wind. A battle of equals began again. Shin Yu was also determined. You're coming with us. We have a lot of questions for you. She frowned, starting with your attempt to persuade Sir Seol Gangrim in the demon world last time. But the clown, with the speed of wind, rushed towards his comrades. They desperately called for their boss. A reminder came from his accomplice. It's too dangerous here. But the clown dodged as quick as a rabbit, surprising everyone. How can you dodge without making a single sound? Suddenly, a voice came from a distance. You think you can escape? If I let you get away, I won't be able to face my brother. He smirked sinisterly. The clown stood frozen in a daze. The system appeared, binding skill activated. A long chain shot out and tied him up. The magic circle has been set. Everything was prepared to capture the clown. A threatening voice rang out. You fake from the Clown Mask organization. I will reveal your true identity. The mask was slowly removed. Everything was about to be revealed. I can't be caught here. At the same time, the clown still exuded a demonic aura. Shin Yu said sternly, not bad, but this is the end. The clown's eyes widened in surprise. System, binding nullification, activated. The mask immediately fell from his face. He knelt on the floor, but his energy remained mysterious. The clown slowly raised his face, and everyone recoiled in horror. Behind the mask was a terrifying face that made everyone scream. That's not human. Yu Harung was stunned. That thing. Everyone panicked. It's not human. The clown burst out laughing, picked up a sharp knife, and charged forward in a frenzy. Whispers kept rising. Not human, you say? The clown grew agitated. Do you see me as a failure too? His face was grotesque and terrifying. The clown gripped the knife tightly in anger. How dare you? From behind, everyone stood watching, ready to act. Rhythmic clapping echoed continuously. The talisman stuck to his back activated. The rope suddenly grew larger, so powerful that no one could stay on their feet. Shin Yu thought, the true identity of that fake clown troupe is a monster. The clown's power grew stronger and stronger. A voice suddenly called out from the distance. Hey, boss! Another one put a hand on his shoulder. No, it was Captain Lananos Mauer standing behind him. I thought it was a bit strange sometimes, but I never expected you to be a monster. She asked in a low growl. Do the higher-ups know about this? Answer me. Does the Fate Protection Bureau know about this? The masked people around them were also terrified to the extreme. Everyone went on strike. I quit. I can't take this anymore. Why do we have to do this kind of work? The masks were automatically removed and thrown to the ground. A thought flashed through her mind. What about these people? Are they all agents from Team 4? Lananos Mauer was furious. So that's why. I told you I didn't want to work with normal agents. Suddenly, something large moved behind the clown's back, and long, sharp spikes grew out of it. The clown spoke softly. Are you asking if there are more like me? Seeing this, she trembled with fear. The clown, in his grotesque form, asked, why are you so curious about that? What would change if you knew? He bared his sharp teeth at Assistant Manager Ren. From a distance, Shin Yu thought, Agent Raynote Mauer, of Team 4 of the Fake Clown Troupe. The Fate Protection Bureau is involved too? I once explained that the reason I gathered everyone here was to form a special team to pursue the Clown Troupe. Many thoughts surfaced. Isn't the Fate Protection Bureau already pursuing the Clown Troupe? A voice rang out. Isn't Team 4 participating? She scoffed. I heard those agents are busy with another mission. The thoughts kept swirling. Could the captain be involved too? Just how far does this conspiracy spread? Lananos Mauer fell to the ground in terror. The clown kept getting closer. Right, you don't need to answer that, Kang Hoon yelled. Snap out of it. He's an agent, after all. But he couldn't get any closer, thinking to himself that they needed the clown for information. Kang Do-hyun was completely shocked by the slime under his feet. The clown had shot a massive amount of sticky substance all over the ground, and everyone panicked. What the hell is this? Everyone tried to find a way out. Damn it, I can't cut through it. Panic engulfed the area. It's climbing up, Shin Woo commanded. Ha Rang, can't you force it to shut down? Yu Ha Rang was also trying her best. I'm trying to turn it off now. The corrosive thread skill has been partially disabled. Yu Ha Rang's eyes were filled with determination, but it's using multiple skills stacked on top of each other. In her eyes, only red text appeared as a series of notifications popped up. The corrosive thread skill has been partially disabled. Yu Ha Rang looked completely exhausted. She collapsed to the ground with a scream. Yu Ha-rang! Ha-rang! Yu Ha-rang's eyes still shone with determination. The clown swung its sharp stinger high into the air. Lananos Mauer was gravely wounded by the stinger. How did it come to this? I just wanted to protect everyone. She had collapsed. That's why I became an agent. Shin Woo and the others just stood there, stunned. The clown stood there nonchalantly. Kang Do-hyun also stared motionlessly at him. The clown suddenly turned its back and quietly walked away. He went on to kill people one by one amidst desperate cries for help. Save me. I'll do whatever you say from now on. Please, a pleading voice rang out. This loss is too great. The clown left, and Seol Gangrim, the one we were looking for, was nowhere to be found. The clown put on its mask and told him this. The clown troupe always welcomes him. Kang Do-hyun was helpless. Why did you spare us? He calmly said, because your presence in this position is due to that person's arrangement, you will be more useful later. Hearing those words, Shin Woo was furious, clenching her fists in anger. What do you mean, protect us? The promises from before came flooding back. That's right, we will protect you. Mr. Gangrim, no matter what anyone says, you are still our master. Me too. I will also protect my master. That's right, big bro. Trust me. Everyone was devastated. In the end, I couldn't help at all. Everyone blamed themselves. Ever since we left the training center, we've been too arrogant. Just without you and Cha Yo-han, we ended up like this. If things go on like this, we won't be of any help to you. Ha Rang was also exhausted. It's my fault. I hit the same wall as before. Shin Woo walked over to encourage her. It's no one's fault. It's just all of us, she said softly. Are too weak. Anyway, we can't go on like this. Let's find a way to become stronger to protect Mr. Seol Gangrim. At that moment, Seol Gangrim was also lost in thought. Damn it, I should have followed them at all costs. The scene was tragic. People shouted, "Run! There might still be survivors." The great serpents roared as if they wanted to break free. They kept screaming, and a red circle appeared above their heads. Lee Hee-hoon held his weapon out in front of him, and everyone simultaneously held up talismans to suppress the great serpents. Nam Yoo-jun wearily wiped his sweat. These demonic beasts seem to get stronger the deeper we go. He agreed. I wonder what we'll run into next. Lee Hee-hoon was pensive. This is strange. The flow of demonic energy here is abnormal. It even feels like it was artificially created. The fact that the demon world map isn't working is also worrying. There's definitely something inside this cave. With that thought, he quickened his pace towards the dark cave, when a voice from behind suddenly spoke up. I don't think we should go in. He spoke up worriedly. This time, we might very well run into the clown troupe. Someone else refuted him. What are you talking about? We haven't even seen a single human figure. He was so worried he broke out in a cold sweat. He continued to dissuade them. The clown troupe aren't demonic beasts. I have a bad feeling about what's inside. Lee Hee-hoon let out a sigh. Your instincts are pretty sharp. I admit it. He turned his face away and spoke softly. You might be right. The other guy was overjoyed. Then, Lee Hee-hoon interrupted. If we already know the enemy is there, there's no need to avoid them. He clenched his fists, looking tense, practically about to explode. He shouted, Why is everyone so calm? Didn't you all hear what Mr. Seol Gangrim said? Remembering the past, Seol Gangrim had once warned that Maj Lee-hoon would die in this demon world. She would be attacked by the clown troupe. Lee-hoon was astonished. What? I'm going to die? He glared at him. Are you cursing me now? He calmly denied it. I didn't mean it like that. Lee Hee-hoon was stunned. And I'm going to die at the hands of that scum? He said helplessly. I only caught a glimpse of the future, just like when I was a kid. Back in the present, Lee Hee-hoon stepped forward and gently placed a hand on his shoulder. It's fine now, because we know. If we know in advance and prepare, they are nothing compared to us. Prophecies only show a common outcome, pointing to a future that can be easily changed. He gave a satisfied smile. Let's use this opportunity to catch them. The Destiny Protection Bureau has officially listed them as public enemies. Streaks of blood ran along the ground. A voice rang out. There's definitely demonic beast blood flowing here. A group of people stood before a long stream of blood. An underground stream in a cave is normal, but a stream of blood. Lee-hoon was calm. Let's just follow it for now. He stepped onto the bright red stream and walked to the edge of a cliff. The streams of bright red, blood-like water continuously flowed into a large goblet. They were horrified. What the hell is this? Lee-hoon was worried. It seems like all the blood flowing in the demon world is concentrating here, and all of it is being absorbed by that ominous item. Nam Yoo-jun suggested, Should we go down and take a look? He said in a serious tone. We should at least know what kind of thing it is. We can't tell from this distance. The group slid down towards the large cup. A system voice rang out. The blood goblet converts the absorbed blood over a period of time into demonic energy to refine an item. Lee Hee-hoon crossed his arms, assessing the situation. So it absorbs blood to create items. It doesn't seem too dangerous. Inside the blood goblet, streams of bright red blood merged, forming bubbles. Suddenly, the sound of rapid footsteps approached. Hearing this, Lee Hee-hoon was startled. A group of people stood before Lee Hee-hoon's group. What is this? Do we have uninvited guests? Lee Hee-hoon's group turned their heads in unison, horrified. It's the clown troupe. He decisively raised his weapon. Stay calm. Just stick to the plan. He brandished his fan, feeling anxious inside. The clown troupe, a terrorist organization being hunted by the Destiny Protection Bureau. Perhaps it would be useful if we could get on the Bureau's good side. The members of the clown troupe wore masks. Their leader shouted, "Everyone, prepare for battle." With that, he charged towards Lee Hoon's group. Eliminate the intruders. He was furious, his eyes wide. These insects, a chaotic battle ensued. Lee Hee-hoon took them down with just a few swings. Nam Yoo-jun shouted while fighting the clown troupe. There are a lot of them, but they're nothing special. He seemed more tense during the fight. Lee Hoon rolled up his sleeves, revealing an arm covered in talismans, then slammed it down hard. Large stone pillars immediately shot up, sending the clown troupe flying high into the air amidst a cloud of dust and sand. Seeing the danger had passed, Nam Yoo-jun breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the bodies of the clown troupe on the ground, everyone exclaimed in unison, "As expected of our master, those pathetic terrorists are no match for you." Lee Hoon was concerned. "Right. Is everyone uninjured?" he continued. "I'm glad everyone is safe." Suddenly, a source of power rushed towards them, the energy grazing his shoulder. Sharp weapons flew at them all at once. "Where did she come from?" she demanded. "Why did you barge into someone else's secret base?" she emphasized. "What a pain." Lee Hee-hoon grit his teeth in frustration. "Impossible. I couldn't sense their presence until they were this close." She summoned her power. "Anyway, since you've seen something you shouldn't have." She launched multiple fatal blows. "You'll have to die here." Activating her ability, Fire Wheel. Seeing this, everyone was terrified. Lee Hee-hoon was angry but seemed worried. He hid behind a rock and yelled, "You're no match for us. I'll hold them off. Get out of here and call for reinforcements." She mocked. "And where do you think you're going?" Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed, causing her to pause. An urgent voice rang out. "Are there any teams nearby? It would be better to find members of the Cross Guild. But how long can the master hold out?" He looked back with reluctance, then abruptly changed direction. "I'm staying." Nam Yoo-jun was shocked. "Huh? What are you doing?" he replied. "Two is still better than one, isn't it?" She relentlessly threw out sarcastic remarks. "What good is great power if you can't even hit your target?" Lee Hee-hoon was gradually becoming exhausted. Seeing this, she was incredibly excited. Berna launched a taunting kick. Even an awakened being appointed as a Grand Master isn't all that much. A glint of triumph appeared in her eyes. He shot her a sharp glare, then supported Lee Hee-hoon. He wondered, "You, why did you come back?" He charged forward with a talisman to change the future, in place of someone who refused to cooperate, and flew towards Berna. She sneered, "How long do you think you can last, wasting your mana like that?" Although he was injured, he still charged on, telling himself, "I can do this. If I can just hold on until the seniors call for reinforcements." Suddenly, she uttered something that made him freeze. "No matter how much you stall for time, your friends won't make it. By the way, isn't your Grandmaster going to put up a better fight? He's a Grandmaster, after all." To think, they're cowering so pathetically behind their subordinate. Compared to when they were boasting about being the Grandmaster, this is quite a sight to see. He shouted in frustration, "Shut up! Someone like you has no right to talk about them like that." Berna laughed mockingly. "Someone like me? And what exactly are you?" Large stone pillars shot up like arrows, and she struggled with difficulty to dodge them. "I thought you were just cowering over there, but you were preparing this?" He shielded the trembling Lee Hee-hoon behind him. She continued her taunts. "But what do you plan to do about this?" "I'm perfectly fine, but you're not, are you?" "I see. Artifact-type abilities usually consume a lot of mana. It's a power too burdensome for a human to handle." He took the opportunity to raise the talisman towards Berna, as if you aren't human yourself. A cold, mechanical voice rang out. "Insufficient mana. Mana shield skill cannot be used. The abnormal status of mana deficiency has been applied." He was hit by the attack and collapsed to the ground. Berna placed a hand on her chin, curious. "Did you take them all down already?" She landed on the ground, slowly approaching. "Let's end this for good. This is better." Lee Hee-hoon shouted angrily. "You bastard!" In his mind, he thought, "Is this the end? Was I wrong?" Remembering Seol Gangrim's earlier words, "I'll lend a hand," he had quickly waved his hands. "I don't think you should get involved." Lee Hee-hoon thought he had been arrogant. A strong hand gripped his collar. Seol Gangrim appeared, confronting Berna. Lee Hee-hoon was startled. "Seol Gangrim!" His sharp eyes glared at Berna. Lee Hee-hoon wondered, "Why are you here?" He answered coldly, "If you die, I won't be able to face my master. I also have some business to settle with that phony circus act." As he spoke, he dashed towards Berna. She ran off in a rage. "Damn it, I have nothing to settle with you." A hurried voice called from behind. "Maj Lee Hee-hoon, are you all right? Was that Seol Gangrim? Every time I saw him, he was always scared and trying to push everyone away." He was always a coward who only knew how to run away. I never thought he'd rush into danger to help me. Before everyone's astonished eyes, Seol Gangrim charged forward, his gaze as sharp as a knife. A fight broke out between him and Berna, but she seemed to be no match for him. He thought helplessly, what's going on? Even if the situation was unfavorable, Mage Lee Hyun shouldn't have been overwhelmed to this extent, right? Berna provoked him. Why did you show up here? The boss deliberately set this up near your hiding place. What? Just because we can't kill you, don't think we'll let you do whatever you want. She held up the cup of blood. In the end, all of you will be used according to that person's will. Seol Gangrim was alarmed. Damn it, she's too fast. At this point, even with witnesses, retrieving the item is the top priority. A panicked voice cried out, "She's heading this way!" Lee Suo reacted quickly, grabbing a gun and firing continuously. Berna fled, clutching the cup. He was worried she was getting away. Seol Gangrim roared in anger, shouting to everyone, "We can't let her escape!" As Berna clutched the cup of blood tightly in her hands, a figure appeared silently. He sighed softly, quietly summoning his energy. Right, dragging this on any longer would be a bit much. Seeing him, Berna froze in fear. She turned her head, looking for a way out. In another direction, Seol Gangrim used his weapon to freeze her in place, preventing her escape. Got you. We clowns have a lot of questions. But first of all, what's the reason you can't kill me? Suddenly, a liquid started flowing from behind her mask. Seol Gangrim looked alarmed. What are you doing? He grabbed her by the collar. Berna smiled sinisterly. Be careful what you wish for, because of what you'll learn from me. She removed her mask, revealing a grotesque smile. Absolutely nothing. A person rushed in. Damn it. Father, please save her! He placed his hand on Berna's body, then shook his head as if she was beyond saving. Seol Gangrim sighed. I can't believe she committed suicide with poison. Even knowing they're a secret organization, I was too careless. We've lost our chance to learn more about these clowns. We won't be able to prevent casualties in the demon realm. Even trying to read the fate from her dead face, all I can see is the name Berna, with no surname. To the one who trusted and helped us, I'm sorry. A trembling foot slowly stepped forward. Lee Hyun spoke with a shaky voice. If her name is Berna, I might be able to help a little. Seol Gangrim wondered, you know this clown mask organization? He continued. First, let me tell you this. Give me the mask. What are you planning to do? Lee Hyun took out a talisman and placed it on the mask. The transformation ability has been activated. He placed the mask back on Berna's face. Seol Gangrim was puzzled. Why is the agent's mask? Lee Hyun spoke softly. This person was an agent of the Heavenly Mandate Protection Bureau. Everyone present was stunned, looking confused. The words hit Seol Gangrim like a bolt of lightning. His pupils contracted violently. An agent? I'm certain of it. Among the agents who have visited my sect, there was one named Berna. In the past, a voice echoed, Berna, please take this donation to our sect leader. Lee Hyun looked stunned when he saw the gold. Are you trying to bribe me? She bowed her head. How would we dare? This is all for the greater good. We just want to contribute with our advanced pharmaceutical technology. That's all. Lee Hyun said irritably. Smugglers of the flower of the gods are doing things like this now. I'm surprised you knew about that. Captain, if I were to tell you now that we no longer have a way to obtain that flower, would you believe me? The Western Heavens Garden will be unable to grow flowers for the next few hundred years. Hearing this, Seol Gangrim was horrified. Impossible. Could it be that the future was changed because I went to the Western Heavens Garden? This never happened in my previous life. The Heavenly Mandate Protection Bureau is seeking cooperation from outside sects. Lee Hyun continued. Currently, the Heavenly Mandate Protection Bureau is the most influential organization. I thought making a deal with them would be a good idea. Seol Gangrim questioned him angrily. You joined forces with them, didn't you? He denied it. But I put it on hold. They were being too pushy, so I wanted to investigate them first. What a relief. Anyway, that voice said, you will regret losing this opportunity. Black Demon Sect leader, at least you're not as arrogant as you were when you were boasting about being the Grand Master. Judging by the way he spoke as if he knew me from before, it must have been him. Seol Gangrim pondered. So that fake organization is backed by the Heavenly Mandate Protection Bureau? Then what's the real purpose of the special task force he joined? Seeing him staring, Lee Hyun became a bit tense. Should we even know about this? While we still can, let's go take care of the remaining matters. He bowed his head, his voice filled with urgency. I understand why you don't trust me. Seol Gangrim quickly waved his hands. It's not that. It's understandable. Since I've done you wrong, he placed a hand on his shoulder. Grandmaster Lee Hyun, I'm sorry for everything. He seemed stunned by those words, not knowing what had made him change his mind so drastically. Lee Hyun replied, it's because you've changed. The way you acted today can't be explained simply by having more power. The weakness of the past is gone. He reached out and took Seol Gangrim's hand. If your senior saw you now, he would be very proud. Seol Gangrim smiled with satisfaction. He'd probably scold me too. When you possess first-level karma, the effects of your accumulated karma become more severe. He clutched the talisman in his hand, thinking about how his master would be proud of him. Then why did you hide the fact that master was still alive from us? The system's voice rang out. You have defeated the demonic beast of the underworld, the white stone armored fish. All demonic beasts that had swallowed the white stones have been annihilated. All demonic beasts in the demon world have been wiped out. Target subjugation successful. Top contributors: Biamna, Lee Suho, Gojun, Johann Richter. The highest contributor, Biamna, has fallen. The reward has been transferred to Seol Gangrim. You have defeated the demonic beast Biamna. A demonic beast? Biamna's escape has been activated. Seol Gangrim was horrified. That fake organization was a demonic beast? It was surprising enough to learn the Bureau for the Protection of Heavenly Fate was behind it. What on earth are they plotting? Lee Suho climbed out of a crater. Seol Gangrim, I'm glad you haven't left yet. I have something to tell you. We're in the demon world, so we don't have to worry about being overheard. What did you want to talk about? The answer to the question you asked me. I trust you. He let out a long sigh. I think I've seen enough to know what kind of person you are. But I hope that you, National Master Lee Hyun, will step aside. Lee Hyun replied, I will leave as soon as I've arranged the burials for the sect members. Father, wait. Can't we go together? Why? Seol Gangrim said loudly. Because the Black Demon sect will definitely be useful to us. Lee Suho sighed helplessly. That's not it. Seol Gangrim, have you no shame? After seeing how he treated you, I honestly don't think he deserves to know the truth. I just can't trust someone with a personality like that. Seol Gangrim was cold. However, I'm still going to tell him, so I'd like everyone here to listen together. In his heart, he knew that when it came to his master, National Master Lee Hyun was the most trustworthy person. Lee Suho seemed to realize something. Ah, is that so? Then I'll give this to you. This is what National Master Seo Hwayoung entrusted to me. With that, Lee Suho burned the paper. Among the myriad paths of destiny, I have chosen the best one. Seol Gangrim and Lee Hyun's eyes widened, their pupils shrinking violently. He thought he heard a voice. I have always watched over and contemplated my own destiny. My fate has two possibilities. Either I am killed by the Bureau for the Protection of Heavenly Fate, or I am framed as a superhuman criminal in order to shatter the Bureau. I faked my death and established the Clown Mask organization. If you have found this, it means you have passed the test of the one I trust most. On the upcoming Qixi Festival, come to Yangchu Waterfall. I need a little of your help. Seol Gangrim stepped forward, his heart pounding with anxiety. He thought, I can't believe someone else has encountered it. Meanwhile, that fake Clown Mask organization, they said it completely transformed into a demonic beast, and did so right in the middle of the city, not in the demon world. As expected, this is different from my previous life. He was so lost in thought that he forgot where he was going. You've passed the barrier. I was worried, but it seems you've arrived safely. This is a secret base. Without the seal, it's impossible to find. Master is as brilliant as ever. I need a little of your help. The thought of his master asking for his help, he had no idea what was about to happen. At Yangchu Waterfall, Seol Gangrim stood and called out, Master. A foot stepped out swiftly. You've grown so much, Gangrim. He was utterly shocked to see Seo Hwayoung. She walked out cheerfully to greet him. Have you been well? The powerful spray from the waterfall soaked his body. She held an umbrella out for him. Seol Gangrim emotionally pulled Seo Hwayoung into a hug. She comforted him. Careful now. Your clothes are all wet. Large tears rolled down his cheeks. She spoke. The reason I've been out of contact all this time is because the future of the Clown Mask organization was bleak, filled with nothing but death. I didn't want to drag you into it, he replied joyfully. Then doesn't that mean the future has changed now? Seo Hwayoung looked down. That's not why I called you here. Seol Gangrim was confused. Then why? Her voice began to tremble. I called you here because I can no longer read your future. Your past and future have become entangled, and on top of that, they're being suppressed by a karma of unknown origin. I hoped it wasn't because of me. But now, seeing you before me, I know I wasn't wrong. What in the world happened to you? Seol Gangrim stammered. Even if it's my master, would she believe me if I said I came from the past? She comforted him gently. Gangrim, no matter what happens, I am your family. If it's too difficult to say, you don't have to. But if you're in danger, you will tell me, won't you? So that I can help you. He began to speak carefully. The truth is, I have returned here from the future. The first time I returned, I told her everything without hiding a single thing. So I told her about my past life, and about this one as well. By the time I was finished, the day was nearly over. She held his hand comfortingly. You've been through so much, but I'm glad you have so many comrades by your side. To think they decided to stay with you once again. Despite all that had happened, Seol Gangrim scratched his head in embarrassment. Actually, many of the sect members don't know, Seo Hwayoung continued. The Bureau for the Protection of Heavenly Fate is no ordinary opponent. Are you planning to carry the burden of your comrades' lives and deaths all by yourself? That thought is both foolish and arrogant. You said you were protected by your comrades before you returned, didn't you? So is that any reason for you to do the same thing now? Would you be at peace watching them fight? Hearing that, he hung his head, not daring to make a sound. She taught him sternly, why would you want your comrades to experience that same pain? Either fight together knowing the true enemy, or leave. Give them the right to choose, and then come back here. Seol Gangrim looked remorseful. Yes. In a large room, someone spoke up. What did Mom say to you? To make you gather everyone like this? Seol Gangrim sat at the head of the table, his voice low and somber. I have something I need to tell you all. The truth is, in his mind, he thought, if they find out they died because of me in the past life, that I've been deceiving them all this time, will anyone stay by my side? He continued. I had forgotten that if I truly care about all of you, I should let you choose your own destiny. Everyone was silent. No one dared to speak. The tension was thick. Suddenly, the crisp sound of applause rang out. Seol Gangrim, that was touching. I can't believe you admitted you're a regressor with your own mouth. Does that mean you finally accept me as your partner, huh? She continued cheerfully. Thank you, Master. I know it was hard to say, but you said you trust us, right? We will stand by your side. My master will too. I have no intention of running away and leaving my brother behind. Everyone chimed in with their own exclamations. I owe Seol Gangrim my life in this lifetime. A debt must be paid. I had no connection to Brother Seol Gangrim in my past life, but I cannot forgive the actions of the Bureau of Heavenly Fate. I'm sorry, Gangrim. A large tear fell. To think you were carrying all of that alone this whole time and I knew nothing. I just felt hurt because you were hiding something from me. Thank you for telling us. I'm glad we can fight together again. While he was busy working, a plate of hot dumplings was placed on his desk. What's all the excitement about? He replied. Seol Gangrim confessed. The main character just admitted he's a regressor. I have to write this into the story right away. She was calm. Danger is approaching. We could all die. Aren't you nervous? He pondered for a moment. The others do seem a little scared. That's true. But hearing Shinua say that, it's actually interesting. Shinua's reaction is still the strangest of all. Shinua looked at him, confused. What do you mean? Gojun teased. She believes so blindly, I'd even say it's beyond normal. Shinua retorted. It's not like you don't know you're a person who goes against common sense yourself. He cut her off. Don't change the subject. She closed her eyes and sighed. You were just like this last time. He continued to argue. It's not just because she believes Seol Gangrim will return. It's strange that Shinua, a person who hates killing, would suddenly sacrifice her own arm to save Gangrim and even try to kill his enemy. Hearing that, Shinua looked quite flustered. He pointed his finger at her face. I was convinced after hearing about the end of the Baeko moon that Seol Gangrim described. Shinsua's decisions always get weird when Seol Gangrim is involved. How can sacrificing an entire sect and her comrades just to protect one person be considered normal? I believe Shinsua is the main character of this story, but I'm starting to doubt the truth behind her goodwill. Shinsua walked out, lost in thought. She recalled her conversation with Seol Gangrim. Back then, he had pushed her against a wall, questioning her. What's the reason? What is your relationship with me? That's right. Returning to the present, she felt ridiculous. Why am I so worried about Seol Gangrim? A loud voice caught Shinsua's attention. I got it! A group of people cheered excitedly. I got an invitation to the Divine Realm, too, so I'm the only one left. Shinsua was curious. What's everyone talking about? Seol Gangrim explained. The invitation to the Divine Realm. We plan to make use of the gods we've received. You can get stronger by training in the Divine Realm. That's because the flow of time is different there. It seems the time of crisis is drawing nearer. She rested her chin on her hand, pondering. If I received one too, he quickly cut her off. Being possessed by a god isn't necessarily a good thing. Some pretty powerful mages have had their abilities restricted by their gods. Her face was blank. Didn't I receive one in the past? The Shinsua of the past. She had received her own patron god when the battle with Suramon began. A god with the title of First Master. She continued. That was the title of the god who offered me their patronage, ever since I left the training area. Seol Gangrim was curious. So, you did receive an offer? She replied. I refused because I didn't know what kind of god it was. He placed a hand on his chest, sighing in relief. That's a relief. I don't know much about it either. However, that god would grant Shinsua things she would refuse to do. For that sin, the Shinsua of the past had to suffer a grave consequence. She thought, I have to find a way to get stronger without relying on those gods. I'm not even sure if I trust them. I have something I want to give you. It's a liquid created by extracting mana from divine-grade essence blood. Consuming it will strengthen your mana control. The others can rely on the gods for help, so you should use this. Shinsua. With that, he turned and walked away. She continued. Gangrim didn't receive a patronage either. Seol Gangrim gave a confident smile. I already have a few methods in mind. Seon's eyes widened in alarm. Gangrim, you. Her expression turned serious. What are you talking about? Seol Gangrim pleaded. Please, open my demon gate, master. The demon gate is a path for demons to enter the mortal world. If a demon gate opens within someone's soul, their divine energy will become stronger. They will hear what they shouldn't hear and see what they shouldn't see. She questioned him worriedly. After everything we did to close it, you want to open it again? In his heart, the appearance of the demon gate had only brought him pain when he refused the god's patronage. But it'll be different this time. He placed a hand on his chest, his voice firm. I'm already in the process of apotheosis, but there are still many limitations on using my divine power in my current state. The new abilities I gained through apotheosis were unlocked before, but I've never been able to use them. She advised him gently. Opening the demon gate isn't easy. Forcing it open is different from it opening naturally. Many people have gone mad because they couldn't endure the process, and you're not in a good state either. Seol Gangrim clenched his fists, approaching the edge. As we are now, we don't stand a chance of winning against TI. So, I'd rather become a mindless zombie than be defeated as a human. She sighed softly. Perhaps it would be safest if I were the one to open it for you. Seon sat before an altar, performing a ritual. Behind her was a person in white. It was Seol Gangrim. He sat there, his eyes shut tight. Demon gate, open. Demon gate, open. Lines of talismans surrounded his body. It's really opening. The Seol Gangrim who once ran away has now returned. How vexing. Seol Gangrim clutched his head in pain. Process at 30%. During the ritual, she glanced over and was horrified. Oh no, the shrine is on fire. Hang in there. Seol Gangrim bit his lip so hard it bled. I can do this. The pain will lessen once the demon gate is fully open. I've suffered from spiritual affliction since I was a child. This is still weaker than what I've prepared for. Process at 70%. This passed again? Gangrim, Shinsua said worriedly. Did you think I wouldn't stop you if you left? Whenever Gangrim smiles and leaves on his own, he's always about to do something very dangerous. It's because I've obtained some information about my past self. That must be it. You have consumed the essence blood. Your mana control has been strengthened. He asked worriedly. This. Why did you give it to me to drink? She said cheerfully. Let's share. With that, she raised it to her lips and drank it all. See? My mana has increased a little. It's a good thing I drank this, right? My mana has risen to level 80. I don't know what you're planning. She gave a bright smile. But now you'll be able to handle things more easily. Seol Gangrim clutched his head, lying on the ground as blood trickled across the floor. The demon gate is open. See? It was easy. His hand slowly went limp. Seo Hwayon screamed in panic. Gangrim, wake up! Gangrim! A woman spoke calmly. So, the plan to create T.I. So's fake theater troupe was exposed? A man knelt on the ground, reporting. Commander, said Bakeyang. It's because that spy, Kang Do-hyun, refused. He's the hostage we can use against Seol Gangrim and Seo Hwayon. We need to inform the god about this. She spoke slowly. All right. She clasped her hands and tried to stand, performing a ritual. Oh, great god above, how should we fight them from now on? A deep, hoarse voice echoed. Leave it. No one can fight against destiny. Bakeyang sighed in relief. We believe in you, she replied. Yes, let's do that. With that, she collapsed onto the hospital bed, a blood-stained mask falling to the floor. Gongju asked curiously. The 41st commander died because of leader Seomun, right? Bakeyang grinned. That was a very valuable question, wasn't it? Come on, let's go to the research lab. We need to find the next commander right now. At the university hospital, Seol Gangrim strode inside. He looked around as if searching for something, when suddenly, a system voice rang out. Stealth skill activated. Footprints appeared among the people in the hospital. One day earlier, Seol Gangrim received a call. He spoke softly. Hello? A deep, hoarse voice came from the other end. It's me, Gangrim. How are you feeling? That voice was like an obsession in his head. Gangrim, how are you feeling? How are your legs? Is your head okay? He replied, I'm fine. Fine? What about you is fine? You look like you're about to die. Gangrim should just drop dead already. Then we could be friends. Seol Gangrim sat in a corner, his voice calm. Well, I'm enduring it. It's been a week, so I'm gradually getting used to it. Seon's voice was soft on the other end of the line. I see. Seol Gangrim let out a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted. Yes, don't worry. Is that the only reason you called? Her hand tightened on the paper she was holding. We'll talk more when we meet. However, she looked at a person in a photo. That person named Bakeyang you mentioned. He's finally appeared in my spiritual vision. Seol Gangrim rushed over. Master, he said, you found Bakeyang? Seo Hwayon nodded seriously. Yes, I think I know where he is now. Seol Gangrim slammed the table. Then, immediately she cut him off. Calm down. That place still needs more investigation. The place where he appeared. It's suspected to be a secret research facility of the Celestial Mandate Protection Bureau. It's too dangerous to rush in recklessly. The investigation into this facility has actually progressed to a certain extent. Seol Gangrim's hands trembled as he tried to stay calm, asking, but how much longer do I have to wait? After a few more spiritual visions and arranging personnel for the infiltration mission, then I'll infiltrate it myself. Seon was alarmed to hear this and stopped him. There's no one more suitable than you. She closed her eyes. trying to compose herself, then seemed to have made a decision. Her voice was cold as she refused. Hearing this, Seol Gangrim was devastated, his voice trembling. Why? Seon pointed at him. Because it's too dangerous to send you. He was curious. What do you mean? She explained, you've opened the demon gate and filled yourself with divine power. You now possess a powerful demigod transformation ability. Even without it, you're not so weak that I'd have to worry. Seol Gangrim shot back. It's not like I'm going there to pick a fight anyway. I have abilities that are perfect for reconnaissance, and if something happens, I can at least get away safely. Sao Wagon slammed the table, roaring in anger. Look at yourself right now. The second you hear the name Bakeyang, you start radiating this insane killing intent. How the hell are you supposed to infiltrate anything in that state? Stunned by his words, Seol Gangrim was momentarily at a loss. He slumped to the ground, looking utterly helpless. Seeing him so dejected, Sao Wagon's voice softened a little. I understand your thirst for revenge, but if you let your emotions run wild like that, do you really think you can just scout things out and come back in one piece? Seol Gangrim sat there, biting his lip and taking it. She continued, are you sure you won't lose control and attack him the moment you see Bakeyang? Seol Gangrim hung his head like a child who'd been caught misbehaving. I promised I wouldn't do things alone anymore. Hearing this, Sao Wagon was completely taken aback. My comrades said they would fight with me. Memories flashed through his mind. Thanks for telling me. They believed his incredible story about returning. And now they're still fighting hard, so we can face Bake together. I want to be with them, and that's more important to me than revenge. Please, trust me, Master. Heavy footsteps echoed in the hallway. Choi Suo sighed in frustration. How did I get stuck in a place like this? A figure appeared behind him, ready to strike, but he was completely oblivious, still muttering to himself, gotta have a smoke to clear my head before I go in. He was knocked unconscious and dragged into a room. The scanner's voice announced, Park Dion, identity confirmed. Opening laboratory number 1. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, the security here is pretty lax. But Master said I can't see the future beyond this door. The laboratory door slowly opened. So, from here on out, this must be the Bureau for the Protection of Providence's secret research area. Well then, let's see what they're hiding. A woman was lying inside a large test tube. Her eyes were shut tight. Seol Gangrim froze in horror. Bakeyang, utterly terrified, he reached out a hand as if to touch the large test tube. This can't be. He slowly turned, carefully scanning his surroundings, his body pressed against the large test tube. When he got a clear look at the woman's face inside, Seol Gangrim was stunned. Impossible. He broke into a run, looking all around, unable to believe his eyes. Why? Are all the test tubes around here filled with the same person's body? All of them. Seol Gangrim collapsed, curling into a ball. They're all Bake. A system voice rang out. S098, First Class God, Metal Element. H230, First Class God, Water Element. F002, First Class God, Fire Element. Seol Gangrim trembled all over. Their elemental designations are different, but they're clearly all Bakes. No, even if they're not exactly Bakeyang, it's meaningless. Just one Bake was enough to destroy Bomon and their allies. If all of these awaken, we won't stand a chance of survival. Segang frantically tried to hack into the software. I have to deal with this right now. Suddenly, the identification machine's voice spoke. Iang Ebe, identity confirmed. Opening laboratory number 1. Footsteps echoed throughout the lab, and a clear voice rang out. I was hoping they could last until the next hatching. He walked in, looking worried. We still have plenty of spare containers, Captain Y added. This sample group alone is. Suddenly, he roared in anger. Hey, you! Seeing a man's back in the room. What are you doing in here? Seol Gangrim, in disguise, stammered, I lost something, so I was just checking the places I've been. Captain Y relaxed. Oh, it's Researcher Park. What are you looking for? He waved his hand dismissively. Ah, no, it's not here. The other man replied, yeah, that makes sense. Why don't you try the smoking room? He walked past them. I think I'll head there. Seol Gangrim, disguised as Researcher Park, walked away. The other man called after him suspiciously. Hey, isn't the smoking room that way? Team Leader Y, let's check again. That guy. I don't think he's a researcher. Captain Y stroked his beard, looking puzzled. How strange. Seol Gangrim, disguised as a man, scratched his head awkwardly. I got a little turned around. The other man was curious. Isn't that the clumsy Researcher Park? He hurried off. Well then, if you'll excuse me. Captain Y let out a soft sigh, then conjured a stream of green energy from his hand, his face calm. We'll know once we check. Seol Gangrim, disguised as Researcher Park, saw that the situation was bad and began to look panicked. Captain Y pointed a finger at his face. Oh, what's this? He gave a goofy grin. Is he trying to dodge? If it were really him, he'd have a hole in his head by now, Gongdu said worriedly. Suddenly, Seol Gangrim, still disguised as Researcher Park, grabbed a weapon and charged forward. He slammed it against the laboratory door. Even with the powerful blow, the door didn't budge. Captain Y crossed his arms and looked at him smugly. It's fine. He can't escape. Inside, he was panicking. Damn it. The man advanced, closing in on him step by step. Now then, his face turned cold. Shall we reveal the identity of our intruder? Inside, he thought, I said I'd run without fighting, but I can't get out of this without a fight. I have no other choice. He put on a mask, silently calculating in his head. I just have to make sure they don't find out it's me. Captain Y was startled. Whoa, is that an invisibility ability? He glanced from side to side, completely missing the now invisible Seol Gangrim appearing behind him. These circus clowns are getting bolder. He landed a blow on the man's back, but Gongdu used his ability to block it for him. Gongdu was confused. How can you be so calm? The old man confidently tilted his head back. Don't worry. I'll hit him this time. True to his word, Captain Y unleashed an attack that narrowly missed Segang. He overdid it, causing a test tube to shatter. Gongdu clutched his head and screamed, Captain Y! The old man panicked. Oh no, the other man continued. If you'll allow me to break a few things, I can catch him for you. The old man yelled furiously. Break what? Seol Gangrim kept running from Gongdu's pursuit, the old man's face pale as he roared in anger. Get him now, Captain Gong. His expression was confident. Did you just attach a beacon? Corpse summoning ability, activate. Hearing that, Seol Gangrim grew worried. Summoning? So it's a little hunt, then. Gongdu laughed loudly. Circus clown, your reckless rampage ends here. He thrust his sword forward, but Seol Gangrim's sword blocked it. Seol Gangrim was trembling, thinking to himself, damn it, I can't fight against conventional weapons. The man swung his sword wildly, invisible again. You really think you can escape like that? He silently calculated. It's obvious they want to preserve these Bakeyangs. If I keep running and breaking things, they'll eventually have to focus on defense. That'll be my chance to escape. It wasn't just skeleton soldiers. Gongdu's massive hand slammed Seol Gangrim to the ground. He rushed over, his face cold as he said softly, Gotcha. He reached out and touched Seol Gangrim's mask. Let's see now, what kind of person are you? The mask was removed, and he broke into a smile. Long time no see. Captain Gongdu was in shock, as if he couldn't believe his eyes. Seol Gangrim, what are you doing here? Captain Y was ecstatic. Did you say Seol Gangrim? So this is what it means to just let him be. A system voice rang out. Captain Y raised his hand, and the broken shards of the test tube immediately flew into the air. Swampification ability. Activate. The old man laughed maniacally. No one can defy fate, Gongdu yelled in anger. Yang, are you insane? The old man's eerie voice echoed. What? Looking at the fake corpses on the ground, the old man sighed. We don't need fakes. If we can cast the incarnation spell on the real entity. Hearing that, Seol Gangrim panicked, his pupils constricting violently. This energy, it's definitely that god. The god that's been chasing me since I was a child. Remembering the past, all of you are in those positions by that person's arrangement. The time will come when you will be used for a more precious purpose. So that's why the fake circus clowns couldn't kill us. A cold, mechanical voice announced, Demigod ability, activate. Gongdu shielded his eyes. What is this? Captain Y was terrified. He's undergone deification? To their astonishment, Seol Gangrim flew high into the air. He summoned a powerful surge of energy. That energy flew towards Gu's large hands, shattering them to pieces, then pushed deeper, drawing blood from Gongdu. Captain Y spoke coldly, a frightening glint in his eyes. That person's body can't be that of an ordinary human. Seol Gangrim calmly looked down at the old man, divine power continuously flowing through the demon gate within him. This new power I've gained, thanks to the protection of a god, has excellent compatibility with my existing abilities. It's come to this. Let's end it here, the old man said in a cold voice. He gently drew his weapon, then suddenly froze, staring at them in shock. They were transforming into terrifying creatures. We are no ordinary humans either. Captain Y looked coldly at Seol Gangrim. Indeed, that person's body could hardly be that of a normal human. Seol Gangrim silently calculated. The Fate Protection Bureau has 4 captains. Dragging this out would be dangerous. He gently drew his weapon. Let's finish this quickly and get out of here. He accelerated, rushing towards them. Captain Y gave a sinister smile and summoned a source of energy. But we are no ordinary humans either. Green tentacles quickly emerged from the old man's body. He controlled the tentacles, wrapping them tightly around Seol Gangrim. Seol Gangrim struggled to break free from them. He was utterly bewildered. This wasn't a supernatural ability. Seol Gangrim looked down at Captain Y, summoning his power. I see. So you guys are demons after all? Gongdu provoked. It seems those failures have exposed everything. The old man sneered. So you were serious. He spoke confidently. Hurry and capture Seol Gangrim so we can proceed with the divine possession. An intense battle broke out. Gongdu struggled to defend himself. I can't believe it. Seol Gangrim confidently fought back against him. Growing exhausted, he stammered, how did he get so strong? He showed potential even as a trainee, but He hesitated, then continued. You're just… Suddenly, a blast of energy flew straight at Seol Gangrim. He gloated, third rate at best. Seol Gangrim gritted his teeth. It's too late to dodge. He used his weapon to block the energy blast. The two powers clashed continuously. Gongdu flew up in a rage. I can't believe even this move didn't work. Seol Gangrim gave a mocking smile. I'm not third rate anymore, he retorted sarcastically. You're talking nonsense. Fate levels don't change. He charged forward, shouting, Humans can't change their own destiny. Seol Gangrim gave a cold smile. I used to think so too, but he grabbed the man's sword and pushed him away, completely defeating him. Gongdu's body went rigid, frozen solid. Captain Y screamed in despair. Oh no, Captain Gong. Turns out that wasn't true. Seol Gangrim, Divine Power Level 3, elemental ranks of fire, water, and wood. Seol Gangrim spoke coldly. We can change our own destiny. Captain Y backed away in terror. Impossible, he thought to himself. A mere human dares. Seol Gangrim was startled when he saw the giant monster. He's already dead, so why is his power still here? The monster bit down on Captain Y's neck. It was as if it had swallowed the old man whole. He looked frightened. Did it just swallow them? God level. In the end, you're still just a human. But we received divine power from that person, and were born as guardians of fate, wielding the power of the gods. Captain Y stepped out of the monster's mouth, breathing a sigh of relief. His face was dazed, his voice deep and hoarse. That was a close call. Seeing the old man had survived, Seol Gangrim was horrified. I can't believe the thing behind him is his true form. This makes things a bit complicated. He flew forward quickly, launching an attack at the old man. Captain Y fought back, using his ability to strike Seol Gangrim's body. He thought to himself, because this is an unstable power gained by opening the demon gate, my body has been under pressure ever since I started using the demigod state. The old man smiled triumphantly. Just as I expected, your divine power is slowly dissipating. Seeing him cough up blood, the old man was overjoyed. You seem to be suffering from a power you can't control. You won't be able to last much longer. Captain Y laughed maniacally as he saw him bound by the monster. Destroying your own body just to buy a little more time. Can you really call that living? With a body born imperfect, you should be grateful you can at least become a vessel for a god and accept the divine possession. Seol Gangrim struggled continuously against the massive monster. I have to resist. Son, are you ready now? He felt as if he was falling into despair. Damn it, I was told not to use this unless it was absolutely unavoidable. But suddenly, a blue light appeared. It cracked open, and inside was the serious face of Seo Hwa-gyeon. Yes, I thought there might come a time I'd have to use this. Captain Y exclaimed in alarm. Who are you? She spoke coldly. Seo Hwa-gyeon, a slave to fate. The names that have vanished, the souls that were erased. If you cannot release your resentment and indignation, then become my sword. Yes, let me help you fight. I command you to bring total destruction. The Spirit Sword summoning command ability was activated. Captain Y was mercilessly tortured, large pools of blood splattering out. When he turned back, there was nothing but a pile of wreckage. Seo Hwa-gyeon's hand gently pulled Gangrim's. Her eyes looked at him with determination, making him feel a bit awkward. Master, I'm sorry. She gave a satisfied smile. In any case, this still isn't the worst-case scenario I had imagined. Gangrim, you did well. Finish that one off first and then come back. Captain Y shouted. Wait, Seol Gangrim, you haven't forgotten everything I did for you before, have you? I'll provide information on the Protection Bureau. We can be on the same team, the old man pleaded. Please, spare me. On a TV screen, a man was reading a report. Around 4 p.m. yesterday, at OO University Hospital, the Clown Gang carried out another terrorist bomb attack. Fortunately, thanks to the swift response from the Fate Protection Bureau, there were no casualties. Seol Gangrim tapped his fingers on the table, nodding in satisfaction. I see. There's no mention of your faction or Captain 3. Are you really that useful? Gongdu frowned at him. I am the de facto second-in-command of the Protection Bureau, Seol Gangrim said coldly. Really? Just like those test subjects we saw in that lab. You guys have substitutes too, don't you? Seol Gangrim questioned him coldly. If that's the case, then there's no particular reason why I have to capture and extract information from you, Captain Gong, is there? He snapped. What? He thought to himself. Is this bastard really planning to get rid of me just like that? He yelled. Let me make this clear. We are different from those mass-produced vessels. Only the most outstanding individuals among countless specimens earn the right to hold the secrets of the Protection Bureau. You won't be able to convince Seomun Yo-Neil, the one with the real power, and Ying Ibe is already dead. He then let out a crazed smile. I am your only remaining chance. Seol Gangrim rested his chin on his hand. And why should I believe you? He said forcefully. There is an item called a vow contract. It's an item used to enforce a promise between two parties. We'll use that. He gave a sinister smile. Sounds good. Shall we negotiate the terms then? Seol Gangrim will not harm Gongdu through torture, imprisonment, or restraint, will provide shelter and necessities, and will issue multiple vengeance cards engraved with Seol Gangrim's name. Gongdu will not carry weapons or use abilities within the protective barrier and will answer all of Seol Gangrim's questions truthfully, without concealment or lies. If either party violates this, both parties will pay with their own lives. A vengeance card. It's been a while since I've seen one of these. Gongdu held the card curiously. Although this time, your name is engraved on it. With this, if I kill you, you must immediately end your own life. And if any of your comrades kill me, no matter who it is, that person must die by your hand. There's no better guarantee than this. Seol Gangrim said seriously. Now, are you ready to talk? He sighed. By the way, whose tattered clothes are these? You must have made a decent amount of money from your hunter job, no? Why don't you invest a little more in yourself? Seol Gangrim slammed his hand on the table. Enough. First question. Who is the god of the Protection Bureau? As expected of a captain from the Fate Protection Bureau's main headquarters. The information he knew was a great help in understanding the enemy, the entire remaining force of the Protection Bureau, how they created humanoid demons like him, and even the purpose behind the establishment of the Bureau of Destiny Protection. In the end, it was all to summon the Bureau's god, the immutable Eternal. Gongdu was excited. That's right, and you are the human that God has marked as its vessel. Seol Gangrim lowered his head, thinking that a vessel to receive a god, that God's purpose hadn't changed since the old days. Wait a minute, then why did Bakeyang try to kill me? If they're followers of the immutable Eternal, shouldn't they follow its will? Ah, that's right, he continued. You're fine for now, but you should still be careful. The immutable Eternal has a mortal enemy. That god has destroyed every candidate who could have become a vessel. Every time a follower of the immutable Eternal appeared, Seol Gangrim broke out in a cold sweat hearing that. A mortal enemy? Then could the Bakeyang I saw in my past life have been a follower of that rival god? Gongdu pointed to himself, boasting, I killed that god's follower a few months ago, so you don't have to worry about it. He looked up and demanded, how much do you know about this rival god? Do you know its divine name? Gongdu was curious. Why aren't you more worried about the immutable Eternal instead of a god that doesn't have any followers? He replied, answer me, quickly. Got it? You want to die a good death, don't you? He continued. All right, that god's divine name is the First Owner. I heard they possess a weapon that can kill the Eternal. What? Seol Gangrim's eyes darkened. If it's the First Owner, that's the god Shin-Sua received in my past life, then the oracle that Shin-Sua refused. Was it an order to kill me? At that thought, his body trembled uncontrollably. He continued his story. Anyway, if anyone is trying to receive that god, stop them. It's better to strike first and kill them, because a connection with a god isn't something that can be easily severed. Seol Gangrim's face fell. What? Gongdu scratched his head in confusion. That's enough questions, isn't it? It's not like today's the only day we have, right? Seol Gangrim nodded. Then let me ask one last thing. Before Awakening Day, I heard that most of the pre-awakened who refused the Bureau's recruitment offer were killed. Is that true? Gongdu flinched at the question, his face turning pale. Were you there? He panicked, cold sweat pouring down like a river, and slammed the table in anger. Why are you curious about that now? Anyway, you're on my side now. Even if you don't like my past, you can't harm me. Seol Gangrim replied irritably. Just answer the question. He flashed a crazed smile. Was I there? I was there. And just there? I was the one who killed all those bastards. All right, no more questions. Let me rest now. Go ahead and rest. When you open the door, there will be a guide. Will they lead me to my room? No. A terrifying doll beast appeared. It attacked Gongdu with a weapon, making him scream in fear as blood splattered everywhere. He screamed, run for your life. This is different from what we promised. Say gang, save me. Seol Gangrim was cold. Why should I? The clown troupe has many families of the awakened you killed. Did you forget that I could get revenge? The doll lightly stepped on his hand and then slowly approached Seol Gangrim. Thank you, Seol Gangrim, for giving us the chance for revenge. He smiled. I'm just repaying the help I received. By the way, does destroying the doll release the summoned spirit? That's right. Burning it would be the easiest way. Understood. The doll continued. Next time, could you ask the master to summon me into a ball-jointed doll? This cotton body gets wet and becomes too heavy. I'll do that. See you later, Janzun. In a dark and damp place, figures appeared. Bakeyang tore at his hair. We have to assume that no vessel survived. It seems Captain Yi and Captain Gongdu have also been taken down. Do I have to receive the god directly myself? But if that happens, our forces will be reduced to just that bastard and the failed scraps. That's too dangerous. Should I at least go and kidnap Seol Gangrim? If only we had just one of those eggs of unknown origin left. An excited voice rang out. Captain Seomun, this seems to be the key to Captain Gong's armory. Bakeyang's eyes widened. Open it, quickly. Bakeyang held the key forward. Both of them were incredibly tense. The door opened, and inside was an egg. Bakeyang smirked. There's one sample of the egg of unknown origin left. The next director is born. In a large building, the elevator screen showed the first floor. Seol Gangrim slowly stepped out, surprised by the scene before him. Shin-sua stood with her arms crossed, smiling at him. So, did you get what you wanted? Seol Gangrim replied cheerfully. It's all thanks to you. Thank you so much. Just a moment. About that, she turned away in annoyance. The system again. Why do they send so many of these? Seol Gangrim was quite surprised to see them. The first owner has sent an invitation to the divine realm. Inside, he thought, the first owner is still trying to recruit Shin-sua. I can't let Shin-sua fall into danger again. If that's the case. He reached out and pressed the system screen. I think I can help you. She was curious. You, Seol Gangrim? Seol Gangrim thought. First, I'll link our minds with silent communication. Let's block the first owner from contacting her. Demigodification, divine-level silent communication, activating divine mode. The first owner says you can come if Shin-sua refuses. The first owner has determined that I have a way to kill Seol Gangrim's enemy. My enemy? No way. The first owner has secretly shared the method to kill the immutable eternal. A cup of warm tea was placed on the table. Shin-sua, sitting across from him, spoke up. So, the Bureau of Destiny Protection's goal is a summoning. But the god, don't tell me you're planning on leaving me behind again. Seol Gangrim stated firmly. Shin-sua has been chosen as the vessel for the demigod of the first owner. I think it's best if I go alone this time, she snapped angrily. What? Didn't you say that God tried to kill you in your past life, and now you want to go alone? He looked down, not daring to meet her eyes. That God and I share a common goal, to defeat the immutable eternal. Maybe this time they will help me. She was so angry she was on the verge of tears. But the words you said before, was the promise to fight together a lie? He said in a low voice. I'm sorry. Her gaze sharpened. Shin-sua reached out and touched the system screen. Seol Gangrim cried out in alarm. Shin-sua? She pressed the button without hesitation. A cold, mechanical voice rang out. You have accepted the invitation to the first owner's divine realm. Now we'll go together. He stood frozen as if he couldn't believe his eyes, then let out a long sigh. It's going to be dangerous. Are you sure you'll be okay? She replied confidently. Of course. He thought, that's right. Going alone was a bit reckless to begin with, but with Shin-sua coming along, I'll need to prepare more. Before we go to the divine realm, we need to make some preparations. She was curious. Preparations? At Yongchu Waterfall, a voice rang out. No matter how many times I recalculate, there isn't a single safe day, Sawa said coldly. That is an extremely dangerous place. Are you sure you still want to go, child? Seol Gangrim seemed to have made up his mind. No matter what, I have to go. Those gods, they are all the strongest in their own divine realms. Even if you can use demigodification now, that's still not enough to take down a god. She continued, if you try, you will die. He clenched his fists. But I have no other choice. To capture the immutable eternal, that's the only way. She looked at him, her face darkening. Perhaps there's still a sliver of luck. The divine realm you intend to go to has been under attack by the Bureau of Destiny Protection. He was overjoyed. Then, she replied cheerfully, the current chaos might make infiltration easier. Seol Gangrim jumped to his feet, excited. Then we have to go right now, she thought. Normally when a human opens a gate themselves, they either go mad or die. But Gangrim opened its gate and is still accumulating karma. And yet, he can still use divine power while keeping his mind sane. How is that possible? Suddenly, Sawa seemed to realize something. She spoke up, stopping him. Gangrim, child, are you two dating? Seol Gangrim blushed and quickly denied it. Me? Of course not. Shin-sua is just here to act as my gatekeeper. She was serious. Her presence is cleansing the stains on my soul. In other words, she's the reason I'll survive. He smiled. I know. That's why I'm always grateful to her. She walked over and took Shin-sua's hand. Shin-sua, please keep Gangrim from crossing the line. She smiled brightly. Yes, ma'am. He quickly said his goodbyes to her. Well, I'm off. Master, the first master's cooperation in the divine realm has been confirmed. Moving to the divine realm, the two of them arrived at a place where a chaotic battle had just occurred. Many people were severely injured. Shin-sua was helpless, so it was true. The first master really knows how to kill the gods of the evil lair. Seol Gangrim handed her a mask. We should avoid revealing our identities. She took the mask and put it on. How thoughtful, Seol Gangrim. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Shin-sua dodged. A source of golden light flew out from inside. Shin-sua was stunned. What is this? Footsteps slowly approached. The theater troupe. Both of them were alarmed. That voice. After killing people from the evil lair and ordinary citizens, did you really follow me all the way here? I will destroy all of you. Anavicha held out her hand, preparing to attack. The girl stood in front of them in a fighting stance, holding her staff to block the way. Seol Gangrim slowly drew his sword and said, I really don't want to fight you, Anavicha, but I guess I have no other choice. Shinsua called out to Seol Gangrim from behind. Agent Anne doesn't know the true nature of the Bureau of Fate. She thought for a moment and recounted. We once fought fake members of the theater troupe together, and she didn't seem to know they were actually from the Bureau. She said to herself, let me try talking to her. Maybe even Agent Anne can be reasoned with. Seol Gangrim replied coldly, no. From behind his mask, he said, even if we reveal the truth now, she won't believe us, because of those eyes. He looked towards Anavicha and continued, those are the eyes of someone who is prepared to die. Behind her, 2 others appeared, standing on the same side, ready to fight him and Shinsua. She looked at everyone with sad eyes, seeing that everyone here had been defeated. She gripped the staff in her hand tightly and said, theater troupe. From behind, Anavicha began to summon many more guards around her. Seol Gangrim turned to Shinsua and said urgently, Miss Shinsua, please take care of those puppets. Shinsua replied softly, yes. The system panel opened again. Skill. Woodleaf technique activated. He combined his attack with Shinsua's ultimate move and flew towards Anavicha. He leaped up and began his attack, appearing before her in the blink of an eye. Anavicha couldn't believe his speed. He unleashed his move and sent her flying backward. She slammed painfully into the wall. Her mask flew off, and she screamed in pain. Defeated, Anavicha collapsed to the ground. She looked up, thinking to herself, so strong. She looked at him, thinking, maybe even stronger than the theater troupe leader I met before. Anavicha gritted her teeth and told herself, but I can't fall here. Anavicha suddenly clutched her leg and said, Hanuman, please lend me your strength. Suddenly, the system panel appeared again. Anavicha called upon her guardian deity, the Great Protector, for a divine descent. Shinsua blurted out in surprise, that's... He also stood there stunned, looking at Anavicha and sighed. The system panel appeared again. The Great Protector has answered the call. The Great Protector begins its divine descent. A golden monkey flew down from the sky at Anavicha's call. She slowly tightened her grip on her staff and stood up. The system panel appeared again, descending upon Anavicha with 20% of its divine power. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, if this drags on any longer, it'll be dangerous. From a distance, Anavicha's energy radiated outwards. He slowly walked towards Anavicha. She suddenly leaped up and shot towards him with blinding speed. She thought to herself, he dodged my attack. Anavicha gripped her staff and continued to think. Then, after getting up, Anavicha, with her immense power, moved swiftly and used a move to fly past him. The system panel appeared again. Demigod Anavicha requests more power. The Great Protector warns that any further descent will destroy Anavicha's body. More streams of power continued to radiate from Anavicha's body. Anavicha said to herself, I'm well aware of that. She thought about the past and pushed herself. But I still have to. If I can just stop them, no matter the cost. The system panel appeared again. The Great Protector descends an additional 30% into Anavicha. He stood there, lost in thought, and sighed, facing Anavicha's incoming attack. Seol Gangrim suddenly unleashed an attack to block Anavicha's ultimate move. She raised her hand to block his attack. Anavicha thought to herself, faster. Anavicha was now injured. Large drops of blood sprayed from her mouth. The system panel appeared again. Demigod Anavicha requests more power. Their fight caused many cracks to appear in the surroundings. She fought more fiercely now, swinging her staff towards him. Anavicha screamed in anger. He struck her in the stomach. Before Anavicha could even swing her staff, he landed a painful blow to her abdomen. Her mask fell to the ground. Seol Gangrim picked her up and walked forward. Shinsua walked over and asked him, no way, is she dead? He replied softly, no, I just knocked her out for a moment. While holding Anavicha, he said to her, I only intervened before her body could take any more damage. I never intended to kill Miss Anavicha from the start. Luckily, I brought the talisman Kang Hyun gave me. Seol Gangrim continued, because Miss Anavicha has something she absolutely must do, Shinsua said as she walked. Agent Anne has something she must do. Seol Gangrim turned back and said, most of the human reapers who join the Bureau do so to protect humanity, he thought aloud. But if they knew their true purpose was to summon the Eternal One, then with Anavicha as the central figure, even the reapers would fight alongside us. Seol Gangrim knelt down, thinking to himself, that might also reduce the danger to Shinsua. He turned, looked around, and called out, Miss Shinsua? The mask slowly fell to the ground. Shinsua was tied to a chair in a palace. She slowly opened her eyes and asked, where am I? She thought to herself, my hands and feet are tied. Mumion then approached from behind and said, I hope you'll forgive me for restraining you under these circumstances. Shinsua was shocked, thinking, that's... She looked at the monster before her and thought, the fake theater troupe monster I met before. Thinking back, she said, no, perhaps it's more accurate to call it a reaper from the Bureau, but the one who killed the monster that even Bioget couldn't defeat. He walked over and said to her, a pleasure to meet you. My daughter is the god you call the first ancestor. He continued, I am the nameless one, Mumion. From a distance, Seol Gangrim took off his mask, walked over, and called out, Miss Shinsua, He opened the system and thought to himself, damn it, even the divine power communication is cut off. Is Miss Shinsua unconscious? Seol Gangrim remembered when Shinsua was still confident and thought, if only I had stopped her when she said she was coming. Now there's no choice but to go together. He continued thinking, if something happens to her again, I'll. He put his mask back on and calmed himself down. Calm down. Blaming myself won't solve anything. In another dimension, the first ancestor is trying to turn Shinsua into a demigod's vessel. That means he won't harm her. At least not yet. It rang out. Seol Gangrim thought to himself, I just have to save her before the divine descent happens. He suddenly turned, looking back at the ruins with a heart full of regret. He asked himself, how am I supposed to find her in this vast place? A voice came from behind him. Hearing your voice, I can tell, Anavicha asked. You're Seol Gangrim, aren't you? She was curious. Why? She shouted angrily. Why are you wearing a theater troupe mask? Anavicha still held her staff to his neck and questioned him. Were you fighting alongside us just to deceive us? He let out a heavy sigh, turned back, and replied, I have my reasons. It was just to hide my identity for a while. I'm not a member of the theater troupe. Seol Gangrim stood up and said, there's no time to explain everything. Miss Shinsua has been taken by Mumion. Anavicha let out a dazed sigh, still in her fighting stance, and asked why. He thought to himself, Mumion is an evil god who wants to destroy the world, and the theater troupe serves him, right? He slowly took off his mask and said, Agent, N, do you really not know anything? Anavicha shot back. What is it that I don't know? He stood there blankly, saying, I see no other choice. Seol Gangrim said angrily, I'll tell you what I know. After a brief conversation, she looked down and said, no way. Captain Gongdu was actually a monster? Anavicha replied, her limbs trembling. And the theater troupe that attacks civilians are actually the Bureau's Reapers. Seol Gangrim replied, hands on his hips. Believe it or not, that's up to you. Agent Anne, he pressed, but have you ever felt like something wasn't right? He looked at Anavicha and continued, the Bureau of Fate is hiding something. It was as if he was piercing through her very soul as he said, you really don't know anything at all, do you? Asterisk. So that's what that troop member meant before. Asterisk, Anavicha thought. Asterisk, if Seol Gangrim really is a member of the theater troupe. Asterisk, Anavicha slowly pulled a talisman from her belt. She thought back to the past, telling herself, asterisk, he didn't just knock me out with a single talisman. Asterisk, she remembered standing with Shinua behind a tree, thinking, asterisk, and from what I saw, asterisk, from a distance, a voice called out to Seol Gangrim. Anavicha said, I still don't completely believe you. But I don't think you two would do all this without a reason. Anavicha continued, so, just this once, I'll help you. The scene changes. Everyone at the palace has been wiped out. Shinua runs in to find everyone defeated, lying on the ground. With an angry expression, Shinua saw him channeling his energy from afar. Asterisk, I don't think we can win. Asterisk, she thought, gritting her teeth in frustration. She looked at him and demanded, why do you want to kill Gang? He hasn't done anything wrong, he replied in a calm voice. As you said, child, he is not at fault. Shinua angrily pressed on. Then why? Even so, Mumion said coldly, he must die for the sake of humanity. Gods derive their power from the belief of humans, he explained. And humans blame fate for every misfortune that befalls them. He angrily raised a hand as if to crush the world and said, but that only strengthens its power. The one called destiny, fate, that eternal being, sought to rule humans directly to become even more powerful. Recalling the past, he continued, I have destroyed countless vessels to stop that eternal being, and finally, I learned of the last vessel, the one eternity treasures most. He looked at Shinua, who was sitting on a chair, and said, Seol Gangrim. She asked, her eyes welling up with tears. Just for that reason? You mean Gang has to die just because he's eternity's vessel? She thought as she spoke. Gangrim has spent his entire life trying to avoid being possessed by that god. He raised a hand toward her and said softly, I know that, child, but if eternity takes over Gang's body, there will be no turning back. He continued gently, therefore, you must become my demigod and kill Se Gang. She gave him a cunning look and said, and you think I'll just obey you that easily? She was startled when he touched her head. A system window appeared. The patriarch is attempting to bestow a divine descent upon you. Streams of blue energy swirled around them. He continued, in my divine realm, the words I write become reality. A voice spoke from behind Shinua. Do not refuse, my daughter. Asterisk. No. Asterisk, she thought. As images from the past flashed through her mind, she said to herself, my memories. They're being erased. Shinua looked at Seol Gangrim's face in her mind's eye and whispered, I'm sorry. I couldn't help you, Gangrim. The system window continued. Target has a patron god. Divine descent cannot be performed. He looked up. What is this? His own head was falling through the air, and Seol Gangrim's face suddenly appeared. He flew past the man's body with his sword, catching Xinhua. The head hit the ground with a thud. The spot where it landed turned into a black mire. Miumon, his body now missing half its face, asked himself, "So, it's come to this." He looked toward Seol Gangrim and Xinhua and said, "Seol Gangrim." He stared at them from a distance. As he looked at the two of them, he thought, "Asterisk, you used divine communication to perform a self-descent, stopping mine. You must have linked your divine power before you even entered my realm. Asterisk." Seol Gangrim looked at him and asked. Remembering his past life, he yelled furiously, "You were the one who sent Byun after me." The man stood there, stunned. Miumon replied softly, "Yes." As memories of the past flooded back, he roared, "It was you! You're the cause of all of this!" He gripped his sword tightly and said, "If it weren't for you, no one would have had to die." A memory flashed, Xinhua and the others standing before him. He thought angrily, asterisk, "But I can't let Miumon fail in this life just because of a grudge from my past one." Asterisk. Words appeared in his mind, telling him to control his emotions, to remember why he was here. Seol Gangrim said to himself, "We both want the same thing, so shouldn't we be fighting against eternity together?" From a distance, he replied, "You foolish, pitiful child. I will give you one last chance," Miumon continued. "How about you end your own life?" Seol Gangrim stood there, stunned for a moment. The man added, "Think carefully. If eternity descends upon your body, this world will surely become a living hell." He continued, "Everything you hold dear will suffer. It was that eternal being who led your life to this tragedy." Miumon looked at him and added, "The only way to ruin eternity's plan is for you to die." He stood before him calmly while Seol Gangrim gripped his sword. "I know you resent me," he continued. "Once this is all over, I will atone with my own death. Now, choose," he added. Seol Gangrim. Miumon extended a hand toward him as he stood with his head bowed. He replied angrily, "My past self accepted that offer." Seol Gangrim lifted his head and answered, but as he looked over at Xinhua, collapsed on the ground, his anger flared, and a blue aura enveloped him. "I have people I want to protect with my own two hands," he continued angrily. "So I can't die." The man stood before him and replied, "Then there is no other choice." He gently raised his hand and gave a signal. From the castle, countless soldiers flew down from above as he said, "If that is your wish, then I will have to kill you myself." His soldiers flew towards Seol Gangrim, radiating killing intent. He also swung his sword, slashing at the soldiers. With blinding speed, he cut down several of them in an instant and leaped back. Seol Gangrim narrowed his eyes at the remaining soldiers. Just then, they all flew toward him at once. Without a word, he leaped up and cut them down one by one, his sword blazing with blue fire. Seol Gangrim landed coolly on the ground, the soldiers all defeated. At that moment, the man said in admiration, "To be this strong with the fate of a mere third-rate mortal." He flew in from behind him. He rushed in, clashing with the man. He blocked with his hand and said, "Not even Byun ever reached this level of power." He held up a talisman and said, "But no attack other than my own can harm me." He stepped back, thinking, asterisk. He blocked my sword with a single piece of paper. Asterisk. Streams of yellow energy radiated from the man's feet. Seol Gangrim raised his sword to block the yellow aura emanating from his body. As he held out his hand, even more energy surged from his body. He looked at Seol Gangrim and said, "With that human body, you can never defeat a god like me. So end this futile resistance." Seol Gangrim gave a mysterious smile. Unbeknownst to him, blood had started to trickle down one side of the man's face. The man looked at his hand in shock. Seol Gangrim glanced at his own small knife and thought, asterisk, I saw that reaper who turned into a monster holding this, so I wondered, asterisk. He looked at the man and thought, asterisk, this was definitely worth a try. Asterisk. Miumon looked at Seol Gangrim and said angrily, "Even if you have that." He held out his hand, and countless slips of paper fell from inside his sleeve. He angrily transformed the papers into swords that stood before him and said, "You think the outcome can change?" He began to accelerate, running towards him. Seol Gangrim looked on in horror, breaking out in a sweat. In the blink of an eye, he flew right in front of him and unleashed an attack. He appeared before him and arrogantly asked, "Is that everything you've prepared?" He thought to himself, "Damn it, the dagger." They both launched attacks at each other. He split into two, slashing at him simultaneously. He struck from behind, knocking him to the ground. His face covered in blood, he screamed. The man slowly floated down and said, standing beside him, "I admire that you've defied your third-rate destiny to come this far." He slowly lifted him by the neck. He looked at him as he spoke and continued his assault. "But the future where you must die remains unchanged." Seol Gangrim's eyes widened as he stared at him. The man looked down at his miserably defeated form on the ground and said, "I once held out hope that perhaps you could change fate." He continued, "But nothing has changed." From a distance, he watched him lying defeated on the ground. He tried to raise a fist towards the man walking away. He struggled to get up, but couldn't. He opened his eyes and looked towards him. Seol Gangrim tried to stand and said to himself, "My body, it won't obey me." He remembered the past and said, "We finally meet, but we couldn't talk much. Anyway, Big Brother will take good care of Master, right?" Seol Gangrim said to himself, "I feel like I've forgotten something. What is it?" Remembering scenes of Shinua, sometimes pensive, sometimes laughing happily, he suddenly stopped and said, "You're truly persistent." He couldn't believe his eyes as he questioned him. Mumion looked at him and thought, "That face." As he flew towards him from a distance, he spoke, "I don't know how you came back to life, but can't you see that even your efforts are futile?" He continued, "I once believed someone would appear who could challenge destiny." He thought to himself, but even after hundreds, thousands of repetitions, no anomalies ever occurred. Mumion raised his hand and continued, "Do you think you're any different from me?" He rushed forward, using his sword to slice through all the projectiles the man had just thrown. He gripped his weapon tightly and moved in to strike Seol Gangrim's head, and he too turned to fight back. He seriously gripped his weapon, rushing forward to meet Seol Gangrim's gaze. The two continued to fight. He said, "Through countless repeated reincarnations in those cycles, I always chose the best option." He recounted, "Even when I knew it wouldn't work. Hundreds, thousands, no, tens of thousands of times. A scene of a desolate city, with people lying everywhere as if after a great disaster. Thinking of the ruined scenes," he continued, "it repeated for so long that counting became meaningless." He continued speaking as he fought. "Of course, you wouldn't know what happens when the eternal constancy descends." At that moment, they both fell back. Seol Gangrim asked, "Did you never think that following destiny is exactly what the eternal constancy wants? I don't know what pain you've endured, but I'm different." The man stood at a distance and said, "Yes, as you say, you are special. In no other repetition have you grown this strong in such a short time." He clenched his fist and added, "But for me, I can no longer reincarnate." Mumion continued, "So this is the conclusion I've reached." His weapon pressed down on Seol Gangrim from the sky. At that moment, he suddenly flew up, and the man's attack missed, hitting the wall. Although he dodged, he was still sent flying into a wall. Seol Gangrim raised his hand and said, "Damn it, I thought something that big would be slow. But he's pretty fast." At that moment, the man's weapon returned to his back, and he continued to think. "Moreover, even if I injure him, he just regenerates. Unless I get Mumion himself, he won't go down." He held out his hand, looking at it and thinking, "My divine power is almost depleted. If I don't end this quickly, it'll be dangerous." The man turned back and said in a decisive tone, "It's time to end this." He controlled his weapon, swinging his arm to strike at Seol Gangrim. Seol Gangrim thought, "Somehow," as numerous tentacles flew in from a distance. These tentacles wrapped tightly around the legs, arms, and body of the man's weapon. The man exclaimed in surprise, "No way!" Shinua stood on the tentacles and called out, "Gangrim!" Shinua shouted. Now, the tentacles had wrapped tightly around his body. Seol Gangrim leaped onto the tentacles and advanced towards his position. He gave her a triumphant look, and Shinua confidently held out her hand. Finally, he lifted his feet and flew towards the man. He flew towards the man and plunged his own blade into his chest. The ultimate move landed, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Surprised and in pain, he asked, How is this possible?" He replied calmly, "You said it yourself." Mumion thought, "Attacks other than my own would be ineffective. Indeed, I did say that attacks other than my own would have no effect." He continued to think, "But the wound from the dagger taken from a death god didn't heal, so I guessed that the dagger was made from a part of your body, most likely one of your bones." He remembered the past when he had fallen at his hands and thought, and as I was about to die, a fragment of the dagger fell at my feet. More thoughts continued to race through his mind. I thought that if I used my ability, my Taoist arts, to disguise myself as you, your own attacks might not have an effect on me. Seol Gangrim replied to his words, "It was a 50-50 gamble, but luckily, it paid off. However, impersonating a god has completely drained my divine power." Mumion then said, "So that half of your face, was it really mine?" As expected of someone who would catch the eye of eternity, he looked at him with sharp, dangerous eyes. At that moment, Shinua confidently stepped up behind him. Recalling scenes of them playing together in the old days, he closed his eyes tightly in thought. He suddenly spoke, "Then I have no other choice. If it has come to this, I must entrust this to you." Though injured, Mumion still tried to reach out to the two of them and added, "Hold out your hands." Seol Gangrim and Shinua looked at each other, thinking for a moment, before he slowly extended his hand towards the man. He drew something on his hand and said slowly, "I had forgotten for a very long time that humans, no matter the circumstances, never lose hope." Remembering the past, he continued, "In my repeated reincarnations, I found a crack that existed in a spatial rift, and I hid a sword there that can defeat eternity." When he finished drawing, Mumion lowered his hand and slumped to the ground. He added, "What is carved on your hand are the coordinates to that rift. Use it, and you can go there. Sadly, only one person can go." He accepted his fate and looked up to the sky, saying, "I have waited a long time for this day." Many pieces of paper floated down from the sky, and he said, "It's emptier than I expected." He lowered his head again and slowly said to the two of them, "I'm sorry that my karma has become tied to you." At that moment, he collapsed to his knees and said quickly, "Wait, what is Bakeyang's true identity after all?" Seol Gangrim cried out in panic. "Why me? Why does a third-rate mortal like me have to become the vessel of eternity?" He smiled faintly and said, "Don't be in such a hurry. Soon, you will know." Mumion thought to himself, "Absorb me and move forward." Before them, he and Shinua watched as the man, drained of energy, sat slumped on the ground. Shinua called from behind, "Gangrim, we killed the god." But he angrily clenched his fists, Seol Gangrim thinking, "In the end, we learned nothing." He continued to think, "But if there's still something I have to do." He raised his hand towards the man's head. Suddenly, a screen appeared. Ability, Seize Fate, has been activated. His eyes widened as he thought. Seol Gangrim felt as if he were falling from a great height into a deep abyss. Outside, the sky was still blue, and the sounds of animals could be heard. He stared blankly at his surroundings. He looked down at the village in the distance and wondered where he was. Below, people were carrying a man on a palanquin. He was startled and asked himself, "Is that Seol Gangrim?" He looked towards the man and thought, "Is that Miumon when he was human?" He watched them from a distance, thinking, "If so, then I'm inside Mumion's memories." From behind him, Mumion's voice rang out, "Do you believe the gods appeared first?" He continued. "Or do you believe that humans appeared first?" Seol Gangrim suddenly asked back. "But aren't you supposed to be dead?" He replied, "That's right, but I have summoned you into my memories to tell you the truth." He added, "In my days as a mortal, I was a priest." Mumion looked towards the people and said to Seol Gangrim, "Many followed me as the god's Anavicha." He thought for a moment and continued, "But there were also those who despised me." He added, "However, I carried a deadly secret." He sat in the room, pondering at the table. Mumion was writing something intently. He continued, "The secret is that I wrote prophecies from a god that did not exist." He thought of fire and water and said, "Fire, earth, wind, and water. Each has its own spirit. So why shouldn't there be a god who decides the future?" Recalling the times he wrote, he said, "I believe that if a god of destiny existed, the world would be a more just place." From a distance, someone watched Thien Thu sneak into the tent. The thief opened the writings, read them, and said, "No way." As he read, the thief continued, "So all those divine prophecies were just the delusions of a single priest." The torch began to burn brighter, its light making the shadows dance behind him. Thien Thu's eyes widened as he asked himself, "Huh?" People gathered around, staring at the fiercely burning tent. The crowd whispered amongst themselves, "What the hell is going on? It's the punishment of the gods." He suddenly bowed his head to the ground as a voice came from within the tent. "Do you recognize me?" His eyes widened as he saw Thien Thu fly out of the tent and appear before him. He suddenly looked up and asked, "Who? Are you?" Thien Thu flew closer and said, "Yes, I am Thien Thu, the Eternal, born from your very own hands." Thien Thu flew over and lifted the man's chin. He thought back and continued recounting the tale of fate. He recalled their meeting and continued the story. "The first god created by mankind, that was the first meeting between Vin Ku and me." He added, "From then on, bearing the power of destiny, I began to decide the fates of all people." He thought about the past and continued, "To the wicked, I granted fates of despair," he went on, "and to the kind and selfless, I granted brilliant futures." He returned to the present with a sad expression. "As time passed, I died and became a god. Human civilization developed, and many praised my name. From a distance, someone approached. Until that day happened. In the past, he fell to his knees and said, 'Destiny.' In the past, he stood in the middle of the palace and said, 'Why do you only grant humans such cruel fates?' Thien Thu rested his cheek on his hand and said, 'Because humans only seek me out when they are miserable.' He replied, 'What?' Thien Thu stood up and said, 'Even when their fates are not of my making, they hate and curse me. They never thank the gods. No matter what fate I grant them, they never change. So I." Thien Thu walked past and continued, "I decided to grant humanity endless despair." He stood in silence, thinking. Vin Ku had changed. He recounted, "Her power had long surpassed mine, and she erased my name from humanity's memory." Remembering the shattered pieces, he continued, "That was my only small comfort. Although a god needs a divine instrument to unleash their full power, her power was so overwhelming that most divine instruments shattered before they could even bear it." Recalling the days when there were many people, he said, "So, Vin Ku created the Day of Awakening. She created the Bureau and the demon world amidst a turbulent sky to find a suitable divine instrument among the hunters with abilities. Then one day, a warning light suddenly flashed red. She approached, holding a vial of blood. She stood under the lights of the building. She stood there, dazed, looking up with water swirling around her. A voice called from a distance, "Young lady." She immediately snapped into a fighting stance. He held his hand out towards her, stood before her and said, "Will you join me in destroying the Bureau?" He looked at her and thought to himself, she carries a strong divine power of fate and harbors a deep-seated hatred for the Bureau and Vinku. He continued his thought, "Therefore, I granted her my ability. Regression. Remembering the city that year," he continued. "Even so, hundreds, no, thousands of times, I could only watch as humanity collapsed, time and time again." He slumped into a chair and bowed his head, clutching it as he thought, "There are only 2 regressions left. What am I supposed to do?" She stood in a corner and said, "There's only one method left. Kill those who could become Vinku's divine instrument." He suddenly returned to the present and began to move. "Why are you making that face?" She continued, "You're the one who created Vinku." She looked at him and added, "And now you feel guilty about killing innocent people?" She yelled, "Snap out of it." She continued relentlessly, "If we don't stop it here, humanity is finished." His spirit was broken, and he hung his head low again. He continued, "And so, Bakeyang hunted down Vinku's potential divine instruments, one by one. The scene changed to someone holding a sword, watching 2 people fighting," he added, "until only a single divine instrument remained." He and the young man stood looking at the crowd. Xinhua stepped out in front of everyone. He thought in a daze, "Xinhua is me." Before regressing, Seol Gangrim remembered the past and asked himself, "Does that mean—" A mutant elephant charged forward, its mouth wide open. Dust filled the air as Seol Gangrim descended. She walked over and asked, "Where is Seol Gangrim?" A thought suddenly crossed Seol Gangrim's mind. Bakeyang was also thinking, and she suddenly said, "Kill them all. Seol Gangrim will be among them." Seol Gangrim's face darkened. Jang Do-gu was unconscious, collapsed on the ground. He was covered in wounds, sitting on the ground with his head hanging low. Seol Gangrim stood with the old man, looking at him and Jang Do-gu. Seol Gangrim suddenly lowered his head and said to the old man, "So, you're showing me this because you have no other choice. Is that it? Is that the excuse you're giving me?" he said, clenching his fist. "Do you have any idea how many people have died because of you?" From behind him, the old man replied, "I know." He suddenly spun around in anger, grabbed the old man by the collar, and lifted him off the ground. He suddenly noticed something as the old man spoke in a normal tone. "From the day I separated from Vinku," he looked as if he were about to fade away as he said to Seol Gangrim, "There hasn't been a single day that I haven't regretted it." He had been released by now, and the old man continued, "To atone for my sins, I tried to cover them with the blood of innocence. But as you've already seen," thinking of the destroyed world, he added, "the world fell under Vinku's rule, and humanity became depraved." Seol Gangrim replied, "Why does it have to be me? I'm just average, nothing special." The old man spoke his final words. "Even I do not know the answer to that." He looked at Seol Gangrim and said, "However, you've become this strong with just a single regression." From high above, he looked down and said to him, "Therefore, you must save the world, child of destiny." From a distance, someone called, "Gangrim!" Xinhua shouted, "Wake up!" Debris began to fall to the ground all around them. The divine realm is collapsing. Xinhua suddenly turned to look behind her. Seol Gangrim had transformed into a different state, much to Xinhua's surprise. A voice emanated from the system. "A great shift begins in Seol Gangrim's destiny." Seol Gangrim, now with a commanding presence, said to her, "Xinhua, hold on tight to me." Seol Gangrim's destiny rank has risen to Dragon Class, first rank. Xinhua still couldn't believe her eyes, staring at Seol Gangrim with them wide open. Before she could recover from her shock, Seol Gangrim grabbed her and fled through the rubble. After running through, he glanced back at the situation behind them. The old man had accepted his fate to be buried here. A castle was gradually collapsing. From within a tall building, the voice of a survivor could be heard. 21 seriously injured. 14. Anavicha approached and reported the situation. "All the others are either dead or missing." Bakeyang replied, "You've worked hard." "Agent Anavicha, I'm sorry you had to go through that." She crossed her arms and asked, "What about Captain Ha Bin, who was with you?" Anavicha replied, "I'm sorry, we still haven't found his location." Bakeyang turned, placed her hands on the table, and said, "I see. You're saying everyone was forcibly scattered by a teleportation barrier." She continued, "Considering the divine realm has collapsed, Captain Ha likely defeated the Nameless One, and they both perished in the process." She opened the notebook on the table and read, "You must be exhausted. Agent Anne, please go get some rest." Just as she was about to open the door, a voice called out from behind Anavicha, its tone interrogating. "This report. Who was that person in the clown mask you met in the divine realm?" Anavicha turned back and replied, "Everything I experienced is already in the report." At that moment, their eyes met. Suddenly, The woman snapped the notebook shut, laughed, and said, I see. You may go. Anavicha walked out, closed the door, and let out a sigh of relief. She slumped to the ground, lost in thought. What should I do now? Can I really believe what I was told? If that's true, then what has everything I've done up to now been for? Du Sungtae approached from a distance and asked Anavicha, weren't you supposed to be on leave? He pressed on. I heard your injuries were pretty serious, but you look fine. Anavicha replied, I'm okay. We're already short-staffed. I don't think I should be resting right now. Du Sungtae coaxed her. Oh, come on. What am I here for? I'm taking a leave anyway, so you should rest too. Anavicha sighed helplessly. She wondered if her colleagues would even believe her if she told them what she'd heard. Or would they just report me to the higher-ups? Du Sungtae gently patted Anavicha's head. He comforted her softly. I know you're going through a tough time, but if we fall apart, who's going to save everyone? He continued. When things get tough, it's okay to lean on your teammates a little. He then walked past Anavicha and said, in any case, you did a good job. Anavicha remained slumped on the ground, sighing. From inside the high-rise building, a voice spoke. I'm sorry, Shinsua. Seol Gangrim sat on the bed, his head bowed, and said, I became your patron god, without asking for your permission. He continued, I couldn't think of any other way to stop the Nameless One's descent into Anavicha. Why are you apologizing? Shinua smiled brightly and replied, I actually like it. Because you're my patron god. Seol Gangrim answered, if that's the case, then I'm relieved. Shinua suddenly called his name, Gangrim. Startled, he turned and replied, yes? Shinua asked in a serious tone, you're not planning on shouldering everything by yourself again, are you? Seol Gangrim smiled, a gentle look in his eyes, and replied, of course not. I already promised. Shinua stared intently at Seol Gangrim. As Shinua headed out to close the door, she said, leave the small stuff to Biomo and focus on recovering, okay? Seol Gangrim replied softly, okay. He gave Shinua a friendly wave. As soon as Shinua was gone, he began to cough. He coughed up a large mouthful of blood. This is bad, he thought. Is it because I used too much divine power fighting the Nameless One? Suddenly, someone called Seol Gangrim's name. He responded in fear. Don't come! He grabbed his weapon, lunged forward, and screamed, stay away from me! A glass of milk had been spilled on top of the cabinet. Exhausted, he collapsed onto the bed. He struggled to sit up, but his strength was gone, and he fell back onto the bed. Seol Gangrim opened his eyes, stared at the ceiling, and said, how much longer will I have to endure this? From a distance, Lee Hyun yelled at the people working there. Hey, you idiot, why did you put that there? This goes here, and that goes over there. Suddenly, his system window opened. He thought to himself and muttered, Seol Gangrim. What's this kid calling me for? He touched the system window and said, this is he. On the other end, Seol Gangrim recognized him and replied, Lee Hyun, the human god. He continued, I have a request. The man looked at the system with suspicion. Seol Gangrim stood blankly, staring at the ropes tied around a tree trunk. Seeing this from afar, Lee Hyun couldn't help but speak up. When you said you had a favor to ask, I wondered what it could be. His expression darkened, and his voice grew angry. You're asking for a deadly poison from the Black Sect. The poison word? Are you planning to drink it and kill yourself? The more he spoke, the more he pictured the scene in his head. Why would you want a poison used only on traitors and assassins? Seol Gangrim calmly replied to Lee Hyun, I won't die from drinking it. The poison word only activates when its creator utters a specific phrase. Lee Hyun found it ridiculous. So you're entrusting your life to me? Did it not occur to you that I might just kill you right here? At those mocking words, Seol Gangrim suddenly dropped heavily to his knees. Lee Hyun froze. He stared, stunned, as the young man's voice pleaded. Please, human god Lee Hyun, you're the only one who can do this. Seol Gangrim's hands were pressed to the ground, begging sincerely. Lee Hyun's eyes filled with horror as he muttered, Seol Gangrim, you damn bastard. Lee Hyun could see countless spirits clinging to Seol Gangrim's back. They were weighing him down. Just how much karma are you carrying? His head bowed low, not daring to look up. Seol Gangrim spoke to Lee Hyun as if speaking to himself. Human god Lee Hyun, at this point, it wouldn't be strange if I were to cross that line. If I truly do cross it, please, don't hesitate to activate the poison word. Lee Hyun was silent for a few seconds, then spoke of the past. Ever since you were a kid, you were always the type to take all the world's misfortunes upon yourself. Suddenly, he tossed a small box toward him. Seol Gangrim quickly caught it as the older man turned to leave coldly. I never liked that about you. Now get out of my sight. He opened the box. Inside was a third-grade dragon poison word pill. After ingestion, the penalty will be activated when a specific phrase is spoken or heard. Seol Gangrim smiled in the direction Lee Hyun had gone. Thank you, human god Lee Hyun. As he walked, he thought to himself, the truth is, I always knew what happened to my senior wasn't your fault. Back then, he had been furious with Seol Gangrim. I just needed someone to blame for his death. Then he laughed, mocking himself. Standing before the tree trunk, Lee Hyun whispered, "What a pitiful big oaf." Meanwhile, in the large central building, everyone had gathered and was looking at Seol Gangrim. Gojun stood with his arms crossed, looking at him. "So, to defeat the Divine Bureau, you need a certain sword, and to get it, you have to go to a place called the Rift, right?" What he was talking about was a mysterious black sword. He nodded and replied, "That's right." Yunbom raised her hand with a question. "Master, where exactly is this rift?" Seol Gangrim found it hard to explain. "Other than the fact that it's a fissure between dimensions, I don't know much else." Kando Hyun looked at him worriedly. "If something that important is hidden there, won't it be extremely dangerous?" Going alone doesn't seem like a good idea. The two girls behind them, however, had the opposite reaction. Hearing the word danger, their eyes lit up. Yoon Bom and Yoon Gyeon then took out their weapons. The two sisters eagerly volunteered to go along. Gyeon boasted cheerfully, "Master, can't we go with you? Bom and I trained in the divine realm too. We're really strong now." Seol Gangrim refused coldly. "No." Hearing this, Shinhwa became restless. "Gangrim, even as your shaman, I can't go?" He answered immediately, "Probably not." The Nameless One said that only a single person can enter the rift, the one who has the mark on their palm. Hearing that, she lowered her head sadly. Seeing that Shinhwa was about to start blaming herself, Seol Gangrim quickly reassured her, "Don't worry too much, Shinhwa. I'm strong. I'll be fine. I'll contact you if anything happens." Yoon Jeon chimed in from the side. "Master is super strong. He'll definitely be okay. We'll handle everything you leave us." By the time he turned back, Gojun made a joke, and the atmosphere began to settle down. In novels, the main character is always the strongest, right? Johann Richter, the priest, also clasped his hands. "I will pray for you." His brother-in-arms, Jang Taehan, looked at him with trusting eyes. "Hey, you have to come back safe." Kondo Hyun didn't forget to offer his own words of encouragement, mixed with a bit of teasing. "Don't be too late, or Mom will worry." Yu Harang scampered over to Seol Gangrim. "Take my new treasure!" In her hand was a blue paper crane, a symbol of hope. Seol Gangrim took it and patted her head. Yu Harang smiled happily up at him. Seol Gangrim looked at everyone present and said sincerely, "Thank you, everyone, for believing in me and following me. I'm truly grateful." Yoon Jeon said cheerfully, "We believe in you, Master." The others also smiled, awaiting his return. The mark appeared in his palm. Seol Gangrim clenched his fist. A stream of darkness seemed to be squeezed out. Before everyone's eyes, a space like a cosmic black hole appeared. Seol Gangrim suddenly spoke, waving his hand. When it was all over, all she saw was his back. It was nothing. Then he sadly touched his eyes. From outside, Shinsua cheerfully called out for him to hear, "Let's all go hang out together." Her eyes were full of anticipation. "It's a promise." Seol Gangrim turned his head to look and smiled along with her. The black hole vanished after he stepped inside. Crack coordinates confirmed. Moving to the rift, Seol Gangrim was alone in the dark space. A small light appeared ahead of him, and as he got closer, he saw it was a door. After passing through it, his surroundings turned a deep red. Seol Gangrim muttered, "So this is the rift?" Skulls were lined up in rows. It was no different from hell. He could sense the danger in this place. Finding that sword in a place this vast won't be easy. Seol Gangrim felt a surge of anxiety. Then, he decided to use the paper crane Yu Harang had given him. Maybe the ability I received from the Nameless One will come in handy. A seal from his hand appeared on the crane's back. First-grade Divine Imprint, an ability that allows engraved words to manifest according to their written content. The amount of energy consumed varies depending on the words, and the user must directly channel divine power into the target. The crane in his hand shot off to the left at an incredible speed. Seol Gangrim quickly gave chase so he wouldn't lose it. This spectacle caught the eye of others nearby. As he leaped across the rocks, a man holding a lamp gave chase, his thundering footsteps echoing behind him. In an instant, Seol Gangrim was surrounded. He looked at them, surprised, and channeled power into his sword. With a single, fluid motion, Seol Gangrim cut down several of the berserk figures. He frowned. There were too many of them. "I really don't want to waste any more divine power here. There are just too many." Seol Gangrim had been swinging his sword back and forth, but still hadn't taken them all down, when suddenly, a voice yelled, "Stop!" Startled, the attackers turned their heads. Seol Gangrim was surprised too. He recognized that voice. The crowd knelt as if greeting their leader. That figure moved swiftly past them, heading towards Seol Gangrim. A blood-stained hand clutched his clothes. Yu Harang stammered his name, Gangrim. He remembered her innocent face from before asking, "Seol Gangrim, what are you doing here all alone?" Now, Yu Harang asked the very same question, but her eyes were stained the color of blood. "Why are you here?" Their gazes locked, and the scene around them seemed to freeze. Yu Harang glanced toward a sound behind her, and as one, all the surrounding figures rose to their feet with a single thought. The intruder must be eliminated. One of them, axe in hand, began to slowly advance. The intruder must be eliminated, but she showed no fear. Instead, her expression darkened. If you don't want to die, suddenly, Yu Harang's eyes flew open, and she snarled at them. Then get the hell out! In the blink of an eye, not a single one of them was left standing before her. The moment it was quiet, she instantly grew frantic and turned to him. Say, gang, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? He just stared back, his eyes wide with shock. Yu Harang. She's alive. Is this an illusion the rift is showing me? Suddenly, Seol Gangrim reached out and stroked her hair. I'm sorry, Yu Harang. His mind filled with the image of everyone lying in pools of their own blood, sobbing. Everyone fell, one after another. I couldn't do anything. As his tears began to fall, something soft embraced him. A comforting voice spoke to his tear-stained face. It's not your fault. Yu. Harang's arms gently held him as she added, we were actually relieved that you never made it here. Seeing her gentle expression, Seol Gangrim managed a faint smile and patted her head. Suddenly, Yu Harang pulled back, her cheerful voice shattering the sad atmosphere. Oh, right. Everyone has been wanting to see you, Seol Gangrim. Come on, let's go meet them. His hand froze in midair as he asked in shock, everyone is here? The two of them walked on to a different area. Spotting some people, Yu Harang waved her arms and yelled, hey, over here. But they just gave her a confused look. What's wrong with her? Why is she so excited? Meanwhile, she kept shouting enthusiastically, calling out to Kang Do-hyun, Jiang Taehan, look who it is. Hearing this, Jiang Taehan slowly got to his feet, looking puzzled. Wait a second. Next to Yu Harang. Could it be? Without another thought, his feet took off as if they had engines, and he rushed over, pulling Seol Gangrim into a bone-crushing hug. Seol Gangrim, what happened to you? Are you here because you died? Seol Gangrim gently hugged him back, glancing over at Yu Harang. I'm not here because I'm dead. I came to find a sword. I heard the gist of it from Harang on the way. A figure came to mind as he spoke. Ever since that day Bakeyang showed up, we've all been stuck in this place. Seol Gangrim looked at the three of them and sighed internally. You've all suffered so much. His mind was flooded with memories of the members of the Flying Tiger Gate, people he thought he would never see again. It felt like everything had gone back to the way it was. But then, he realized something was off and began looking around. He grew uneasy, noticing that one person was missing. Where's Shin-sua? At his question, Yu Harang simply turned away, not saying a word, which made the other two tense up. Shin-sua is out scouting, one of them answered. But more importantly, Sae-gang, how did you even get here? He didn't elaborate, just quietly said that it was a long story. Later that night, as they all gathered around a roaring fire, Yu Harang asked, it's hard to believe. Seol Gangrim, you really defeated Bakeyang? And the nameless one, too. Seol Gangrim was always the weakest one in the group, so I always had to protect him. Jiang Taehan laughed at that and chimed in, yeah, I'm curious too. Just how strong have you gotten? Seol Gangrim quietly clasped his hands, lost in thought for a moment before speaking. It's true, that's how it was before. But when he looked up, he saw the other two had gone completely silent. Confused, he pressed, did something happen to Shin-sua? When they didn't answer, his curiosity grew, and he pressed them. What's going on? The direct question made Jiang Taehan freeze. What is he talking about? Then, Seol Gangrim exposed him. Taehan, you always touch your ear when you're lying. A flashback showed the earlier moment when he had unconsciously touched his ear. Realizing his mistake now, he rubbed his head. Damn it. Kang Do-hyun ruffled his hair with a grimace. Seriously, Jiang Taehan, you're a terrible liar. Finally, he stepped in to explain. He was doing it for you. It's better that you don't see what she's become. If Shin-sua isn't here, Seol Gangrim said grimly, then this isn't the Flying Tiger Gate I know. After a moment of silence, at Do-hyun's signal, the group finally got to their feet. If you insist, we'll go with you. Shin-sua is deep inside this canyon. Seol Gangrim smiled and turned to thank him. But the other man spoke again, his voice firm and uneasy. But you have to promise me one thing. His eyes grew strangely sharp. Under no circumstances are you to go near Shin-sua. The warning left Seol Gangrim utterly confused. The sky was now pitch black, with only the moon for light. They followed Kang Do-hyun down a narrow path, slowing their pace. When we all fell into the rift, most of us were lost. But Shin-sua took it the hardest. He pictured his fellow disciple as he continued. Consumed by the guilt of being unable to protect her comrades, she became desperate for the power to get revenge. While he was still talking, Seol Gangrim's gaze suddenly shifted past him. Seeing the figure up ahead, Kang Do-hyun also fell silent. She was using her sword to support herself, her long hair hiding her face. Seol Gangrim recognized her instantly and called out happily, Shin-sua. She looked exactly the same as she did that day. Forgetting his promise, he moved toward her, ignoring the shout to, stop! Recognizing him, Shin-sua's eyes widened. Seol Gangrim. Noticing her blood-red eyes, he froze in shock. What is this unsettling feeling? Seeing the blue item beside her made Seol Gangrim think, that's the paper crane I channeled my divine power into. And come to think of it, did Sua's sword always look like that? Shin-sua pushed herself to her feet, muttering, Bakeyang, Her face was filled with hatred as she growled. And now you're even taking his form to try and trick me? Hearing her words, Seol Gangrim's eyes shot wide open in horror. What? But before he could even react, Sin-Soo leaped up and lunged at him. At the last second, a talisman suddenly flew in, just in time to block the fatal blow. It created a shield around her. Meanwhile, Seol Gangrim, still unable to regain his composure, stammered, Sin-Soo, Sin-Soo. As he collapsed, Kang Do-hyun and Jang Tae-han rushed to help him up, scolding, Seol Gangrim, I told you not to get close. Gangrim, snap out of it. We have to retreat now. Sin-Soo thinks anyone who gets near her is Bakeyang. That's why she's going berserk like this. Seol Gangrim, still sitting on the ground, uttered word by word. What the? When did this start? And why does she have that sword? Meanwhile, a panicked Kang Do-hyun urged, I'll explain later. Let's go, now. But it seemed it was too late. Before they could even take a step, countless arms shot out and wrapped around them. Sin-Soo, now free from the talisman, stood silently before them. Kang Do-hyun struggled in terror and cursed, Damn it, I can't break them. But he was still stunned. Sin-Soo, Sin-Soo. Yet, there was no response. She just raised her hand high. Immediately after, the sharp blade swung down forcefully right in front of Seol Gangrim. Seeing the danger, the man behind him screamed, Seol Gangrim! Then suddenly, another sword appeared, blocking Sin-Soo's attack. He stared wide-eyed, having just escaped death as she spoke. Bakeyang, seeing Seol Gangrim's horrified expression, the two people blocking the attack urged, Go! This made him wonder, what is going on? Meanwhile, Kang Do-hyun, behind him, was secretly relieved. It worked. The two of them quickly broke free from the branches and came to help. Gang, let's just run for now. Seol Gangrim let them help him away, but he didn't forget to look back. The battle slowly faded from his sight. Outside the alley, the four of them were exhausted. Seol Gangrim's gaze remained fixed on the scene of the fight, his mind racing. Why did Sin-Soo become like that? Why did Bakeyang save me? It was so confusing that he blurted out, What the hell is going on? Just then, Seol Gangrim realized his words had made the other three turn to look at him. Finally, Kang Do-hyun approached him to explain. Seo Gang, do you know why this rift exists? It's the destination for those who weren't supposed to die. That's what the rift is. He slowly reached into his pocket, pulled out something shiny, and holding the dagger, he spoke softly. Watch closely. His next action made Seol Gangrim's eyes widen in horror. Hey, what are you doing? But Kang Do-hyun didn't answer, instead plunging the sharp point into his own body. Seol Gangrim immediately cried out, reaching for him. However, something even more surprising happened. Kang Do-hyun's wound vanished instantly as he began to explain. In this place, death doesn't exist. All wounds heal over time. At first, we fought alongside Sin-Soo against Bakeyang, but even after hundreds of battles, Bakeyang always had the upper hand. So, Sin-Soo unleashed her blood frenzy ability. She traded her sanity for power. In the end, all the survivors of the Flying Tiger Gate abandoned her, except for us. After recounting those events, Kang Do-hyun's tone became hesitant again. So, we talked to Bakeyang. Those words left the already surprised Seol Gangrim even more astonished. What? He lowered his head, his voice growing significantly softer. We had no other choice. Bakeyang seemed to understand the rift completely, and through her, we learned the only way to save Sin-Soo. Before he could finish, a figure quietly emerged and interjected, and that is to kill Heavenly Fate. Bakeyang slowly walked towards them, continuing. When Heavenly Fate dies, the rift will disappear, and the souls here will return to their living bodies. Seol Gangrim watched her approach, his brow furrowing. Bakeyang. He stood facing her and asked, Then why did you save me? Bakeyang stared intently at Seol Gangrim and answered bluntly, Because relying on you is the only option left. Hearing her firm words, he unconsciously tensed up as the two of them continued their conversation, face to face. Do you know how to kill Heavenly Fate? I heard from Mu Myong that there's a special sword hidden in this place. An image of a glowing sword appeared. The Heavenly Fate slaying sword, the only weapon that can kill Heavenly Fate. Then the image returned to Sin-Soo. Right now, Sin-Soo has it. She found it in the bottomless abyss to kill me. He listened intently, thinking to himself, I knew it. That's why there were paper cranes on her sword. Then, her voice continued, But even if you get the sword, you're still too weak to face Heavenly Fate. Bakeyang's gaze sharpened considerably as she reminded him, That's why you need a stronger ability. Especially for someone like you, who is about to transcend the boundaries of karma. The karma cleansing ability will be a great help. Hearing this, Kang Do-hyun, who was behind them, spoke up doubtfully. What? Seol Gangrim. Is she telling the truth? But he didn't answer immediately. Instead, speaking slowly, You know about my ability? Back then, to kill Bakeyang, I stole the 4 pillars of all the dead members of the Flying Tiger Gate. This is the price I have to pay for that choice. Seol Gangrim looked at Bakeyang and asked, But will my fate-stealing ability work on souls? She answered without hesitation. Everyone here is already dead, so it should work. He asked again, confused. So what happens to someone whose fate is stolen again? But this question made her fall silent for a long moment. After some thought, she explained, their souls will be completely erased. Hearing those words, Seol Gangrim's hands clenched into fists. Are you telling me to erase Sinsua's soul? Bakeyang recalled a memory and said softly, I saw your past through Myung. Now I understand why you had no other choice. That's why I've always held myself back, but I can't take it anymore. He glared at her and growled, so, don't provoke me any further. Bakeyang! Suddenly, from behind the rift, a cluster of vines shot up. Seeing it, Seol Gangrim tensed. It's Sinsua. On the other hand, she calmly assessed, it seems Sinsua has fully recovered. Anyway, think carefully, Gangrim. To defeat Heavenly Fate, sacrifice is unavoidable. Besides, there isn't much time left. Heavenly Fate is about to descend. She looked at him, slowly pressing him psychologically. Make your choice. Will you save the living Sinsue on the outside, or choose the dead Sinsue in this place? Elsewhere, Sinsua was buried amidst a tangle of long, winding vines. Despite her body being covered in wounds, she trembled and screamed, Bakeyang, where are you? Her mind recalled those who had died, filling her with resentment. I have to kill you. Her hatred grew even stronger as she declared, I will definitely kill you. Fragments of memory surfaced, making Sinsua clench her jaw in anger. I must kill Bakeyang to atone for my sins. Immediately, she went berserk and roared, Where the hell are you hiding? Her scream seemed powerful enough to tear the sky apart. Bakeyang! As if echoing her words, the vines writhed violently, growing larger and larger until they crashed into each other. Seol Gangrim's eyes grew distant as he watched Sinsue's trembling body. A voice suddenly rang out from behind. Please stop. Recognizing the voice, she turned around. Seol Gangrim. But despite her expectation, only Bakeyang stood before her. Do you recognize me? Her mind went into a frenzy again, her eyes wide and haunted. Stop. Please just stop. Seol Gangrim calmly walked closer, speaking each word clearly. I miss you so much. Even if it's just the sight of your back, or at least the sound of your voice. But these words only seem to drive Sinsua mad. Even if it's just in a dream. I don't care. Tears of blood slowly fell from the corners of her eyes as her voice echoed. I just want to see you, even for a second. Then, Sinsua slowly straightened up. Bakeyang, don't mess with my heart anymore. She immediately glared at him with a ferocious look. In the voice I missed the most, Sinsua lowered her head slightly, her voice trembling and helpless as she spoke. Please, stop. Fresh drops of blood trickled down, forming small puddles at her feet, as Sinsua let out another soft sob. Don't use the voice I missed the most. To confuse me even more. She spoke while covering her ears with both hands, crying out in pain and misery as blood continued to stream from her eye sockets like tears of blood. Sua trembled and screamed in despair, while Gangrim watched her with a mix of worry and helplessness. The others were also watching her with concerned eyes. Bakeyang stood not far away, observing the situation with her arms crossed. Gangrim called out softly, Sinsua, stop. His words accidentally triggered Sua's raging tiger form ability. Her eyes turned bloodshot, and her nails grew long and sharp as she swung them. She shot forward, her eyes fixed on Gangrim with pure hatred. She snapped at him. Don't you call me with that voice anymore? As Sinsua spoke, she swung her arm, and a terrifying power instantly erupted. The ground and rocks around them flew everywhere, and a deafening explosion echoed. Seeing this, Gangrim hastily dodged. He leaped lightly into the air, his figure illuminated by the bright moonlight. Gangrim was a little worried, thinking to himself, she's too strong. How can I subdue Sinsua without hurting her? While he was lost in thought, her figure had already appeared behind him. Sensing something unusual behind him, he quickly turned to evade the blow. Sua swung the sword in her hand, slamming it into the ground. Billowing smoke rose up, obscuring everything, and the thunderous explosion startled everyone. After a long moment, the smoke and dust gradually cleared. Gangrim was kneeling on the ground, gasping for breath. Sinsua stood silently, her body splattered with blood, her hand tightly gripping her weapon. Suddenly, she saw the scene before her, and her pupils constricted. A crater of brick and stone had appeared on the ground at some point. Seeing it, Sua quickly rushed towards the crater. Gangrim saw this and quickly dashed forward, wrapping his arms tightly around her from behind. Green vines shot out as if they had a mind of their own, wrapping tightly around Gangrim's neck. He yelled, "Let go, Bakeyang." While still holding Sua tightly, Gangrim tried to calm her down. Please, calm down, Sinsua. She showed no signs of calming down, instead becoming even more frantic. Her eyes were bloodshot as she bit down hard on his arm. The people around them rushed forward, shouting, Gangrim, we're here to help. Hearing that, Gangrim shouted, No, don't come any closer. He simultaneously signaled for everyone to stop. Gangrim didn't loosen his grip, saying softly, I'm fine. He pulled down his collar. Looking at the seal coiling on her neck like a small snake, he said softly, Compared to the pain Sinsua has had to endure, this is nothing. Just then, a notification appeared before his eyes. You can place a seal by consuming 0.031% of your reserve divine power. Do you wish to place the seal? Gangrim quickly made his choice. A stream of blue light shot through the vast space, accompanied by a status update. Blood frenzy has been dispelled. At that moment, the red in Sua's eyes vanished. Her eyes became clear and fully conscious again. Gangrim supported her back and asked, "Are you all right now?" Sua tremblingly raised a hand to gently touch his cheek. She asked softly, her voice filled with disbelief, "Is this a dream? There's no way Gangrim could be here." Sua punched his chest lightly, her voice trembling as she spoke. Sua lowered her head again, trembling, and said to him in a pained voice, "Gangrim, I just wanted to protect everyone. I just wanted to save them, but in the end, I couldn't save anyone. No." Gangrim's voice rang out, causing Sua to open her eyes wide in surprise. He looked down at her and said, "You protected me." Hearing that, Sua's tears fell silently. He then smiled gently at her. "Thank you, Shin Sua." Sua couldn't contain herself and rushed forward to hug him tightly. She sobbed as she called out, "Gangrim!" The people around them were also moved, wiping their eyes, speaking with a mix of joy and emotion. Thank heavens, thank heavens. However, while they were immersed in their joyful reunion, Bakeyang was standing not far away, observing them from above as a voice rang out. "Now, I just need Shin Sua's 4 pillars." Those words made Sua stop mid-sentence. The others all turned their heads in unison to see the approaching figure was Bakeyang, which left them stunned. They exclaimed, "Bakeyang!" Seeing her approach, Sua lunged forward, her voice filled with resentment. "Gangrim, let me handle her." He quickly put out a hand to stop her. "Wait," Gangrim said to Sua, "I'll explain everything." A while later, after hearing the whole story from Gangrim, Sua finally asked softly, "So, you mean you need my power?" Bakeyang crossed her arms and said calmly to her, "Shin Sua, Gangrim isn't strong enough to defeat the Inthubatbien yet. Therefore, even if it means dying, you must pass on the karma-bearing ability to him." Hearing this, Sua turned her head slightly to ask him, "Is that true?" Gangrim looked down, flustered, and stammered in response, "Well, that's great then." Sua seemed overjoyed and continued, "I'm so glad I can be of help to you." Then she raised her weapon to her own chin. At that moment, Gangrim shouted desperately, "No!" He reached out and grabbed the blade, his hand quickly turning red with blood. Sua asked in surprise, "Why are you stopping me? Don't you need my power?" Gangrim said softly, "There's no point in dying here anyway. Please, don't do this, Shinsua. There's another way. You don't have to die." Hearing that, Shinsua asked him in surprise, "There's another way?" He took her hand and drew a red seal on her wrist. A notification quickly appeared. You can place a seal by consuming 16.08% of your reserved divine power. Do you wish to place the seal? Gangrim quickly chose to activate the ability Borrow Fate. The ability Borrow Fate, Divine Level 2, allows one to borrow another's fate on the condition that the other party voluntarily accepts the contract. When the contract ends, the fate will be returned. Karma will not increase, but the memories of the borrowed life will be inherited. Contract condition: destroy Thien Thu Bat Bien. The painful and bloody memories continuously flashed, causing him to lose control. He put his fingers in his mouth, and blood immediately gushed out, a dazzlingly bright red. Seeing this, Shinsua rushed over in a panic and hugged him, calling his name in fear. Gangrim. The others also hurried over, calling his name worriedly. Gangrim. Gangrim kept his head down, biting his own hand. He thought to himself, to take on memories instead of karma means I have to directly experience the pain of being on the verge of death. Yu Harang quickly stepped forward and asked with a trembling voice, "Gangrim, are you okay? Is it really okay to use this ability?" Gangrim tried to calm everyone down, his voice trembling as he answered her, I'm fine." After a long moment, he looked up, wiped the streak of blood from the corner of his mouth, and said to everyone, "If I'm borrowing their fate instead of taking it, then I can gain the power without having to erase anyone." Hearing this, everyone lowered their heads sadly. Shinsua, her heart aching a little, softly called his name, Gangrim. Just then, Bakeyang sensed someone quietly approaching their group from a distance. She signaled to the others, "Looks like we're surrounded." A group of strangers had quietly closed in on them. The one in the lead was dressed in pure white, while his eyes were bloodshot. He silently approached them, whispering, "Gangrim, take our fates too. Destroy Thien Thu Bat Bien and set us free." They spoke in unison, their voices like pained and miserable pleas. At that moment, similar sounds echoed from the nearby cliff. "Us too, us too." More cries rang out, "Us too." Similar sounds echoed throughout the area. Soon, hundreds of thousands of people had surrounded their group, all raising the same cries of suffering and helplessness. Hearing this, Sua was terrified, thinking anxiously. Just one person's fate made him pay such a price. If he takes all of their fates, he'll definitely go insane, she said softly to the man behind her. "Gangrim, I'll hold them off here. You need to get out of here while you can." As Sua was speaking urgently, a hand gently took hers. Sua turned her head to look, her eyes shimmering. The owner of that hand, Gangrim, was also looking at her. He said nothing, but his eyes seemed to hold 1,000 words. At the same time, in a bustling city, the bright moon illuminated the vast night sky. In a certain laboratory, a machine was still running at full capacity. Inside, it was a mysterious egg. Suddenly, the egg's tough shell began to crack, and a notification appeared. Unidentified egg. Development has reached 100%. The whirring of the machine created a sound that was both mysterious and intriguing. A man in glasses bowed his head slightly, speaking respectfully to Yunyu. "We have synthesized his DNA, just as you instructed." She didn't answer, just stared at the person in front of her as they slowly woke from some eternal slumber. After a moment, Yunyu stepped forward, grabbed their shoulder, and said with a smirk, "Welcome." The other person slowly woke, shaking the water from their body. Yunyu continued, "Commander number 43, just as the person's eyes opened. Scene changed to a funeral home. A figure stared silently outside. How many more agents have to die for this war to end?" Anavicha looked up, her eyes filled with sorrow. "It's been a month since I left the divine realm of the Nameless. Since then, I've been investigating the Protection Bureau and Captain Seolman. I've been searching diligently, but I still haven't found any crucial evidence." Were Seol Gangrim's words back then sincere? Seol Gangrim's handsome face suddenly appeared in her thoughts. The phone in Anavicha's pocket suddenly vibrated, startling her. Anavicha picked up the phone and said, "Yes, Captain Du." From the other end of the line, a worried voice came through. "Anabi, why weren't you picking up? What are you doing?" "The situation with Seol Gangrim is a complete mess." He spoke urgently. "Check the news on your phone, now." Hearing this, she wondered, "The news?" The voice on the other end shouted so loudly that Anavicha had to pull the phone away from her ear. "Just look now and call me back, okay?" She hurriedly opened the news, thinking to herself, "What's happened all of a sudden? Don't tell me it's another terror alert from the Clown Mask Gang." On the news, the anchor was professionally reporting the identity of the leader of the Clown Mask Gang, the organization that has been spreading terror across South Korea, has been announced, shocking the public. Hearing this, Anavicha's eyes widened in shock. No, it can't be. On the screen, Seol Gangrim's handsome face appeared as the anchor announced, "Bioman's leader, Seol Gangrim, has been confirmed as the head of the Clown Mask Gang. The police have issued an emergency arrest warrant." Hearing this, Anavicha was terrified. How did it come to this? Scene change. Cars honk incessantly in a traffic jam. A man driving his car grumbled angrily. "Hey, what's with the sudden roadblock?" The daughter sitting next to him cried out in panic, "Dad, a giant monster is crawling out of the river." It opened its massive, tooth-filled mouth and roared. The father and daughter screamed, hugging each other in terror. Suddenly, a sword appeared, and a man materialized, slicing the monster in two with lightning speed. The daughter looked up, stunned, at the man's tall figure. "Who is that?" she wondered. "Is that Gojun from Bioman?" Gojun glanced over and reported coolly, "Do you copy? Han River Bridge units are secure." Yoon Jeon and Yoon Bom, having just defeated a monster, also reported in cheerfully. "Dongjak Bridge is under control." Johan Richter smiled hearing his teammates' cheerful reports. "Bampo Bridge is also clear." Kang Do-hoon also reported in. "Seongsu Bridge is safe." Gojun wondered silently. His voice came through an earpiece. "Shinsua, what's the status on Mapo Bridge?" Standing high above, Shinsua looked down at the monster below and coolly reported the situation. "This is Mapo Bridge. Situation under control," she thought to herself. Just like Kang Rim said. Shinsua glanced at the monster on the ground, opening a demon world gate right in the middle of Seoul. They've completely lost their minds. A cup of water flew out of nowhere and hit her, startling her. People started throwing trash at Shinsua, shouting, "Get lost, Clown Mask Gang! Bioman, have you been lying to us all this time?" Shinsua was bewildered. "What's going on?" Suddenly, an urgent voice came through her earpiece. "Shinsua, this is bad." Kang Do-hoon said, frustrated, "The government has put a bounty on our heads." Hearing that, she looked worriedly at the crowd below and asked again, "What? What did you say?" The people below shouted up, "Hunter Shinsua, put down your weapon!" They rushed towards her, the leader shouting, "As of this moment, you are under arrest as a high-ranking member of the Clown Mask Gang." Hearing this, Shinsua angrily turned to flee. "Those agents are just pawns, deceived by fate. I can't fight them." She skillfully leaped away as the crowd screamed, "She's getting away! Catch her!" As she fled, Shinsua urgently announced into her comms, "Attention all Bioman, avoid engaging with agents and civilians." Hearing this, Gojun just sighed and said flatly, "I want to kill them all, but I'm not allowed to. Am I?" "Absolutely not," she replied angrily. Shinsua ran along the riverbank, saying as she ran, "Everyone, please hold out until Kang Rim arrives." Then, she glanced back in alarm as a blast of power slammed into the tree roots she had created. Bakeyang looked down from above, impressed. "I'm surprised you blocked that." She arrogantly brushed her hair back and said to her, "It would have been so much easier if you'd just let yourself be captured quietly. But I suppose that's not going to happen, is it?" Seeing her, Shin-sua angrily drew her sword. Not to be outdone, Baek-yi produced a long whip and shouted, "Where do you think you're going?" She lashed her whip right where Shin-sua stood, forcing her to jump back. Shin-sua threw her sword with all her might. Baek-yi effortlessly knocked the sword aside with her whip. "Throwing away your own weapon like that." She gripped her whip tightly and rushed towards Shin-sua. How foolish. Baek-yi's whip quickly sliced Shin-sua in two. She suddenly froze, her eyes widening. The wooden puppet in front of her had been severed. A wooden puppet? The real Shin-sua was already behind Baek-yi, who spun around in alarm. "So that's where you were?" Baek-yi suddenly glanced back as sparks of electricity erupted from her body, forcing Shin-sua to retreat. A powerful electric current enveloped Baek-yi's body, forcing Shin-sua to keep backing away. She held out a hand crackling with lightning and said coldly, "I'm done going easy on you." Bolts of lightning shot continuously towards Shin-sua, forcing her to scramble to evade them. Golden lightning appeared, and one bolt shot straight at her, making her cry out in alarm. The lightning changed direction. Shin-sua screamed in pain as she was struck. Baek-yi slowly floated over, looking down at her pathetic state. "I suppose I haven't explained, have I?" Shin-sua looked up at her. "My lightning pursues anyone it has marked until they're dead." Baek-yi recalled the moment Shin-sua was first struck and added, "From the moment my lightning first hit you, my victory was assured." Then she laughed wickedly, raising a hand crackling with electricity towards Shin-sua. "And now, farewell." Shin-sua looked up, biting her lip defiantly. Shin-sua, a massive blast of power shot towards her. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the pain, but then slowly opened them in astonishment. Shin-sua looked up, shocked to see someone standing in front of her, blocking the attack. Seeing this, Baek-yi's face darkened. She glared and asked, "What do you think you're doing?" Anavicha stood firmly in front of Shin-sua. "Agent Anabi." Baek-yi frowned and said to her, "Your mission was to eliminate or capture the members of Bioman, was it not?" Anavicha retorted angrily, "That's not my mission. Look behind you." "Captain Seomon?" Hearing that, Baek-yi turned around. Just then, a news anchor appeared on a nearby screen with a breaking report. Breaking news. Thanks to an internal whistleblower at the Protection Bureau, the truth has been revealed. The terrorist attacks by the Clown Mask gang were, in fact, orchestrated by the Protection Bureau itself. Thousands of citizens were also watching this broadcast. While claiming to protect humanity, the Protection Bureau posed as the Clown Mask gang to carry out their crimes. People watched in fear and anxiety. They also threatened and murdered those who refused to cooperate. The news sent a massive shockwave through society. Anavicha held up her phone and said angrily, "There's a secret room in Captain Seoman's office. Inside that room, it's filled with bodies. I found the bodies of agents and Clown Mask gang members in there, and I've handed everything over to the prosecutor's office." Hearing this, Baek-yi's face twisted in rage, and she spoke through clenched teeth. "Agent Anabi." Anavicha didn't back down, looking her straight in the eye and saying, "The duty of an agent from the Protection Bureau is to keep the people safe." Hurried footsteps approached. "Therefore, we," Anavicha spoke on behalf of everyone behind her, "will fulfill our duty." Hearing this, Bakeyang suddenly let out a cold laugh. "You think that just by exposing the truth, everything will change?" The others looked up at her worriedly. A monstrous hand and a long tail suddenly appeared along with Bakeyang's voice. "Nothing will change." She laughed manically as she spoke. "The advent of that being, lightning dragon ability, activate. It has all begun. Cha Anabi, I went through so much trouble to give you the position of captain." Bakeyang lamented as she raised a hand glowing with energy, and now it's empty again. She roared in anger, lunging forward with a cluster of lightning bolts ready to strike. The lightning hit the body of a clay doll. It took the hit for our side. Seizing the opportunity, her teammate rushed forward. He knelt to gather his strength, then leaped into the air to approach Bakeyang. The two fought in midair, the clash of metal ringing out like drum beats. "Protect Anabi," Nam-yoon pointed and commanded. The entire squad began to draw their bows and aim their guns, ready for battle. What a pain. A barrage of bullets flew towards Bakeyang, forcing her to create a lightning barrier to defend herself. A figure both strange and familiar suddenly dove into the fight, startling everyone. The stranger created a magic shield, completely blocking Bakeyang's lightning attacks. She could only grit her teeth and watch helplessly. "I was wondering why you weren't answering," he said with a confident smile. "You trying to solo the boss?" Gojun nonchalantly rested his sword on his shoulder as numerous reinforcements arrived to provide support. "Gojun? Everyone?" Cha Anabi stammered. "We put a tracking feature in the earpieces, didn't you know?" he replied provocatively. "You've surely released the demons and the theater troupe all over the place. Don't you care if innocent civilians die?" Bakeyang rebuked furiously, her brows furrowed tightly. "That?" he mumbled, rubbing his chin, pretending to think about the background characters who exist to help the protagonist. At that moment, members of Bihomon were sweeping through the city. The key members could easily take down their opponents, lessening the burden on the current team. It's not just us from Bihomon. Even Sewa Wagon is joining forces to eliminate the monsters. 2 of them would be manageable, but I'm not strong enough to take on all of Bihomon. Bakeyang raised her hands in a fighting stance, but her strength was already depleted. Just then, a solar eclipse appeared with unnatural speed. Suddenly, Cha Anabi felt a clear sense of unease in her heart. A terrifyingly powerful surge of energy washed over her, making her shudder. What is this? This feeling? Cha Anabi whipped around and saw a stranger dressed in white from head to toe, floating in the air and slowly approaching. Commander! Not just our side, but even Bakeyang was surprised. That person, she stammered. The commander of the security bureau? Just as the name implies, he's no pushover. He radiated a horrifying aura of power. Realizing immediately that something was wrong, Cha Anabi's eyes widened. Her legs wouldn't move. But contrary to the reason screaming at her, run, her legs were frozen like stone statues. This isn't a level we can face. The closer he got, the more Cha Anabi felt death looming. If we fight, we'll die. Move, move, move! Cha Anabi cursed herself. It wasn't just her. Her teammates around her were also frozen in place. Move! He was already very close. The one called the commander of the security bureau drew a sword from beneath his cloak. Move! Cha Anabi looked at him, her face pale with fear. He swung his sword amidst her helplessness. Another sword suddenly shot forward. Doc Gojun had blocked his attack to save her. He was using all his strength to struggle against the commander of the security bureau, so Doc Gojun gasped, "Hurry!" Hearing his shout, Cha Anabi was jolted back to her senses. She ran with all her might, but he was as fast as lightning. Before she could get far, her path was blocked. Facing her was that terrifyingly strong commander, and at his feet lay the body of her comrade. A chill ran down her spine as she looked back. Doc Gojun lay there, clearly defeated in just a few seconds. I can't run away alone. She gritted her teeth, her face visibly paling. Then I'd rather. Cha Anabi surged forward, swinging her fist, but his large hand shot out and easily grabbed her by the neck. Seol Gangrim. Cha Anabi softly called the name of her most trusted comrade. For some reason, the man's eyes widened as if in surprise. His hand slowly loosened, releasing Cha Anabi's neck. Though his face was expressionless, his hand was trembling. In the sky, a magic vortex appeared, roaring thunderously, and simultaneously fired a cannon-like blast of magic. That cannon blast was aimed straight at him. The commander glared as a heaven-shaking explosion echoed. The thick smoke and dust made her rub her eyes, unable to see clearly what was in front of her. The back of a reliable comrade suddenly appeared before her eyes. His shoulders slumped heavily. The cannon blast just now had successfully injured the commander. "That's!" Cha Anabi exclaimed, moved. Seol Gangrim, he was now panting heavily, as the last magic blast had consumed too much energy. The commander's mask cracked audibly. The commander's face. Everyone had now come to their senses. The commander covered his face but couldn't hide it. Everyone was so shocked that they all exclaimed in unison, "He looks exactly like Seol Gangrim?" He glared with fury. The commander crossed his arms, and his inner energy was rapidly unleashed. A whirlwind from his power sent dust flying in all directions. The unchanging eternity is descending upon the body of the follower. Seol Gangrim also quickly activated his own dangerous inner power. If not now, I might not get another chance to win. In that case, he quickly dashed forward, closing the distance in an instant, and swung his sword, preparing to strike. Although he was distracted, he was still able to block the attack, but he caught the sword with just 3 fingers. What? Seol Gangrim's eyes widened in shock. 10% of the unchanging eternity has descended. He looked up at him with eyes glowing amber. Seol Gangrim frowned, a little worried, thinking to himself, this is really dangerous. If we don't do it now, we might not be able to win. Suddenly, a flash of light cut through the silent, danger-filled space. It was the tip of Seol Gangrim's sword lunging forward, but the commander of the security bureau had quickly caught the very tip of the blade. Seeing this, he was utterly bewildered, slightly panicked, and thought, he blocked my sword with just 2 fingers? Opposite him, the eyes of the security bureau's commander glinted dangerously. He blocked the sword blade with 2 fingers, looking completely calm and effortless. Just then, a notification appeared. 10% of the unchanging eternity has descended. The borrowed fate skill has ended. Seol Gangrim fell to one knee, gasping for breath. Bakeyang quickly extended her hand. He took her hand, using the leverage to stand up. A red sigil was also appearing on her arm. Bakeyang's eyes also began to change color. She spoke softly to everyone. A new commander has awakened in the present world. Fate will soon descend. Hearing this, Seol Gangrim, still panting, asked her, how do you know that? Bakeyang glanced at him and answered calmly, those born from the nameless egg share a connection. That's why I can know, even while inside the rift. Seol Gangrim, aim for the moment fate enters Manan. Descent is the state where a god merges with a human. If Manan dies in that state, fate will also be wounded. Bakeyang explained, but if fate dies and the rift disappears, the souls trapped in the rift will return to their own bodies. Hearing this, Seol Gangrim quietly responded to her. Then he softly asked the person before him, "So what will happen to you?" She clenched her fist and answered him calmly, "That doesn't matter, even if I disappear, as long as fate can be destroyed." Bakeyang frowned slightly, her tone full of determination as she stressed her point to Seol Gangrim. He resumed the battle with the white figure before him. His mind was a mess of different thoughts. He looked at the person in front of him, thinking in confusion. In that moment, the figure rushed towards him. They both tightened their grip on their weapons. Streaks of light flashed in the silent space, creating an incredibly tense atmosphere. The tips of their swords clashed fiercely. Everyone around was holding their breath, following their every move. Shinua was a little worried, frowning as she thought, "I can't keep up with their movements. Just how strong are they?" Meanwhile, Cha Anabi was quietly observing the two of them from a nearby corner. Suddenly, a figure shot down, landing nimbly beside the clay doll. Cha Anabi frowned slightly, letting out a low growl. The pink-haired girl who had just flown down said softly, "We can't get past this point." Shinua, standing beside her, also clenched her fists. "Signal them. We have to help Seol Gangrim too." Someone quickly covered her mouth. "No," the blue-haired guy said, drawing his sword. "That's going to be difficult." The situation was incredibly grim and complex. Flashes of light shot across the vast space like sparks of fire. Gangrim was still fighting fiercely, the eyes of both combatants filled with determination. Just then, an announcement rang out. 20% of the unchanging autumn has descended. A blinding light, carrying immense power, forced Seol Gangrim to hastily retreat. He frowned at his weapon, a bit bewildered, thinking to himself, Asterisk. Even after gaining all this, is the power from the rift still not enough? Asterisk. Just then, the ultimate sword skill activated. The commander of the security bureau pointed his sword straight at him as countless blades in the air aimed down at the ground. Another notification appeared. 30% of the unchanging autumn has descended, accompanied by the ice-cold gaze of the security bureau's commander. Seol Gangrim shot forward gracefully, his body agile and powerful. The security bureau's commander watched him, his gaze wary, yet tinged with a hint of contempt. They quickly faced off amidst the waves of light. Suddenly, Gangrim's pupils contracted as a voice echoed in his head. Asterisk. It's too late. Asterisk. The security bureau's commander was also slightly stunned, faltering for a moment. A hand gently pulled on Gangrim's arm. It was Bakeyang. She whispered softly in his ear. Hearing her words, Gangrim swung his sword with all his might, letting out a loud shout. His blade swiftly slashed towards the security bureau's commander. The man trembled and stumbled backward, blood gushing from the wound on his chest. Stunned, Shinua turned her head to look at him. The others were no different, turning their heads in astonishment. Cha Anabi, pinned to the ground, let out a loud scream of indignation and resentment. No! The moon began to emerge from behind the murky clouds. Gangrim stood looking at the body of the security bureau's commander, silent. The body slowly dissolved into a mysterious black mist. That mist led Gangrim to a secret place, where a yin-yang gate quickly materialized before him. The two sides of the gate opened slightly, inviting him inside. Seol Gangrim looked up, a bit bewildered, and wondered, "What's inside?" A voice quickly answered, startling him. "That's right. This is the gate to the celestial realm of fate." Gangrim looked at the person before him and softly called out, "Bakeyang, your body." She held up a hand, showing him her fading form, and said in a low voice, "It seems I'm disappearing because I no longer have a body to return to." Seol Gangrim, Bakeyang called out softly, "You must defeat fate." She urged him once more, "And change your destiny." With those words, Bakeyang's hazy figure gradually vanished. Seol Gangrim watched silently as she was carried away by the wind, not saying a word. He looked down, quiet. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Gang!" It was Shinua and the others, rushing toward him. Overjoyed to see him, she quickly called out, "Gang, are you okay?" He immediately answered them. "Shinsua, I'm fine. Is everyone else all right?" She quickly replied, "Yes, of course. We've subdued all the circus members without anyone getting seriously injured." A moment later, Sua lowered her head and asked Gangrim hesitantly, "Do you have to go alone again?" "Yes," he replied. Hearing that, Shinua let out a soft sigh and said to him gently, "You always take on all the difficult things by yourself. Gangrim, all I can ever do is worry about you." He reached out, his hand gently touching her cheek. He smiled reassuringly. "It's not like that." Sua's voice trembled as she said his name. Seol Gangrim also smiled gently and thanked her. "Thank you, Shinsua. It's always been this way, in my past life and in this one too." Sua, a bit surprised, asked blankly, "Huh? What do you mean?" But he had already vanished, leaving only a faint breeze behind. The yin-yang gate slowly swung ajar. A moment later, it sealed shut as if it had never been opened. At the same time, a notification appeared, moving to the celestial realm of the unchanging autumn. Seol Gangrim closed his eyes tightly and lowered his head. Another world appeared before him. There, he saw massive pillars of varying lengths, as a soft voice echoed, "So you've finally arrived." It was Bakeyang. She rested her chin on her hand and said with amusement, "My vessel."